I clearly awakened as an SSS level talent, a sniper god. Yet I chose not to play the perfectly fitting marksman class. Instead, I opted for the completely unrelated shadow assassin class. Everyone thought I was crazy, but only I knew that the game Tianqi represented the will of the gods. In the later stages, the game invaded other realms. Gods invaded. If I had chosen the marksman class, at most I could have achieved a one-to-one exchange with the gods. But with the combination of the shadow assassin class and the sniper god talent, I could achieve an efficiency greater than the sum of its parts. As the countdown ended, I re-entered Tianqi. However, I didn't rush to hunt monsters and level up. Instead, I went to the hunter's house in the newbie village. Because in a past life, there was a bored player who, by chance, talked to the hunter, triggering a hidden quest directly. He obtained a unique item across the entire server and, with it, eventually ranked among the top 10 players. Now that I knew about it, naturally, I wanted to get it for myself. At this moment, many clever individuals were trying to trigger the quest at the hunter's house, but quite a few had given up. They had tried various methods. Some had even been killed by the hunter several times, but still couldn't get the quest. I went against the crowd and approached the hunter, stating directly that I wanted to buy the skull of a beast. The hunter, in the midst of drinking water, fixed me with a sharp gaze and asked in a dark tone, "Where did you hear this news?" If my answer doesn't satisfy him, I'm afraid I'll end up with a sword at my throat. But I'm not afraid at all. We can respawn. Even if you kill me now, it won't matter. Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery appeared on the hunter's face. "I don't want to sell. What can you do to me? I can't do anything to you, but don't you want revenge on the Wolf King? I'll help you kill the Wolf King, and you give me the beast's skull." I know the reason the hunter is digging is because he was attacked by the Wolf King. Although I don't quite understand, how did a hunter who could obtain the beast's skull get defeated by the Wolf King of the newbie village? But that's not important. Triggering the quest is what matters. And my words clearly struck a nerve with the hunter. But he looked me up and down, disdainfully saying, "You think you can kill the Wolf King with your strength alone?" I calmly replied, "How I'll kill the Wolf King is none of your concern. Within 3 days, I'll bring you the Wolf King's head. But as an exchange, you need to give me the beast's skull now." My words plunged the hunter into contemplation. The beast's skull was something he risked his life to obtain, hoping to elevate himself with it. But he ended up being ambushed by the Wolf King in the gutter, lost a leg, and became completely useless. Holding onto the beast's skull would be futile now. Rather than holding a grudge, I can give you the skull of the exotic beast, but don't forget your promise. Face reality, the mission is to hunt down the Wolf King. The mission states that the Wolf King ambushed the hunter, leaving him injured. Bring back the Wolf King's head and you will receive generous rewards. Mission rewards, 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 30 points of favor with the hunter, mission countdown 3 days. Please note that you are aware of the mission rewards. If you fail to complete the task on time, the rewards will be revoked, and 5 attribute points will be deducted. As a punishment, the hunter took out a wooden box from under the bed and solemnly handed it to me. You have obtained the special item, the skull of the exotic beast. The unique effect of the exotic beast skull is to bless you, granting 5 extra attribute points each time you level up. Additionally, during hunting moments, every 100 monsters killed will yield a boss. Obtained 1 evolution point. Leads to equipment or skill usage. The required points for the same evolution target will increase the current evolution point by 1. The advanced task rewards have been locked in and cannot be traded or discarded until the task is completed. Truly a unique item, this attribute is amazing. Without hesitation, I left the hunter's cabin. The action of taking the wooden box from the hunter shocked many players. This guy must be cheating. Lao Deng, hand over your mission. I don't want to argue with these people and waste time. I'll just proceed in the shadows, researching my own talents and skills. Sniper God Talent. Effect 1, ranged attacks always hit and deal true damage. Effect 2, for every meter increased in distance to the target, damage increases by 10%. Perfect. Shadow assassins can use energy to create shadow daggers. With this, combined with Shadow Break 1, they can unleash high burst damage over long distances. Moreover, as long as Shadow Break isn't activated, the duration of Shadow Lurk is indefinite. This completely aligns with my initial plan. The only downside is that the cooldown for Shadow Lurk is 20 seconds. Looks like I need to shorten the cooldown time first. At this moment, I found that the cooldown for Shadow Lurk had unexpectedly reset. You see, for regular assassins, the cooldown starts only after Shadow Break. I can entirely lurk, wait for the skill cooldown, initiate Shadow Break, and immediately advance after the strike. It's incredibly safe and satisfying. Then, I set my sights on the skull in my hand, directly evolving Shadow Lurk, upgrading it from common to black iron. The VR of Black Iron level Shadow Lurk enters stealth mode. Shadow Break 1 deals an additional 120% attack damage, adds 50 damage, costs 5 mana, and has a cooldown of 18 seconds. Just by upgrading from common to Black Iron level, Shadow Lurk's various attributes have significantly increased. I look at the somewhat dim beast skull in my hand. The joy in my heart knows no bounds. Using Shadow Lurk, I arrive at Wild Boar Plains, where monsters start at level 5. There are hardly any players here now. Immediately, I turned to the distant wild boar and hurled the shadow-throwing knife. I could clearly sense an invisible force adjusting my posture the moment I released it. The innate sniper god talent makes my throws faster and more accurate. From this perspective, maybe 30 meters isn't my limit after all. Initially setting it at 30 meters was based on past experiences, considering that a level 1 player's attributes aren't high. There are limitations to what can be achieved, but from what I see now, the sniper god's effect goes beyond its literal meaning. It also has other effects. As I pondered, the shadow-throwing knife had already crossed the 30-meter distance. It hit the wild boar's abdomen accurately, minus 329 damage. It's a bit regrettable. No critical hit. Maybe next time I can aim for the eyes. Such critical spots, with the sniper god's correction, have a high chance of success. The wild boar in the distance faced a sudden attack, immediately becoming furious and swiftly locking onto me. I lowered my head to prepare for a charge, but the wild boar lost its target the next second. I couldn't help but feel confused. In the distant shadows, I pondered for a moment, standing still and waiting for the skill cooldown. 10 seconds later, the shadow-throwing knife cooldown finished. I hurled another throwing knife directly, this time intentionally targeting the wild boar's eyes, minus 494 critical hit. The wild boar, munching on grass to heal, fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Killing a level 5 wild boar yielded 50 experience points, a feat for a level 4 player. Indeed, the sniper god talent does correct actions, reaching the level of hitting wherever I point. I wouldn't say I'm a top-notch throwing knife expert now. At the very least, I am also considered a first-class expert. With this discovery, I immediately modified my leveling plan, without exaggeration. I feel like I'm 100 meters away, and still be able to accurately hit the wild boar, waiting for the cooldown at Shadow Step to finish. I directly enter the Shadow Step state, but this time I'm standing 40 meters away, even though I'm confident I can hit the wild boar from 100 meters away. But there's no need. If the equipment drops, I'll have to run over to pick it up. Anyway, a 40-meter distance plus a weak point attack is enough to one-shot a level 5 wild boar. With a flick of my wrist, the black shadow, the throwing knife silently flies out, the wild boar grazing unaware. The shadow of death has already enveloped it, directly clearing the health bar of the level 657 wild boar. Without any surprises, not even a single pig hair dropped. I remained calm about this. I've been grinding in Tianqi for 10 years, I've long known the nature of this game. It's extremely difficult, with very low drop rates. But I don't expect these small monsters to drop good items. You still have to farm bosses for equipment, so the next thing to do is farm. I become a wild boar killer, elusive in the tall grass. A single strike is a kill. You have leveled up to level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadow is gathering. You additionally gain 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the strange beast is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. A series of prompts make me pause. Even among hidden professions, there are differences in skill levels, especially with the attributes from the exotic beast skull. I can gain a total of 20 attribute points when I level up. It's double that of a regular player's, so I plan to allocate them in a 2-to-1 ratio, allocating them to agility and strength. Agility is the main attribute for assassins. Without better equipment, increasing strength is necessary to boost attack power. This time, I set my sights on a level 7 wild boar further away. Concentrating the shadow-throwing knives in my hand, I throw them out. The damage increased by 782, but facing the wild boar with a surge in health, I couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. The attacked wild boar let out an angry roar and immediately charged with its head down. Furrowing my brow, I activate Shadow Stealth, disappearing from my original spot. When the boar charges to where I was, I'm already tens of meters away. When the shadow-throwing knives cool down, the wounded boar drops dead. I gain 105 experience points for killing the level 7 wild boar. I can clearly see the experience bar move forward a bit. However, I'm not satisfied with this outcome. Rather than taking 2 hits to kill a level 7 boar, I prefer to one-hit kill a level 5 boar. The latter's base experience value plus additional bonuses make it more efficient overall. Do I have to go back to the village and buy a set of bows and arrows? After careful consideration, I feel this method is not very meaningful. My roommate has the sharpshooter talent, so even with damage reduction when using bows and arrows, he can still deal a considerable amount of damage. But in the situation where I can't achieve an instant kill, I have to rely on positioning to relax. Not that I can't do it. It's because my level is too low. I'm easily targeted by the surrounding wild boars, especially when my agility is lacking. Regular players can't outrun wild boars with charge skills. Instead of running around aimlessly, it's better to stand back a bit to test my theory. I decisively aimed at the wild boar 80 meters away. At this distance, the boar was just a small dot, but I could see it clearly. At the same time, I had a feeling in my heart that as long as I took the shot, it would definitely hit. Swish, the black throwing knife flew straight out. Under my gaze, the blade dissipated continuously, finally turning into a shadow at a distance of 50 meters. As the energy returned to the earth, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It seems my own attributes are still lacking. My gaze shifted to the level 6 wild boar beside me. With 900 HP, perfect, it's you. Weakness attack, 976, the level 6 wild boar, leisurely eating grass, instantly died. The experience points were decent, still, just a dozen wild boars to level up. This time, I allocated all my free attributes to agility. The damage increase from boosting strength is limited. In my current damage output ratio, the majority comes from the Shadow Sneak's hidden damage. Among them, the fixed damage percentage of the hidden strike is crucial, so I might as well not add any strength. Full stack of agility. Just as I kept on slaughtering wild boars, a team was also advancing towards the boar plains. Dragonsaur's leader, can we handle wild boars at our level? The lowest there is level 5. Are you asking me to do something? Definitely not. Don't worry, the leader is a hidden class heavy armor warrior, with defense more than 3 times that of regular players. Little Snow is a divine fire priest, able to add sacred damage to our attacks, enough to break through the boar's defense. It seems to be the case, I was overthinking it. The weather is just too hot, the low-level areas are packed with players, can't even snatch a monster, rabbits that spawn don't even survive for 2 seconds. Directly killed by random swords. If we stay in the low-level area, leveling up will be slow, it's better to try here. Suddenly, a player in the team holding a longbow pointed at a distant boar corpse. Someone actually arrived before us. The leading heavy armor warrior looked around with a puzzled expression. Why didn't he see any other teams? Yeah, if you want to kill the boar, at least a small team should come. The other side probably has hidden classes like us. Heaven's Dawn is indeed full of hidden talents. Didn't see anyone. Could they have been sent to the respawn point by the boar? Before the words fell, he saw a level 6 boar in the distance, and it pounced. Directly violent. Not only that, beside it, a cluster of light fell down. From the icon, it seems like dropped equipment. The archer in the team immediately became excited. The wild boar committed suicide, and he was about to step forward to pick up the equipment. However, before he could take a step, he was stopped by the captain. One of the archers looked up and saw a figure slowly appearing. After glancing at them from afar, the figure disappeared once again. The short interval made the archer doubt if he had seen it wrong, so he turned back to look at the other teammates. They also had expressions of doubt, as if someone was there, yet not. The heavy armored warrior looked at the assassin in the team. This must be the assassin's stealth skill. The assassin nodded and shook his head, explaining that the skill form should be forward, but the issue lies in moving forward. It cannot be used directly after breaking the shadow, it needs to cool down. The heavy armored warrior asked further, could it be the strong shadow assassin's wave-like skill? No matter what game it is, the strong shadow is considered a high-level skill, unlikely to be learned by a player of this level. However, with a sudden thought, he loudly said to the place where the figure disappeared, I am Longteng Tianxia. I would like to be friends with you. Longteng Tianxia had already realized that the other party was definitely an assassin with a hidden profession, which made his mind active. He aspired to create the first attack soul of the Tianqi, such a master could not be missed. In my forward state, I was also stunned. It was actually him. In the past life, I had a lot of dealings with Longteng Tianxia. Because we are both heavy armored warriors, we are striving for the top spot on the warrior leaderboard. In the end, I took the lead with more suitable talents. Encountering Dragon Source Heaven at this moment, I have mixed feelings. I naturally won't accept Dragon Source Heaven's recruitment, but it's worth making friends with someone from Dragon Source Heaven. Thinking back to the times I left the advancing state, it turns out Dragon Source Heaven is well known. A player from Dragon Source Heaven applied to be friends. I directly choose to accept Dragon Source Heaven. Looking at the additional names in the friends list, I greet and say, so it's Night Wanderer, I've heard of you. Although he doesn't remember any expert named Night Wanderer, it doesn't hinder him from seeing my potential. Brother Night Wanderer, want to level up together in our team? In the speculation within Dragon Source Heaven, Night Wanderer's talent is not low. Being able to one-shot boars is probably related to talent, but such high damage definitely can't be sustained. So during Night Wanderer's damage downtime, this team can carry each other to level up. The few teammates teaming up with Dragon Source Heaven are old comrades, immediately understanding the captain's intentions. Night Wanderer: let's form a team, efficiency is guaranteed. I politely decline, thank you all for the kind offer, but I'm used to being a lone ranger. It's a bit regretful for Dragon Source Heaven. The archer in the team is indeed somewhat dissatisfied, muttering about showing off. Be careful not to be killed by boars. Dragon Source Heaven frowns, going to apologize to brother Night Wanderer. I waved my hand, the leader of Dragon Source, no need for this, I'll go level up first, and then head straight for the front. I casually picked up the equipment that dropped earlier and put it in my bag. Glancing at it, the wild boar leather armor is common grade, with +2 to agility and +20 to defense for Li. The equipment requires level 6, can't wear it for now, so I'll just keep it aside. On the other side, the archer in the Dragon Source team is typing in the team chat, complaining that this Night Wandering God is too strong. He just one-shot a level 6 boar, must have used a talent or some item. If his talent is that strong, the burst talent must have a very long cooldown. If it's an item, how many times can he use it? The leader kindly invited him to join the team for experience. He actually didn't appreciate it. Although the others in the team didn't speak, they all had similar thoughts. Even the leader of Dragon Source felt a bit uncomfortable. He had played so many games, his reputation was well known, but his proactive invitation was actually rejected. This made him feel a bit embarrassed, but Dragon Source wouldn't show emotions on their faces, just looking into the distance. He's waiting for my next move, according to Dragon Source, thinking, if I want to replicate the high burst method from before, it will still need half an hour cooldown. Before that thought passed, I saw a level 6 boar fall in the distance. At the same time, my figure also appeared in the distance. I can act so quickly again. Dragon Source raised an eyebrow. From just now until now, at most half a minute, the Night Wandering God can burst down monsters again. He must really be sacrificing his talent for power. But the next second, Longting Tianxia realized something was wrong. Isn't the Night Wanderer's position too far away? A normal assassin should be attacking from behind the monster, right? Shinhua Mushi in the team also noticed this, couldn't help but say, can the Night Wanderer kill monsters from such a distance? Could he be an archer? Impossible. The nearby archer stated firmly, what kind of archer profession can kill monsters above their level? Plus, I've observed, the boar that was killed doesn't have any arrow wounds. A new mystery appeared in front of the Longting team. How could they kill the monster from a distance of 50 meters? Is this guy an assassin or a sniper? Just as Longting Tianxia and the others were puzzled, another carefree grazing boar fell to the ground. The archer, who was observing carefully with widened eyes, couldn't help but curse, damn, is he cheating? Longting Tianxia knew some inside information. It is said that Tianqi was jointly developed by countries worldwide, so there shouldn't be any cheating. But the scene before him truly made him doubt. Longting Tianxia, however, gripped his shield tightly and solemnly said, be careful, enemies are coming. While they were chatting, a boar suddenly lowered its head and charged towards them. Bang! Longting Tianxia was pushed back 3 steps by the impact, and his health bar was dangerously low. Fortunately, the priest in the team was quick to react, using healing magic immediately upon encountering poison, instantly restoring Longting Tianxia's health to full, then proceeded to apply the divine fire mark to teammates. Operating smoothly and skillfully, the assassins and archers in the team stopped chatting, drew their weapons, and began attacking. If I die, I die. The fixed damage from the divine fire mark continued to accumulate, appearing insignificant against the high health bar of the wild boar. After a chaotic battle, the Longting team finally defeated the level 5 wild boar, achieving victory in the end, showing our strength. Longting Tianxia performed poorly, with little response. Teammates didn't want to talk, leaving Longting Tianxia feeling a bit annoyed at the lack of respect. The priestess pointed to a distance, I suspect someone is cheating. Longting Tianxia turned around and saw them struggling. While working together to kill the level 5 wild boar, I managed to quickly defeat 3 more, all level 6. Longting Tianxia cursed, so I reported them by name. There are cheaters here. Everyone, regroup and focus, especially Xiaoxue. Keep the wolf in mind. Longting Tianxia added. Also, adjust your mindset. Anyone would feel frustrated seeing their whole team working hard to fight monsters all day, feeling defeated when others can easily defeat enemies with a single blow. Seeing the team morale dropping, Longting Tianxia quickly said, don't be discouraged. Forget about the setbacks. We are still strong. At this point in time, can other players spawn level 5 wild boars? They can't do it. This statement received unanimous agreement from everyone. Indeed, they are powerful players. Why not go against the Night Wanderer? The assassins in the team even chimed in. I guess the Night Wanderer's talent may be related to ranged attacks. In other words, his melee abilities are definitely not strong. The assassins seem to have found their purpose in life, proudly boasting that my talent can increase melee damage by 20%, with unlimited potential in the later stages. Definitely not inferior to the Night Wanderer. So, it seems that I am on par with the Night Wanderer as a marksman. I quickly found my own shining point, repeatedly mentioning the Night Wanderer's ranged attacks. Most likely, it's due to their own professional skills, definitely not shooting. When it comes to swordsmanship, I am above the Night Wanderer. The assassins and marksmen exchanged smiles, regaining their confidence. Longting Tianxia's eyes twitched. Can you two have some aspirations? But then again, Longting Tianxia is also confident. I naturally don't know their inner struggles. After a few attempts, I have become adept at a distance of 50 meters. I just need attribute upgrades to further distance myself from the rest. The flying knife instantly killed the distant wild boar, raising it to level 3, along with 15 points distributed to agility. My agility attribute reached an exaggerated 37 points. You should know that even if an ordinary assassin player maximizes agility, they would need to be at least level 6 or 7 to achieve such high agility. Getting the exotic beast skull first was indeed a wise choice. I thought happily. Just need to kill another 60 wild boars to obtain it, as soon as the scene changes. Just progressing in the evolution shadow is not enough, unless it's the boss. Oh, how did I forget about this? My eyes lit up. There's a setting in the weather. That is when players repetitively kill a certain monster in a large quantity at the same time, it will trigger the corresponding boss. If all goes as expected, after the player's crazy slaughter, the wild rabbit boss should be close to activating the respawn. Lost in thought, I caught a glimpse of the soaring dragon team out of the corner of my eye. Dropping the bait with only 1/3 health left, they ran towards the newbie village without looking back. I knew the boss had respawned. Without a hint of hesitation, I also headed towards the newbie village. At this moment, the 37 agility points really showed its effect, easily surpassing the soaring dragon team. Outside the newbie village at this moment, countless players are rushing excitedly forward, making way for this boss is mine. What you claim is yours. Did you write your name? We've rented out this place. If you don't want to die, scram quickly. What kind of nonsense guild is this? Thinking of renting the place? I'll take you down. Outside the newbie village, an exceptionally large rabbit is hopping around, crunching players one by one. But this doesn't dampen the players' enthusiasm at all. This is the first boss in the newbie village. It's sure to drop good items. However, soon players noticed something was wrong. They couldn't deal any damage at all. Taking another look at the boss, with a defense of up to 250 points, the wild rabbit boss shook its body and continued chasing players unscathed like a carrot. Unable to chew through, among players there are many hidden professions. Relying on their own professional advantages, they can also deal a certain amount of damage, accumulating little by little in this way. Actually managed to take down a layer of health from the wild rabbit boss. Even players who can't break through the defense have no intention of backing down. In the game, there is a rule that in the outdoor boss battle, if there are no players or teams, causing more than 50% of decisive damage. Therefore, the ownership of the dropped items will be randomly selected among all players who participate in the battle. In other words, everyone has the chance to get legendary equipment. Furthermore, being just outside the newbie village, players can easily resurrect by running back to their bodies, making everyone even more carefree. Watching as the boss's health has dropped by 5%, the leaders of several guilds are anxious, as they are determined to achieve the first kill after the server opens. But if the accumulated damage is not enough, everything will be in vain. Just as everyone was making calculations, a large damage number floated above the wild rabbit boss's head, minus 976 weakness attack. The sniper god truly lives up to its SSS level talent, able to even correct anticipated attacks. I just aimed at the wild rabbit boss, eyes throwing the flying knife, but I didn't hold much hope in my heart. After all, this rabbit jumps faster than ordinary rabbits, its head shaking so fast it leaves afterimages. It's difficult to hit, especially with a weak point attack. But I still managed to hit, once again proving the power of the sniper god talent. After releasing the shadow throwing knife, I decisively moved forward in the shadows, while also glancing at the boss's status. Giant wild rabbit, black iron level 5, with 4,652 health, 350 attack, and 250 defense. Its skill is bounce, carrying the vengeance of the rabbit clan, born of anger, possessing power beyond ordinary rabbits. This wild rabbit boss has been respawned for a few minutes, surrounded by hundreds of players, only dropping 5%. Now, with a single flying knife strike, I can deal close to 1000 damage. With this level of damage, I can surpass other players in a minute, but I am not taking it lightly, because more players are rushing back, including elite players like the Dragon Sword team. According to the rules of the apocalypse, if I can't deal more than half of the decisive damage, I can't guarantee 100% ownership of the loot. I can deal close to 3000 damage in a minute now. To deal more than half of the decisive damage, it will take 8 minutes, but the number of players is increasing. There are too many variables in 8 minutes. However, this is the first boss in the novice village. If I deal high damage, I will definitely become a target. Once revealed, I will be surrounded. For a moment, I am in a dilemma. Could it be that I will miss out? While I was pondering, other players were already in an uproar. What's going on? Everyone had the chance to loot equipment, so why did an extremely exaggerated damage value suddenly appear? First, drag that guy out. Otherwise, the ownership of this wave of loot will have nothing to do with us. Some players even targeted the location where I appeared before, spamming skills in an attempt to kill me while I was on the move. In the shadows, I'm still trembling with fear. Luckily, I can move seamlessly, otherwise I'd be beaten to death by these crazy players. At the same time, the Dragon Soaring team saw what just happened and couldn't help but exchange glances. At this stage, being able to deal nearly 1000 damage, besides Night Wanderer, I can't think of another player. Dragon Soaring exclaimed, "No wonder others don't team up with us, turns out we're the ones lagging behind." The archer in the team raised a crucial question, "Boss, Night Wanderer has made a move. Should we still try to snatch this boss?" The other teammates immediately understood his meaning. At this stage, we can't start a raid. At most, we can only form a 6-player team. Even with little snow, we can't deal more than half of the decisive damage. It's a pity that the newbie village is randomly allocated. Otherwise, if our Dragon Soaring Dynasty members were together, we could definitely monopolize this boss. If it weren't for Night Wanderer, at most, everyone could gamble together. The problem lies with Night Wanderer. I've observed before, his attack frequency is around 20 seconds. He could deal decisive damage in just 8 minutes at most. In 8 minutes, even if all the players in the newbie village joined forces, their combined damage probably wouldn't surpass Night Wanderer's. Dragon Soaring was stunned, realizing the boss's excitement was gradually fading, replaced by weighing the pros and cons, just as Dragon Soaring was quietly contemplating. I struck again, -976 high damage floated up. The Wild Rabbit boss's health bar visibly dropped a bit. The surrounding players widened their eyes, trying to identify the suspicious target, but they failed. In the moment of action, I quickly seek opportunities to advance again, and my next move also solidified Longting Tianxia's determination. He called his underlings and gave a few orders, leading his subordinates away from the Wild Rabbit boss. Several other guilds were confused. What's going on? Longting Dynasty is actually giving up the boss? To give up such a renowned opportunity for a kill, it's not like Longting Tianxia's style. Several guild leaders should investigate. But then we heard Longting Tianxia loudly declare, "Night Wanderer, we, Longting Dynasty, abandon this treasure." The named Night Wanderer left several guild leaders bewildered. They hadn't heard of such a master before. Upon hearing Longting Tianxia's words, other players became indignant. "So, it's called Night Wanderer. Don't let me catch you, kid. By the way, I just saw someone attack from afar and disappear immediately after. Could it be that so-called Night Wanderer? If they can advance, they should be an assassin class. I'm an assassin too. Although the hidden class can advance, there's a cooldown after breaking concealment. What's the principle behind that Night Wanderer's seamless advancement? No need to overthink, they must be hacking." Longting Tianxia's words made me smile knowingly. Indeed, it's still the Longting Tianxia from my memory. As for them revealing my alias, I don't mind, because even if the boss kills me, I won't hide my ID. With that in mind, I once again unleash Shadow Throwing Knife 976 Wild Rabbit, and the boss's health bar drops a bit more. However, those players who were camping at my last attack position found me appearing even further away, feeling like they wasted their efforts. But there are also guilds unwilling to give up, with relentless fighters who endure even the ground-lurking executioner's blade on their heads, determined to push forward. I don't know how much strength I have left, but let's just hit him until it's all out. With a swoosh, an arrow soared into the air, exploding into a dazzling light ball. At a glance, I recognized this skill, the signature skill of an archer. A flare, the bane of the assassin profession. It seems that other players are also not to be underestimated. Qin Chen muttered to himself, although he was not worried at all. The flare restrains the assassin, but there is a premise, which is the priority of skills. In the same grade situation, the skill with the higher level takes precedence. For example, A level 1 flare cannot reveal a level 2 stealth. At the same level, it depends on luck. In addition, the comparison is based on the skill grade. Qin Shen's shadow stealth has evolved and is already at the black iron level. Unless the ordinary flare is upgraded to level 4 or above, it will not have any effect on him at all. So this flare, besides dazzling other players, is useless. The smile of the Rakshasa one-cut player froze on his face. Where is the Night Wanderer? He looked at the player beside him, who also looked confused and shouted, "My flare is already level 3. How is it possible not to reveal an assassin? He must be cheating." Qin Shen couldn't help but look at that hunter player. This guy is quite something, to be able to upgrade his skills to level 3 so quickly after the server opened. Many players' main output skills take several days to upgrade, but this guy upgraded in less than half an hour after the server opened. It seems he got something good, or maybe it's a talent bonus. Qin Shen didn't care about this. The world of Tianqi is vast. Even with his memories of reincarnation, he can't grab all the opportunities. What he needs to do is to seize the most important opportunities. That's enough. Like the skull of the exotic beast, no matter how high the skill level is, as long as the grade is not improved, it's still lacking. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Qin Shen. He indeed has the advantage of being ahead, but he cannot be complacent. Only by advancing boldly can he ultimately change his fate. Calming his mind, Qin Shen looked at Rakshasa one cut, but ultimately did not make a move. It was unnecessary to waste precious output opportunities on him. It's better to go fight the wild rabbit boss. 50% of the decisive damage hasn't been accumulated yet, so wasting output is not an option. Other players who were watching the show waited for a long time and didn't see the Night Wanderer, so they began to mock without reservation. What Rakshasa Hall? Big talk but no skills. Everyone, open your eyes. Don't join such a guild with no skills in the future. Practice more if you're weak. Rakshasa One Cut was so angry that his face turned red. He glared fiercely at the hunter next to him and said angrily, "Did you hear that? Go back and practice more." The hunter felt a bit frustrated. What does it have to do with him? Obviously, the other party has more powerful cards. This guild is really meaningless. Not far away, Longting Tianxia watched Rakshasa One Cut and the hunter, his eyes flashing with cunning. He couldn't help but want to poach them. But then again, the fact that the Night Wanderer is not afraid of a level 3 flare is important information. Could it be that his stealth skill has also reached level 3 or even level 4? Or perhaps, it's not about the level, but the grade. In a short moment, Longting Tianxia analyzed a lot of information and increasingly felt that the Night Wanderer was unfathomable. Such a master, even if he can't recruit him to his guild, he must not become an enemy. Behind Longting Tianxia, the team members also admired him. They were feeling a bit frustrated at first. After all, this was the first boss in the newbie village, but the guild leader directly gave up. However, after seeing Rakshasa One Cut's embarrassment, they suddenly felt that the guild leader had a long-term vision. With the Night Wanderer around, they really had no chance. Their hunter doesn't have a level 3 flare, and even if they did, what's the use? Longting Tianxia shouted at Rakshasa One Cut. "One Cut, be careful when walking at night in the future. Don't let the Night Wanderer take you away." Rakshasa One Cut looked annoyed, but deep down, he was a bit nervous. That Night Wandering God dealt nearly 1,000 damage to the boss. If he aimed at him, he might have been killed in one hit. Thinking of this, Luoshai whispered, "Keep your eyes open and don't let anyone get close. You, send out another flare." Swish, crack, the light orb appeared again. However, after waiting for a while, Luoshai did not receive a fatal attack. Instead, the health bar of the distant wild rabbit boss dropped a little. Luoshai's mood was complicated. The Night Wandering God didn't kill him instantly, which was a good thing, but the opponent's actions undoubtedly indicated that he was not taken seriously at all. Ignoring someone was more hurtful than killing them instantly. Qin Shen didn't care about what Luoshai was thinking or how other players were responding. What he needed to do now was to keep outputting damage and claim the loot rights. From the current situation, there was no big problem. Luoshai's attempt made many guild leaders realize that they had no means to restrain the Night Wandering God, and their own damage output was not enough. Even if they continued to fight, they would not be able to claim the loot rights. Although it was possible to prevent the Night Wandering God from getting the loot rights, but what was the point? If the Night Wandering God couldn't get the loot rights, he could just wait for the next boss. And what they offended was a top assassin who was elusive and deadly. Being targeted by such an existence meant there would be no peaceful days ahead. Several guild leaders gathered to discuss for a moment and quickly reached a consensus, calling back their guild members one after another. Shueyun Pavilion gives up the boss. Traveler's Home gives up the boss. Dark Palace gives up the boss. The statements of several guilds giving up surprised the solo players. At the same time, it made many players feel a sense of satisfaction. In the past games, these guilds were known for their dominance. Wherever there were outdoor bosses, they had control. It was impossible for solo players to approach. Many players had suffered losses and could only swallow their pride in the end. How could individuals compete with guilds based on their own strength? But now, the Night Wandering God's actions showed that individuals could indeed compete with guilds, and even overpower them. Of course, not all guilds gave up on the boss. They also realized that the Night Wandering God's attacks were not unlimited. A guild leader loudly said, "Brothers, don't be intimidated. Although the Night Wandering God can move seamlessly, he still has to wait for his skills to cool down. Let's attack together. The loot rights of this boss are not completely determined yet." Another player echoed, "That's right. The Night Wandering God cannot focus on attacking us if he wants to claim the loot. Let's go fight the boss and see how he deals with us." Many players were tempted. It seemed to make sense. Charge. Let's get the first kill. The scene became chaotic again. Not far away, in the dragon soaring team watching the battle, the priestess Xiaoxue said, "Guild leader, what should we do?" Xiaoxue added, "Of course, I'm not suggesting we go and steal the boss. Our dragon soaring dynasty is a reputable guild. We cannot go back on our word. What I mean is, can we help the Night Wandering God and give him a favor?" The archer agreed. "I think we can. Our dragon soaring dynasty still holds weight in the hearts of solo players. If the leader steps in to stop them, some players should listen." The assassin, however, hesitated, saying, "It makes sense, but will it make us look too low? We are also a well-known guild. Trying to please a solo player like this, it doesn't sound good when it spreads." The discussions of the team members were heard by the leader of the dragon soaring dynasty. He also had similar considerations. However, in the end, the dragon soaring dynasty decided to stay put. The reason was simple. He believed that even without their help, the Night Wandering God could still claim the loot rights of the boss. He has that strength. The output ability of other players is not on the same level as Night Wanderer, especially after several other guilds gave up. The speed at which the boss's health bar decreased slowed significantly. Without these elite players, relying solely on those solo players, not to mention more than half of the output, even adding up to a third is considered high damage by them. And the situation is also similar to what Dragon Source predicted. Although Night Wanderer doesn't attack frequently, his single damage is high enough, nearly 1,000 damage each time, which adds up to a significant number. As they watched, Dragon Source discovered another issue. Sounding somewhat shocked, Night Wanderer always attacks the weak points. The tone of the archer in the team also changed, saying, "This guy is definitely a top-notch throwing knife master in real life. Even with my custom bow, I'm not as accurate as him. Every strike is a weak point attack, and it's all done by feel. Not to mention a boss that moves quickly. Even a stationary target, there are not many people who can achieve that." Anyway, the archer is self-aware. Even if he were a professional shooting athlete, he couldn't do this. Who exactly is this Night Wanderer? The wild rabbit boss continues to slaughter. Its attack power is simply unbearable for players at this stage. Of course, its defense is also impenetrable by players at this stage. Normally, it would require the collective effort of new village players to wear it down. But now, with the appearance of Qin Chen, this situation has been directly broken. From the moment he started attacking until now, it has been over 4 minutes, unleashing 12 shadow-throwing knives, causing a total output of tens of thousands. Such exaggerated damage has left many players depressed. Are we playing the same game? And those guilds determined to claim the first kill are also in a bit of a dilemma. The combined damage of these people is not even close to Night Wanderer's taillights. Although the boss still has more than half of its health, the ownership of the loot has been basically determined. Continuing to fight seems to have little meaning. Looking back, the previous boasts are simply a joke. How could Night Wanderer simultaneously attack them and the boss? His every move is already their limit. Soon, 2 more guilds chose to give up and withdrew to the side to watch. The boss cannot be snatched, but they can hope for some drops. It's unlikely that the drops will be something Night Wanderer can use. What he doesn't need most likely he will put up for sale, and that will be the time for them to show their financial strength. Several guild leaders have thought of this, and quickly instructed their subordinates to gather coins. In a moment, the area outside the new village turned into a place for transactions. High price for buying game coins, large quantities preferred. Time passes slowly. The wild rabbit boss continues to kill players in seconds, while Qin Chen maintains his pace, constantly using Shadow Strike to inflict high damage. After each attack, he stealthily moves, never staying in one place. 5 minutes later, Qin Chen's cumulative output reached an astonishing 26352, meeting the standard for decisive damage. This means that the ownership of the boss's loot is now clearly in his hands. Seeing this scene, the remaining players who were still persevering lost their motivation and began to retreat one after another. With the decrease in the number of players, the wild rabbit boss gradually ran out of attack targets and soon focused its hatred on Qin Chen. However, it couldn't counter stealth, so it could only jump over to Qin Chen at the moment of his attack, attempting to kill this despicable enemy. Not far away, Luo Sha cheered the boss on in his heart. Get up and take down that night wanderer. The wild rabbit boss was very fast, jumping dozens of meters in one leap, and in the blink of an eye, it could jump to where Night Wanderer appeared. Moreover, upon landing, it would create a certain range of shockwaves, enough to kill players at this stage, without a target to attract firepower. It seems that the Night Wanderer won't be able to hold on for long, but the idea of the Rakshasa being cut with one slash is doomed to fail. Qin Chen's attacks continue. This indicates that he has not been attacked by the wild rabbit boss. Some players noticed something was wrong. Why is the Night Wanderer so fast? And how high is his agility? Ordinary players did not cause enough damage, so they did not attract the wild rabbit boss's hatred, and their retreat was unimpeded. As more and more players withdrew, the grassland outside the village became empty. This also shocked many players even more. The speed of the wild rabbit boss is unquestionably fast, leaving a trail of afterimages with each jump, covering a distance of 10 to 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Some players calculated that even if they launched an attack from 40 meters away, they would not be able to retreat to a safe distance before the boss approached. Stealth was useless, as they would be hit by the shockwave upon landing. But the Night Wanderer managed to do it. The boss's counterattacks could not harm him. The Night Wanderer's agility attribute is estimated to be over 20. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dodge the boss's shockwave upon landing. Not only that, I calculated that with 20 agility, a bit of health would be shaved off by the shockwave. Even if the Night Wanderer's stealth is special and he doesn't get hit, this continuous erosion of health is unsustainable. Could the Night Wanderer's agility exceed 30? What level is he at? And how did he level up? Didn't you see him deal nearly 1,000 damage with one slash? Killing monsters of higher levels is a breeze. But the server hasn't been open for long. It's impossible to reach level 7 or 8 so quickly. Don't forget, the Night Wanderer is a hidden class with additional attribute points. I think he allocated all points to agility. Protest. Why does the Night Wanderer get all the good stuff? The players were excited. It didn't matter that they were not skilled, as everyone was more or less the same. But if someone stood out, they wouldn't hesitate to focus their attacks on them. In the midst of discussions, Longteng Tianxia spoke up. Why? Because of the Night Wanderer's talent. When everyone entered the game, they drew talents, right? Players who obtained hidden classes can confirm that they have at least a talent of B rank or higher. Longteng Tianxia's words made many players pensive, but some countered. I have an A rank talent, and I'm also a hidden class, but leveling up only gives me an additional 3 points of free attributes. At this stage, it's difficult to surpass 30 in a single attribute. I just took a quick look from afar, and the Night Wanderer is currently at level 3. Even if all free attributes are added to agility, it's impossible to exceed 30 points. Is it possible that the Night Wanderer's hidden class is stronger and provides more attributes? It's possible, but we can't rule out the possibility that the Night Wanderer has top-tier equipment. Speaking of which, there was a player who got something from an NPC at the hunter's place before. Could that player be the Night Wanderer? Now that you mention it, that player was also stealthed at the time. It's highly likely that it was the Night Wanderer. Wasn't it said that there was no internal testing for the game? How did the Night Wanderer know there was something good at the hunter's place? I seriously suspect that the Night Wanderer is a plant by the game company. Qin Chen, waiting for his skills to cool down in the shadows, was stunned by what he heard. The player's imagination was truly rich. but some of the details they guessed were pretty close to the truth. Indeed, there are many talented players among the players, and we cannot be careless. Qin Shen sighed inwardly, then flew up and hit the wild rabbit boss in the eye with a slash. -976. Weak point attack, another small portion of the health bar dropped, and it would be depleted in a few more minutes. After Qin Shen's attack, the boss immediately retaliated, jumping fiercely and landing back in his previous position, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Such a shockwave was enough to send the fragile assassin back to his hometown directly, but Qin Shen was well prepared and began to move while sneaking. With an agility score of 37, he was able to leave the impact zone in time without any harm. My attributes are still not high enough. After defeating this boss, continue to level up and reach level 5 as soon as possible. Let's save the evolution points for now and continue to evolve Shadow Stealth. My performance today should have raised the alert of many guilds. They will definitely put a lot of effort into nurturing archers. Relying solely on the black iron level of stealth is not secure enough. Qin Shen's habit was to keep thinking, which helped him make wiser choices. Of course, the wild rabbit boss posed no threat to him at all. After being hit by countless throwing knives, the wild rabbit boss finally fell down unwillingly, dropping several light orbs. The surrounding players watched with envy, but the loot belonged to Night Wanderer, and they couldn't pick up anything even if they went over. Nevertheless, many players still gathered around. They secretly communicated, preparing to ambush Night Wanderer when he picked up the items. Night Wanderer was an assassin with full agility points, so he must not have much health. A focused attack could definitely take him down. If they couldn't defeat the boss, could they not defeat Night Wanderer? Qin Shen naturally noticed the players' actions but didn't pay much attention to them. After killing the boss, he received a lot of notifications. Killed the black iron level boss, gained 3,000 experience points. This kill is the first server-wide kill. Additional rewards of 20 free attribute points, 1 skill point, and 10 reputation points. You have reached level 4. You gained 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the exotic beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. A total of 35 free attribute points. Qin Shen casually allocated all of them to agility. Glancing at his attributes, strength 13, constitution 8, agility 74, spirit 774 points in agility. Such an exaggerated value would be almost expected for a level 10 player, but Qin Shen reached it at level 4. If one word could describe Qin Shen now, it would be nimble. The speed increase brought by high agility was very intuitive. As for the evolution point, Qin Shen originally wanted to enhance Shadow Throwing Knife, and 1 point was just enough. However, after seeing LV3 Illumination Bullet, Qin Shen decided to continue evolving Shadow Stealth. Since evolving Shadow Throwing Knife was to increase damage, evolving Shadow Stealth could achieve the same while further enhancing survivability. It was a win-win situation. While contemplating, the system prompt sounded again. The first kill will soon be announced server-wide. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer first killed the Black Iron level boss Giant Wild Rabbit. Let's keep up the good work, players. With this, the first boss battle in the newbie village was mostly over. Qin Shen looked at the giant wild rabbit, and there were 5 light orbs around its corpse, 4 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. This was definitely a big loot. Especially the drop of the skill book left Qin Shen stunned. This item was particularly rare in the game. In his previous life, he hardly encountered it, but now, in his rebirth, he got it from the first boss. Just as Qin Shen was marveling at his improved luck, Dragon Soars the World sent a private message. Night Wanderer, can you give me the equipment you don't need? Don't worry, I'll offer a price that will satisfy you. Qin Shen was not surprised by Dragon Soars the World's request. He knew this person very well. In reality, he was the heir of a multinational conglomerate, a top-tier rich second generation, determined to build the #1 guild in the game and had put in great effort to achieve that. Before Qin Shen's rebirth, the Dragon Soaring Dynasty, although not the top guild, was still among the best. This time, Qin Shen was the first to kill the boss and obtained many items. It was impossible for the Dragon Soaring Dynasty to remain indifferent. However, this guy was also very proud, conducting himself with integrity and never resorting to underhanded tactics. Qin Shen clearly remembered that in his previous life, The fusion of the blue star with the world had a huge impact, and the dragon soaring dynasty had contributed both money and effort. Perhaps there was an intention to win people's hearts, but compared to those who did nothing, it was already much better. If there were unused equipment, giving it to him would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Qin Chen replied, "No problem." Upon receiving the Night Wanderer's response, the Dragon Soaring Dynasty felt relieved and typed in the team chat. The Night Wanderer agreed. Several teammates were also quite excited. The giant wild rabbit was a black iron level boss, and the equipment dropped was at least black iron level, with not too high level requirements, making it a treasure in the newbie village. If their team could get 1 or 2 pieces, their strength would definitely skyrocket. The assassin in the team side. I just observed for a while. The Night Wanderer's talent is definitely long range, but he chose to be an assassin against common sense. Quite thoughtful, the Dragon Soaring Dynasty said. This kind of unconventional combination has unexpectedly good effects. If the Night Wanderer had chosen an archer, even if it's a hidden class, he wouldn't stand a chance to claim the boss's ownership. The archer agreed. Exactly. If the Night Wanderer were an archer, he would have been surrounded and taken away by other players long ago. Even with high output, he wouldn't have had a chance to get close to the boss. The Divine Fire Priestess Little Snow added, after this boss battle, even if other guilds have opinions about the Night Wanderer, they have to consider whether they can defend against sneak attacks from tens of meters away. The group looked at each other. Initially, they questioned the Night Wanderer's choice, but now it seemed that they were on the first level while the Night Wanderer was at least on the 5th level. An assassin with long-range attacks was too outrageous. The key was that the Night Wanderer's long-range damage was explosively high. Who could withstand that? The several guild leaders present all understood this principle, so no one had any additional thoughts. Instead, they all expressed their willingness to purchase the Night Wanderers and used equipment at a high price. At this time, some players noticed that the light balls around the wild rabbit boss were gradually disappearing. This indicated that the Night Wanderer was there. Immediately, some players who were not willing to give up shouted, "Quick! Use group skills to cover the attack." The Night Wanderer's agility is only in the 30s. As long as we use a few more skills, we can definitely force him out. Even if we can't get all the loot, if we get 1 or 2 pieces, we'll be set. In an instant, several skills were cast, and some players even wielded their broken blades, slashing fiercely at the air. Stealth only meant being unseen, not untouchable. If it were the Qin Chen before defeating the boss, he might not have been able to dodge so many skills. Even if his awareness kept up, his attributes limited his performance. But now, with the blessing of 74 agility points, Qin Chen had already run out more than 10 meters in the instant he picked up the dropped items. By the time the players began attacking in chaos, he had already run out 40 to 50 meters. It seems I'm too easy to talk to, Qin Chen thought to himself. With a casual shadow flying knife, he directly killed the player who had just been shouting. Thud! The player who suddenly died fell to the ground and didn't get up, startling the surrounding players. It's the Night Wanderer. He made a move. Wasn't he just picking up equipment? How did he run so far again? Who said the Night Wanderer's agility was only in the 30s? I calculated it. Such speed is impossible without 50 agility points. He must have miscalculated the attribute points from the first boss kill reward. He underestimated it. The guy who was just killed. I know him. He's an elite member of the Rakshasa Hall. It seems like the Rakshasa One Cut is not afraid to confront the Night Wanderer head-on. He really isn't afraid of being targeted. The discussions of the surrounding players made Rakshasa One Cut's face turn pale, and he quickly shouted, "I don't know this guy. He's not from our guild." No response. Rakshasa One Cut thought he was safe, but 10 seconds later, a flying knife appeared silently and killed him instantly. At the same time, Qin Chen's voice appeared in the void. In the future, when the field bosses appear, don't let me see anyone from the Rakshasa Hall. I'll kill them on sight. For Qin Chen, it didn't matter who incited the players just now. Not important. Even if it wasn't Rakshasa One Cut's order, it didn't matter. What mattered to Qin Chen was establishing authority. Furthermore, Rakshasa One Cut's character was questionable, so Qin Chen had no qualms about killing him. Even if the Apocalypse and Blue Star merged, and the death mark reached reality, he wouldn't regret killing Rakshasa One Cut. Rakshasa One Cut's death also made the surrounding players realize a problem. The Night Wanderer's instant kills were unstoppable. This also made Longting Tianxia more determined in their judgment. That is, Befriend the night wanderer. Never make enemies. Qin Shan lurked in the shadows, waiting for his skills to cool down, and then killed several members of the Rakshasa Hall, clearly stating his position. He did what he said. With this, the remaining players had no illusions left. Qin Shan also had time to check the spoils. First and foremost was the skill book he cared about the most. Rend, Black Iron level passive skill. Inflicts damage while tearing wounds, causing attack power *20% plus 20 damage per second for 3 seconds. Limited to physical class professions, since the giant wild rabbit was a Black Iron level boss. Its drops were at least of this grade. This saved him some evolution points, which could be considered an extra gain. For physical professions, Rend was considered an essential skill. It didn't require additional operations, triggering damage with each hit, providing continuous output in battles. The only downside was that Rend couldn't stack, so even with a fast attack speed, only one layer of damage from Rend could be applied. This wasn't a major issue. What Qin Shan cared about was whether the continuous damage could benefit from the Sniper God's bonus. With my current attack power, plus the fixed damage from Rend, it's about 24 points per second, which is 72 points in 3 seconds. If I can get the Sniper God's bonus, at a distance of 50 meters, with a 5-fold increase, it will reach 360 points. Even though Qin Shan could currently deal close to 1,000 damage with a single flying knife, the damage of 300 to 400 points was not to be underestimated. Of course, the premise was that Rend could benefit from the Sniper God's bonus. Qin Shan was eager to verify his speculation, but there were still a few drops he hadn't checked, so he wasn't in a rush. It wouldn't hurt to sort out the equipment first before proceeding. However, in his heart, Qin Shan was almost certain that Rend would benefit from the Sniper God's bonus. With a casual wave, the skill book turned into a stream of light and merged into Qin Shan's body. Ding! You have learned the skill Rend LV1, Black Iron level. After learning the skill, Qin Shan looked at the equipment in his backpack. First was a dagger resembling a rabbit's tooth. Rabbit tooth dagger, Black Iron level. Attack power plus 50. Agility plus 5. Equipment requirement, 5, excellent. In the beginner village stage, 50 points of attack power was a very high value. The key point was that after the Sniper God's double bonus, this attack power would become extremely exaggerated. The only downside might be the level requirement of 5, which Qin Shan couldn't meet for now, but it wasn't a big problem. With Rend, Qin Shan's damage had increased again, and he could now challenge higher level wild boars without slowing down his leveling speed. It might even increase further. Take a look at the next one. Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Black Iron grade, Defense plus 20, HP plus 200, Equipment requirement, 5. This equipment is quite an improvement for Qin Shan, who has not added any points to his constitution. Even at level 5, he only has a base HP of 190, while this leather armor directly adds 200, it must be kept. He has unlimited stealth, but precautions must also be taken. The first 3 drops of the boss are all useful. My luck has indeed improved, Qin Shan thought to himself. In his past life, he was not so lucky. Thriving indeed. Qin Shan looked satisfied at the next piece of equipment. Rabbit Tendon Longbow, Black Iron grade. Attack plus 50, Agility plus 5. Level requirement, 5 essentially. This is the ranged version of the Rabbit Tooth Dagger. At this stage, players can only carry one type of weapon. Keeping this bow in hand doesn't make much sense. I see there's an archer under Dragon Soars the World. If the price is right, I can give this bow to him. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, players are proficient in all kinds of skills. It's because at that stage, the apocalypse has already transcended the realm of online games and become a real world. And in the real world, there are not so many restrictions on equipment use. Qin Shan has seen a priest wearing full plate armor, swinging a hammer more fiercely than a berserker, shouting to win people over while fighting. But at this stage, the apocalypse is still a game with various occupational restrictions. If possible, Qin Shan would like to equip both the Rabbit Tooth Dagger and the Rabbit Tendon Longbow at the same time, which would greatly exaggerate his attack power and cause explosive damage. Unfortunately, it's not achievable for now, so he has to give up. Of course, Qin Shan could keep the longbow and sell the dagger, but as the saying goes, it doesn't make much sense, and it's not yet time for him to fly a kite. Isn't it better to hide and throw flying knives? Calming his mind, Qin Shan looked at the last piece of equipment. Rabbit Bone Shield, Black Iron grade. Defense plus 50, HP plus 100, Strength plus 5. Level requirement, 5. Qin Shen directly sent the attributes of the rabbit bone shield to Dragon Soars the World. The next second. Boss, name your price. I dare to pay whatever you say. Boss, say something. Bro, you're my bro. You must leave this equipment to me. Qin Shen chuckled to himself. It's still the Dragon Soars the World from his memory. With principles, but not many. He casually replied. I need gold. How much do you have? The apocalypse can bind bank cards, receive cash directly, and there's no need to worry about tracking the flow of funds, ensuring maximum security. But for now, Qin Shen doesn't need that much cash. He actually needs gold coins, because there's a mission that requires holding a certain amount of gold coins to activate. Dragon Soars the World received the reply and immediately asked in the team chat, how much gold coins have been received? The Divine Fire Priestess Little Snow replied, Boss, due to several other guilds also preparing to buy equipment from Night Wanderer, and currently monsters drop at most 1 or 2 copper coins. So, Dragon Soars the World interrupted. I only need the result. Okay, boss. Little Snow quickly reported. We offered a price of 1 gold coin for 5 Flame Kingdom coins, and have received 15 gold coins, spending over 750,000 Flame Kingdom coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Dragon Soars the World nodded and said calmly, increase the purchasing power. Before he could finish, another message popped up in the chat box. It was a screenshot of the attributes of the rabbit tendon longbow sent by Night Wanderer. Dragon Soars the World immediately forwarded it to the team's archer. The archer was so excited that his mouth was crooked, looking at Dragon Soars the World with eager eyes. Dragon Soars the World smiled and said, look how anxious you are. I've already bought it. Since Night Wanderer is willing to send equipment attributes to me, it means he prefers to prioritize giving us the equipment. So we can't be stingy. We must offer a high price. Xiao Xue, let go of your hands and feet. Don't worry about the funding issue. I still have some savings. Xiao Xue thought to herself. Boss, you are really too modest. It's not just some savings you have. Then she took someone to the novice village to collect game coins. During this time, Longting Tianxia quickly contacted Yushin to build a relationship. This is definitely a big opportunity that must be seized. Longting Tianxia asked, Boss, what is your price range? I have 15 gold coins now, but other guilds are also taking action, so I estimate that I can get up to 40 gold coins. Qin Shen calculated that based on the current market situation, 1 gold coin is worth 50,000 Yenhua coins. 40 gold coins would be nearly 2 million, if not more, because the current player output is too low, and several guilds are collecting together. Prices are bound to rise. After some thought, Qin Shen replied, I won't ask for more from you. One price, 30 gold coins for 2 pieces of equipment. Longting Tianxia agreed without hesitation. He didn't care about spending money. If this over 1 million can improve the strength of his team and strengthen the friendship with Yushin, then it's really worth it. Longting Tianxia has foresight and knows that Tianqi will definitely become the leader of the global gaming industry. His early investment will bring tenfold or even hundredfold returns in the future. Of course, in Longting Tianxia's mind, all these returns are nothing compared to teaming up with Yushin. Undoubtedly, Yushin will definitely go the route of soloing bosses in the future, and he has the ability to do so. The number of high-level equipment in his hands will only increase. As long as he maintains a good relationship with Yushin, it means that his equipment will also increase. With Yushin's help, Longting Dynasty will definitely become the #1 guild in Tianqi. Longting Tianxia was full of confidence. However, this made other guild leaders uneasy. They applied to be friends with Yushin, but were not approved. They couldn't contact Yushin and didn't know what equipment he had. But judging from Longting Tianxia's reaction, he definitely had extra equipment. Knowing that there are top-quality equipment available but not being able to get it is truly frustrating. Some guild leaders wanted to probe, but Longting Tianxia was too clever to reveal his hand. He put on a distressed expression and said, "Oh, I can't contact Yushin either. What should I do?" Then he raised the price for buying game coins, clearly determined to get it. In the shadows, Qin Shen almost laughed out loud. This guy is really a drama queen. Qin Shen is not one to beat around the bush. If he were to publicly auction off the 2 pieces of equipment, he could indeed sell them for a higher price, easily exceeding 40 gold coins, and if the bidding was intense, it could even go over 100. but there was no need for that. 30 gold coins were enough to start the mission, and if he wanted to sell at a high price, he would need to wait for the major guilds to raise funds, which would take time, unless he chose to receive cash. With that time, Qin Shen might as well go kill a few wild boars to level up. He already had 2 level 5 equipment pieces. By then, with the equipment exchange, leveling up would be faster. And as long as he reached level 10 at the fastest speed to activate the main city teleportation array, there would be more opportunities waiting for him. Compared to that, selling for a dozen or 20 gold coins more was not worth mentioning. When Tianqi merges with reality, the strongest in Tianqi will have everything. What's happening now is just the appetizer. During the waiting time, Qin Shen was not idle. He had just obtained 1 skill point from the first kill of the boss, which he could use. Without much hesitation, he directly upgraded the level of Shadow Stealth. Ding! Shadow Stealth level upgraded. LV1 LV2. Shadow Sneak LV2, Black Iron level. Enter Stealth mode. Breaking stealth with an additional attack power asterisk 120% plus 100 damage. Consuming 5 mana. Cooldown 18 seconds, differs from upgrading in grade, as upgrading levels does not bring an increase in damage multiplier, only increasing the fixed damage value of the skill. However, it is still an improvement, especially with the Sniper God's bonus. Even a small improvement cannot be ignored. At a distance of 50 meters, hitting a weak point attack can cause 1590 damage, which is quite substantial. The efficiency of Dragon Soars the World is very high, and in just a few minutes, they sent a message, "Boss, the gold coins are ready." Qin Shen did not hesitate and initiated the trade directly, putting the 30 gold coins into his pocket. With the long-awaited equipment in hand, Dragon Soars the World messaged, "Boss, contact me for good stuff in the future. The price will satisfy you." Qin Shen casually replied, "Okay," and then without further delay, he left the newbie village and headed towards the wilderness. However, this time, Qin Shen was not planning to go to the wild boar plains. The reason is simple. His damage output has exceeded. If I can get the Sniper God's bonus with Rupture, then my total damage will be close to 2000. But then again, a level 10 wild boar only has 1500 health. It can't even withstand the direct damage of Shadow Flying Knife, let alone endure the damage from Rupture. Qin Shen was stunned. Having too high damage is also a problem, making it difficult to test skills. As for reducing damage by decreasing distance, it is indeed a feasible method, but not necessary. He knew of a good place, where there were all elite monsters, all at level 10, and the experience rewards were very generous. Dragon Source team set off on their leveling journey once again with 2 pieces of fresh equipment. They were ready to go to the wild boar plains again. Maybe they could even run into the Night Wanderer God. By then, chatting casually, wouldn't their bond deepen? However, when Dragon Source team excitedly arrived at the wild boar plains, they found not a single wild boar carcass there. In other words, the Night Wanderer God was not here. Dragon Source the World wondered, the Night Wanderer God is not leveling here? The Fire God Priestess Xiao Shui also had some doubts. The monster levels here are not low, and there are not many players. It's considered a good leveling spot. After discussing for a while, they couldn't come to any conclusion and had to put aside their doubts. At this moment, the assassin in the team said, "Boss, the brothers from the Rakshasa Hall have sent a message, saying that Rakshasa Blade is looking for the Night Wanderer God. Should we remind him?" Dragon Soars the World waved his hand. With the strength of the Night Wanderer God, even 10 Rakshasa Blades won't cause a stir. What we need to do is level up quickly, so that when the Night Wanderer God drops good equipment, we can wear it and show our strength. If the Night Wanderer God looks down on us, then we'll be at a loss. The members of the team all nodded in agreement. The place Qin Shen was heading to was the Granite Hills north of the newbie village. There was a cliff here, deep and bottomless, with elite monsters all over the ground. Ordinary players would not come here, but for Qin Shen, it was just right. Boom, boom, boom. Before he even got close, the dull sound of footsteps drifted from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After advancing a few hundred meters, crossing a hill, a familiar scene came into view. In the field of vision, a granite giant over 4 meters tall was walking back and forth, leaving deep footprints with every step. Granite giant, elite, level, 10 health, 3500 attack, 150 defense, 400 skills, stone throw, earthquake. The health of a level 10 wild boar is 1500, while the granite giant's health is more than doubled. And this is not the most difficult part. The problem lies in its defense. This guy's defense is as high as 400, higher than the black iron level giant wild rabbit. Not to mention the current generally 1 or 2 level players. Even a level 10 player would not be able to defeat this thing. In terms of meat ratio, the attack is high, and it's tough to fight. For ordinary players, it's more convenient to fight level 10 wild boars. That's why the boss in the Granite Hills was only discovered 2 months after the server opened. Yes, there is a boss here, and it's of high grade, silver grade. However, the trigger conditions are very strict, requiring the killing of 100 elite granite giants, and it must be done alone. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky for other players, but for Qin Chen, it's as easy as pie. Let's first verify the tearing damage, Qin Chen muttered. Then he threw a flying knife at a distant granite giant. Minus 1590. Weak point attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that the granite giants are all made of stones and seem to have no weak points, but in fact, they do, right on their heads, where their cores are located. While causing damage, Qin Chen had already entered stealth mode. The attacked granite giant, unable to find the enemy, roared in anger, raised its arms high, hammered the ground fiercely, and grabbed the rocks at its feet to smash them into the distance. The surrounding companions looked at him in confusion, wondering if this guy was crazy. Oh, they don't have brains, so it's okay, Qin Chen observed from the shadows. The tearing damage on the granite giant began to take effect at this moment. Minus 120. As the damage floated up, Qin Chen's heart also settled down. Tearing damage can benefit from the Sniper God bonus. Although he could basically confirm this, he still had to verify it. Minus 120. Minus 120. In 3 seconds, the granite giant lost another 360 health points. Combined with the previous shadow flying knife damage, its health was already less than half. In other words, Qin Chen could kill a granite giant with just 2 flying knives. When the skill cooldown ended, the shadow flying knife struck again. Minus 1590. Weak point attack, boom. The granite giant's health bar emptied. Its body shattered into countless pieces, and merged back into the hills. Ding! Kill a level 10 granite giant. Gain 150 experience points. Every 6 levels killed. An additional 90 experience points. The experience rewards were generous. Indeed, elite monsters give more experience points. Qin Chen smiled with joy. Although killing a granite giant with 2 flying knives was not very efficient. In terms of efficiency, it was not even comparable to a level 10 wild boar. But considering the activation conditions of the silver grade boss, this loss was acceptable. When he reached level 10, he could just switch to silver equipment and head to the main city. How wonderful! Of course, Qin Chen did not forget about the hidden task on him. He would go and take down the Wolf King before leaving the newbie village. He remembered that the Wolf King was a bronze grade boss. Not as good as the granite giant, but still not bad. Put in more effort, and take down the first kills of the bronze and silver grade bosses. Qin Chen was full of fighting spirit and immersed himself in leveling up. Ding! Kill a level 10 granite giant. Gain 150 experience points. Every 6 levels killed. An additional 90 experience points. You have reached level 5. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadow is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. All 15 free attributes were added to agility. And after changing the 2 pieces of equipment in his bag, Qin Chen's attributes were completely renewed. Nickname, Night Wanderer. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Level, 5, 90/5000. Attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 91 plus 5, Spirit 8. Attack, 64 Defense, 30 Health Points, 390 Mana Points, 90 Equipment, Rabbit Tooth Dagger, Attack plus 50, Agility plus 5, Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Defense plus 20, Health Points plus 200. Novice Leg Guards, Defense plus 1, Skills, Shadow Stealth LV2, Black Iron Level. Enter Stealth Mode. Breaking Stealth deals additional damage, attack asterisk 120% plus 100, costs 5 mana, cooldown 18 seconds, Shadow Throwing Knife LV1, use Shadow Energy to create energy throwing knives, dealing, attack asterisk 110%, damage, costs 5 mana, cooldown 10 seconds, Shadow Strike LV1, deliver a powerful melee attack. Dealing, attack asterisk 110%, damage, costs 5 mana, Cooldown 5 seconds, Rend LV1, Black Iron level. Passive skill. Causing damage while tearing a wound. Dealing damage of, attack *20% plus 20 per second. Lasting 3 seconds. Agility has reached 96 points. To be honest, if Qin Shen hadn't added 5 points to strength at the beginning, his agility would have exceeded 100 by now. But it's not a big problem. With the boost from attributes and equipment, Qin Shen's strength has surged, and his attack power has increased significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shen calculated his maximum damage at a distance of 50 meters. Shadow throwing knife plus breaking stealth strike plus weak point attack. Direct damage 2781. Rend total damage for 3 seconds 492. Total damage 3273 points. It's a pity. Still can't one-shot the granite giant with a throwing knife. Qin Shen clicked his tongue, looking regretful. If other players heard this, they would definitely report him by name. You can deal over 3000 damage at level 5. What else are you unsatisfied with? When we were at level 5, we were still fighting wild boars with our wits, although it still takes 2 throwing knives to kill the granite giant. Qin Shen is not in a hurry. Don't forget, he still has an ace up his sleeve, the beast skull. The evolution points obtained from killing the giant wild rabbit before have been kept and used, waiting to accumulate enough points from killing monsters to activate the second evolution of Shadow Stealth. The bronze level Shadow Stealth will see a significant increase in damage multiplier and fixed damage. By then, killing the granite giant in one shot will be a piece of cake. It might not even require waiting for Ren to take effect. Ding! Killed a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. Every 5 levels above, an additional 75 experience points are gained. Another granite giant falls. Qin Shen's next level up is getting closer and closer. At this rate, when Qin Shen activates the granite giant lord, he will be close to level 10. It might take less than half a day in total. So fast! Qin Shen exclaimed. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, he only reached level 10 on the 3rd day of the server opening. This is considered fast. There's no way around it. On one hand, there are too many players, making it difficult to compete for monsters. On the other hand, killing monsters is too slow, and without being able to fight monsters above your level, the basic experience gained is not much. If you fight low-level monsters, you will also receive a certain degree of experience reduction penalty. Overall, leveling up in Tianqi is definitely a painful process, except for Qin Shen. Ding! Killed a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. Every 5 levels above, an additional 75 experience points are gained. You have reached level 6. You gained 5 free attribute points. The power of Shadow is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the Beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Leveled up again. Casually adding attribute points to agility. Qin Shen remained calm inside. His leveling was all about stealth. Throwing knives, stealth, throwing knives, with no variation, very monotonous. Fortunately, there was something to look forward to in the monotony. Just a little longer, and I'll have enough monster kills to evolve Shadow Stealth again. Having a bronze level skill in the newbie village, I doubt anyone would believe it if I told them. Qin Shen felt somewhat pleased with himself. In this life, his development speed was much faster than in his previous life. However, even so, Qin Shen did not let his guard down. As Qin Shen continued to slaughter the granite giants in the granite hills, their numbers dwindled. Whenever a granite giant turned into rubble, their remains would quickly meld into the ground under the influence of some unknown force. Qin Shen knew that this was activating the granite giant lord. The increasingly obvious patterns on the ground were evidence of this. According to the information unearthed by players, this boss was sealed here. However, as time passed, the seal gradually weakened, allowing the boss's energy to escape and react with the granite here, creating a large number of mindless granite giants. For other players, this was just a fun story. But Qin Shen was different. He was reborn and understood the essence of the apocalypse. This boss likely comes from other worlds fused by the apocalypse. Qin Shen had a bold guess in his heart, and intuitively, his guess was likely to come true. So, if Blue Star ultimately cannot resist the gods, will it also merge into the apocalypse, becoming part of the game and descending into another world? This idea crossed Qin Shen's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The secrets behind the apocalypse were too numerous and profound. In this life, I must change my own destiny. Qin Shen took a deep breath, gathering shadow energy in his hand into throwing knives, accurately hitting the head of a granite giant in the distance. Ding! Killed a level 10 granite giant. Gained 150 experience points. For every 4 levels killed, an additional 60 experience points are gained. You have leveled up by 7. You gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadow is converging. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the exotic beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Qin Shen waited for what he wanted. With a bit of evolution point in hand, he had enough to complete the second evolution of Shadow Stealth. This evolution consumes 2 evolution points. Do you want to evolve Shadow Stealth? Yes. Ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded. From Iron to Bronze. Shadow Stealth LV2, Bronze level. Enter Stealth mode. A hidden strike deals additional attack power asterisk 140% plus 400 damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds. Damage takes off. In a sense, the apocalypse was still ethical. Not resetting the original level just because the skill quality had improved. Skill quality and level were 2 interdependent but non-interfering systems. The base fixed damage of Bronze level Shadow Stealth is 200. And since I upgraded before, the fixed damage for 2 levels is 400. Qin Shen muttered. Next, let me test the damage. Qin Shen locked his gaze on a granite giant swaying in the distance. The granite giant trembled a bit but couldn't understand why. Standing still dumbfounded, looking up at the sky, lost in thought, without external disturbances. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, it might evolve back to its original intelligence. But for now, it could only serve as a stepping stone for Qin Shen's leveling up. Minus 6,356. Weakness attack. Previously, Qin Shen's flying knife could deal close to 2,800 direct damage, plus nearly 500 tearing damage, totaling 3,300 damage, which was already very exaggerated. But now, after Shadow Sneak evolved to Bronze level, the direct damage has exceeded 6,300. It doesn't even need tearing damage to one-shot granite giants. Qin Shen emerged from the shadows, deep in thought. He realized that his current high damage was due to Shadow Sneak's high fixed damage from the break concealment strike. However, fixed damage has a drawback. Even if the character's attack power exceeds 10,000 later on, the fixed value remains the same. In future battles, the tearing damage cannot be underestimated. Leveling up once more should be enough to activate the boss. Qin Shen was somewhat expectant. Soloing a silver level boss was something he could do in his past life, but not in the beginner village stage. Even the player who unearthed the Granite Lord in his past life eventually had to rely on others to defeat it. The battle was fierce, and players had to rely on unlimited corpse running to wear it down. But now, Qin Shen felt he could handle it alone. On the other side, Longteng Tianxia sat on a rock, assuming a pensive posture. In the game, there were no cigarettes, otherwise, he would have lit one up. He couldn't figure it out. The fire priestess Xiao Shui asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" Longteng Tianxia waved his hand, looked up at the sky, and said lightly, "Tell me, where did the Night Wanderer level up? How did he reach level 7 in the blink of an eye?" A teammate raised a question mark. The scene fell silent, with no one responding. Their elite team of hidden professions had been struggling to level up, and now they were only collectively at level 2, still a bit away from level 3. They thought they were leveling up quickly, but the captain said the Night Wanderer was already at level 7? The team's assassin quipped, "I have a feeling that maybe we haven't equipped those 2 items yet." And the Night Wanderer, as a solo spawning boss, has obtained even more powerful equipment. The archer exclaimed, "I hope to drop a longbow again." Then he brought up an old topic. I said, "The Night Wanderer definitely doesn't use archery. Otherwise, he would have kept the rabbit tendon longbow." So, I'm still 50-50 with the Night Wanderer. Longteng Tianxia was too tired to retort. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shui said, "Is it possible that the Night Wanderer had previously looted a dagger, and due to game restrictions, couldn't carry a longbow, so he had to use it? Whether he knows archery or not, we can't conclude yet." The archer's face fell. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed to make sense, but he still insisted. Archery isn't that easy to learn. The Night Wanderer definitely doesn't use archery. Yes, that must be it. Longteng Tianxia regained his composure, dusted off his pants, picked up his shield, and said loudly, "Let's continue." Minus 6356. Weakness attack, minus 6356. Weakness attack. Every time the shadow flying knife was used, a granite giant fell. These level 10 elite monsters were no match for Qin Chen. He couldn't help but feel a sense of strangeness. Was he really playing Apocalypse? It was too easy. If there was a downside, it might be that the shadow flying knife was a single target attack. No matter how fast the one-shot kills were, they couldn't compare to mob clearing. Looks like I need to find some universal long-range skill books. It would be best if they drop, but if not, I'll ask Longteng Tianxia to keep an eye out. It shouldn't be a problem. Qin Chen thought to himself. The reason he hadn't evolved the shadow flying knife all this time, besides the higher priority of shadow sneak, was that it was a single target skill and not suitable for large-scale battles in the later stages. As a virtual reality online game with super high freedom, Tianqi not only allows players to learn skills from professional mentors, but also provides skill books. Among them, there are universal skill books that can be freely combined into skill sets. In other words, as long as players are willing, they can completely realize alternative professions like healing warriors or dual-wielding priests. It's just that the strength is low and ordinary players usually wouldn't play like that. While Qin Chen was practicing hard and Longteng Tianxia was diligently leveling up, Luo Shaidao finally received a message after facing numerous difficulties, knowing where the damn Night Wanderer was leveling up. "You mean, the Night Wanderer is in the Granite Hills at the northernmost part of the newbie village?" Luo Shaidao's tone was somewhat skeptical. As far as he knew, there were level 10 elite monsters there with extremely high defense. It would be suicide for ordinary players to go there. However, upon second thought, Luo Shaidao felt that this information was highly credible. Others might not dare to level up there, but the Night Wanderer would definitely go. Even the Black Iron level giant rabbits were not his match, let alone those elite monsters. Night Wanderer, I must repay the humiliation from before 100-fold. Fury flashed in Luo Shaidao's eyes. As the leader of the Luo Sha Palace, with thousands of members under his command, being killed by the Night Wanderer in front of everyone had completely humiliated him. If he didn't take down the Night Wanderer, how could he stand tall? "Do you think that being a Black Iron level rogue can make you worry-free?" Luo Shaidao sneered, tightly gripping the scroll in his arms. This was a top-tier item he had put all his effort into obtaining. Specialized in countering assassins, it would definitely make the Night Wanderer regret his actions. Qin Chen, of course, was unaware that Luo Shaidao was gearing up to cause trouble for him, as he was still busy defeating the granite giants. However, as his level increased, the extra experience he could gain became less and less. Coupled with the increased experience required for leveling up, his leveling speed inevitably slowed down. But even so, it was several times or even dozens of times faster than an ordinary player. Minus 6356. Weakness attack, ding, killed a level 10 granite giant, gained 150 experience points. For every 2 levels higher, an additional 30 experience points are gained. You have reached level 8. You gained 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the exotic beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points, allocating all points to agility. Qin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Attributes, Strength 17, Constitution 12, Agility 140 plus 5, Spirit 11. A smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips. With this level of agility, not even the Wolf King, known for its speed, could escape his pursuit. The reason why Qin Chen didn't rush to kill the Wolf King for the quest was because that guy was notoriously fast. Fast in attack speed, even faster in escaping. Unlike ordinary bosses, the Wolf King didn't have a strong territorial sense. Once it was low on health, it would frantically flee. If a player's agility was not high enough, they wouldn't be able to catch up at all. But for Qin Chen now, it was not a problem at all. After defeating the Granite Lord, I'll go back and find the Wolf King. Qin Chen made a plan. At this moment, after Qin Chen's frenzied slaughter, the traces of the magic circle on the ground became more and more obvious. Occasionally there would even be tremors from the underground. This indicated that the Granite Lord was awakening. Calculating the number of granite giants he had killed, it was not far from completely activating the boss. Just a few more minutes would be enough. However, before Qin Chen could continue his actions, he received a message from Longteng Tianxia, Night Wanderer. "Are you in the Granite Hills?" Luo Shaidao is heading there with people. Qin Chen was not surprised. Luo Shaidao was a very petty person. If he was killed by him, he would definitely come back to cause trouble. As for how Luo Shaidao knew he was in the Granite Hills, it was actually quite simple. The Rakshasa Hall is also considered a large guild, with many members. Even if they are randomly assigned to various newbie villages, they can still gather around 100 people. As long as you put in the effort, you can always find Qin Chen. The simplest way is to look for monster corpses. While ordinary players are killing rabbits and elite teams are hunting wild boars, only Qin Chen can level up in other advanced areas. That's not the point. The point is that Qin Chen wants to know what the bottom line of Rakshasa's one-strike kill is. Rakshasa's one-strike kill may seem simple, but it doesn't mean he lacks intelligence. On the contrary, this person is quite cunning. He brought people over in a grand manner, so he must have some confidence. In his contemplation, Dragon Soars the World sent another message. A little brother reported to me that Rakshasa's one-strike kill found a scroll, but we don't know what it's for. A scroll? Qin Chen suddenly realized what it was. It all made sense now. With that item in hand, it would be difficult for any ordinary assassin to escape detection. Qin Chen replied, "If I'm not mistaken, did Rakshasa's one-strike kill also make bold statements in the newbie village, calling many players to witness his counterattack against me?" Dragon Soars the World on the other side was stunned. Night Wanderer even knew about this. Did he have dealings with Rakshasa's one-strike kill before? But if they had clashed before, Rakshasa's one-strike kill had no reason to confront Night Wanderer head-on. Rakshasa's one-strike kill may be a bit reckless, but he's definitely not stupid. After some thought, Dragon Soars the World messaged, "Do you want me to bring people to help? As long as Night Wanderer, you say the word, the Dragon Soars dynasty will definitely stand by your side." Qin Chen replied, "There's no need for such a fuss. Let your people continue leveling up." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chen sent a message, "You can go raise some funds. There may be equipment available for you later. And this time I want Yen Nation coins." Once the Granite Lord is activated, even if it's not a big drop, there are still several good loot items guaranteed. If silver-level equipment were to be exchanged for gold coins, it wouldn't be enough even if the newbie village was emptied. Qin Chen was preparing to get some Yen Nation coins to improve his life. The rental house he currently lives in is average, and it's time to find a new place. Dragon Soars the World was momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted, excitedly asking, "Are we going to farm bosses?" Qin Chen replied, "Soon. If you're free, you can also come to the Granite Hills. Just be careful not to get too close." Dragon Soars the World quickly responded, "I'm coming right away." He then shouted to the team, "Quick, stop hunting wild boars. Come watch the show." The teammates were all old acquaintances and immediately understood what Dragon Soars the World meant. The assassin said, "Is Night Wanderer going to confront Rakshasa Hall head-on?" The archer calmly analyzed. The boss probably told Night Wanderer about Rakshasa's one-strike kill's actions, but why did he ask us to watch? Night Wanderer seems very confident. It looks like he has become stronger again. Dragon Soars the World said, "Definitely, just a while ago." Wait, how did he reach level 8 so quickly? The team members looked at each other in surprise. They vaguely remembered that not long ago, Dragon Soars the World was marveling at Night Wanderer reaching level 7. Leveling up rapidly. How long has it been? And he's already leveled up again. Isn't it said that leveling up gets harder as you progress? Why didn't they notice it? Unbelievable. Before setting off, Dragon Soars the World asked the fire priestess Xiao Shui, "How much cash do we have in our account?" Xiao Shui replied without hesitation, "Less than 200 million. Why?" Dragon Soars the World waved his hand. "Nothing. It's just that Night Wanderer said there might be equipment for me, and he wants cash." Xiao Shui pondered and said, "The Granite Hills are full of elite monsters, and if there are bosses there, they are at least bronze level. Due to limited output, players don't have many game coins at this stage, which means bronze level equipment may not sell for much gold coins. It's indeed more cost-effective to exchange them for Yen Nation coins." Night Wanderer is quite savvy with his calculations. The dragon shook his head. The boss there is very likely to surpass the bronze level. Although bronze level equipment is valuable, it can always be sold at a good price. Just wait a day or two. Only silver level equipment. The current game currency output is simply not enough. Hiss. The assassin and the archer took a sharp breath. A silver level boss? Players were already crying for their parents when a black iron level giant wild rabbit was killed. How much more fierce could a silver level 1 be? It might be like punching a bunch of kids. The assassin seemed to have an idea and said, "Do you think Night Wanderer is deliberately waiting in the Granite Hills to send the Rakshas away with the help of the boss?" The dragon nodded. "It's very likely. Night Wanderer's damage is high, but the attack interval is not short. It would be too much trouble to take out all the members of the Rakshas palace." At this point, Little Snow interjected, "Boss, we can ask the brothers from other newbie villages to pay attention to the general long-range group skill books. Night Wanderer will definitely need them." The dragon's eyes lit up, praising repeatedly, "Truly my chief strategist, always considering everything. Little Snow, you go handle this, as long as you find the right skill book, no matter how much it costs, get it for me." The players in the newbie village of No. 9527 were very excited. The Rakshas palace is about to go to war with Night Wanderer. When they were fighting the giant wild rabbit before, the players chose to give up the boss, but many of them were holding a grudge. If it weren't for Night Wanderer interfering, they would have had a chance to claim the loot. But now, they have no connection with it. After defeating the boss, Night Wanderer quickly took out several members of the Rakshas palace, even the guild leader, making many players realize that they couldn't resist Night Wanderer. They thought the matter was over and were ready to continue hunting rabbits, but unexpectedly, the Rakshas palace became active, spreading the word in the newbie village that they would represent all players in killing the villain Night Wanderer. Following the principle of enjoying the show, more and more players joined in, quickly reaching hundreds. Since they couldn't snatch the wild rabbits anyway, they might as well go watch the excitement. And with such a huge momentum, the Rakshas palace became even more pleased with themselves. This is the direction of people's hearts. Night Wanderer, your lawlessness is doomed to fail. A guild leader who knew the Rakshas palace curiously inquired about the upcoming battle with Night Wanderer and couldn't help but feel worried. After all, Night Wanderer can sneak indefinitely and is not afraid of LV3 illumination bullets. How to deal with such an opponent? The Rakshas palace just smiled mysteriously, saying they had an ace up their sleeve. As for what it was, they didn't mention a word. Their confident appearance made several guild leaders somewhat intrigued. They didn't completely give up the boss before willingly, but they couldn't restrain Night Wanderer, so they had to yield. Now that the Rakshas palace is ready to act, they have to go and see. However, they kept a trick up their sleeves, not openly joining the Rakshas palace team, but following from a distance. In case the Rakshas palace fails, they can also excuse themselves as just watching the show to avoid being resented by Night Wanderer. A large number of players gathered together, all of them low-level, naturally attracting the attention of the monsters, who flocked over and were then killed by the players. However, as they delved deeper, the level of the monsters kept increasing, and after entering the level 5 area, player casualties began to occur. Ordinary players couldn't withstand the attacks of high-level monsters. At this point, the Rakshas palace stepped forward, leading their members to the front. This move gained the favor of many solo players. The dragon watched from afar and said, "The Rakshas palace is talented," expanding their influence at this time. The assassin sneered, disdainfully saying, "I think he's looking for death, actually wanting to arm wrestle with the night roaming god. Not very bright." The archer nodded in agreement, speaking solemnly, "Challenging my archenemy with a single slash from a demon is overestimating his abilities, seeking his own death." Dragon Soars the World had a puzzled expression, asking, "You have an archenemy? Who is it?" Little Snow whispered beside him, "The night roaming god." Dragon Soars the World suddenly realized, looked the archer up and down, shaking his head while sighing. The archer was furious, exclaiming, "What's with that look? Do I not deserve to be the night roaming god's archenemy?" Dragon Soars the World remained silent, afraid of hurting his friend's feelings. However, the assassin in the group had no such psychological burden. Laughing heartily, Lao Zhang, "You should take a look at yourself. How can you compare to the night roaming god? Can you solo the wild rabbit boss?" The archer was so angry he almost fainted. These two teasing friends were really annoying. After some banter, Dragon Soars the World said, "We're approaching the Granite Hills. Have you felt the earthquake?" The archer, previously too angry to notice, focused and said, "Indeed, there's tremors, and they seem to be increasing in intensity." Stepping on the ground, he speculated, "The boss the night roaming god mentioned is probably underground." As they continued forward, they heard angry shouts ahead. "Damn! Why are the monsters respawning? What kind of attributes are these?" Even 10 of me combined wouldn't be enough for a single punch. The night roaming god is leveling up in this ghostly place? I think he's met his match this time. Humph, what's so arrogant about the night roaming god? Isn't it just relying on unlimited stealth and high damage? I could do it too. Enough. Here comes the granite giant again. Gentlemen, I'll die first as a sign of respect. Dragon Soars the World's team found a safe spot and, looking into the distance, almost burst out laughing. The previously confident demon slayer was now being chased by a granite giant. Looking at the attributes of the granite giant, Dragon Soars the World couldn't laugh anymore. They definitely couldn't handle these attributes, unless they reached level 5 and got new equipment. However, as far as their eyes could see, besides the players rolling around being chased, there were dozens of granite giant corpses, and from the scene of those giant fragments melting into the ground, it was evident that even more giants had disappeared without a trace. Dragon Soars the World calculated silently for a moment, sounding shocked. Judging by the night roaming god's leveling speed just now, he could take down a granite giant in 2 hits, with damage of at least 2,000. I remember when the night roaming god fought the giant wild rabbit, the damage was only around 1,000. How did it double so quickly? The archer, with an unsurprised expression, said, "Truly my archenemy." Little Snow added, "The night roaming god got a new dagger, which significantly increased his attack power." Although that was the case, Dragon Soars the World still felt something was off. As they chatted, the demon slayer in the distance finally managed to kill the granite giant after a strenuous effort before dying. This action made Dragon Soars the World somewhat admire him. Not being smashed to death with a single punch showed some skill. However, considering that behind the demon slayer were over a dozen priests continuously healing him, it wasn't surprising. Fortunately, only one granite giant respawned, and the players managed to avoid a wipeout. The demon slayer steadied himself and shouted into the air, "Night roaming god, come out and face me." Since he had decided to confront the night roaming god, the demon slayer naturally wouldn't be polite. The other players widened their eyes, wanting to see how the night roaming god would respond. Probably another dagger throw instant kill like last time. At this point, Luosha's one-cut kill naturally also had precautions. He deliberately brought in a hidden profession as an assistant who could transfer damage, transferring fatal injuries to teammates. He brought dozens of people over. Even though Night Wanderer could kill instantly every time, it would take a long time, and during this time, his subordinates could continuously run back. Either Night Wanderer would fight to the death with them here, or Night Wanderer would leave here. This is the perpetual motion machine tactic of Luosha's one-cut kill. Of course, his goal is not just that. He is waiting. As long as he confirms that Night Wanderer is here, it is time for him to take action. Come and kill me quickly, Luosha secretly hoped. However, he did not wait for the instant kill flying knife, but instead a granite giant in the distance suddenly dropped dead in place. At the same time, a figure flashed and disappeared in the distance. It was Night Wanderer. Luosha was overjoyed, just about to take out the scroll, but almost tripped. The earth shook violently, and fine cracks like spider webs appeared on the hard rocky ground. A terrifying roar came from underground. "Ants, dare to disturb Lord Amos's slumber. I will crush you." With the roar, a terrifying figure towering into the sky suddenly rushed out from below the cliff. This thing was too huge, even dimming the surrounding light. After the players rolled on the ground, they finally stabilized and looked at the giant in the distance, all expressing amazement in unison. "Damn, it's huge." What appeared on the edge of the cliff at this time was a giant boss composed of black rocks, towering over 20 meters high. It is worth mentioning that this 20-meter height is only the upper body of this giant, with more of its body hidden below the cliff. It is hard to imagine how tall and mighty this giant would be if it stood on flat ground. Ordinary players in front of it really have no difference from ants. However, after the initial shock, the players' eyes were covered with excited light. "Boss! And it's a silver-level boss! Charge! Kill the boss and get equipment." I heard that the previous giant wild rabbit, Dragon Soars the World, got 2 pieces of equipment from Night Wanderer, worth 30 gold coins, almost over 1 million. That was only black iron level. This is silver level, probably starting at tens of millions. Getting rich is right in front of us. The players didn't have time to look closely at the boss's attributes, just rushing forward with their weapons. Dragon Soars the World had received information from Qin Shen long ago and had been keeping a distance. At this moment, he had time to check the boss's attributes and couldn't help but gasp. Is it reasonable for this thing to appear in the newbie village? Amos Obsidian Lord, Silver, Level, 10 Health, 400000/400000 Attack, 2000 Defense, 3000 Skills, Rock Shatter, Giant Stone Throw, Hardened Skin, Heavy Fist Crush. Description: the Seal Giant Lord. The long seal has deprived it of its original power, but even so, breaking the seal will still bring endless anger and destruction. Dragon Soars the World gritted his teeth, feeling a bit of a headache. This thing, he probably couldn't withstand even with all his level 10 equipment. The attributes are too exaggerated. The others in the team had the same thoughts. The archer looked at the rabbit tendon longbow in his bag, then at the boss's defense, and finally came to a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably couldn't break through the defense. The priest Little Snow's focus was more unique. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Boss, this boss should drop defensive equipment." Dragon Soars the World also realized this and said repeatedly, "I hope Night Wanderer can solo this guy, then we can harvest new equipment." The assassin worried. This boss is different from the giant wild rabbit, most likely to have long-range skills. Can the Night Wanderer dodge the area attacks? Long Teng Tianxia waved his hand. Let's see first. They could see the boss's visible values, but the skill forms were temporarily unclear. However, it didn't matter. The Rakshasa Hall would help them step on the mines. Activating the boss before the Rakshasa Hall arrived was Qin Shen's plan. His current situation, strengths and weaknesses were obvious. The advantage was unlimited stealth and explosive damage, instantly killing ordinary players. But the disadvantage was also apparent. The attack frequency was too low. The shadow flying knife cooled slightly faster, but it was useless. He had to wait for shadow stealth to cool down before attacking. Otherwise, breaking stealth would be very dangerous. This time, Rakshasa brought dozens of subordinates with one slash. Even if he took one out with each strike, it would still take nearly half an hour. If Rakshasa Hall started corpse running, it would never end. Instead of that, it would be better to let the boss send them back. With Amos's skill damage, a few hits would clear the field. Lurking in the shadows, Qin Shen raised his hand for a shadow flying knife. Unlike the granite giant, Amos's weakness was in the abdomen, covered by rocks, only briefly exposed when Amos was active. Of course, with Qin Shen's damage, even without hitting the weak point, he could still solo Amos. It was just a matter of time. To avoid lingering dreams, Qin Shen decided to target the weak point with each strike. He had the ability to do so. -6,356. Weak point attack. Even though Amos had a health pool of up to 400,000, over 6,000 damage was still significant. The next second, the tearing effect began. -164, -164, -164. In 3 seconds, the total accumulated damage was close to 7,000, calculating based on an attack frequency of 3 times per minute. In just 20 minutes, Qin Shen could solo Amos, truly a silver tier boss. The health bar is really long, Qin Shen exclaimed. Meanwhile, not far away, the dragon soaring team was already dumbfounded. They were too far away to see the damage numbers above the boss's head, but they could infer the Night Wanderer's damage from the health bar. Long Teng Tianxia cursed directly. Damn, did I miscalculate? Did the Night Wanderer just take over 6,000 health from the boss with one strike? Little Snow instinctively pushed up her glasses and added, to be precise, it was 6,356 damage, and there were 3 additional values of over 100, definitely also from the Night Wanderer. Other players don't have this kind of ability. The archer remained nonchalant, smiling. The Night Wanderer is my archenemy. Having this kind of strength is not surprising. The assassin beside them covered his eyes, unable to look directly. Oh no! His friend was being stimulated into abnormal mental state. But to be honest, he also felt a bit unsettled. Were they playing the same game? The gap between them seemed a bit outrageous. Compared to the dragon soaring team's bystander mentality, Rakshasa was not happy with just watching. He was close enough to see the damage numbers above the boss's head, but precisely because of this, he realized that the gap between himself and the Night Wanderer was widening, and currently, there was no possibility of catching up. Perhaps, opposing the Night Wanderer will be my biggest mistake. Rakshasa felt somewhat uneasy, but the harsh words had already been spoken. It was too late to say anything. The Night Wanderer was not someone easy to reason with. Just as he was thinking this, Rakshasa felt the light dim in front of him. Looking up, A giant rock several meters in diameter was crashing down towards his position. Boom! The earth violently shook, but Rakshasa stood proudly in place. Good news! Through damage transfer, he avoided being instantly killed. But the bad news is that his teammates were wiped out by a stone, and there was no one left to share the damage with him. If the Night Wanderer made a move against him, he wouldn't be able to resist. With a determined heart, the Rakshasa took out a scroll and tore it open. It was originally meant to deal with the Night Wanderer, but there was a slight accident, and the boss was triggered. But it didn't matter. As long as he could break the Night Wanderer's stealth, he would eventually be sent back to the resurrection point. He had already arranged over a dozen guild members with AoE skills at the resurrection point, continuously attacking it. Once the Night Wanderer was sent back, there was no chance of leaving again. Night Wanderer, once you die, get ready to have your account deleted. The Rakshasa slashed with a cold smile, tearing open the scroll without hesitation. A strange power enveloped the entire Granite Hills, and all players received a prompt. The gaze of the God of Light is watching here, and all darkness will be revealed. As the Rakshasa used the scroll, he was hit by a second attack from the boss Amos and was sent back to the resurrection point. But he didn't care at all. It was fine to go back to the resurrection point first, and he could see how the Night Wanderer was continuously killed. He didn't believe that the Night Wanderer could maintain stealth under the scroll. Qin Shan also received a system prompt. Not surprised at all. Ever since Longting contacted him and informed him that the Rakshasa had obtained a scroll, Qin Shan knew what kind of item it was. The Gaze of the God of Light, Black Iron Grade, also known as the Revelation Scroll. Judging from the name, this scroll was definitely high-end and classy. It was even related to the God of Light, so how could it not be cool? However, in reality, Qin Shan really wanted to tell the Rakshasa that he had bought a fake. In the game of Tianqi, even in the game stage of Tianqi, items related to deities were at least of the dark gold grade. Trying to associate a black iron grade scroll with the God of Light? That was wishful thinking. This thing was just something that some unscrupulous NPC used to deceive new players. Of course, this didn't mean that the scroll was useless. On the contrary, it was very useful as it could reveal all stealth effects below the bronze level. Note that it only worked on levels below bronze, not including bronze. When the Rakshasa was fighting the giant wild rabbit before, he deduced that the Night Wanderer had a black iron level stealth skill, so using this scroll as a trump card was not a problem. But the problem was that Qin Shan had the skull of a strange beast, which had evolved the shadow stealth to the bronze level. Trying to break the bronze level stealth with a black iron level revelation scroll was simply wishful thinking. If this was the Rakshasa's trump card, then Qin Shan could only express disappointment. He thought there would be something good. He didn't expect this. Qin Shan remained calm in the shadows, while Longting Tianxia in the distance was somewhat uneasy. If the Night Wanderer's stealth was broken, he definitely couldn't solo this boss, and might even be killed instantly. He had received information that the Rakshasa temple had already surrounded the resurrection point, ready for indiscriminate attacks. Once the Night Wanderer returned to the resurrection point, there was no chance of leaving. Of course, by that time, he would definitely gather the brothers of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty to break the Rakshasa temple's blockade and rescue the Night Wanderer. Longting Tianxia informed Qin Shan of all the information and advised, "Night Wanderer, leave here while nothing has happened yet. The boss is still here, and you can come back after the scroll effect ends." While sending the message, Longting Tianxia also looked around, wanting to see where the Night Wanderer was, but to his surprise, even though he strained his eyes, he couldn't find the person, prompting him to ask his teammates, "Have you seen the Night Wanderer?" "No, didn't see." The responses of the few people were surprisingly consistent. Longting Tianxia was certain. It seemed that the Night Wanderer was very cautious and had already left. That's more like it. As long as there are mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. At this moment, Xiao Shui voiced her speculation, "Boss, is it possible that Night Wanderer's stealth has reached the bronze level?" Longting Tianxia instinctively wanted to say it was impossible, but the words couldn't come out. The shadow projection scroll could break through the iron level stealth, but until now, Night Wanderer has not revealed himself. Either he truly has bronze level stealth, or he has secretly left this place. Longting Tianxia personally hoped for the latter, but then he saw a small portion of the boss's health bar drop. Over 6,000 damage was particularly conspicuous. It was Night Wanderer. He hadn't left. So the answer was obvious. Night Wanderer's stealth skill had indeed reached the bronze level. Completely ignoring this iron level shadow projection scroll, Longteng Tianxia didn't know what to say. Both were hidden classes. And he was even the president of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Yet now he didn't even have an iron level skill, while Night Wanderer had already reached bronze level. After a long silence, Longteng Tianxia sighed deeply. It's really a pity to waste 2 million flowers on this. Compared to the shock of his teammates, the archer remained unusually calm. Truly worthy of being his archenemy, he indeed had some skills. The attack of the obsidian giant Lord Amos continued. It was now very angry. There was an ant constantly launching sneak attacks from the shadows, and it couldn't do anything about it. Damn it, wasn't the power of the shadows purified by the god of light? How did it reappear? Amos's anger grew, continuously grabbing nearby rocks and throwing them, wanting to crush that annoying fellow. There was even an unlucky granite giant grabbed and thrown, flying dozens of meters in the air before crashing to the ground, knocking out the surrounding unlucky players as well. From the boss's activation until now, it had only been half a minute, yet hundreds of players had been killed and sent back to the resurrection point. The damage dealt by the players on the boss was all zero, completely ineffective. Occasionally, a player would deal damage in the single digits, only to be turned into a pulp by a slap in the next second. When the Blade of Rakshasa came, it attracted hundreds of players, but it was completely ineffective against Amos. However, this didn't affect Qin Chen at all. He maintained his rhythm, continuously using shadow-flying knives to deal high damage. It looked simple, but the process was actually very thrilling. As a silver-level boss, Amos had a very strong perception. The moment Qin Chen made a move, Amos would counterattack. The several-ton boulders in its hands were like toys, easily thrown out at a speed that could even cause a sonic boom. To be honest, if Qin Chen's agility hadn't reached 145, he wouldn't be able to dodge such a fierce attack. The flying speed of the boulders was too fast, they would appear in front of him in the blink of an eye, and a slower reaction would result in instant death. It was only because Qin Chen was in stealth mode that Longteng Tianxia didn't see a figure leaping up and down, which would have shattered the mighty image of Night Wanderer in his mind. Amos had been attacking for a while and could feel that the bug was still alive and not killed. This puzzled Amos. Such a weak ant could still survive. After being hit by a few more flying knives, Amos's attitude changed slightly. Ant, you shall die. Amos was furious and powerless. To vent his anger, he turned his gaze towards the remaining players. After a series of rumbling sounds, all the players who had come to watch the excitement were wiped out. Longteng Tianxia, watching from a distance, broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "Thank goodness Night Wanderer reminded us. Otherwise, if we had been closer, we might have been sent back too." He had just seen some players run nearly 200 meters away, only to be killed by a stone thrown by Amos. The accuracy was comparable to a guided missile. Watching the entire granite hills about to be smashed into a basin by Amos, Dragon Soaring the Heavens received a message from Night Wanderer. "How much money have you prepared?" Dragon Soaring the Heavens was speechless. "Big brother, this is a silver tier boss. Can you take it more seriously? You being so at ease is quite discouraging." Upon receiving the message from Night Wanderer, Dragon Soaring the Heavens felt conflicted. On one hand, there was joy. After all, judging from Night Wanderer's tone, as long as he obtained equipment he couldn't use, he would definitely sell it to himself. This would be beneficial for his rapid rise, thereby driving Dragon Soaring Dynasty to compete for the title of the top guild in Tianqi. On the other hand, Dragon Soaring the Heavens was shocked by Night Wanderer's composure. You see, Tianqi is a virtual reality online game, and for the sake of realism, the perspective is fixed in the first-person view. In this situation, facing a 20-meter-tall giant, the visual impact would be extremely exaggerated. Dragon Soaring the Heavens thought for a moment and felt that he probably wouldn't be able to remain so calm. Faced with a creature much larger than himself, human instinct would feel fear, especially when a giant rock is flying towards you and you can't dodge it. The sense of despair is heart-pounding. Fortunately, Dragon Soaring the Heavens had experienced many trials and tribulations, quickly adjusted his mindset, and swiftly replied, "Within a small target range, I can transfer money at any time." Qin Chen responded, "You don't need that much. After all, the boss drops level 10 equipment, which you won't be able to use temporarily even if you receive it." Upon hearing this, Dragon Soaring the Heavens became anxious and quickly assured, "Boss, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to level up. I won't drop the ball. In the future, if you have equipment, just come to me. I'll buy it all." Qin Shen swiftly threw a flying knife dealing over 6,000 damage. Then dashed away, running ahead of the shockwave caused by the giant rock landing, calmly sending a message back to Dragon soaring the heavens. Good. In the shadows, watching the helpless rage of Amos, Qin Shen felt a sense of superiority. No matter how high the attack, it had to land to be effective. No matter how thick the defense, in the face of real damage, all beings are equal. As the unique long-range assassin, Qin Shen was probably confusing Amos, but if he had chosen an archer, it would have been a mess. That's for sure. Not bad. Shadow Assassin is really good. Qin Shen was increasingly satisfied with his choice. He was also secretly looking forward to it. If the arrow god descended again in the future and took a flying knife from him, he wondered what expression he would have. But thinking about this now was a bit far-fetched. Qin Shen hadn't even left the newbie village yet. The most urgent task was to kill this boss, then go back to find the Wolf King to trigger the hidden plot. To be honest, if Qin Shen hadn't seen the related mission process in his previous life, he would never have thought that the Wolf King could be related to Amos. That's not entirely accurate. Between the Wolf King and Amos, there was a crucial role that connected them. After killing Amos, activating the hidden dungeon under the cliff, we can drive the Wolf King over. During the cooldown of his skills, Qin Shen recalled the entire mission chain. First, he received the task of hunting the Wolf King from the hunter. This task had two versions, public and hidden, and Qin Shen did the hidden one, which allowed him to obtain the skull of a strange beast. The public version could be accepted by all players. As long as a player reached level 3, they could receive the hunting task from the hunter, kill a certain number of wild boars, wild bulls, and wild wolves as required, and then the final task would be unlocked, hunting the Wolf King. Of course, the normal task rewards did not include the skull of a strange beast, as that item was unique. Regardless of which version of the Wolf King task, it would eventually trigger the hidden follow-up. That is, instead of rushing to kill the Wolf King, let it flee to the edge of the cliff and jump into the entrance of the dungeon. It's quite magical, but that's how the mission chain was arranged. After the Wolf King enters the instance, it will trigger the hidden boss of the novice village, the resurrected Blood Baron. Qin Shen looked towards the direction of the novice village, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Who would have thought that the village chief of the novice village was infected by the blood curse and became a lackey of the Blood Baron? If the apocalypse was an ordinary game, I would praise the planners for their careful thoughts and for burying so many Easter eggs. Unfortunately, it's not. The hidden subplot of the novice village represents the resurgence of the Blood Clan, and with the Blood Clan accompanying the apocalypse, they see the Blue Star as a buffet. Remembering the past, echoes of the clan's wailing seemed to drift in his ears, and the lingering scent of blood hung in his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shen cast aside his distractions. Even if he knew the future plot development, he couldn't do anything without enough strength. Improving his strength was the top priority. Amos, you will be the stepping stone for my strength. Qin Shen looked at Amos and threw a flying knife with a raised hand. Amos, who was hit by the knife, angrily slammed the ground, but to no avail. Qin Shen was simply not within his attack range. However, Qin Shen's safety did not mean that other players were as lucky. Upon learning that a boss would respawn here, and it was a silver-ranked one, players in the novice village immediately took action. You say it can't be broken through? What's the big deal? I'm going anyway. Will I be killed instantly? What's there to fear? It's just a game. What? You say the Night Wanderer is also here? Then it's fine. I'll go back to continue hunting wild rabbits. Rational players, upon hearing the news of the Night Wanderer, immediately turned back to the novice village to hunt rabbits. They knew that as long as the Night Wanderer intervened, the boss had nothing to do with them. But there were also stubborn players. They adhered to the belief that their fate was in their own hands and charged forward. Some were killed by wild boars on the way, and some were sent off by the respawned Granite giant. Even if they managed to rush to the boss, before they could strike a few blows, they would be smashed into a pulp with a single slap. But even so, it did not dampen the players' enthusiasm. Qin Shen observed quietly, indifferent. Other players could come if they wanted, as he couldn't claim the loot anyway, except for the Rakshasa Hall, where one kill meant one less. 10 minutes later, Amos's health bar had dropped below half. 99% of the damage was dealt by Qin Shen. In other words, he had already secured the ownership of the boss's drops. The onlookers from afar breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, The equipment is basically in hand. Judging by the boss's attributes, dropping defensive equipment was a sure thing. Even if he couldn't wear it now, he would work hard to level up. By the time he reached level 10, as long as he put on 1 or 2 pieces of silver-ranked equipment, his attributes would surely soar. Could the leaders of other guilds achieve this? No. With a hint of pride, the onlookers said, "If I hadn't insisted on leveling up in the wild boar plains, how would we have met the Night Wanderer and had the chance to get such good equipment?" After speaking, he looked up at the sky, with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, praise me." The assassin and the archer, familiar with the character of the onlooker, couldn't be bothered to respond. Little Snow, on the other hand, was very courteous and said, "Boss is wise." The onlooker laughed heartily and said, "Little Snow said it well. When we get back, the finance department will receive 2 months' salary as a bonus." The assassin and the archer exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Boss is wise." Amos had no special mechanisms, no second phase. After enduring countless flying knives, this silver-ranked boss that once dominated the novice village fell with anger and frustration. The black rock body lost its luster, quickly cracked, turned into scattered rubble, and fell to the ground with a bang. In the dust, one could faintly see several clusters of silver light, and a hidden golden flash within. Qin Chen was extremely excited. Big explosion. Super big explosion. He unexpectedly dropped a gold-level loot by surpassing levels. In the Tianqi, basically, the level of the boss determines the level of the loot dropped. There is only a very small probability of dropping loot of a higher level. As for how small this probability is, let's just say that in Qin Chen's past life, after 10 years of playing in Tianqi, the number of times he encountered loot of a higher level could be counted on one hand. Even on a global scale, the probability remains pitifully low. Of course, there are indeed some truly lucky players who encounter higher level loot drops more frequently. However, as a trade-off, these lucky players have extremely short lifespans and quickly disappear after merging with the blue star in Tianqi. As he contemplated, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Kill the silver level boss and gain 20,000 experience points. This kill is the first server-wide kill, with an additional reward of 50 free attribute points, 5 skill points, and 50 reputation points. You have reached level 9. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. You have reached level 10. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The first kill will soon be announced server-wide. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer first kills the silver level boss, Obsidian Lord Amos. Congratulations to all players. You are the first player to reach level 10. The announcement will be made server-wide. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to reach level 10. Opening the level ranking. Congratulations to all players. You have reached level 10. Please go to the career mentor as soon as possible to complete your first career advancement. Please note that before completing the career advancement, your experience limit will be locked. An excess experience will automatically enter the experience pool. A series of prompts kept ringing. As a silver level boss, Amos's first kill reward was indeed generous, especially the abundant experience reward, which directly allowed Qin Chen to level up twice in place. This also meant that the equipment dropped by Amos, as long as he could use it, could be directly equipped. A level 10 silver level equipment had attributes much stronger than a level 5 black iron equipment. Not only that, there were plenty of free attribute points to allocate. In addition, the 5 skill points were also not to be ignored. This was enough for Qin Chen to upgrade all his remaining skills to level 2, or to individually upgrade Shadow Sneak by 2 levels. These were significant improvements. As for the evolution points, they were crucial. However, evolving Shadow Sneak required 4 evolution points, which he currently did not have enough of. As for the other skills, Qin Chen had not yet decided whether to evolve them, but it didn't matter. He had plenty of time to plan slowly. Adding all 80 free attribute points to agility, he glanced at his current attributes. Attributes: Strength 19, Constitution 14, Agility 224 plus 5, Spirit 13 over 200 Agility. What a concept! If this were to be reflected in the real world, it would be enough to make him the world's #1 sprinter, breaking human limits. The man as swift as the wind was the best way to describe him. A bit biased, Qin Shen muttered. I hope to get some equipment that boosts strength and constitution. Qin Shen opened his backpack and began to inspect his loot. The first thing to look at was the gold-level loot, which was what Qin Shen cared about the most. Substitute puppet, gold-level item takes fatal damage on behalf of the owner and teleports the owner to a designated safe area. Can choose to activate. Usage count 1/1. Qin Shen was shocked to find this item. During the game phase of Tianqi, the substitute scarecrow was considered a somewhat mediocre item among the golden tier props. Players generally had the mentality of running back to their corpse after death. Just a waste of time. However, the problem was that Qin Shen knew Tianqi would become a reality. At that time, death would truly mean death. The value of the substitute scarecrow had been increasing since then. Who wouldn't want an extra life? Qin Shen, as a long-range assassin with infinite stealth, already had maximum security, but he was still pleasantly surprised when he saw the substitute scarecrow. It was a good thing, and he wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. Just having this one substitute scarecrow was enough for Qin Shen to remember the name of Amos. He was truly a good person. Happily accepting the substitute scarecrow, Qin Shen looked at another piece of loot. Obsidian plate armor, silver tier, defense plus 300, HP plus 1000, strength plus 10, equipment requirement, 10, strength greater than 50. The equipment in Tianqi basically had no class restrictions, only attribute limitations. Qin Shen followed the path of full agility, so this plate armor was destined to be out of his reach. He casually sent the attributes to Longting Tianxia. As expected, he received a warm response, enough to melt even millennium-old ice. Moving on to the third piece of loot. Obsidian necklace, silver tier, HP plus 100, MP plus 300, spirit plus 20, equipment requirement, 10, spirit greater than 50. Qin Shen reconsidered his previous conclusion. Amos's death was not worth lamenting. What kind of junk was this dropping? The obsidian plate armor was understandable. After all, it was just a lump of stone. But this necklace was too much. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, do you look like someone who would drop magic equipment? Have some shame. Fortunately, Amos dropped enough stuff. And Qin Shen looked at the fourth piece, which he could use. Heart of the Mountains ring, silver tier, HP plus 200, MP plus 200, equipment requirement, 10, equipment effect, creates a shield that can absorb 3000 damage, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. The attributes weren't particularly good, just simple health and mana boosts, without any additional attributes. But the equipment effect was what Qin Shen needed. He knew that having a way to protect himself when that guy, Luo Sha, ambushed him at the resurrection point was always a good idea. 3000 shields could withstand several hits for him. Qin Shen carefully checked again, ensuring there were no attribute restrictions, before feeling relieved. Honestly, if another piece with attribute requirements came, he was ready to balance his skill points. There are still 2 drops left. Hopefully they can be useful. Qin Shen muttered to himself. Looking at the 5th piece of loot, his expression was somewhat stunned. Oh my, what is this thing? In Qin Shen's sight was an item. Guild token, silver tier item. Can be used at the main city's administrative officer to establish a guild with a maximum of 1000 members. In Tianqi, establishing a guild required a guild token. Depending on the level of the guild token, the maximum number of members it could accommodate varied. Lower-level guilds could use higher-grade guild tokens to expand without needing to disband and re-establish the guild. 4 players, establishing a guild not only increased a sense of belonging but also had more practical benefits. That is, forming a group. Apart from the team dungeons that would be opened later. In normal outdoor battles and small instances, players could only form a 6-person team at most, no more. However, after establishing a guild, the guild leader and vice leader could form a group, with the ability to create a team of 1,000 people based on the guild's level. This was very advantageous in outdoor boss battles. In Tianqi, the rule was that if a player or team caused more than 50% cumulative damage to an outdoor boss, they would gain ownership of the loot. Not everyone is like Qin Shen, able to inflict enough damage on their own. Most players team up to fight bosses. The importance of a guild is reflected here. To be honest, if he couldn't start a team, those big guilds wouldn't easily give up on the giant wild rabbits in the newbie village. So Qin Shen is very clear that at this point in time, even though players are all in the newbie village, as long as he takes out the guild token, it will definitely make the guild leaders of the major guilds take notice. It's not an exaggeration to say that this guild token could fetch a price of over $1 billion. He vaguely remembers that in his previous life, the first guild token seemed to have a price of over 3 or 4 billion. At that time, when he was focused on making money, he even fantasized about how great it would be if he could loot one and retire on the spot. Unfortunately, even until he perished with the god of archery, he never looted one. Thinking back on the past, Qin Shen felt a bit emotional, and then he began to think about how to deal with this thing. No need to think about it. This is definitely the first guild token in the entire server, and the first guild established will have a server-wide announcement. Which big guild would give up such a great opportunity for fame? Not to mention, just take Dragon Soars the World for example. If they knew about this, they would definitely not hesitate to spend money. However, Qin Shen was contemplating another issue, whether he should establish his own guild or not. After much deliberation, Qin Shen felt it was not necessary for the time being. His leveling speed was too fast. Ordinary players simply couldn't keep up. To find teammates who could match his pace, he probably couldn't find more than a few in the entire server. If there was a real need, he could just form a team. No need to start a guild. Besides, he wasn't good at managing things. Having to deal with the trivial matters of the guild all day would drive him crazy. With this in mind, Qin Shen felt relieved and looked at the guild token calmly. Let's use it to improve our lives, Qin Shen muttered. However, now was not the right time to use the guild token. Qin Shen was waiting for an opportunity to properly pit against Luo Sha with a single strike. Putting away the guild token, Qin Shen looked at the last dropped item. Stone of Strength, silver grade item. Permanently increases strength by 20 when used. There was nothing more to say. He used it directly. After all the loot was dealt with, Qin Shen finally felt like checking his private messages. He scrolled through the chat records. Dragon Soars the World's journey from initial excitement to subsequent anxiety, and then to utter disappointment was quite a spectacle. Qin Shen felt a bit embarrassed and sent a message. I was busy with something just now. In the distance, Dragon Soars the World, who had once again assumed a thoughtful pose, suddenly jumped up and exclaimed to the sky. Ah, I won! The assassin kicked over. Are you possessed or something? Dragon Soars the World was not angry and said. The Night Wanderer replied to me, saying he has 2 pieces of equipment to give me. He then shared the attributes of the obsidian plate armor and obsidian necklace in the team chat. The assassin and the archer both sighed in unison. Nothing they could use, but they also knew that the equipment they could use, the Night Wanderer could also use, so the chances of him giving it to them were very low, unless it was a ranged weapon like a bow or crossbow. Dragon Soars the World said, the Night Wanderer hasn't given me a price yet. Little Snow, analyze it and suggest a suitable amount. Little Snow calculated in her mind and said, 5 million. What? Dragon Soars the World was stunned. It's not that he thought it was too much, but rather too little. Previously, he spent over $1 million on 2 pieces of black iron grade equipment. How could these 2 silver grade items only be worth 5 million? Before Dragon Soars the World could speak, Little Snow continued, although I haven't directly talked to the Night Wanderer, based on previous situations, for some reason, the Night Wanderer seems to have a good intention towards the boss. Dragon Soars the World frowned, dissatisfied. So you want to take advantage of this goodwill by offering a low price? That's not how I do things, Xiao Shui said. Boss, let me finish. What I mean is, in addition to 5 million, give Longting Dynasty 20% of the shares. For the sake of convenience, Longting Tianxia had long registered Longting Dynasty as a club. After many years of hard work, it has a large number of elite players under its banner, spanning multiple fields, and is no longer just a simple gaming guild. It is not an exaggeration to say it is a comprehensive group. 20% of the shares is not a small number. When they heard Xiao Shui's words, the assassin and the marksman were shocked. As senior figures of Longting Dynasty, their combined shares were only 15%, and Xiao Shui actually wanted to give Night Wanderer 20%? Even though they knew how powerful Night Wanderer was, they felt a bit uneasy. Why should he? Just because he can solo bosses, does that give him the right to do as he pleases? It seems like it does. The two fell into contemplation. Longting Tianxia also pondered and said, this is indeed a good idea, but the final decision lies with Night Wanderer. If he doesn't want any real involvement with us, he probably won't accept the shares. So we need to prepare a second plan. Xiao Shui nodded. The second plan is still 5 million, plus 2 universal long-range skill books not lower than black iron level. Longting Tianxia praised. Xiao Shui's proposal resonates with me. Then he opened the friends list and sent the first plan. In Longting Tianxia's heart, he really hoped that Night Wanderer would accept the shares. That would mean Night Wanderer officially joining Longting Dynasty, and together they could definitely establish the top guild in Tianqi. After sending the message, with no response, Longting Tianxia became uneasy and muttered to himself, "Will Night Wanderer think I'm testing his true identity by offering shares? What if he gets angry and deletes me as a friend? Xiao Shui, give me some ideas quickly." Xiao Shui felt a bit helpless. Her boss was not like this before, but considering the potential Night Wanderer had shown, it was indeed worth such attention. Just as Longting Tianxia was feeling restless, he finally received a reply from Night Wanderer. "Your chief strategist gave 2 options, and I choose the second one." Longting Tianxia was very shocked. He and Night Wanderer had never met before, but the way Night Wanderer behaved made it seem like he knew everything about him. Longting Tianxia even suspected that Night Wanderer might be an acquaintance using an alternate account. Otherwise, how could he know about the chief strategist? And even directly mentioned there were 2 options, choosing the second one without hesitation. The marksman had known Longting Tianxia for many years, and seeing his expression, he asked, "Is there a problem?" After thinking for a moment, Longting Tianxia organized his thoughts and said, "I feel like Night Wanderer knows me well, but among the people I know, there's no one who could correspond to Night Wanderer." The marksman also pondered. Longting Tianxia's intuition was very sharp, so when he said that, it was almost certain. So the question arose, who is Night Wanderer, and why does he know Longting Tianxia? But no matter how the marksman thought about it, he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Longting Tianxia waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't dwell too much on this issue. Maybe Night Wanderer found out about me through other channels. After all, the Longting dynasty he created was one of the top gaming guilds in the country, and many media outlets had interviewed him. Perhaps Night Wanderer had read a few of those reports and thought he was a decent person, hence showing goodwill." Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. For now, Night Wanderer seems to be a friend, not a foe. There's no need to be too guarded. To avoid affecting cooperation between both parties, the group quickly exchanged glances and felt that this was indeed the right approach. After coming to terms with it, Longting Tianxia no longer dwelled on it and quickly sent a message. "Our offer remains 5 million yen nation coins, plus 2 long-range skill books not lower than black iron level. This plan is what Qin Chen wants." He would not consider the first plan sent by Longting Tianxia. Although he had a lot of dealings with Longting Tianxia in his previous life and found this person suitable to be a buddy, it does not mean that Qin Chen would trust the other party, especially when it comes to his true identity. He remembers that in his previous life, many top game masters did not die at the hands of other races, but were betrayed by those around them. Why were there no SSS level talents among the top 10 masters on Earth in the previous life? The reasons for this need not be mentioned. Although the 20% stake in the Longting dynasty is valuable, it could even allow Qin Chen to retire on the spot. However, he knows deeply that when despair comes, having wealth without strength will only make him a piece of fat on the chopping board, and at that time, he might not even have wealth. When the apocalypse begins to merge, the economic system of the real world will collapse in a very short time. Calming his mind, Qin Chen sent a string of characters to Longting Tianxia. Longting Tianxia was very generous and did not ask when to take the equipment, but directly had Xiao Shui transfer the money. "Dear player, your virtual account has received 5 million Yenghua coins, which can be withdrawn to your bank card at any time." The reason Qin Chen was at ease receiving cash was because binding a bank card in the apocalypse would create a virtual account synchronously. With that 5 million cash, he could withdraw it in batches. If Longting Tianxia wanted to trace the cash flow, it would be impossible. After the transfer was completed, Qin Chen also initiated a trade with Longting Tianxia, exchanging 2 pieces of equipment. Longting Tianxia was very touched. Since they couldn't find out where Qin Chen was, they could only say to the heir, "Night Wanderer, rest assured, I will mobilize the entire guild to collect those 2 skill books and deliver them to you as soon as possible." Qin Chen did not directly respond, but sent a friend message, "No rush. I trust the reputation of Longting guild leader. No need to say more." Longting Tianxia is a smart person and would not default on the 2 skill books. Even if Longting Tianxia lost their mind and really wanted to default, Qin Shen had plenty of ways to let the other party know what it means to be killed every time they meet. Longting Tianxia shivered inexplicably, but didn't think much about it. Excitedly looking at the equipment in the backpack, they said, "Let's go level up." "Oh, Xiao Xue, keep an eye on the skill books for me." "Okay, boss." The squatting behavior of the Rakshasa temple at the respawn point in the newbie village has aroused the anger of many players, especially those innocent passers-by. They were ambushed by wild monsters, and even after respawning, they were attacked by other players. Are they still honorable? Rakshasa, I wish you have a son without X. What a rubbish guild. Unable to deal with Night Wanderer, they take it out on us ordinary players. Brothers, let's fight against these idiots. You're called Rakshasa. Do you know who I am? The dog of the neighbor of the second uncle of the cousin of the vice president of the Dark Palace was given by me. The respawn point was chaotic, and Rakshasa's expression became increasingly ugly. He was sent back by Amos with a slap before, and did not see the scene where Night Wanderer was exposed while sneaking, but he believed there should be no problem. That was the gaze of the God of Light, Black Iron level. How could a low-level assassin confront the God of Light? Once Night Wanderer breaks stealth, he will definitely be killed on the spot by the boss. And once Night Wanderer returns to the respawn point, he will be continuously attacked by their group, with no chance of survival. By then, Night Wanderer will either kneel and beg for mercy or delete the account. But what Rakshasa didn't expect was that he waited at the respawn point for half a day, using skills with his group for half a day. Apart from harming the innocent, it had no effect at all. Among the respawn players, there was no sign of Night Wanderer. Not only that, the subsequent news that came made Rakshasa somewhat bewildered. Is that silver tier boss still losing health? And each time it's over 6,000 damage? Without a doubt, only the Night Wanderer can achieve this. So here's the question. How did he overcome the Bright God's Gaze, Iron Tier, effect? The Rakshasa couldn't figure it out. But the current situation doesn't allow him to think too much. Due to the Rakshasa Hall indiscriminately using skills at the resurrection point, many players died on the spot right after resurrecting, originally feeling frustrated being sent back by the wild monsters, now dying on the spot again. The anger in their hearts couldn't be contained. Led by a few hot-tempered brothers, the players who suffered unjustly immediately formed an anti-Rakshasa alliance and engaged in fierce battles with the Rakshasa Hall members. In the chaos, guilds that had grudges with the Rakshasa Hall quietly joined in, launching a surprise attack on the Rakshasa, sending him and his subordinates back to the resurrection point, and then imitating the same by camping at the resurrection point. Just as the Rakshasa was resurrected, he was met with darkness again, infuriating him to curse loudly and threaten revenge. But what awaited him was the next round of skills. After being tossed around a few times, the Rakshasa got scared, waved his hand, and went offline directly. Damn Night Wanderer, I'll fight you again after I wake up. Qin Shen learned about the resurrection point incident from Longtong Tianxia, besides exclaiming, "Indeed, you are the Rakshasa." Qin Shen didn't know what else to say. Qin Shen never really cared about the likes of the Rakshasa. After defeating Amos, Qin Shen didn't rush to leave but instead came to the edge of the cliff. Amos's body had already shattered and was slowly merging into the earth, leaving a gap in place soon. Following the gap down was the entrance to the hidden instance. Qin Shen was familiar with the route and arrived at a platform below the cliff with a few jumps. There was a cave here, covered by a semi-transparent light curtain at the entrance, along with overgrown weeds, making it difficult to see the scene behind clearly. But Qin Shen knew this was it. The moment he touched the light curtain, he received a system prompt. Ding! You are the first to discover the hidden instance. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer discovered the hidden instance Crimson Tomb below the cliff, inviting all players to explore enthusiastically. Please note, this instance is of high difficulty. Please choose the appropriate difficulty for strategy. With the announcement, all players were stunned. Oh, it's Night Wanderer again. Used to it. Wait, what did the announcement say? Hidden instance? As soon as they heard the word instance, a glint of desire lit up in the players' eyes. Instance run. Gear drops. Make a fortune. For a moment, all players stopped what they were doing and started discussing where the instance was. Longtong Tianxia, who had planned to return to the wild boar plains for leveling, also paused, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message. Night Wanderer, is the instance in the Granite Hills to the north? The announcement did mention a hidden instance below the cliff, and the only cliff terrain in the newbie village was the Granite Hills to the north. Plus, given the speed of the announcement, Night Wanderer couldn't have run to another location. Longteng Tianxia speculated that Night Wanderer must have found the entrance to the instance while picking up loot after defeating the boss, and the reason for his inquiry was mainly out of concern that if this instance was a one-time thing, he didn't want to compete with Night Wanderer. No matter how good the instance was, it couldn't compare to his friendship with Night Wanderer. However, Longteng Tianxia quickly realized he was overthinking as Night Wanderer's reply was straightforward. The instance is right where Amos appeared. Follow the slope down, but I suggest you prepare at level 10 before coming. Longteng Tianxia replied, of course, my level is too low now. Entering the instance wouldn't be meaningful. In front, there are level 10 silver equipment, as well as hidden dungeons waiting to be conquered. The heart of leveling up in Dragon Soars the World is burning fiercely, leading the team towards the wild boar plain. On the way back, Dragon Soars the World saw many players rushing here in groups. Without thinking, they must be aiming to conquer the dungeons. In the team chat, the assassin asked, "Boss, are we not going to conquer the dungeons? What if someone else snatches the first kill? Wouldn't that be a pity?" The archer also said, "Yes, we can't compete with Night Wanderer in the wilderness, but dungeons are different. Each team is independent, so we don't need to worry too much." However, Dragon Soars the World shook his head and said, Night Wanderer must know about Dragon Soars Dynasty's conquering ability, but he still let me go at level 10 again, indicating that this dungeon is very difficult. Moreover, with Night Wanderer around, the first clear record of this dungeon probably won't fall to others. Even if Ahua and the others are assigned to the same newbie village as us, they still can't compete with Night Wanderer. In that case, why rush? We might as well focus on leveling up. Night Wanderer can already solo a level 10 silver boss. If we don't level up soon, we'll just be drooling over equipment. After a few words, the assassin and archer also agreed with Dragon Soars the World's decision, but felt speechless. Once upon a time, they were regulars at first kills of major online game bosses. But now, Night Wanderer emerged and rendered them powerless with his strength alone. Where can they reason with that? Compared to Dragon Soars the World's calmness, most players didn't think that much. The dungeons are there to be conquered, right? Even if they have to corpse run, what's there to fear? Brothers, charge! Players formed small teams in 2s and 3s, braving the firepower of the granite giants. Step by step, finally reaching the platform below the cliff and seeing the long-awaited entrance to the dungeon. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Normal, Heroic, King, Nightmare. After some discussion, a few players felt it was safer to start with normal difficulty, accumulate some equipment, and then consider the subsequent difficulties. Then, they were wiped out by the first wave of mobs. The team at the resurrection point looked at each other in dismay. What just happened? As more players appeared at the resurrection point, everyone realized a problem and began to criticize. What kind of broken dungeon is this? Even the normal mode is so difficult. Damn planners, are you even human? Dragon Soars the World, who was leveling up, received a message from the guild members. As Night Wanderer said, that dungeon was very difficult. So far, even the elite raid teams organized by major guilds didn't know what the bosses looked like, all falling at the first wave of mobs. Although their equipment was a bit lacking, and their attributes were a bit low, they shouldn't be unable to clear even the normal difficulty. Isn't this bullying the honest players? After receiving the news, Dragon Soars the World smiled calmly. You guys, just lack patience. Don't you understand that haste makes waste? Night Wanderer is good to me. He reminded me to reach level 10 before going. Otherwise, if we were now forming groups to curse the planners, he would probably have a share in it. Thinking of this, Dragon Soars the World felt a surge of pride. Can you outsiders compare to the relationship between Night Wanderer and me? Speaking of which, how far has Night Wanderer progressed in the dungeon? Why hasn't the first clear announcement been made yet? Just a hidden dungeon. Night Wanderer can easily handle it. Dragon Soars the World naturally didn't know that after discovering the hidden dungeon, Qin Shen didn't rush in to clear it but left directly, heading to the Wolf Slope. To be honest, if he didn't know about that hidden quest chain, he would have started clearing the dungeon by now. But now, he wasn't in a hurry. Qin Shen was well aware that with the current levels and equipment of players, clearing in normal difficulty was already the limit, and the following 3 difficulties were becoming increasingly insane. Of course, compared to the special mode activated after the Wolf King enters the instance, Even nightmare difficulty is not worth mentioning. The special mode is nothing special, with an overall difficulty comparable to nightmare difficulty. The only exception is the final hidden boss, the resurrected Blood Baron, who is extremely tough to fight. On the way to Wolf Slope, Qin was also thinking about how, after obtaining the heart of the Blood Baron, he would rebuke the village chief of the newbie village in a righteous and upright manner, making him cry and regret his actions. Of course, this was just his imagination. In fact, after players expose the village chief's true face, this guy not only won't repent, but will also tempt players to join the vampire camp. If players choose to join, one day in the future, whether willingly or involuntarily, they will submit to the vampires who have arrived, becoming complete lackeys and enjoying harming their own kind. Qin doesn't know how many players will succumb to the temptation of additional attributes and believe the village chief's nonsense, while others may be uncertain. Qin knows that he cannot resist the temptation of the Rakshasa blade. Not only did he not resist, he even dragged the entire Rakshasa hall into the pit. When the apocalypse begins to merge and the deathmark shines into reality, let's deal with the Rakshasa blade. Qin thought lightly. He is not a person who holds grudges, but the actions of the Rakshasa blade make Qin feel that being a righteous executor is not impossible. Thanks to his high agility, Qin's movement speed far exceeds that of ordinary players, and he quickly arrived at his destination, Wolf Slope. Even before getting close, he could hear the wolves howling in the overgrown grass. Coupled with the stench in the air, it was enough to make players feel dry-mouthed, sweaty-palmed, and constantly worried that a wild wolf might jump out from any corner. However, no matter how clever the ambush of the wild wolves was, it was no match for Qin's stealth. On his way to find the Wolf King, he would casually throw a flying knife to take out any wild wolves in his sight. It didn't matter that the experience point cap was locked. As long as he completed his class advancement, those experience points would be immediately distributed, and he needed to continue accumulating evolution points. So whenever he saw a monster, he would take it out without hesitation. I'll use up the skill points before going to play the special mode, Qin thought to himself. When he killed Amos before, he gained 5 skill points that he hadn't used yet. Now he had already decided how to use them. Upgrade Shadow Stealth all the way. 5 skill points were just enough to raise Shadow Stealth by 2 levels. Ding! Consume 2 skill points. Shadow Stealth level up. LV to LV3. Shadow Stealth LV3, bronze level. Enter Stealth mode. Hidden Strike deals additional attack power asterisk 140% plus 600 damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds. Ding! Consume 3 skill points. Shadow Stealth level up. LV3 LV4. Shadow Stealth LV4, bronze level. Enter Stealth mode. Hidden Strike deals additional attack power asterisk 140% plus 800 damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds, although increasing the skill level only adds a fixed value and does not increase the attack multiplier. Qin didn't mind. After all, no matter how much his current attack power was, even if the attack multiplier doubled, it would not surpass the increase in fixed value. With a 400-point increase in fixed value, after the bonuses from Hidden Strike, Weak Point Attack, and Sniper God, it would become very significant. Enough to make the damage of Shadow Flying Knife break through the 10,000 mark. A crucial upgrade from 4 digits to 5 digits. If there was any downside, it would be that the talent upgrade has been clueless so far. Sniper God is only at LV1 now, with a lot of room for growth. But the problem is that talent levels are difficult to increase. Even most players' talents do not have the potential to level up and are fixed from the moment they are drawn. As an SSS level talent, the Sniper God can still continue to grow, which is enough to illustrate its potential. Qin even suspects that the original level of the Sniper God is far more than now, but it is temporarily set at SSS level because it is only LV1. Considering the awakening of the Sniper God and its connection to the Arrow God, Qin boldly speculates that the essence of the Sniper God's talent is divinity, the necessary path for mortals to step into the realm of gods. After finishing the special mode and dealing with the village chief, we can go to the main city. Qin secretly anticipates. The novice village is just the first stop of the apocalypse, and the main city and subsequent expansions are the real vast world. Howl! The howl of the Wolf King echoed through the Wolf Slope. Compared to its past majesty, the Wolf King at this moment is like a lost dog, with its tail tucked between its legs and only focused on fleeing. Swish! Thump! The elite wild wolves following beside it dropped dead without a sound. but the Wolf King dare not look back. This time, the enemy is too terrifying. It has only suffered a few sneak attacks, as if it has seen the call of death. If it happens a few more times, the wolf slope may change owners. Howl. The Wolf King let out a frustrated howl. Then it was hit by a flying knife. Its health bar dropped a notch, scaring the Wolf King to immediately shut its mouth, hold its breath, and just keep fleeing. In the heart of the Wolf King, there is a determination. It must go to that place, as long as it can get there, even if it is doomed. It can make the damn enemy pay the price of life. Qin Shen watched the Wolf King flee north with a satisfied expression. This guy is quite insightful, knowing to lead the enemy he can't beat to its nemesis. Yes, the Wolf King and the Blood Baron are archenemies. More precisely, it is the feud between the werewolves and the vampires. After Qin Shan activated the hidden instance, the Wolf King was guided in the dark to know that there were enemies to the north, but its strength is too weak to kill them. However, it doesn't matter. It has now encountered a formidable enemy that it cannot confront, with the possibility of perishing at any moment. In that case, it might as well lead it to the side of that unfamiliar enemy and let them fight to the death. It doesn't matter if it dies. The enemy won't have it easy either. Many players preparing to raid the hidden instance Crimson Tomb saw an unforgettable scene. The master of the Wolf Slope, the bronze-level boss One-Eyed Wolf King, actually ran to the Granite Hills, but it looks like the Wolf King is in a very bad state, already heavily injured. Some players got excited. This is a boss that came to them. They immediately prepared to go up and give it a slash, but before they could attack, they were sent away by a swipe of the Wolf King's hand. The Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain. Weak humans, if I can't beat the enemy in the shadows, can I beat you? The Wolf King, who was already full of anger, couldn't hold back anymore and began to attack the surrounding players frantically. This made Qin Shen in the shadows very unhappy. What are you doing? Hurry up and jump into the instance. Qin Shen raised his hand and threw a flying knife. Minus 4,600. In order to prevent the Wolf King from dying, he not only reduced the distance to 30 meters but also actively avoided vital points. But even so, the high damage number made the Wolf King realize the reality, and its eyes became clear again. The scent in the air was so obvious that the Wolf King knew its mortal enemy was nearby. Without any hesitation, the Wolf King leaped off the cliff and flew straight towards the entrance of the instance. The next moment, a terrifying and eerie voice echoed through the entire Granite Hills, mixed with a hint of anger. Damn beast, where do you think you're biting? Along with the Blood Baron's fury, the entrance to the Crimson Tomb instance gradually changed color from its original translucent state, as if soaked in blood, emitting an ominous aura. At the same time, all the teams exploring the dungeon received a game prompt. The sleeping Baron of the Bloodline has been awakened, his rage shrouding the entire Crimson Tomb. Ding! Monster attack power increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 20%. Underneath all the monster's health bars, an additional buff appeared simultaneously. Baron's Fury. The raid teams, already struggling, began to face catastrophic disasters. In an instant, the resurrection point was filled with curses, all players expressing their dissatisfaction with the game designers. They were fed up. This damn game's difficulty is ridiculously high. But then again, why did a Bloodline Baron suddenly appear? And why did it make all the dungeon monsters stronger? Isn't that too much? Although Baron's Fury did not increase the monster's health and defense, the boost in attack power and speed was deadly. Many teams barely maintained their progress by relying on healers to constantly heal the main tank. Now with the monster's attack power skyrocketing, the main tank became as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the damage. Without a tank to draw aggro, the remaining team members were just waiting to be slaughtered. Many players faced reality and chose to give up on the raid, turning back to level up instead. They just couldn't believe it, thinking they still wouldn't be able to pass it at level 10. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, Long Tongue Tianxia, who was leveling up, decided to have several elite teams pause their raid and focus on leveling up. The first clear of the Crimson Tomb would have to wait. As for the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty, Long Tongue Tianxia speculated that the Night Wanderer was likely involved. Thinking about this, Long Tongue Tianxia couldn't help but feel excited. He really wanted to know how long it would take the Night Wanderer to clear this dungeon, and what difficulty level would he choose. Without a doubt, it must be the highest nightmare difficulty, Long Tongue Tianxia thought to himself. His eyes gleamed with determination. The appearance of the Night Wanderer reignited the passion of his addicted youth. He was determined to make a name for himself in the end of days and show the Night Wanderer what he was made of. The instigator of all this, Qin Chen, was currently selecting the dungeon difficulty. End of Days had a user-friendly feature where players could directly choose different difficulty levels for the dungeon without having to clear each one. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but it was too time-consuming. While clearing the first 3 difficulties would earn him the first clear rewards and some equipment, it didn't hold much significance. Qin Chen had long planned to expose the village chief after defeating the Bloodline Baron, then activate the main city teleportation array and go to the professional mentor to complete his first career advancement. Calming his mind, Qin Chen chose Nightmare difficulty. Ding! You have selected Nightmare difficulty. Please note that there are unknown changes in this difficulty. Please choose carefully. Are you sure about Nightmare difficulty? Confirmed. As he confirmed, the entrance of the dungeon emitted twinkling starlight, and Qin Chen smiled slightly as he stepped in. Upon entering the dungeon, Qin Chen heard the howling of wolves coming from deep within. However, unlike before, this time the howls sounded hoarse. Qin Chen knew this was because the Wolf King had been transformed into a death wolf, his body decaying, hence the change in voice. Also present was the low laughter of the Bloodline Baron. I smell the scent of fresh blood and flesh. It's delicious. Intruder, I will drain your last drop of blood. Go, my servants, bring the intruder to me. I want a feast. With the Baron's command, the entire Crimson Tomb was filled with excited roars. These were the voices of the Bloodline servants. Thump thump thump. Chaotic footsteps surged from all directions. In the dim light, terrifying creatures swiftly climbed the walls and rushed towards the dungeon exit. Qin Chen's gaze swept over, and the monster's attributes appeared before his eyes. Awakened Blood Slave level, 10 health points, 10,000 attack, 400, plus 80, defense, 280 skills, bite, disease infection. Bloody tracking introduction. Adventurers who intruded into this place many years ago were transformed into slaves by the Vampire Baron, faithfully guarding this tomb. A level 10 monster with a staggering 10,000 health points, strong attack power, and defense. A proper mini-boss in the wilderness. However, here, they are just ordinary monsters. This is Nightmare level difficulty. Even though it's only a level 10 instance, it should not be underestimated. Over a dozen blood slaves rushed over, then froze. Where is the enemy? They could smell the scent of living beings in the air but couldn't locate them. It's a stealthy enemy. The blood slaves instantly made a judgment and gathered together. They have encountered stealthy enemies before, knowing their weakness, limited attack range. If they want to launch an attack, they would also enter the enemy's attack range, as long as the enemy leaves stealth mode. Apart from the attacked slave, the rest will swarm and tear the intruder into pieces to present to the Baron. The Blood Slaves' plan was thorough, but unfortunately, they encountered Qin Chen, a unique long-range assassin. Minus 11,503. Weakness attack. A blood slave took a flying knife to the head. Its health bar instantly emptied, and it fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a level 10 blood slave. Gained 200 experience points. The experience limit has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. With the experience points in hand, Qin Chen immediately activated Shadow Stealth. The remaining blood slaves were bewildered. They clearly sensed the presence of an enemy, but then it disappeared. This is a common trick of stealthy enemies, something they have seen a lot. However, this time, they had to admit that they were less experienced. The enemy's scent came from tens of meters away. Isn't he a stealthy person? How can he attack from such a distance? Is he an archer? But that doesn't make sense. Archers don't stealth. The blood slaves felt intellectually challenged. Their usual tactics suddenly seemed ineffective. According to their script, after taking down one unfortunate soul, the enemy would be most vulnerable before the next stealth, unable to withstand their attacks. Why is it different this time? Where did things go wrong? Before the blood slaves' pitiful brains could come up with an answer, one of them dropped dead on the spot. Just like last time, the blood slave clearly felt the fleeting presence of a living being, still appearing tens of meters away. Roar! Roar! Some slaves couldn't contain their bloodthirsty desires and rushed towards the location of the scent, wildly swinging their claws in the air, trying to find the enemy. But their actions were futile. 10 seconds later, the slave still clawing froze, its health bar emptied, falling with a mind full of confusion. Qin Chen had never cleared the Crimson Tomb in his past life because the instance was discovered a month after the server opened, and there was a level cap. At that time, Qin Shan was already over level 30. Even if he spent a lot of money to return to the newbie village, he couldn't enter the instance. However, he still checked the instance process and strategies, mainly to understand the boss's skills, so that he would be prepared when encountering similar bosses next time. As for the small fries, there was nothing much to say. Small fries of nightmare level difficulty were directly killed by his flying knives. Without any difficulty, Qin Shan immediately prepared to end the battle quickly and rushed in. Faced with the sharp flying knives, the blood slaves tried their best but couldn't find the enemy hidden in the shadows, only able to express their incompetence and rage, wildly waving their claws, then silently falling, becoming experience points. No over-level killing, not much experience. Qin Shan couldn't help but complain. He was used to killing monsters above his level, so suddenly having to kill monsters at the same level made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, if there were players who knew the strategy for the dungeon nearby, they would definitely give Qin Shan a hand. Is this how people behave? They were struggling with ordinary difficulty level monsters, and here he was complaining about the lack of experience points from killing nightmare level monsters? Protest. Serious protest. Several minutes later, the first wave of blood slave servants rushing over all became souls under Qin Shan's blade. Besides the substantial experience points gained, there were also 2 level 10 common equipment pieces. The attributes were average, so he decided to get rid of them. They couldn't be sold for a high price, but they could improve his meals. Even in nightmare level dungeons, no matter how high the monster's attributes were, without leveling up, they would only drop common level equipment. So trying to get high quality equipment by farming difficult dungeon monsters was not feasible. Qin Shan from his past life had complained about this more than once. As a heavy armor warrior with an A-level talent conqueror, after leveling up his equipment, he could easily solo monsters, but the common equipment couldn't fetch a good price, which greatly dampened his enthusiasm for making money. Forget it, I wasn't expecting anything good from the monsters anyway. Let's just hope for something from the boss. Qin Shan regained his spirit. Although limited by the dungeon level, the Crimson Tomb specifications were not considered high, but it was a nightmare difficulty level, and all the regular bosses were silver ranked, with the hidden boss, the Blood Baron, reaching the terrifying gold rank. Moreover, after activating the special mode, the transformed Wolf King also broke through its original limits to reach the silver rank. In other words, the final boss battle required facing both a gold-ranked and a silver-ranked boss at the same time. This was a huge pressure for ordinary players. Even elite teams from major guilds found it somewhat challenging, but Qin Shan didn't care at all. As long as the boss didn't have a way to counter his stealth, he could solo it, clearing the way, killing swiftly. After collecting a backpack full of common equipment, Qin Shan arrived in front of the first boss, a huge bat hanging upside down from the tomb ceiling. Vampire Bat, Silver Rank, Level, 10 Health, 350000/350000 Attack, 1500, plus 300, Defense, 800 Skills, Sonic Screech. Rapid Strike, Call Bat Swarm, Life Drain Description, the pet of the Blood Baron. It loves to feed on human brain fluids. These attributes were slightly inferior to Amos, but that wasn't surprising, considering Amos's background was much stronger than this shabby bat. After enduring countless years of sealing, maintaining a silver rank level, how powerful was Amos at his peak was immeasurable. Looking at the seemingly quiet and sleeping vampire bat, Qin Shan took a deep breath, threw a flying knife, stealthed again, and ran away at full speed. Boom! In the area where he had just been, a black shadow plunged down, cracking the hard stone floor. In the flying dust, the vampire bat shook its head and let out an unsatisfied hiss. Its speed was already fast enough, yet it still couldn't catch the enemy, indicating that this battle might not be easy. Qin Shan was well aware that he was currently only in stealth mode, not in void mode, so the enemy's attacks would still cause damage. The vampire bat's characteristic was its speed, and it was very fast. If he hadn't run away immediately, he would have been crushed like the floor, but avoiding the strike didn't mean he was safe. The vampire bat's attack failed, so it immediately changed tactics, its abdomen swelling, followed by a sharp screech from its mouth. An invisible shockwave spread out in a fan-shaped area, turning the rocks in front of the vampire bat into powder. It can be imagined that facing this blow head-on, even a fully armored main tank would find it difficult, let alone Qin Shan with his small frame. The vampire bat looked at the ruins in front of it and did not find the body of the intruder. It immediately realized that the enemy was not there, flapped its wings back to the ceiling of the tomb, and scanned back and forth with its bright red eyes. Qin Shen in the shadows had a serious expression on his face. As expected of a nightmare-level boss, a series of counterattacks were flawless, and an ordinary assassin probably wouldn't survive the first round of attacks. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. Qin Shen chuckled lightly, waiting for Shadow Sneak to cool down before striking again, and then sprinting once more. Boom! The vampire bat dove to the ground, followed by a screeching sound wave. Several large rocks turned into rubble, but Qin Shen was unscathed, waiting for his skills to cool down in another corner. Even a silver-level boss, as long as it lacked echolocation abilities, could not locate Qin Shen. Of course, this was also related to Qin Shen evolving Shadow Sneak to bronze level. If it were still at the initial common level, the vampire bat could roughly pinpoint his location and be on guard in advance with its keen perception. But now, Qin Shen could only say, "Sorry, you're doomed." After enduring a few more throwing knives, the vampire bat's health dropped to less than half. The enraged vampire bat let out a screech, and countless bats flew out of the tomb, circling continuously in the chamber. In the second stage of the vampire bat, it summoned a large number of bats to attack the player at once. Most importantly, these bats' attacks had a blood-sucking effect. If the player couldn't clear the small bats in time, they might end up in an embarrassing situation of dealing more damage than the boss could heal. But for Qin Shen, this stage was no different from the previous one. The speed of these small bats was inferior to the vampire bat, unable to touch him, let alone heal the boss. 3 out of the boss's 4 skills were ineffective against him, including the last one, Life Drain. If the vampire bat couldn't lock onto Qin Shen, how could it release its skills? So its demise was inevitable. Boom! The vampire bat's health bar emptied, and it fell from the ceiling. Ding! Killed level 10 silver level boss vampire bat. Gained 20,000 experience points. Experience cap locked. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 2. The summoned small bats immediately scattered and fled. Qin Shen walked forward and picked up the dropped equipment. Blood-sucking blade, silver level. Attack plus 300. Agility plus 15. Equipment requirement, level 10, he put it on directly, and his attack power soared on the spot, reaching 300, significantly boosting Qin Shen's damage once again. Now, he had more confidence in defeating the Blood Baron. After equipping the blood-sucking blade, Qin Shen's base attack power reached 339, multiplying several times. This upgrade was different from leveling up Shadow Sneak before, not only increasing the damage of the stealthy strike but also significantly boosting the damage of shadow flying knives and rending. It's no exaggeration to say that if Qin Shen were to fight the vampire bat again, it would take much less time. Didn't expect to drop the most needed weapon from the first boss. Hopefully, the next 2 bosses will have some good items. Qin Shen couldn't help but look forward to it. In the Crimson Tomb without activating the special mode, there were 3 bosses. Even if each boss only dropped 1 piece of equipment, Qin Shen could still obtain 2 silver-level items. Qin Shen, eager to try out his new equipment, coincidentally had a blood slave come over to die, and he threw a flying knife. Minus 18,535. Weakness attack. Before rending could take effect, the blood slave turned back into a corpse, rolling on the ground and lying motionless in the corner. Close to 20,000 damage. These small monsters simply cannot withstand it. After a dozen minutes of quick kills, Qin Shen arrived in front of the second boss. In the spacious room, there were 2 large and fierce-looking stone statues. They seemed safe, but Qin Shen knew that if a player foolishly approached, they would be ambushed by the stone statue ghosts. The 2 silver-level stone statue ghosts attacked simultaneously, enough to give players a hard time. Qin Shen had a strategy in mind and naturally wouldn't make any rookie mistakes, aiming his flying knife at the stone statues. Minus 9,268. Weakness attack, minus 9,268. Weakness attack. 2 damage numbers floated up from the heads of the 2 stone statues at the same time. At the same time, the eyes of the statues suddenly opened, and their wings behind them flapped rapidly as they launched attacks towards Qin Shen from both sides. A familiar scene unfolded, as the attacks of the 2 stone statue ghosts did not harm Qin Shen, aside from smashing the ground. Stone statue ghost twins, silver level 10 health, 250000/250000 attack, 1000, plus 200, defense, 2000 skills, raging winds, stored counterattack, physical damage reduction, shared life and death description, the gatekeepers of the Vampire Baron. They will kill any enemy that comes their way with a shared consciousness, although they seem to have low health. The problem was that these two stone statue ghosts shared their life points. Any damage dealt to them would be split in half. In other words, the total health of this boss was actually as high as 500,000. Not only that, the stone statue ghost twins were also physical damage specialists, with extremely high defense and an additional 70% physical damage reduction. They were enough to make any assassins and archers despair, but if players formed a team of magic users, they would fall into a trap, because the third boss had magic immunity shields and required physical classes for damage output, with low attributes at level 10, and the next two bosses being highly targeted. Solo players had a tough time. As for switching players during the battle, sorry, the apocalypse doesn't allow for loopholes. Players can play freely in the wilderness, but during dungeon raids, the team cannot change members. However, in front of Qin Chen, the stone statue ghost twins that made ordinary physical classes despair were no different from regular bosses. Their physical damage reduction was insignificant in the face of real damage. While Qin Chen dodged attacks, his tearing skill also began to show its power. Minus 220, minus 220. Damage numbers popped up above the heads of the stone statue ghost twins, jumping 3 times in a row, totaling over 1,000 damage. With the bonus of the sharpshooter talent, the damage from the tear skill ignored the boss's defense, causing full damage. Not high, but better than nothing. The stone statue ghost twins shared a mutual understanding and felt their companions' shock. Their proud defense seemed non-existent in front of the enemy. With one round of attacks, nearly 20,000 of their health points were depleted. And with just over 20 rounds of attacks, their health would be emptied. The stone statue ghost twins flew into the air, flapping their wings to create a whirlwind that ravaged the room along a curved path. This was the boss skill, raging winds, creating a tornado that caused continuous damage. And because they were twins, there were always 2 tornadoes each time, testing the player's positioning. Qin Chen had no such concerns. His speed was extremely fast, and not to mention 2 tornadoes. Even 10 or 20 were nothing to him. As for the twins' stored counterattack skill, it was for melee classes. What did it have to do with him as a ranged assassin? In the end, after enduring dozens of flying knives, the stone statue ghost twins turned back into stone and shattered into countless small pieces. Ding! Killed the level 10 silver level boss stone statue ghost twins. Gained 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 3-inch hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 4-inch. Although the stone gargoyle twins are difficult to kill, due to their nature as 2 bosses, the harvest of evolution points is very generous. 1 stone kills 2 birds. Qin Chen stepped forward and picked up the equipment. Stone gargoyle arm guard, silver grade. Defense plus 100, HP plus 800, Strength plus 20, Equipment requirement, 10, Strength greater than 60, damn it. Qin Chen felt somewhat helpless. He had previously used the Stone of Strength, adding 20 strength, but there was still a gap to equip this arm guard, unless he added the attribute points of the next upgrade to strength, or exploded an equipment that did not require strength. Forget it, I'll keep it for now, Qin Chen muttered to himself. He was not planning to give this equipment to Dragon Soars the 9 Heavens, but to keep it for himself. Not for wearing, but for paving the way for future plans. After collecting the equipment, Qin Chen moved forward again. As long as he defeated the third boss, he would be able to see the hidden boss, the Blood Baron. However, the Baron seemed more impatient than him, issuing another sharp whistle, urging the vampire servants to come and die. At the same time, the Baron's voice echoed throughout the tomb. Very good. Intruder, your strength makes me somewhat excited. Come to my side, and I will grant you immortality. Qin Chen knew that this was about to trigger a side quest. Normally, the Blood Baron harbored absolute hostility towards players who disturbed his slumber. But there were exceptions, such as Qin Chen, whose combat power was off the charts. The Baron would offer a choice, using immortality as bait to attract players to join the vampire camp. Not only could they obtain the hidden bloodline profession, but also an extremely long lifespan. In terms of conditions, it was much stronger than what the village chief offered. Qin Shen seriously doubted that the village chief had taken a kickback and become a second-hand dealer. Otherwise, why would the village chief only offer attribute points, while the Baron could provide hidden class changes and longevity? I will not stand between me and the black-hearted middleman. Qin Shen, filled with righteous indignation, decided to expose the village chief's true colors completely. After clearing the small monsters on the way and obtaining several pieces of ordinary equipment, Qin Shen arrived at the deepest part of the Crimson Tomb, a tomb chamber with exquisite murals. This tomb chamber was extremely large, with a length and width of over 100 meters, eerily spacious. The treasure piled up in the corner was covered with cobwebs, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. In the center of the tomb chamber, dozens of chains extended from the corners of the ceiling, suspending a huge bronze sarcophagus in midair. Boom! The moment Qin Shen set foot in the tomb chamber, the heavy stone door behind him fell, blocking the retreat. At the same time, the bronze sarcophagus began to tremble, and scratching sounds came from inside, sounding particularly eerie. Clang! Amidst a harsh metallic friction, the lid of the bronze sarcophagus was lifted, and a figure in exquisite formal attire slowly sat up. Resurrected Moros, Silver Grade, Level, 10 HP, 600000/600000 Attack, 1600, plus 320, Defense, 1600 Skills, Frenzied Blade, Magic Shield, Shape-Shifting. Dinner time description: you have awakened the master of this tomb. Are you ready to face its wrath? Such a misleading description. Qin Shen sneered. Others might not be aware, but he knew that this Moros was just the steward of the Blood Baron. The reason he could sleep in the bronze sarcophagus was also a deceptive tactic, to conceal the existence of the Baron. Otherwise, with Moros' status, how could he afford to sleep in such a high-end vampire coffin? In his contemplation, Moros fully awakened, leaping down from the coffin and landing steadily on the ground, his sinister gaze sweeping the tomb chamber. He was startled, indicating that intruders had arrived. However, there were no enemies in sight. It was a stealthy intruder. Qin Shen waited in the shadows, not rushing to strike. Unlike the previous two bosses, Moros had extremely sharp perception. Moreover, with the ability to shift and appear instantly in another location, seamlessly connecting with his chaotic blades to cause widespread AoE damage. To defeat such a boss, some skill was required. Fortunately, Qin Shen knew exactly what to do. The answer lay on the surrounding pillars. To solo Moros, players needed to make good use of the circle of pillars, attacking and then dodging behind them. This way, even if Moros shifted and attacked, he would be blocked by the pillars, giving players some breathing space. Of course, it sounded simple, but it was not easy to execute. The main issue was Moros' speed. Players with agility below 150 could not dodge his deadly double attack. However, Qin Shen had no such concerns. With an agility of over 200, avoiding attacks was a piece of cake for him. Sneaking up to a pillar, Qin Shen raised his hand and threw a flying knife. Minus 18,535. Weak point attack, minus 440. Minus 440. Minus 440. Even after transforming into an undead creature, Moros still had a weakness. It was not on his head but in the blood core in his chest. That was the core weakness of all bloodkin. In a battle against bloodkin, unless the blood core was destroyed, the opponent could not be completely killed. Moros, under attack, showed no panic, directly activating a skill and rushing at Qin Shen's position at a speed invisible to the naked eye, with two bone-short knives appearing in his hands, swinging wildly. In an instant, debris flew. A 1-meter diameter stone pillar immediately had a large gap, and a couple more strikes would cause it to break. This was also the difficulty of soloing Moros. There were 12 pillars in the tomb chamber, each able to withstand 3 chaotic blade strikes. Once all the pillars were shattered, players would be completely exposed to Moros' blades. Even with top-tier equipment, a level 10 player could not withstand a few hits. Fragile classes would die with just one touch. Fortunately, Moros' ability to shift and use chaotic blades had a cooldown of about 10 seconds, so it could not be used indefinitely. Players just needed to seize the opportunity to maintain distance and deal ranged damage. However, for Qin Shen, did he need to kite and deal damage? No, he did not. What he needed to do was move to the next stone pillar and wait for Shadow Stealth to cool down. 16 seconds later, Qin Shen struck again. Moros once again unleashed his double attack, shattering the stone pillar into pieces. After sneaking to a new pillar, Shen looked at the two short knives in Moro's hands with some envy. This was a set of dual blade equipment, not only with high stats but also set attributes, with an overall evaluation that could even match up to gold tier equipment. However, the drop rate was too low. Shen knew that in his past life, there was an archer player who had farmed Moros for a month and still hadn't collected these two weapons, showing how difficult it was to obtain them. If only they could drop in one go. Shen thought to himself. After players completed their first career advancement, the career restrictions were initially lifted. Taking the assassin as an example, after reaching level 10 advancement, they could dual wield. Although the offhand weapon only had a 70% attribute bonus, it was still significant. Moreover, after learning dual wielding, it was not limited to just daggers. Any one-handed weapon like swords and axes could be used. In other words, Shen could use Moro's dual blades. I'll try to get them to drop. Shen became more excited, raising his hand to throw another flying knife. Moros changed his shape and shadow, but it was futile. Instead of attacking hastily, he spoke thoughtfully. Intruder, your strength impresses me. Taste this move. Come, my brothers and sisters. Dinner time. With Moro's call, several figures gradually gathered around him. Headmaid Selena, bronze level, Gardener Bob, bronze level, Butcher, bronze level, Stable Master Haynes, bronze level. The second phase of the boss battle, the Righteous Brawl. This is the most challenging phase for Moros to handle, as his damage output is already exaggerated, and now he has summoned 4 minions. If players are not prepared in advance, they won't stand a chance. The only good news is that Moros summoned bronze level minions, not silver level ones. If it were 5 silver level minions, players would need to wear full level 10 golden equipment to even stand a chance in this dungeon. But where can one find so many golden equipment at level 10? The answer lies in the special mode of the Scarlet Monastery Nightmare difficulty, where players can defeat the hidden boss, Baron Bloodfawn, to obtain a piece of golden level equipment. So how can one encounter Baron Bloodfawn? By defeating Moros first. How to defeat Moros? Wear golden level equipment. And thus, an unsolvable loop emerges. Shen vaguely remembers the many jokes surrounding the Scarlet Monastery from his past life, such as clearing the Scarlet Monastery, players graduating from the Scarlet Monastery, and what happens when players who haven't graduated try to clear the Scarlet Monastery. There were many jokes. As he contemplated, his shadow walk cooldown completed, and Shen threw a flying knife at Moros. Capture the leader first. As long as Moros is defeated, the remaining 4 mini-bosses will disappear, and there is no need to waste output on them. Since these guys won't drop any equipment, there's no need to deal with them specifically. Of course, for a normal team clearing Moros, clearing the minions first is a priority, or the main tank won't be able to hold on. But for Shen, it was completely unnecessary. Minus 18,535. Weakness attack. As the damage numbers popped up, Moros had already reached close. Along with him, 4 minions rushed over, each using different skills to completely cover Shen's previous position. The stone pillars suffered more damage as a result, and they would collapse after enduring 2 more hits. As the final boss of the Scarlet Monastery, Moros' combat power was well guaranteed. His shapeshifting combined with the frenzy of sharp blades was enough to instantly kill any unprepared ranged attackers. However, this didn't mean melee fighters were safe. In the absence of ranged targets, Moros would still use the frenzy of sharp blades, leaving melee fighters with very little reaction time. A slight mistake could lead to instant death. Magic shields were also effective against spellcasting professions. Additionally, summoning minions during dinner time added pressure on the main tank, making him a real thug boss. But in front of Shen, such a powerful boss was helpless. There was no way around it. Shen's tactics were too sneaky. He would strike and then vanish, leaving Moros fuming in frustration but helpless. It was the first time Moros had encountered such a troublesome opponent. As time passed, Moros' health steadily decreased, but the pillars in the tomb chamber were crumbling one by one under the joint attacks of Moros and his minions. Fortunately, according to Shen's calculations, he could kill Moros before all the pillars collapsed. Master, I have failed. Moros let out a long sigh, his body weakly collapsing to the ground. The 4 summoned mini-bosses stood still, their figures becoming ethereal and soon disappearing completely. Ding! Killing Moros resurrected by defeating the level 10 silver level boss rewards 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Evolution point activated during hunting. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 5. It's a pity that the minions summoned by Moros don't count as independent bosses. Otherwise this wave would have been a big harvest of evolution points. Although it's somewhat regrettable, it's not a big issue. At the same time, Qin Shen's attention was also drawn to the 2 glowing loot balls on the ground. Dropping 2 pieces of equipment at once is already considered extraordinary performance. What's even more surprising to Qin Shen is that both equipment icons are weapons. No way. Did I just get a weapon set on my first kill? Qin Shen was somewhat incredulous, because the probability of this happening is really low. While contemplating, a game prompt sounded again. Ding! You have cleared the nightmare level instance Crimson Tomb. This clearance is the first server-wide kill. Additional rewards of 10,000 experience points, 20 attribute points, and 10 reputation points. Announcement about to be made. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer clears the nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb for the first time, encouraging all players to keep up the good work. As the server-wide announcement sounded, the Dragon Soaring team had just defeated a wild boar. After arduous leveling, they had successfully reached level 3, not far from level 4. Dragon Soaring encouraged, let's push harder. Once we reach level 5, we can equip new gear and hunt monsters much faster. And by the time we reach level 10, there will be silver-grade equipment waiting to be replaced. These 2 sentences boosted the morale of the teammates. What are we playing games for? Besides investment, the more important thing is the process of continuous accumulation and harvest, which brings a sense of achievement. However, before the few of them could find the next wild boar, the server-wide announcement rang out. Dragon Soaring had a look of I knew it and said, Night Wanderer must be challenging the nightmare difficulty. The archer echoed, Night Wanderer, as my archenemy, it's normal for him to make such a choice. The Divine Fire Priestess Little Snow pondered for a moment and said, Boss, do you want to ask Night Wanderer if he has any new equipment for sale? Dragon Soaring waved his hand. No need to go that far. If Night Wanderer has that idea, he will contact me for sure. Since he hasn't said anything, it's either he's busy or has other considerations. After a pause, Dragon Soaring said, We are also veteran players. We can't always rely on Night Wanderer. Understand? The others nodded repeatedly, but in their hearts, they were silently complaining. Who is really relying on Night Wanderer? At the same time, various newbie villages were also discussing Night Wanderer. There was no way around it. This name was just too prominent. First to kill the Black Iron level boss, then swiftly taking down the Silver level boss, discovering hidden instances later, being the first to reach level 10 on the leaderboard, and now, the first to clear the nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb. Each of these achievements was worth mentioning, and they were all accomplished by one person. Too powerful. Not only that, the time intervals between these major events were very short. While they were still hunting wild rabbits here, Night Wanderer had already cleared the instance. Is the gap between people really that big? Compared to ordinary players who felt lifeless, those with high talents were very dissatisfied, especially those with S-level or even SS-level talents. They were determined to pull Night Wanderer down from the pedestal. They had high talents and good professions. Why should all the limelight be taken by Night Wanderer? Impossible. The launch of Tianqi was synchronized globally, with players from the Flame Country, the Beautiful Country, and the Stick Country. However, before the National War version, everyone played separately without interfering with each other. But this didn't affect the server-wide announcements. Tianqi was so thoughtful that it would send out announcements in various languages. In the newbie village of the Beautiful Country at this moment, a 3-person team, after enduring various hardships, had finally reduced Moros to just a sliver of health. Stay steady, the boss is about to die. If it weren't for Richardson with SSS level talent, we wouldn't have made it this far. No matter how powerful the Night Wanderer god of the Flame Country is, he is just an individual. While our team consists of 1 SSS level and 2 S level players, along with high-priced equipment, we will definitely be able to clear this nightmare difficulty dungeon on our first attempt. Hearing the praise from 2 teammates, Richardson, clad in a robe and holding a staff, looked pleased. He possessed the SSS level talent of the Winter Heart, combined with the hidden profession of the Winter Mage, excelling in both damage and control. Even the boss couldn't move in front of him, confident in becoming the strongest in the dawn of heaven. However, before he could make a move, All the first kills were snatched by someone from the Flame Country named Night Wanderer God. This made Richardson very unhappy. Why should they? The Flame Country has developed well in recent years, and their people have become more confident. But I will make them know who the master of this world truly is. Richardson smirked, raising his staff to kill Moros. Before he could finish casting his skill, a server-wide announcement sounded. Player Night Wanderer God clears the Nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb for the first time. Congratulations to all players. This is impossible. Richardson's mind shook, causing him to misfire his skill. Moros, out of control, erupted and directly killed his two teammates. If it weren't for Richardson's quick reaction, he would have been sent away as well. Congratulations on clearing the Nightmare difficulty Crimson Tomb. Richardson ignored the in-game notification, not even being interested in the gold tier loot dropped by the boss. He only had one thought now. When the national war begins, he will definitely crush that guy named Night Wanderer God into pieces. At the same time, not only the players from the Flame Country, but also the top players from other regions, had the same idea. Sooner or later, they would trample Night Wanderer God under their feet. Qin Chen, filled with anticipation, stepped forward and collected the two pieces of loot. Bone-cutting dagger, main hand silver tier. Attack plus 300. Agility plus 15. Equipment requirement, 10. Set 1/2, bloodletting stabber, offhand silver tier. Attack plus 300. Agility plus 15. Equipment requirement, 10. Set 1/2. The basic panel attributes were completely consistent with the bloodsucking blade used by Qin Chen. This was normal, as they were both level 10 silver tier equipment. The only difference was the additional set attribute. This was the strongest aspect of the bone-cutting dual blades, as it allowed them to rival gold tier equipment. Set 2/2, attack plus 200. Activate frenzied charge. Swiftly move towards the target direction, bringing forth a storm of blades, dealing attack asterisk 200% damage to enemies along the path. Cooldown 30 seconds. Not only did it increase the attack power, but it also activated a special effect. Ross's signature move, shifting shadows plus frenzied blades. This was the active equipment effect unlocked after completing the bone-cutting dual blade set, and it was the core element that made this set of equipment difficult to replace in the early stages. What Qin Chen valued was the effect of shifting shadows, although he could seamlessly sneak around, as long as the opponent was on guard, revealing himself and wildly using area of effect skills. With enough skills and a large enough coverage area, he could directly kill him while in stealth mode. The bone-cutting dual blades were one of the few solutions for Qin Chen to gain displacement abilities at his current stage. In fact, this solution was not initially in Qin Chen's plan. This was because equipment drops were highly random. If he remembered correctly, there were over 20 pieces of equipment on Moros's drop list. Even if he didn't get duplicates each time, he would have to get lucky over 20 times to complete the dual blades. Qin Chen felt it wasn't worth it, as it would take too much time. To put it simply, the double-edged charge effect is just a temporary substitute, and later on, it still relies on genuine displacement skills. However, those skills are not accessible to low-level players. So, continuing to level up is the right path. Qin Chen was mentally prepared even before the fight began. It would be best if he could trigger the double-edged effect, but he wouldn't force it if it didn't happen or didn't pair up. Stopping the progression just to force the double-edged effect is unwise. Calming his mind, Qin Chen sheathed the bone-picking double-edged blade. He couldn't dual-wield now, and equipping just the main hand bone-picking dagger alone would be meaningless. Lost in thought, the voice of the vampire baron echoed in the crypt. You actually defeated Moros. Your strength truly surprises me. Come, join me, and let us enjoy eternity together. A game prompt popped up. Ding! You have activated a hidden side quest, difficult choice. Option 1, kill the vampire baron. Quest reward, none. Option 2, accept the baron's suggestion. Quest reward, unlock the special Crimson Assassin class based on your attribute focus. Lifespan increased by 300 years. The second option was clearly far superior to the first. It was precisely because of this that some players unaware of the truth would choose to join under the vampire baron. But Qin Chen knew that behind these generous rewards lay a trap leading to the abyss. Before the fusion of the apocalypse with reality, players couldn't feel the difference and might even gain stronger combat abilities due to the uniqueness of their classes. However, once the fusion began and the vampires descended upon the blue star, everything would undergo a drastic change. Even if the vampire baron had died by then, those players would have already been transformed. completely becoming the lapdogs of the vampires, causing countless slaughters. Qin Shen knew all this but couldn't prevent it from happening. Even if he warned about the pitfalls of the second option, why should other players believe him? It's just a game. Why do outsiders need to meddle? All Qin Shen could do was to anonymously post on the Apocalypse forum, saving one player at a time, calming his mind. Qin Shen sneered. Baron, wash your neck clean and wait for death. Ding, you have made your choice. The vampire Baron will become your relentless enemy. The game prompt flashed by, but Qin Shen paid it no mind, heading straight to the corner of the tomb chamber, kicking aside the scattered treasures on the ground to reveal the tiles underneath. With a light step, the sound of mechanisms moving came from behind the stone wall. Clang clang, the chains holding the bronze coffin began to loosen, and the entire coffin crashed heavily to the ground. The floor was smashed through, leaving a bottomless pit. Wails, curses, and the sound of liquid flowing emanated from the depths of the pit, along with an intense smell of blood. Below was the hiding place of the vampire baron, the blood pool. The sounds just now were the resentful spirits of the sacrificed. Staring into the pitch-black opening, Qin Shen quickly found a protrusion, leaped over it swiftly, and descended all the way down. After dropping dozens of meters, Qin Shen landed on level ground, with only one passage ahead leading to a dark red glowing opening. The Baron's tone carried an uncontrollable anger. Intruder, this will be your burial ground. Let your blood fill this soon-to-be dry blood pool. After Qin Shen made the side quest choice, the Baron prepared for battle. Qin Shen stealthily made his way to the opening, standing behind a stone wall to observe inside. Overall, it was a tomb chamber, but even more sinister and terrifying. There was not a speck of dust on the obsidian floor. In the center, there was a pool of water, rippling with crimson blood. In the pool, the vampire baron sat by the edge, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Beside him was the Wolf King already transformed into an undead wolf. Baron Nar, gold level 15 health, 150000/150000 attack, 6000 defense, 4000 skills, Crimson Covenant, life conversion, blood pool, tide of blood, blood plague description, the vampire baron who awakened from his slumber. His long sleep inevitably weakened his strength, but he remains unmatched. Now, it's not too late to submit to him. Resurrected Wolf King, silver, level, 10 health, 350000/350000 attack, 1500 defense, 1200 skills, rabies, lethal bite, wild call description, the Wolf King who intruded into the Baron's sleeping place, resurrected as a puppet by vampire magic after death, faithfully guarding his former enemy. 2 bosses. The Baron's health is as high as 1.5 million. To be honest, if it weren't for Qin Shen's sniper god talent, it would take quite a while to defeat the vampire baron even if he stood still. That's why it took a long time for the vampire baron to be killed after being discovered by players. The high health is intimidating, and the level has also exceeded the limit of the novice village, reaching level 15. Still, this is the state of strength loss from sleeping too long. Qin Shen calculated that the strength of the vampire baron in front of him is probably more than 10 times weaker than a real vampire baron. Not to mention how fierce a real vampire baron is. Just the one in front of him already makes Qin Shen feel pressured. In comparison, whether it's the 3 silver bosses in the entire instance or the Amos under the Granite Hills, they are all unworthy in front of Baron Nar. With extremely high attack and defense attributes, coupled with large area skills, it is enough to make any elite team return in defeat. Not to mention that in special mode, there is a silver-level Wolf King watching from the side. Qin Shen quickly decided to kill the Wolf King first. The resurrected Wolf King is not a summon, so even if the Baron is defeated, it won't die. Moreover, with its extremely fast speed, if it ambushes Qin Shen under the Baron's command, it would be very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Wolf King doesn't have much health, and it can be taken down in a few minutes. With this in mind, Qin Shen raised his hand and threw a flying knife. Aoo! The Wolf King let out an angry howl, while Baron Nar wore a displeased expression but made no further moves, not even getting up from the blood pool. This was within Qin Shen's expectations. This awakening was unplanned by the Baron. Originally, he was prepared to continue sleeping for another 100 years before waking up. However, he was interrupted by the unexpected guest, the Wolf King. That's why the Baron's state has not fully recovered to its best and is currently in the recovery phase. But this phase won't last long, as the blood pool will greatly increase the Baron's recovery speed. Qin Shen needs to reduce the Wolf King's health as much as possible before Baron Nar acts. If he can kill it directly, that would be the best outcome. It all depends on who is faster, Qin Shen or Baron Nar. The Wolf King's health is continuously decreasing, and Baron Nar's face is as dark as charcoal, his eyes emitting red light, staring fiercely at Qin Shen. There is an ancient saying from a distant era: when beating a dog, one must also consider its owner. The Wolf King was resurrected by him, and now being easily defeated by an outsider makes him, the owner, feel embarrassed. The Baron has decided to personally kill this intruder, skin him to make a carpet, and use his skull as a cup. He wants this human to atone for his actions today. Qin Shen doesn't care how terrifying the Baron's expression is, he just wants to kill the Wolf King and then the Baron. When the Wolf King's health drops below half, the Baron roars, "Enough!" With that, he raised his arm and struck the blood pool. Countless drops of blood flew up, then scattered like bullets in all directions. The cave walls were instantly splattered with flying debris. Qin Shen had already stealthily run to the entrance at the moment when the Baron raised his hand, avoiding the attack by the wall. The Wolf King, who had a chance to catch his breath, came to the Baron's side and lowered his head with a low growl. With a flick of his finger, the crimson light ball entered the Wolf King's body. Howl! The Wolf King let out an exhilarating roar, instantly restoring 20% of his health. Qin Shen cursed cheating in his heart but could only watch. This was the Baron's skill, life conversion. All he could do was to continue attacking. The Baron's skill was not unlimited. As long as his output was high enough, he could forcibly drain the Wolf King's life. After the Wolf King was resurrected, it lost its self-consciousness, but the familiar throwing knives made it restless. This damn déjà vu, not finding peace even after death. When the health dropped to 15%, the Wolf King ran back to the Baron. The Baron cursed in anger but once again used life conversion to restore 20% of the Wolf King's health. However, it was futile. The Wolf King couldn't hold on for a third round of healing. The bad news was that Baron Gunnar's body became full and strong again. He was about to leave the blood pool. Boom! The blood pool erupted with strong fluctuations, and the Baron transformed into a crimson phantom, leaping out of the blood pool, floating in mid-air, overlooking the surroundings with a cruel smile. "It's my turn." Tide of blood centered on the Baron. More than a dozen red torrents burst out in all directions, effortlessly breaking through walls and obsidian floors as if cutting through butter with a hot knife. Although no damage numbers were visible, Qin Shen knew that the damage from this skill was no less than 10,000. Ordinary players without enough survival skills would be wiped out by the Baron's first wave of attacks. Qin Shen could only temporarily avoid the edge, hiding outside the tomb chamber, waiting for the right moment to strike. When Shadow Sneak cooled down, Qin Shen flashed in, raised his hand, and threw a flying knife. Then he immediately activated Shadow Sneak and retreated. The Wolf King let out a dying howl, while the Baron shifted his gaze and sneered, "Got you." As he spoke, the Baron raised his hand, and a blood arrow landed on the ground, causing billowing white smoke and corroding deep pits in the obsidian floor. If it hit him, Qin Shen would definitely die on the spot. Even if he activated the Shield of the Heart of the Mountain's ring, it would be of no use. The attacks of a Golden Tier boss were so unreasonable that they would instantly kill a squishy target. With high agility, Qin Shen dodged the attack, causing the Baron to furrow his brow. "You actually dodged?" The Baron was somewhat surprised and randomly praised. "You are strong, with unlimited potential. You will surely become a great threat to our clan in the future. Unfortunately, you must die here today." Dark Deathmatch. A pitch-black energy emanated from under the Baron's cloak, quickly enveloping the entire underground tomb chamber and extending outward. A game prompt popped up. Ding! Baron Gunnar has activated the special skill Dark Deathmatch, blocking all retreat paths. Only death of one party can end the skill. Please note, if you die in the Dark Deathmatch, your character will be forcibly deleted. The prompt made Qin Shen secretly alarmed. There was actually this move? In his previous life, he had never heard of Baron Gunnar having this skill of Dark Deathmatch. To be able to force players to delete their characters was too much. Where did things go wrong? Qin Shen's brain raced. Was it the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? Or was this a hidden rule of the apocalypse? Or perhaps his sniper god talent had alerted the gods to this world in advance? Qin Shen quickly pushed aside these distractions. The Dark Deathmatch had been activated, spreading rapidly and already enveloping him. It was too late to retreat now. Only by killing the Baron could he find a glimmer of hope. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shen became calmer than ever before. Once he even killed gods, let alone a mere vampire baron. The situation seemed unfavorable for Qin Shen, but he saw an opportunity for victory. That was the fact that Baron Gunnar couldn't detect his stealth. Otherwise, the Baron wouldn't need to use his special skill, Dark Deathmatch, to restrict him here. There was no need to worry about him slipping away quietly. In the shadows, a confident smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips. Your stats are high, but my strategy is unbeatable. Baron Gunnar's special skill caught Qin Shen off guard, but after calming down, Qin Shen realized that his situation hadn't changed much. He was originally going to take down the Baron without getting hurt. So, whether Dark Deathmatch was activated or not, what difference did it make? Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shen had a decoy puppet in his hand. No matter how strong Baron Gunnar's Dark Deathmatch was, it only blocked his retreat, not his revival. He could just die and come back, as the blockade of the resurrection point by the Rakshasa Palace had already failed, and they couldn't withstand the anger of all the new village players. In that case, what did Qin Shen have to worry about? Having an escape route was so domineering. Feeling relaxed again, Qin Shen aimed a flying knife at the Wolf King. The battle plan remained unchanged: take down the Wolf King first, then kill Baron Gunnar. Seeing that the covert intruder not only didn't beg for mercy but also attacked his pet, Baron Gunnar's inner fury was indescribable. If he had to say, he was almost enraged. He had never seen such audacity. The Wolf King felt wrong too. Why was it the only one being attacked? With a sense of confusion, after being hit by several flying knives, the Wolf King's health bar was depleted, and it fell to the ground, scattering several clusters of silver-white light balls. Ding! Killed the level 10 silver tier boss, the Wolf King, and gained 20,000 experience points. The experience limit has been reached, and excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 6. Qin Shen didn't have time to pick up the loot because the Baron's blood arrows were coming again. The Baron's perception was very keen. Even if Qin Shen didn't attack, he would release blood arrows in his general direction. Since the Baron left the blood pool until now, it had only been a few minutes, and the once smooth obsidian floor had already corroded into pits, emitting a pungent smell that made Qin Shen feel suffocated. Disable olfactory perception. Qin Shen issued a game command directly, blocking the unpleasant smell, which made him feel a bit better. It was only during the game phase of the apocalypse that he could do this. In the later stages, there would be no way to adjust perceptions, it would be all real combat. After dealing with the Wolf King, Qin Shen turned his gaze to Baron Gunnar, focusing on his fingers. Qin Shen remembered that there was a storage ring in Baron Gunnar's drop list that could greatly alleviate the problem of a small backpack. I hope it drops. Qin Shen thought to himself. No, it will definitely drop. Previously, he had obtained the bone-cutting twin blades in one go, so he believed his luck was quite reliable. What difficulty was there in getting a ring? Although Baron Gunnar couldn't see Qin Shen, he could feel his gaze. He raised his right hand and sneered. Greedy fellow, if you want my family heirloom, then exchange it with your life. Tide of blood. Surging energy emerged, and the blood arrows blasted the surrounding environment again, causing many debris to fall from the ceiling. Qin Shen looked up at the ceiling. If the Baron continued to attack, this underground tomb would probably collapse. The flying knife decisively struck, dealing nearly 20,000 damage to the Baron. Baron Gunnar's expression was clearly shocked, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Mortal, how could you possess such power?" The Baron was referring not to the sniper god talent but to the actual damage. Even among the major different races, those who can master this power are few and far between. In terms of bloodline, it probably takes a count or higher to have a chance. Even Lord Gunnar was shocked by this. After all, the gap between him and the bloodline count was huge. Lord Gunnar became more and more certain that he had to kill this intruder. Otherwise the bloodline's conquest plan would be greatly hindered. Fortunately, there is a dark death match. Otherwise this intruder would probably escape. Lord Gunnar's face was sinister as he calculated how to find the intruder. But then again, why does this intruder, who is of a low level, have such advanced stealth skills that even he can't find any flaws? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed the Lord's mind. The power of shadows. After a brief shock, the Lord became even more excited. He didn't expect an additional surprise. As long as he killed this intruder, devoured all of his flesh and blood, he would definitely gain the power of shadows. and he would become the new ruler of the bloodline. Minus 18,535. Weakness attack. The high damage interrupted the Lord's fantasy. He suddenly realized a problem. Did he oversimplify this battle? Would the intruder, who possessed real damage and the power of shadows, really die at his hands? The Lord became less confident, hesitating even in releasing his skills. Although Qin Shen was unaware of the Lord's inner thoughts, the decrease in attack frequency was still a good thing. When the Lord's health dropped to 75%, he remained calm, considering it a minor scene. When his health dropped to 50%, the Lord entered the second phase, greatly increasing his speed and having the cooldown of his skills. By the time his health dropped to 30%, the Lord started to panic a bit, but still felt in control of the situation. When his health was down to 10%, the Lord's expression became strained, his gaze wandering around, looking for an escape route. Unfortunately, the dark deathmatch he initiated had not yet yielded results, limiting his retreat. Rushed it. The Lord regretted his actions. After some painful reflection, the Lord spoke. Intruder, your strength has earned my respect. I am willing to share with you the secret of eternal life. Ding! You have activated the hidden side quest, Cornered Beast Fights. Choice 1, kill the Bloodline Lord. Mission reward, none. Choice 2, accept the Lord's advice. Mission reward, receive the Lord's enfeoffment. Gain the title of Crimson Knight. Additional lifespan of 500 years. With no hesitation, Qin Shen stuck to his own choice, interrupting the Lord's fantasy with a flying knife. Seeking mercy at this point? Too late. Enraged by the rejection once again, the Lord screamed, "Just wait. My people will flatten your world." Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to respond, waiting for the skill cooldown to send another flying knife, reducing the Lord's health to just over 30,000. With just 2 more flying knives, the Lord's health bar would be emptied, making him a stepping stone. This long and arduous instance clearing was finally coming to an end. I really wanted to live another 500 years. Lord Gunnar uttered his final words, falling to the ground with a mix of regret, resentment, and doubt. With the Lord's death, a pile of sparkling loot burst out, dazzling Qin Shen's eyes. Jackpot! Getting rich! These were the loot dropped by a gold-level boss, all of which were of gold-level quality. Whether it was items or equipment, they could be sold for a fortune. The only downside might be that the equipment had high requirements. At level 15, but it didn't matter. Leveling up was not a difficult task for Qin Shen. As long as he went to the main city, there were plenty of high-level monsters in the wilderness, and the experience rewards for killing them above his level were very generous. Before that, he decided to pick up the loot first and see what it dropped. As Lord Gunnar fell, the game notifications continued to sound. Defeat the level 15 golden boss to gain 50,000 experience points. The experience limit has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting time activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 7". This kill is the first kill for the entire server. Additional rewards include 100 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 50 prestige points. Global announcement about to be made. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer first kill of the golden boss Baron Gunnar, encouraging all players to strive harder. Ding! Your prestige value has reached 100. Unlocking the prestige list. Do you want to hide the announcement nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to reach 100 prestige points. Opening the prestige list, encouraging all players to strive harder. At the moment the announcement sounded, players around the world stopped their actions. What? Did they hear it wrong? A golden boss? And it was killed by Night Wanderer? Damn! This guy must be cheating. Protest. Must protest. As for the prestige list, it's not a big deal. Just a list. It doesn't matter. With 2 announcements, even Long Teng Tianxia, who was confident in Qin Shen, was shaken. He thought Qin Shen was already invincible after clearing the nightmare level dungeon first. But he didn't expect to become even stronger. That's a golden boss. The previous silver boss Amos already made him nervous, and now another golden boss appeared. Where can reason be found in this? As he pondered, another announcement sounded. Player Richardson first kill of the bronze boss Wind Wolf, encouraging all players to strive harder. This was the first time Long Teng Tianxia saw a new ID on the server-wide announcement, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. From the name, it wasn't a player from their flame country. Sure enough, looking at the world, there are many experts, We can't slack off, Long Teng Tianxia reminded. The team members nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a cross-era online game synchronized globally, the competition would be many times more intense than previous games. This could be seen from Richardson's first kill of the bronze boss. They had Night Wanderer in Flame Country, but other regions were also formidable. In the newbie village 9527, Luosha saw these messages as soon as he came back online. Feeling uneasy, he didn't expect that while he was offline to avoid trouble, that damn Night Wanderer had become stronger again. Not only did he clear the nightmare level dungeon first, but now he could even solo a golden boss. Unbelievable. Fortunately, with Richardson's first kill announcement, Luosha's expression became cheerful, and he said to his subordinates, "In my opinion, Night Wanderer must have encountered a bug while defeating the golden boss, showing signs of decline, that's all. But Richardson's furious kill of the bronze boss shows he still has strength and will become a master in the future." His subordinates agreed. Yes. A passing solo player mocked, "I've heard that Luosha Hall is a bunch of spineless players, and today I see it's true." Others chimed in. That's right, a leader sets the tone for the whole group. If the leader is like this, what future does this guild have? I used to think Luosha was tough, turns out he's spineless. Exactly. When Night Wanderer was soloing the boss, where was this Richardson guy? Why praise him so much? I bet Richardson didn't defeat the bronze boss without help from others. Unlike Night Wanderer who soloed it. I support Night Wanderer. Night Wanderer is the coolest. Me too. The news spread, and many players had a very negative view of Luosha Hall, especially Luosha's image. Then there were players bringing up old accounts, talking about the behavior of camping the resurrection point by the Rakshasa Palace before, immediately resonating with many people, gathering together to cause trouble for Rakshasa. Outside the newbie village, hundreds of players were having a great time fighting. In the end, Rakshasa was outnumbered and blocked back to the resurrection point. Rakshasa was so angry that he disconnected on the spot. Damn it, continue sleeping. Qin-chan was still unaware of the commotion outside. At this point, he had allocated the attribute points he had obtained to agility, directly stacking agility to 305. Attributes, strength 39, constitution 14, agility 344 plus 5, spirit 13. To be honest, Qin-chan felt that he was too focused. But thinking carefully, adding points to other attributes was not significant. Adding strength could increase attack power. But did he lack damage? Not at all. And when he completed the professional advancement and unlocked dual wielding, switching to the bone-cutting twin blades would increase his attack power by several hundred points, much more effective than adding strength. Of course, increasing strength also had its benefits, allowing him to wear heavier armor with higher defense. But as the saying goes, it's not necessary. Even if an assassin wears full plate armor, can he withstand the damage? As for constitution, not to mention, Qin-chan was fighting high-level bosses, and once hit, it was basically an instant kill. Adding a few hundred or even 1,000 points of health was not very meaningful, and spirit was needed for magic-based professions, completely irrelevant to him as an assassin. All in all, agility was the most practical. Not to mention, just look at this solo run of the Crimson Tomb this time. If it weren't for the high agility providing movement speed bonus, he would have been taken out by the boss's skills long ago. How could he have made it this far? I'll save the 10 skill points for now. The stealth attribute is already high. No rush to continue upgrading. Better to keep it for emergencies. Qin-chan quickly planned ahead. He was about to return to the newbie village to complete quests and then proceed to the main city for professional advancement. After completing the professional advancement, he would gain new skills. If there were suitable ones, he could use the skill points to upgrade them. As for the report of Richardson's first kill of a bronze-level boss, Qin-chan also heard about it. He recalled that in his previous life, there was indeed such a player who had taken the limelight in the early stages, showing signs of becoming the strongest player in the apocalypse. However, after the apocalypse began to merge with reality, Richardson disappeared. It was not surprising that he was most likely killed offline. As for Richardson being able to first kill a bronze-level boss, it was highly likely that he had awakened an SSS-level talent. But Qin-chan was not worried, because there were differences even among SSS levels. His sniper god talent could definitely surpass any talent of the same level. With full confidence, Qin-chan walked towards the Wolf King's corpse, collecting all the spoils. Then, Qin-chan cut off the wolf's head, holding it up for inspection, while pondering whether the somewhat deformed head could gain the hunter's approval. If he couldn't complete the task, it would be a lot of fun. It shouldn't be a problem. Also, he couldn't forget about Baron Gurnall's blood core. This was the necessary item to expose the village chief's true identity. By the time these matters were settled, the blood pool had dried up, revealing the magic circle at the bottom of the pool. This was the teleportation magic circle to leave, which could directly transport him back to an abandoned hut in the newbie village. But there was no rush to go back. Qin Shan remembered that if a player teleported back through this magic circle without the bloodline aura, it would trigger the village chief's trap and be ambushed by the ghosts. It would be more secure to upgrade his health by changing 2 pieces of equipment. If all else failed, Qin Shan was prepared to sneak back with a shield. After finally defeating the Baron, he couldn't afford to die at the hands of the village chief. Unfortunately, the Baron was level 15, and the dropped equipment couldn't be equipped. With this in mind, Qin Shan decisively looked at the spoils of the Wolf King. First, there was a gray cloak. Wolf King Cape, silver grade, defense plus 50, HP plus 800, agility plus 20, equipment requirement 10. The focus of the Wolf King Cape's attributes is on increasing agility, which is a nice addition for Qin Shan. Better than nothing, he put it on immediately. A gray cape appeared on Qin Shan's shoulders, providing excellent warmth. This is also the hidden effect of the Wolf King Cape in snowy environments. The comfort level is greatly improved during battles. After checking the cape, Qin Shan continued to inspect the spoils. Wolfskin leggings, silver grade, defense plus 100, HP plus 1000, agility plus 10, equipment requirement 10. Wow, not bad luck. Qin Shan whistled with a pleased expression. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his health points increased significantly, and his agility increased once again. Good. He now has more confidence to return to the village. He took off the worn-out novice shorts and put on the perfectly fitting wolfskin leggings. Feeling satisfied, the size of the wolfskin leggings was just right. Unlike the novice shorts, which were a bit tight and restricted his movements, the 3rd piece of equipment was a large sword. Armor-breaking heavy sword, silver grade, 2-handed weapon, attack plus 600, strength plus 15, equipment requirement 10, strength 120. This is a warrior's weapon, which Qin Shan couldn't use, so he stored it in his backpack to deal with later. The 4th piece of loot was not equipment, but a prop. Wolf King's Horn, silver grade prop, summons a level 10 giant wolf to fight for you for 20 minutes after use. Cooldown 1 hour. This item was optional for Qin Shan. The giant wolf's attributes were slightly higher than those of monsters of the same level, but it had its limitations and couldn't be relied upon to solo bosses. However, it was a good choice for leveling up, especially for those facing leveling difficulties. Accumulating a bunch of summoning props could greatly increase leveling efficiency. In short, it could be sold at a high price. He would deal with it later. The Wolf King dropped 5 pieces of loot, with the last one still being a prop. Wolf King's Blood, silver grade, permanently increases agility by 15 after use. Qin Shan loved items that increased attributes, so he immediately used it. It had to be said that after the Wolf King was promoted to the silver grade by Baron Gurnall, the quality of the loot dropped had improved significantly. If it had remained at the bronze grade, it wouldn't have dropped so many good items. Of course, high returns come with high risks. Without a certain level of strength, one couldn't kill this silver grade Wolf King at all. After looking at the Wolf King's loot, Qin Shan turned his gaze to several items in his backpack that were shining with golden light. The previous items were just appetizers, the ones dropped by the Baron were the main event. The first item made Qin Shan widen his eyes uncontrollably. Was his luck really this good? Gurnall Family Crest, gold grade ring, increases storage space by 100 slots. No level requirement special effect, items in the storage space will not be lost. He actually dropped a storage ring, although it didn't add any attributes. Increasing backpack capacity was a sought-after feature for many players, especially after the official arrival of the Apocalypse on Blue Star. The ring's storage space had increased to 100 cubic units, making it extremely practical. Moreover, items stored in it wouldn't be lost, meaning even if one was corpse-camped, there was no need to worry about losing top-tier items. Although there were many storage-type equipment in the late game, during the early and middle stages, the Baron's ring was basically the only option. It was even difficult to replace it later on. Who would want their hard-earned possessions to be looted by others? To be able to drop this item, at the very least, his luck was extremely good. Qin Shen happily put it on his finger, looking left and right, feeling more and more satisfied. Baron Gernal was a good person, actually contributing the family heirloom. Indeed, only dead bloodlines were good bloodlines. With excitement, Qin Shen looked at the second piece of loot. An equipment. Crimson robe, gold tier, defense plus 100, HP plus 1500, MP plus 2000, spirit plus 50, level requirement, 15, spirit 150 special effect, casting speed increased by 15%. Top tier mage equipment. Not only does it provide high spirit, but it also speeds up casting. This item, once introduced to the outside world, is enough to make all mage professions fight for it. The only downside is the relatively high level requirement. Level 15 is not easy to reach. Even for top-tier players, it takes about a week. After level 10, monster attributes increase, requiring more experience to level up, making leveling up very painful. Qin Shen estimated that he soloed nightmare difficulty dungeons, enjoying all the experience. Even so, he couldn't level up directly after advancing in his profession. This shows how difficult the subsequent leveling becomes. Qin Shen didn't pay much attention to it. What does it matter to him if others level up slowly? As long as he leaves the newbie village and power levels by fighting higher level monsters, his leveling efficiency soars. Storing the crimson robe in his storage ring, Qin Shen looked at the next piece of loot. A skill book. Tide of Blood, gold tier active skill. Briefly charges before shooting blood arrows in all directions. Dealing magic damage * 180% plus 800 damage. Consuming 10% of max HP, cooldown 30 seconds. Learning requirement, Spirit 300. Good news, a skill book is dropped, and it's a gold tier one. The bad news is that it's not a universal skill book but limited to mage professions. 300 spirit points can only be reached by mage professions. Of course, Qin Shen could forcibly meet the requirement, but it wouldn't make much sense. Tide of Blood causes area damage centered on oneself, with limited range and not compatible with the sharpshooter talent. Qin Shen's evaluation is that it's not as good as long-range basic attacks. However, just because Qin Shen doesn't value it doesn't mean other players won't. On the contrary, once this item is put up for sale, those wealthy mages will definitely rush to give Qin Shen money. Qin Shen felt somewhat helpless. The previous equipment combined with Tide of Blood can definitely be considered a big hit. Its value not inferior to platinum tier equipment. After all, equipment will eventually become outdated, but skills, especially ones starting at the gold tier, can be fully utilized in the late game. The problem is, they are all things Qin Shen doesn't need. It's like a hit, yet not quite. Why do I feel like by defeating the Baron, I'm benefiting mages? Qin Shen pondered. However, he wasn't too bothered since the Baron was already inclined towards being a mage boss, dropping mage equipment primarily. This situation was within Qin Shen's expectations. Alternatively, since he doesn't need this skill book, he could easily trade it for an equivalent level physical long-range skill book or other items of similar value. The world of Tianqi is vast, with players constantly discovering new opportunities. Among them, there will surely be what Qin Shen needs. Putting the skill book into his storage ring, Qin Shen continued to inspect the loot. Blood-soaked boots, gold tier, defense plus 100, HP plus 1000, MP plus 1500, spirit plus 40, level requirement, 15, spirit 200 special effect, mobile casting, 30% efficiency. Qin Shen felt frustrated. Another top-tier mage item. Let's not talk about the basic attributes. The special effect is the most impressive aspect of this equipment. After equipping it, players can cast spells while moving at 30% speed, effectively alleviating the poor mobility of mage professions. Damn, after working hard for so long, my improvement relies entirely on the Wolf King? Qin Shen came to a conclusion that left him speechless. Fortunately, Baron Gernal still had one last piece of loot, and Qin Shen couldn't help but pray in his heart. It must be something he can use. Toxic Blood Plague, gold tier passive skill. The poisonous blood corrodes enemies' wounds, dealing attack power / spell power * 40% plus 100 damage per second for 5 seconds. If the target dies during this period, the toxic blood plague will spread to enemies within 10 meters. Qin Shen saw what? In the previous life, the toxic blood plague, known as the source of countless poisons by numerous players. This thing is a monster spawning technique. As long as a monster dies, the damage will spread out. Paired with AoE skills, leveling up solo is extremely fast. almost invincible. The method is simple. First find a gathering point for monsters, then lure a dozen or 20 monsters. As long as you quickly kill one first, the spreading toxic blood will continuously reduce the health of all monsters. When it's about to disappear, kill another monster to reapply the toxic blood. Repeat this a few times, and you can wipe out a large wave of monsters. This method is also very suitable for Qin-Chen, starting with shadow flying knives to quickly kill monsters, spreading the toxic blood plague. With the support of the sniper god, even if you can't kill the wild monsters in one shot, you can still take down a lot of health. Throw a few more flying knives, and you can kill more than 10 times the number of wild monsters. Leveling up efficiency absolutely soaring. Qin-Chen was very excited. He directly learned the toxic blood plague. He doesn't have a group skill now, but shadow flying knives are enough for the time being, and the Dragon Soaring Dynasty is already helping him search for related skill books with all their might. With the strength of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty, he should receive news in no more than 3 days. By then, Qin-Chen will transform from a long-range assassin to a long-range mage assassin, directly throwing a skill at a group of monsters, and the experience points will definitely skyrocket. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. With just one toxic blood plague, all the frustration Qin-Chen had from not getting any mage equipment before vanished. Who needs anything else? With this, Baron Gunnar's entire loot has been checked. Qin-Chen not only obtained an extremely rare storage ring but also acquired a brand new gold tier skill. Remember, he worked so hard before and only evolved Shadow Stealth to bronze tier. But now, he directly obtained a gold tier skill. Fortunately, Qin-Chen's mentality was very calm. The toxic blood plague is good, but it cannot shake the position of Shadow Stealth. That is his fundamental skill to rely on. After all, as the saying goes, you need to be alive to output. And he has collected 7 evolution points, and by going back to kill a few wild monsters, he can gain another point, which can initiate the next evolution of Shadow Stealth. Once Shadow Stealth evolves to silver tier, Qin-Chen's stealth at this stage will be impeccable. Even if the archers under the Rakshasa cut off their hands practicing with illumination flares until their muscles cramp, they won't be able to break his stealth. And if Shadow Stealth evolves again, the base damage will increase. Coupled with the professional advancement that Qin-Chen is about to complete and unlocking dual wielding, the damage will be explosive. You're hunting rabbits. He's hunting wild boars. I'm going for the first kill. Everyone has a bright future, Qin-Chen muttered, then turned to look at the teleportation array in the blood pool. After checking all the drops, it was time to go back. However, to avoid being killed by the traps set by the village chief, while maintaining stealth, Qin-Chen activated the shield effect of the ring. After changing to the 2 Wolf King equipment pieces, his health had already reached 2,540, plus the 3,000 shield. With such high health, he didn't believe he would crash in the newbie village. With this in mind, Qin-Chen decisively stepped onto the teleportation array. Ding! A sealed teleportation array is discovered. Do you want to activate it? Activate. The teleportation array has been activated. Starting teleportation. Destination: abandoned hut in the newbie village. A flash of light, and Qin-Chen disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the village chief of newbie village 9527 felt a tremor in his body, as if there were turbulent waves rolling in his heart. The teleportation array set up by the master has been activated, but it's clearly not the agreed time yet. Thinking of the previous owner's roar, the village chief felt a sense of unease. Chief, here are the materials you wanted. I brought them back for you. A player's voice interrupted the chief's thoughts. The village chief put on a warm smile and praised, "Brave adventurer, you have excellently completed my task. This is your reward. Please accept it." The player couldn't help but express gratitude repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Chief. Is there anything else I can help with?" The village chief, with a worried expression, said, "Several abandoned huts in our village seem to have been invaded. Could you help me take a look?" Upon hearing this, the player patted his chest loudly and assured, "Chief, rest assured, protecting the village's safety is our duty. Brothers, gear up." A group of players left the village chief's house in a rush towards the abandoned huts. At that moment, several players had only one thought in their minds: whoever dares to invade the newbie village will surely regret it. Before Qin-Chen's eyes could adjust to the changing light, a sharp sound pierced his ears. A semi-transparent ghost extended its claws and launched an attack into the air. From the attack trajectory, the ghost did not notice Qin-Chen. It simply followed the preset settings and, not sensing the scent of the Blood Clan, initiated the attack. Qin Shen easily dodged it and ultimately did not strike back. If he remembered correctly, this ghost was an innocent villager killed by the village chief. Since he had nothing to lose, he let it go. Following the half-open wooden door, Qin Shen left the waste and headed towards the village chief's residence. After confirming he was out of the ghost's range, Qin Shen deactivated his stealth mode and walked boldly forward. Before he could take 2 steps, he saw several players eagerly running towards the hut he had just left, muttering about tasks. Qin Shen shook his head. These unlucky guys. They arrived just after the ghost was activated. Isn't that asking for trouble? Before this thought could settle, Qin Shen heard frustrated cursing behind him. Damn! What kind of task did the old village chief give? The boss was killed in 1 hit. How can there be ghosts in the newbie village? Where are the village guards? Help us out. Brothers, let's meet at the respawn point. Thump, thump. Several players died in succession, turning into white light and returning to the respawn point. Qin Shen turned to look at the ghost gradually becoming invisible, still not making a move. If he remembered correctly, exposing the village chief without killing the ghost would trigger a hidden task. There wasn't any special reward, just a wooden comb without any attributes, a gift from the ghost's former lover. Village chief, your crimes will be revealed today. Qin Shen was filled with a sense of justice and walked forward confidently. Then he was blocked by a large number of players. Damn! Night Wanderer! This phrase seemed to sweep through the entire newbie village like a nuclear explosion, spreading rapidly as it passed from one person to another. Countless players dropped what they were doing and rushed back, just to witness this Night Wanderer mentioned only in server-wide announcements. They wanted to see if the Night Wanderer truly had 3 heads and 6 arms, and why getting the first kill was as simple as eating and drinking. Seeing more and more players gathering, Qin Shen had an idea and said loudly, I know you're eager, but hold on. Anyone interested in doing a hidden task with me? If it were someone else saying this, the players present would have scoffed. Who do you think you are, claiming there's a hidden task? But when it's the Night Wanderer speaking, it's different. Who is the Night Wanderer? The first to defeat major bosses, solo clear nightmare difficulty, and the fastest leveling legend. Is it necessary to joke with such a person? Therefore, when the Night Wanderer mentioned a hidden task, it must be true. With that in mind, an impatient player asked, Night Wanderer, where is the mission you mentioned? Can we take it now? What if we go there and come back empty-handed? Wouldn't that be a loss? It's not that we don't trust you, it's just that everyone wants to broaden their horizons. I don't mind. I'm tired of leveling up anyway. Might as well go sightseeing. Speaking of Night Wanderer, did you get any good equipment from the Nightmare Difficulty Crimson Tomb? Night Wanderer, where did you get your gear? Care to share? The players discussed eagerly, but when it was almost time, Qin Shen waved his hand and said, There are too many questions. I can't answer them now. I'm going to do the mission. Whoever wants to come can come. With that, he parted the crowd and headed towards the village chief. The players wanted to ask more questions, but seeing no opportunity, they had no choice but to follow along. Upon reaching the destination, the village chief was already waiting at the door, accompanied by the vigilant village militia. The moment the village chief saw Qin Shen, he sensed the resentment of his deceased master emanating from him. In an instant, the village chief knew that his master had been killed by this foreign resident before him. This person exudes an evil aura. Seize him. The village chief pointed at Qin Shen, ordering the militia to surround him with raised swords and shields. The surrounding players were shocked to see this scene. This must be the hidden mission that Night Wanderer mentioned. Isn't he leading them into a trap? One player cursed, Night Wanderer, you're not human, using us as cannon fodder. This sparked a wave of criticism, with more players joining in. Some even shed tears as they recounted Night Wanderer's misdeeds. Do you know how difficult it was for him? First, encountering a giant wild rabbit, managing to inflict some damage, only for Night Wanderer to arrive and have no connection to it. Then encountering the silver tier boss giant Amos, only for him to intervene, being killed by wild monsters 5 times along the way, relying on incredible willpower to reach the destination. Before he could even make a move, the boss sent him back to the respawn point with a stone. Reflecting on this series of misfortunes, weren't they all because of Night Wanderer? This time, coming to see the so-called hidden mission, they were mistaken for attacking targets by the village militia, igniting the players' suppressed anger and sorrow. Night Wanderer, I curse you. Other players didn't have such a tragic experience. but as they saw the village militia getting closer, they collectively took 3 steps back, positioning Qin Chen in front of them. Qin Chen remained calm, taking out the Baron's heart from his backpack and displaying it to the militia, saying loudly, "This is a vampire's heart. I have eliminated a great threat to the village. Is this how you treat a righteous ally?" The militia captain waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to stand by, while he cautiously approached and, after a moment of observation, exclaimed in shock, "It is indeed a vampire's heart, and it's fresh, clearly dug up recently." The captain hesitated, asking, "Where did you get this from? There have been no signs of vampires around the village." Qin Chen smiled and said, "You should ask your village chief about that." Hearing this, the captain became even more puzzled. What does this have to do with the village chief? Seeing the captain's reaction, the village chief urgently said, "Baru, stop wasting time and arrest this person who threatens the village." Captain Baru hesitated. If the young man in front of him had indeed killed a vampire and extracted its heart, then he wouldn't pose a threat to the village but would be a hero. However, he had to follow the village chief's orders. In that moment, Captain Baru found himself in a dilemma. The village chief urged again, "Baru, do you want to betray the village?" Baru thought for a long time, finally made up his mind, and said, "Chief, I think we should clarify the situation." He always felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing Captain Baru's actions, the village chief was filled with resentment. If there weren't so many outsiders, he would have turned this disobedient guy into a ghost too. Seeing the village militia stop advancing, Qin Chen, holding the Baron's heart, stepped forward and said to the village chief, "Chief, I discovered the secret base of the Blood Clan under the cliff to the north of the village. After a fierce battle, I killed the lurking Blood Clan Baron inside. What reward do you think I should get?" The village chief thought to himself, "You still want a reward? I would have already slapped you to death, which is already being quite lenient." However, on the surface, the village chief put on a shocked expression and said, "What? There are actually blood clans to the north of the village. This is truly unexpected. Warrior, come inside quickly and tell me the details." Then he waved to the village militia. "You can go back first. No rush." Qin Chen smiled and said, "Captain might as well listen too, so that we can be prepared if more blood clans appear." Captain Baru thought about it and found it reasonable. The village chief couldn't agree. He was thinking of tricking this otherworldly resident into the house and killing him. If Baru followed in, wouldn't the plan be exposed? The village chief's eyes turned, and he said, "Baru, take people to the cliff to the north and check it out. If there are any enemies left, you can take care of them to prevent the village from being attacked." Baru pondered for a moment. It made sense, and he patted his chest, saying, "Chief, rest assured, I'll take care of it." Qin Chen couldn't let Captain Baru leave. He was also tired of acting with the village chief. With a glare, he angrily rebuked, "Bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human." As he spoke, he threw the Blood Clan heart in his hand. The village chief instinctively lunged forward, barely catching the heart before it hit the ground. He stood up, glared at Qin Chen, and screamed, "Stupid human! How dare you offend the remains of the master?" The scene fell silent. Captain Baru rubbed his ears, somewhat doubting if he had misheard, and couldn't help but ask the teammate behind him, "Did the chief just mention the master?" The teammate asked could not keep up with Baru's intelligence, just nodded blankly and said, "Yes." Baru suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. There was a traitor in their village, and it was colluding with the Blood Clan, the enemy of mankind. Baru held his shield in front of him, vigilantly looking at the village chief, and asked, "Chief, do you have anything else to say?" The confrontation between the village chief and Baru left the surrounding players dumbfounded. What's going on? This game NPC can interact too. It's too intelligent. Truly a cutting-edge virtual reality online game. Indeed awesome. A clever player had a thought and said, "I understand. The night god must have discovered the chief's betrayal secret. That's why he came back to confront him face to face." The people around suddenly realized, expressing their amazement at the unexpected turn of events. Another player praised, "I knew the night god wouldn't engage in a battle without certainty." Others mercilessly exposed him. "When the militia advanced just now, you were the first to retreat." Other players thought further. The current situation clearly indicated the start of a plot. What should they do? Some players tightened the dagger in their hands, thinking about how to kill the village chief later. On the other side, Facing Baru's questioning, the village chief knew he could no longer clear his suspicion. So, he decided to come clean, covering his forehead and laughing heartily. I never expected that after planning for 10 years, I would be thwarted by an outsider. After speaking, he affectionately kissed the Baron's heart in his hand, with a look of obsession. Master, this is for you. Revenge. You. The players all shivered together. The impatient ones rushed forward and cursed. I'll kill you. You old glass. Qin Chen calmly took 2 steps back. These guys obviously didn't know how powerful the village chief was. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the village chief's expression turned sinister. His body began to swell, his clothes bulging, staring at the player charging forward with a cold smile. If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish. Blood arrow. Splat. A crimson arrow shot out from the village chief's hand, easily piercing through the player's head. Thud. The player fell to the ground, turning into white light and respawning at the checkpoint. The village chief's face was filled with fanaticism as he laughed. With such great power, what do you have to resist us? Huff. A figure dashed forward. It was Captain Baru of the guard. The next moment, Baru spurted blood from his mouth and flew back. By now, the village chief had torn off his human disguise, revealing his mutated true form. His skin turned dark purple, bulging blood vessels crisscrossing on the surface. Not only that, the village chief had undergone a second growth, transforming from a small old man of less than 1.7 meters to a nearly 3-meter tall giant. This was the power the village chief gained by joining the Blood Clan. Captain Baru lay on the ground, unable to get up, his eyes filled with sorrow. How could they resist such a powerful monster? Was the village going to perish today? No. Captain Baru struggled to stand up, looking at the players with a pleading tone. Adventurers, please help our village. Seeing this, the village chief also refused to show weakness, using a seductive tone. Strangers, do you want to possess this kind of power? At the same time, all players present received a game prompt. Ding! You have triggered a special mission, Destruction and Protection. Please make your choice carefully. Option 1, assist the village chief in destroying the village. Reward, primary Blood Clan factor, initially gaining Blood Clan abilities. Increasing attributes. Please note, do not let others discover your Blood Clan identity. Option 2, assist Captain Baru in eliminating the village chief to protect the village. Reward, 10 reputation points. Judging solely from the mission rewards, the second option was far inferior to the first. Reputation points sounded useful, but at this stage, players had not discovered their true purpose, so it was better to choose more practical attributes. In fact, in his past life, some players had thought the same way and made such choices, but Qin Chen knew that once you joined the Blood Clan, there was no turning back. The reason he had boldly brought the players to do the mission this time was to prevent as few people as possible from falling into the trap. As players discussed, they all turned their inquisitive gazes towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen didn't hide anything and said directly, although the choice is yours, I still suggest choosing the second option. As far as I know, reputation points will be more useful after leaving the newbie village. Otherwise, why would the game set up such a leaderboard separately? After some contemplation, it seemed to make sense. So far, only 2 leaderboards had been opened in Tianqi, the level leaderboard and the reputation leaderboard. This was enough to illustrate the importance of reputation points. However, some players raised objections. Night Traveling God, even if reputation points are useful, I'm afraid that just 10 points won't show much effect, while the first option can increase attributes. Some players agreed with this statement. Qin Chen did not explain, but said domineeringly, depending on the choice made, players will be divided into different factions for on-site PK. I will choose the second one. You guys think about it yourselves. Qin Chen's intention was clear. Anyone who dares to choose the first option will have trouble with me. With me around, you won't be able to destroy the village and complete the mission. The deterrence of the name Night Wanderer still existed. Many players indignantly expressed their determination to help the captain. Baru, kill the village chief. The traitor. They detested traitors the most in their lives. However, some players thought that the village chief was so domineering and powerful that he might have hidden means to kill the Night Wanderer. The truth is in the hands of a few. With this in mind, they quietly chose the first option and prepared to lurk in the crowd for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, as soon as they made their choice, crimson light spots flew out from the village chief and accurately entered their bodies. The surrounding players saw this. Alright, you want to cause trouble. Ha, brothers, Take care of it. Qin Shen acted decisively and instantly killed the players who had joined the Blood Clan. Then, a poisonous blood plague broke out, taking away more Blood Clan players. In the newbie village, skills do not have damage judgment. Unless it is a special situation like the current one, there will be a distinction between friend and foe. Qin Shen didn't have to worry about the poisonous blood plague harming the innocent. Even without the sniper god bonus, with Qin Shen's attributes, the poisonous blood plague could cause 1180 points of damage, which was not a small number. At this stage, players generally had life values of 2 to 300, which they couldn't withstand. In an instant, the poisonous blood flowed, causing the Blood Clan players to regret their actions. This broken game is too deceitful. How can it mark their choices so clearly? Is there no privacy left? However, this was actually part of Qin Shen's plan. Option 1 was specifically reminded in the text not to let others discover their Blood Clan identity. If players completed the task themselves, outsiders naturally wouldn't know whether they had joined the Blood Clan or not. But Qin Shen came and exposed everything directly. In this way, players who joined the Blood Clan could no longer hide. Although it was the game stage at the moment, killing them wouldn't have any effect. But their identities had been exposed, and when teaming up with other players in the future, others would receive a prompt. Please note, Blood Clan Infiltrator joined the team in this way. Normal players would not want to play with these people, effectively combating the Blood Clan players. Qin Shen didn't expect to completely eliminate the infiltration of the Blood Clan, but reducing future harm a little was still achievable. Qin Shen took action and killed dozens of players who had secretly joined the Blood Clan, immediately making other players feel relieved. Fortunately, they didn't go against the Night Wanderer, or they would have been the ones killed. However, what was the skill the Night Wanderer just used? How did a single flying knife kill so many? Besides the players who were initially attacked, others were quite far from the Night Wanderer and didn't see them being attacked. Truly, the Night Wanderer who could solo nightmare dungeons was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Some players who were still hesitating on how to choose immediately realized the reality and wisely chose to help Captain Barrett. When most players made their choice, Barrett, with renewed spirit, shouted, "Adventurers, eliminate this monster!" The mutated village chief also let out an angry roar, swinging his sturdy arms forward, ready to go on a killing spree. The players were instantly excited. It's time to fight. Quick, tank players take the front. DPS pay attention to positioning. Healers precast healing. Release that mission monster. Let me handle it. I've long been displeased with the village chief. Today I'll show him why the grass is so green. Defend our village. It's on fire. I feel it's on fire. This is our bond. Damn! With a cry of surprise, the players who were eager to get started all showed expressions of agreement. In front of them lay the body of the village chief. Just a moment ago, the village chief hadn't even run 2 meters before being hit by a flying knife. Then his health bar emptied instantly, and he died on the spot. This made the players who were ready to make a big move feel quite uncomfortable. They had done all the foreplay, and now you're telling me it's over. Have they ever considered their feelings? Just taking off without landing? What? The Night Wanderer made the move? Then it's fine. I'll land myself. The players obviously knew what was best, unanimously agreeing that the village chief should be taken out directly. Qin Shen emerged from the shadows, came to Captain Barrett, and said seriously, "Captain Barrett, you exposed the village chief's conspiracy. I think you should take over as the village chief." Looking at the village guard, he asked, "What do you think?" The guards wouldn't say no, all expressing that Barrett was their ideal choice for village chief. Barrett was stunned. The situation had clearly exceeded his expectations. How could a village guard captain suddenly become the village chief? He was completely unprepared. However, soon Barrett's expression became calm, and the title above his head changed to Village Chief Barrett. With that, the entire mission was basically concluded. The game prompt arrived at the right time. Ding! You have completed the special mission of destruction and protection, gaining 10 reputation points. The players who received the prompt were all smiles. They hadn't done anything, just followed the Night Wanderer for a trip, and gained 10 reputation points for free. Feeling great. Many casual players' perceptions of the Night Wanderer had changed. They used to say the Night Wanderer was domineering and didn't give ordinary players a chance. But maybe it wasn't that exaggerated, compared to other players' prompts. Qin Shen had a few more. Ding! You led the way in exposing the village chief's true face, disrupting the Blood Clan scheme, and gained the title of Village Defender. Ding. Your reputation value is increased by an additional +10. Ding. Your reputation with the Blood Clan has decreased to hostility. Qin Shen glanced at the prompts, not paying much attention. Humans and the Blood Clan were already at odds, so lowering his reputation to hostility didn't have much impact. As for the title of Village Defender, it didn't provide any additional attributes. Its honorific meaning outweighed its substance. If you had to say, it was in the integration of the apocalypse reality. After the game content descended on Blue Star, he could receive additional help in various exotic gathering places around the world. The premise was that the exotic races in that gathering place were friendly to humans, but that was all for later. It wasn't very useful now. With that, the entire Blood Clan mission chain in the newbie village came to an end. Qin Shen was ready to complete the hunter task, then come back to find Barrett to open the teleportation array, head to the main city, and start a new journey. While the players were still discussing, Qin Shen disappeared from the spot in shadow stealth and headed towards the hunter's house. Arriving at the hunter's house, Qin Shen saw a player standing outside the yard, cursing, "Lame, come out if you dare." Qin Shen felt this guy seemed a bit familiar. After recalling, he remembered this was the guy who had been killed twice in the hunter's yard before. Obviously, this was a grudge-holding and clever guy, knowing to stand outside the yard and curse. But this guy had clearly forgotten that the hunter was ranged. Swish, thud. The player who hadn't finished venting went to the respawn point. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly, didn't pay much attention, and released his stealth to walk into the yard. When he entered the house, the hunter was hanging his bow and arrows on the wall. After seeing Qin Shen, he didn't rush to ask about the situation with the Wolf King, but instead asked about what had just happened. "The village chief is dead." Qin Shen nodded, "Yes." The hunter sat on the chair, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Honda used to be full of passion, wanting to lead the village to prosperity." Qin Shen remained silent. He knew the hunter was reminiscing about the past. According to the game data, a dozen years ago, the village chief was very competent, and the village became prosperous under his leadership. But 10 years ago, everything changed after a certain outing of the village chief. The village chief, who had mistakenly entered the Crimson Tomb, was transformed into a servant by the vampire baron, lurking in the village as a pawn and committing many atrocities in secret. Where did the blood in the baron's blood pool come from? It was all the village chief's doing. The hunter also knew this and quickly stopped reminiscing, asking instead, "Have you brought back what I wanted?" Qin Shen took out the Wolf King's head and handed it over. Hatred flashed in the hunter's eyes, but quickly disappeared, replaced by calmness. The mastermind behind his broken leg was already dead, and everything had dissipated. Qin Shen also received a game prompt. Ding! You have completed the hidden task of hunting the Wolf King, gaining 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of favor from the hunter. The hunter placed the wolf head in a jar, poured in salt, sealed it carefully, then took out 30 silver coins from another jar and handed them to Qin Shen. Qin Shen calmly accepted them and waited quietly. After hesitating for a long time, the hunter finally made up his mind and said slowly, "Young man, to be able to take down the Wolf King so quickly, your skills have impressed me. I have a friend named Lei Huayo in Bailey City, who I heard is currently serving as an instructor. Take my letter to him, and he will teach you a thing or two." Ding! Accept the hunter's recommendation. Task description: impressed by your performance. The hunter has developed an appreciation for talent. Please go to Bailey City and deliver the letter to your friend Lei Huayo. Task reward: random long-range skill book. Wow! An unexpected gain. Qin Shen had never done the hunter's hidden task in his past life, so he wasn't sure if there were any follow-ups. The previous player didn't mention it either. He didn't bother to investigate further and accepted the hunter's letter, storing it in his ring, saying, "Thank you, I will go." After that, he turned and left the hunter's cabin, heading back to find the new village chief, Barrett. It was time to go to the main city. Before going to find Barrett, Qin Shen remembered something and changed direction to head to the abandoned hut with a teleportation array. The former village chief had already died, and the villagers turned into ghosts by him should have ascended to heaven. When Qin Shen arrived at the abandoned hut, he saw several players approaching in a cautious manner. "The monsters here are fierce. Guys, be careful. Last time I wasn't prepared, otherwise it wouldn't have ended so quickly. Speaking of which, since the previous village chief was taken out, who should we turn in the mission to after we deal with this ghost?" The new village chief. Of course, we're all from the same village. If we take out the lurking ghost, he should be grateful to us. Makes sense. Do you think it's possible that this ghost is related to the new village chief? Let's bring back the ghost's head and expose his true identity like Night Wanderer did. Watson, you found a blind spot. Just as the group was discussing the next steps, a voice came from the side. No need to think about it. The ghost here is no longer present. One player, impatiently turning around, scolded. Who the hell are you, trying to rob? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression became quite dramatic. His teammates noticed something was off and turned around, freezing on the spot. It was Night Wanderer. The player who had spoken earlier started shaking like a sieve on two legs, stuttering, and Night Wanderer, don't misunderstand. I wasn't insulting you. His teammate took 2 steps to the side to avoid getting splattered with blood later. Qin Chen waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I don't mean anything else. Just came to tell you that the ghost has disappeared." A player beside him exclaimed, "That's not possible. No other players came over. The ghost should still be there." Qin Chen didn't explain much, just took big steps forward. The team leader player urged, "Be careful, that ghost has a high attack power." Creak, the old wooden door was pushed open, and several players immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. But nothing happened. Through the crack in the door, the interior could be seen, looking very dilapidated. There was no sign of the ghost. The players looked at each other, puzzled. Could it be true that the ghost disappeared as Night Wanderer said? Why is that? Qin Chen stood at the door, glanced around, and saw a wooden comb in the corner, picked it up. Several players, seeing that Qin Chen was not attacked, confirmed that the ghost was gone, and suddenly felt bored and left. The mission monster was gone, so why stay here? And they had just been disrespectful to Night Wanderer. What if there were consequences later on? They might have to make a trip to the resurrection point. Qin Chen was not a petty person, and ignored the players, heading off to find Baru. Arriving at the village chief's hut, Baru was already busy and sweating profusely. He never imagined that being a village chief would involve so much work, especially with the previous village chief's identity exposed. During his time with the Blood Clan, he had caused a lot of trouble, leaving all the mess for Baru to handle, which made him even more distressed. First, Wang Dama from the village came over, saying that 5 of her chickens were missing, definitely the doing of the previous village chief, and demanded compensation from the village. Just as he calmed her down, old Lu came, saying the former village chief owed him 100 gold coins. Baru was so angry he wanted to send old Lu to the Crimson Tomb. With your drafty old house, it would be a surprise if you could find 100 copper coins at home, and you have the nerve to ask for 100 gold coins? More villagers came over to inquire about the situation. How inexplicable. How did the former village chief get involved with the Blood Clan? Also, would the Blood Clan come back for revenge? Would they need to relocate the entire village? And so on. All these issues made Baru feel that being the village chief was not worth it. After finally calming the villagers' emotions, Baru finally had a chance to take a sip of water. But when he looked up, he saw Qin Chen coming over, quickly put down the cup in his hand, and said with a surprised look, "Hero, you're here." In Baru's heart, Qin Chen, who had exposed the true face of the village chief and rescued the village chief from the Blood Clan, was a well-deserved hero, and his attitude was extremely good. Qin Chen walked up and handed over the wooden comb, saying, "Village Chief Baru, I found this." Baru saw the wooden comb. The joy on his face faded, and he became somewhat sad, sighed and said, "This was given to Iron Egg by Xiao Jie." After speaking, he had a nostalgic expression, and said to himself, "Speaking of which, when Xiao Jie went missing, I also suspected the village chief, but did nothing. When Iron Egg went missing too, I still did nothing. Hero, do you think I'm fit to be the village chief?" Baru looked very dejected. Qin Chen firmly said, "You can. Others may not know." But Qin Chen was very clear that Baru was a competent village chief, enthusiastic, brave, and courageous, always working tirelessly to defend the village. Unfortunately, his final outcome was not friendly, sacrificed in the dark and turbulent version. After a moment of silence, Qin Chen said, "Village Chief Baru, I have a request this time I came." Baru put away the wooden comb, and said seriously, "Hero, please speak, what can I do to help?" Qin Chen said, "I want to activate the teleportation array to Berry City. There are many newbie villages, And the main cities are the same. Just the Flame Country players have as many as 12 main cities to choose from. Of course, the functions of the NPCs in each main city are roughly the same, and you can advance your profession wherever you go. The reason Qin Shan went to Bailey City was because of the hunter's letter. He was still very interested in that random long-range skill book. If it's a universal system, then it couldn't be better. Even if it's limited to the archer profession, being able to sell or exchange skill books of the same level is still beneficial. However, according to Qin Shan's calculations, it should be a skill book he can use. The rewards for hidden tasks will prioritize players. Unless it really doesn't match, then the apocalypse will give other rewards. Upon hearing Qin Shan's request, Barrett enthusiastically said, "Hero, you've come at the right time. The teleportation array in the village was just repaired a few days ago, and you are the first one to use it." With that, he led the way. The teleportation array from the newbie village to the main city is located in the center of the village, guarded by a dozen militiamen. Seeing Barrett approaching, they all saluted and greeted. "Greetings, village chief." Barrett turned to Qin Shan and said, "Hero, do you know how to use the teleportation array?" Qin Shan nodded. "I know a little." He then walked forward and stood in the center of the teleportation array. "Ding, please select the main city you want to go to. Xinlu City, Linyang City, Lingang City, Bailey City, Bailey City. Are you sure of your choice? Please note that the first teleportation is free. Subsequent teleportations will incur a certain fee based on distance." Confirmed. Teleporting. A white light emanated from the array underfoot, gradually enveloping Qin Shan. When the light dissipated, Qin Shan had disappeared from the original location. Barrett looked at the empty teleportation array and silently prayed in his heart. "Brave stranger, may the blessings of the great god Haruka protect you." When Qin Shan adjusted to the light in front of him, he found himself in a completely new area. The teleportation array in the center of Bailey City. The ground was covered with smooth and flat marble bricks, each measuring 3 meters in length and width, extending in all directions, particularly neat and grand. In the 4 directions of front, back, left, and right, there were 4 wide main roads where 10 carriages could run side by side. These 4 main roads divided the entire Bailey City into 4 areas. The north was the administrative area, where official buildings like the City Lord's Mansion were located. The south was the commercial area, with numerous shops where all sorts of strange and rare items could be found. Qin Shan had heard of players finding damaged demigod artifacts at the stalls there. Although their power was not even 1% of their peak period, they were still powerful enough to be astonishing. However, luck played a big role in finding such items, and Qin Shan couldn't force it. The east was the noble district of Bailey City, where only those with a certain status could enter. The last area to the west was the commoner district. Outside the city, there were areas like the slums and black market for players to explore. Standing at the teleportation array, Qin Shan noticed many NPCs casting curious glances at him, while some elegantly dressed ones looked disdainful, as if looking at a country bumpkin. Qin Shan took it in stride. The NPCs in the newbie village didn't have such high intelligence, but it was different in the main city, more humanized, or rather, they retained more self-awareness. Organize your thoughts. Qin Shan's brain worked quickly. The first thing was to find Lei Weiao to complete the hunter's letter task and get the skill book. Then, go to the career mentor to complete the first career advancement. Depending on the difficulty of the advancement task, the rewards were also divided into different levels. Naturally, Qin Shan chose the highest difficulty to get the best rewards. Once these 2 things were done, he would go buy a shop. Of course, it would be a shop in the apocalypse. This was also a step in Qin Shan's plan. After the fusion of the apocalypse with reality, the main cities in the game would eventually descend to the Blue Star and be protected by the rules of the apocalypse. Even the gods would not easily attack the main city, unless the deity worshipped by the main city fell. However, in Qin Shan's memory, until he and the god of arrows perished together, the 12 main cities that descended upon the Flame Country remained intact. Setting up a final safeguard point here can be considered as being prepared for any eventuality. If you want to have a place to stay after the main city descends, you need to plan ahead during the game phase and have ownership of the main city's industries. Buying shops is the most cost-effective option. Qin Shan can solo bosses, with a bunch of good stuff in hand. As long as he hangs them in the shop, they will definitely be sold out. Not only can it bring in more profits, but it can also lay the groundwork for future planning. However, not everyone can buy shops, there is a certain threshold. Fortunately, Qin was well prepared. These things are keeping me busy, Qin thought to himself. He then walked out of the teleportation array and headed towards the market district to the north. The hunter's friend, Lei Weiao, is an instructor, and there is only one place in the entire Bailey City where there is an instructor. That is the City Lord's Guard. Upon reaching the edge of the administrative district, a guard immediately approached and asked, "What's your business?" This means that Qin reputation value has exceeded 100. Otherwise the guard would have said, "Stop, you look like a spy." Qin knew that with his current identity, he couldn't enter the city lord's mansion. He decisively took out 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them over. Lowering his voice, "I was entrusted by someone to find instructor Lei Weiao." The guard discreetly pocketed the silver coins and his tone softened slightly, saying, "The instructor is here, but very busy. I can't guarantee if he's willing to see you." Qin was prepared and said, "Please help me pass on a message. Just say that a hunter sent me." The guard nodded. "Wait here." He then turned and entered the administrative district. Qin didn't have to wait too long. A burly figure emerged from behind the city gate and quickly approached Qin, extending a hand. "Where's the stuff?" The person's name above his head was Instructor Lei Weiao, the person Qin was looking for. Qin handed over the letter, and Lei Weiao immediately checked it, his expression softening slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Weiao said, "I didn't expect my old friend to be hiding in an edge village. No wonder I couldn't find him. He's a proud guy. Probably doesn't want me to see him in his current state." Qin felt helpless. The NPCs in the game have a bad habit of reminiscing about the past when they have nothing to do. Qin waited quietly on the side. Lei Weiao didn't dwell on it for too long, adjusted his attitude, and said seriously, "Since it's a request from an old friend, I naturally won't refuse. However, my main expertise is archery, which may not be suitable for you." Lei Weiao paced back and forth, then suddenly brightened up, saying, "There's only so much I can teach you, but I know someone who can definitely help you." Lei Weiao called over one of his guards, had him fetch paper and pen, and quickly wrote a letter, handing it to Qin. "Take my letter to find Edith. She knows what to do." At the same time, Qin also received a game prompt. Ding! Mission changed. Mission description: deliver Lei Weiao's letter to Edith. Mission reward: random universal long-range skill book. Originally, Qin was complaining about the deep NPC routines, unexpectedly being able to outsource missions, but after seeing the reward, Qin fully agreed. Lei Weiao, despite being extremely busy, took the time to consider him, which was truly rare. Although it was still a random skill book, adding the word universal made all the difference. It was 100% certain that Qin could use it. The only uncertainty was the form of the skill. In this regard, Qin was not worried at all, because he knew who Edith was, the assassin mentor. Qin had originally planned to deliver the hunter's letter and find Edith to advance his profession, and now Lei Weiao had even written a letter for him. According to the rules of the apocalypse, the skill book given for this task is likely to be tailored for him, maximizing compatibility with his profession and talents. I didn't expect the hunter task chain to have such high-quality follow-up tasks, making a big profit. Qin was very pleased in his heart. In his previous life, he only knew that there were hidden tasks at the hunter's place, where he could obtain exotic beast skulls, but he had never heard of the related follow-ups. Now it seems that the player back then probably didn't receive the follow-ups. Otherwise, given the nature of apocalypse players to show off, it would have been widely publicized long ago. Anyway, many hidden tasks in the apocalypse are unique. Even if the details of the tasks are revealed, others cannot complete them. Calming his mind, Qin bid farewell to Lei Weiao. Now, it's time to go find Edith to receive the advanced career task. If he guessed correctly, even with Lei Weiao's letter of introduction, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the skill book reward. Most likely it would be combined with the career advancement task. Thinking of this, Qin couldn't help but sigh. The NPCs in this game are really deep in their schemes. Finding the assassin mentor Edith requires some skill, because this guy is not in the city, but in the underground black market outside the city. This also fits the assassin style positioning. It will make many players who are used to finding functional NPCs in the main city suffer a loss. In addition, there are no task guides or friendly guards unconditionally informing you where to find people in the apocalypse. So many new players will find themselves in an awkward situation after leaving the newbie village excitedly. Where can they find the career mentor? Fortunately, players have a high level of discovery, and it won't be long before they find all the career mentors, and even dig out a lot of insider information. For example, Edith, the assassin mentor in Belly City, is a person who always covers their face and cannot be distinguished by gender. But secretly, she is the daughter of the city lord, who, for unknown reasons, became an assassin and specializes in taking lives. Because of her extremely skilled business, she was eventually recognized by the Apocalypse and became the assassin career mentor. NPCs with multiple identities like this are countless in the Apocalypse. Lost in thought, Qinshan walked out of the west gate and headed towards the Rift Valley outside the city. The Rift Valley is located to the west of Belly City, spanning hundreds of meters, with a length that cannot be seen at a glance, as if it divides the earth in half. According to the rumors among NPCs, this Rift Valley was created by a casual strike from a god. The underground branching caves of the Rift Valley are numerous, and the complex environment eventually gave birth to the underground black market. The city lord of Belly City had tried to clear this place, but ended up losing troops instead. Coupled with the need for a place for refugees to settle, they simply let it be. Just as Qinshan arrived at the entrance of the Rift Valley, two NPCs named Thugga and Thugby emerged from the corner, blocking Qinshan's path. With a sinister tone, "Little brother, did you take the wrong path?" If it were unfamiliar indigenous NPCs, they would most likely be dragged into a corner by the black market thugs and eliminated. Players, on the other hand, do not have this concern. As long as they do not attack actively, they will not encounter danger. In this regard, the Apocalypse still takes care of Blue Star players. Without further ado, Qinshan directly said, "I'm here to find Edith." The two NPCs hesitated for a moment, but did not clear the way, and asked, "Who are you, and why are you looking for Edith?" Qinshan raised Lei Weio's letter of introduction and said, "Instructor Lei Weio sent me. Although the underground black market is lawless, Lei Weio's reputation is very effective." The two NPCs no longer made things difficult and cleared the way. Returning to their posts at the Dark Watchtower, Qinshan put away the letter and started walking underground. The entire Rift Valley is actually divided into two parts. The one near the surface is the slum, where NPCs who can't make it in Belly City wander. Further down the slum is the real black market. At this moment, Qinshan prioritized picking up the professional advancement task instead of focusing on the task of digging in the slums. As far as he knew, the slums also held many opportunities. After completing the professional advancement and buying a good shop, I will come back here to do two tasks, Qinshan thought to himself. Immediately turning around the street corner, he activated Shadow Stealth directly. The slums were not as rule-abiding as Bailey City, and his level wandering in the slums could easily cause trouble. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to stealthily make his way to Edith's location. Shortly after Qinshan stealthed, several NPCs with rough faces stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at each other. Where did that outsider go? He suddenly disappeared. I was planning to teach that country bumpkin a lesson, but it seems I won't have the chance now, one of them said. Qinshan watched as the NPCs left with regret and did not intervene. It wasn't that he had a good temper, but it wasn't the time to clean up the black market yet. In simple terms, the game hadn't reached that version yet. Putting this little episode behind him, Qinshan quickly traversed through the slums and arrived at the entrance to the real black market. The fence made of black iron was covered with spikes, and burly NPCs with hunting dogs patrolled from time to time. Qinshan estimated that with his bronze level 4 Shadow Stealth, as long as he didn't get too close to the hunting dogs, he wouldn't be discovered. He slowed down his pace and cautiously moved forward. If he remembered correctly, there would be additional benefits if an assassin player reached Edith's location without being detected. Of course, even if he walked in directly, there wouldn't be any problems. Players were protected before the apocalypse arrived. Unless they were NPCs from opposing factions, they would mostly just make things difficult for players rather than attack them. At this point, other players might be too lazy to bother and would just walk in. Playing a game had so many rules, it was exhausting. But Qinshan was different. He understood the essence of the apocalypse and strived for perfection no matter how difficult or tedious it was. Using Shadow Stealth, Qinshan avoided several waves of patrols and continued deeper. At his current speed, he would find Edith in a few more minutes. Judging from the situation on the road, Today's black market seemed relatively peaceful, with not many street fights and few bodies in the corners. Thanks to this, Qinshen smoothly arrived at Edith's location, the Rose and Poison Tavern. This was Edith's territory and also one of the few safe spots in the black market. Creak. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open, but the entrance was empty. The NPCs in the tavern immediately tensed up. It was obvious that a stealthy intruder had arrived. Anyone who dared to sneak in here was either confident or looking for trouble. The NPCs placed their hands on their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Soon, Qin Shen's figure emerged from the shadows. Seeing that he was a foreigner, the NPCs cursed in unison, then relaxed and continued drinking and reveling. Qin Shen adjusted his cloak and placed a silver coin on the bar counter, saying in a deep voice, "I'm looking for Edith." The tavern fell silent. Many NPCs looked at Qin Shen as if they were looking at a corpse. How dare he mention Edith's name directly? This foreigner was truly audacious. But before the patrons could witness Qin Shen being beaten up, a black-clad guard walked down from the second floor and stood in front of Qin Shen, saying, "Follow me." This unexpected turn of events left the NPCs astonished. Who was this kid to be able to see Edith? Qin Shen looked at the expressions on the NPCs' faces and inwardly smiled proudly. This was the confidence that his player identity brought him. No matter how strong Edith was, he could always respawn. As long as players didn't act out of line, Edith wouldn't lay a hand on them, and Qin Shen naturally wouldn't make any rookie mistakes. Following the black-clad attendant, he ascended to the second floor and stopped in front of a wooden door. The black-clad attendant made a gesture of invitation and disappeared on the spot. Qin Shen remained calm. As an assassin mentor, Edith had a group of senior assassins under her command, skilled in stealth. Knocking on the door, a voice of indistinguishable gender came from inside. "Come in." Qin Shen pushed the door open, and the lights suddenly dimmed. In the gorgeously decorated room, only an oil lamp hung on the wall, providing limited light. "So, you wanted to see me?" The voice came from behind the table, a figure shrouded in a cloak half reclining in a chair, feet propped up on the table, sharp eyes fixed on Qin Shen. Qin Shen did not answer but instead looked at the shadow under the oil lamp, saying, "Edith, is this your way of receiving guests?" Normally, upon entering this room, one would immediately assume that the person in the chair was Edith, but it was not. This was just one of Edith's subordinates. Edith had been lurking under the oil lamp, observing everyone who entered the room. Seeing Qin Shen speaking in her direction, Edith was somewhat surprised. This stranger seemed to understand her well. Or was it just a coincidence? Considering this, Edith decided to observe a little longer. Although she was a professional assassin mentor, she was not a mindless robot but had some degree of independent thinking, providing different responses based on the player's actions, prepared in advance. Qin Shen spoke again. "Mentor Edith, I bring a letter from Instructor Lei Weio. Don't you want to see what Uncle Lei wrote? Lady of the City Lord?" Swish. Thud. A gleaming dagger suddenly appeared on the head of the person in the chair, whose body slumped to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Qin Shen remained calm. Edith was notorious for her cold-blooded killings, and not even the NPC on the chair, her subordinate, would be spared, let alone her own father, the Lord of Bailey City, whom Edith had ultimately eliminated. What a ruthless character. "How did you come by this information?" A woman's voice came from under the oil lamp, followed by the figure hidden in the cloak emerging, with only two eyes visible, glaring at Qin Shen menacingly. Qin Shen smiled and said, "There are no absolute secrets in this world, only the dead can keep secrets. Isn't that so?" Edith nodded in agreement, walked to the table, and clapped her hands. Two ghostly maids with pale faces emerged from the shadows, dismembered and devoured the body on the ground, then bowed and disappeared. This was Edith's second profession, a necromancer. The two maids had been crafted by her own hands. Unlike current players, the indigenous NPCs in Tianqi could master multiple professions. Of course, players could do the same in the later stages, but it required a great deal of effort. Seeing Qin Shen's unsurprised expression, Edith found it increasingly difficult to read this stranger. But now was not the time to dwell on this. Edith reached out her hand. "The letter, please." Qin Shen handed over the letter, and Edith quickly glanced at it, her eyes softening slightly. Before speaking, Edith sniffed a few times, somewhat surprised. The scent of shadow. Qin Shen activated shadow stealth directly and then deactivated it. Edith's eyes held a hint of regret as she sighed. I once used all my power to seek the power of shadows, never expecting to find it in you. Stranger, what do you want? At this point, Qin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed Edith's test to some extent. Who would believe it if he said he was outsmarting an NPC? Ordinary players probably wouldn't bother and would just come to Edith directly to receive their advanced career tasks. But Qin Chen had been in Tianqi for 10 years and knew that this game could not be approached with common sense. To go further in Tianqi, one had to be prepared from the beginning. Converging his mind, Qin Chen said, I want to advance in my career. Edith immediately put on an official expression and said lightly, I have a few choices. Which one do you want? Ding! You have triggered the career advancement selection task. Please choose carefully. Difficulty 1, kill 20 berserk centaurs. Reward, normal level weapon *1. Attribute growth +1. Agility growth +2. Difficulty 2, solo kill 100 berserk centaurs within half an hour. Reward, black iron level weapon *1. Black iron level armor *1. Attribute growth +2. Agility growth +4. Difficulty 3, solo kill a centaur chieftain. Reward, silver level weapon *1. Attribute growth +3. Agility growth +6. Special difficulty, assassinate the wild arena boss and escape unscathed. Reward, gold level customized skill book *1. Attribute growth +5. Agility growth +10. When players reach level 10 and complete their first career advancement, they will receive different upgrade attribute bonuses based on the difficulty. Before level 10, players will receive +1 to secondary attributes and +2 to main attributes when leveling up. After career advancement, additional attributes will be added on top of the original ones. For example, completing the task of difficulty 1 will result in a level up of +2 to secondary attributes and +4 to agility, and so on. Other professions are the same. Ordinary players can receive up to difficulty 3 at most. However, Qin Chen is different, as he can trigger hidden difficulties, not only because of his shadow assassin profession, but also because he passed Edith's test. Qin Chen replied lightly, I have always liked challenging high difficulties. I choose to take down Iron Hook Jack. The boss of the wild arena used to be a pirate who lost a hand in battle and had it replaced with an iron hook, hence the nickname Iron Hook Jack. The reason for taking him down in the special task is due to the conflict between him and Edith. It can be considered a kind of settling personal scores in a special sense. Please note, once the special difficulty is accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Are you sure about your choice? Yes. Ding! You have accepted the special difficulty career advancement task. Please complete it as soon as possible to break through the level limit. At this point, Edith also returned to normal and praised. I knew the inheritor of the shadow power would not disappoint me, so I will wait here for your good news. After saying that, she gestured as if to see him off. Ding! Task changed. The handletter task from Lei Huaiyou has been integrated and synchronized with the advancement task. Qin Chen thought to himself that it was as expected. After Edith read the handletter, she crushed it into powder and didn't mention it again, apparently not intending to give more rewards. Fortunately, this was already within Qin Chen's expectations. Otherwise, the advanced task of special difficulty would not have provided a gold level skill book. At most, it would have been a silver level. By merging the two tasks into one, the rewards were increased, but so was the difficulty. As the boss of the wild arena, Iron Hook Jack not only had numerous henchmen under him, but his own strength was also not to be underestimated. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to control the arena. If Qin Chen remembered correctly, he was a level 20 gold level boss. Thinking of this, Qin Chen looked at the information above Edith's head. Edith, Assassin Mentor. Level? Truly a career mentor recognized by the apocalypse. This woman was simply unfathomable. If she had intended to attack, Qin Chen would have been sent to the resurrection point the moment he entered the room. After accepting the task, Qin Chen did not rush to leave, but asked, I want to learn dual wielding. Where should I go? Edith replied, there is a weapon master in the tavern. You can go to him to learn. After a pause, Edith took out a seal. Take my seal with you. He will teach you for free. This is the benefit of being recognized. Normally, learning dual wielding skills would cost at least 50 silver coins. Saved some money. Qin Chen took the seal, walked down the stairs, and found the so-called weapon master. But the beggar in front of him, unkempt and picking his toes in the corner, seemed a far cry from the image of the weapon master in his mind. To take down Iron Hook Jack, He needed to unlock dual wielding and equip the bone-picking twin blades. Otherwise, it would be difficult to evade his merciless hook locks. That iron hook was not just an ornament, but also a precision launching device. With iron hook Jack's attributes, once hooked, it was an instant kill. But the weapon master introduced by Edith didn't seem very reliable. The beggar on the ground seemed to sense Qin Shen's doubts and angrily said, "Kid, what kind of look is that? Believe me, I'll jump up and hit your knees." Qin Shen indicated his belief and then took out Edith's seal. The beggar's anger instantly dissipated. He dusted himself off, put on a flattering smile, and said, "Oh, so you're a friend of Lord Edith? Ha? Tell me, what do you want to learn?" With a try-it-out attitude, Qin Shen said, "I want to learn dual wielding." The beggar waved his hand indifferently. "I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just that. Take it." Saying that, he pulled out a skill book from some corner and handed it over. Dual wielding, passive skill. Can equip two single-handed weapons simultaneously. Offhand weapon has 70% attributes. Well, this was indeed a weapon master. Qin Shen took the skill book, and suddenly, the seal in his hand was in the beggar's hand. The beggar happily whistled, took the seal and headed straight for the bar, loudly shouting, "Give me the strongest drink." Qin Shen received a game prompt. Ding! You have obtained the dual-wielding skill book. Ding! You have lost Edith's seal. Qin Shen didn't mind. He couldn't keep Edith's seal, at least not at this stage. With the skill book in hand, Qin Shen used it directly. Then he eagerly equipped the long-awaited bone-picking twin blades, and his attack power skyrocketed. He glanced at the panel. Nickname, Night Wanderer. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Talent, Sniper God, SSS level. LV1, level, 10, locked. Attributes, Strength 39, Constitution 14, Agility 359 plus 55, Spirit 13. Attack, 749 Defense, 184 Health Points, 2540 Mana Points, 340 Equipment, Bone-Picking Dagger, Attack plus 300, Agility plus 15, Bloodletting Dagger, Attack plus 210, Agility plus 10, Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Defense plus 20, Health Points plus 200, Heart of the Mountains Ring, Health Points plus 200, Mana Points plus 200, Wolfskin Leggings, Defense plus 100, Health Points plus 1000, Agility plus 10, Wolf King Cape, Defense plus 50, Health Points plus 800, Agility plus 20, Skills, Shadow Stealth LV4, Bronze level. Enter Stealth Mode. Breaking Stealth deals additional damage, attack asterisk 140% plus 800, costs 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds, Shadow Flying Knife LV1, use Shadow Energy to create energy-throwing knives. Dealing, attack asterisk 110%, damage, costs 5 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds, Shadow Strike LV1, launch a powerful melee attack. Dealing, attack asterisk 110%, damage, costs 5 mana. Cooldown 5 seconds, Rend LV1, Iron level, passive skill, causing a wound while dealing damage. Dealing, attack asterisk 20% plus 20, damage per second. Lasting 3 seconds, Blood Poison Plague, Gold level, passive skill, corrosive blood poisons enemy wounds. Dealing, attack slash magic damage asterisk 40% plus 100, damage per second. Lasting 5 seconds. If the target dies during this period, the Blood Poison Plague will spread to enemies within 10 meters. Dual wield, passive skill, can equip two single-handed weapons simultaneously. Offhand weapon has 70% attributes. Qin Shen just wanted to raise his hands and lean back. What does invincible mean? These attributes, looking across the entire Tianqi, are unique. To have over 400 agility at level 10 is something many players may not achieve even at level 30. And this is still the case with Qin Shen's incomplete equipment. If he puts on a full set of equipment, his attributes can still increase. You see, the equipment Qin Shen is interested in must be at least bronze level. And in the future, finding more high-level bosses, even silver level, might not catch his eye. Immersed in hope, Qin Shen received a private message. Night Wanderer, someone else has reached level 10 too. Qin Shen opened the level ranking list and glanced at it. Unsurprisingly, it was Richardson. He could basically conclude that guy must also have an SSS level talent. I need to pick up the pace, Qin Shen thought to himself, taking advantage of someone leaving the tavern. He wrapped his cloak tightly and disappeared on the spot, leaving through the crack in the door. Now, it's time to take down Iron Hook Jack. As for the battle plan, Qin Shen already had a strategy in mind. Considering the wild arena is crowded and chaotic, Qin Shen decided to stir up some trouble first. The wild arena is located opposite the Rift Valley, facing off against the Rose and Poison Tavern. Qin Shen stealthily made his way to the outskirts of the wild arena. Various shouts could be heard from inside. There was excitement, disdain, and the dying wails. This was a paradise for battle enthusiasts, as well as the last resort for those with no way out. As long as one could walk out of the arena alive, not only could they gain substantial wealth, but also receive an invitation from Iron Hook Jack, officially joining the wild arena, shedding their lower-class status and becoming a top-tier individual. Even if someone had caused major trouble before, Iron Hook Jack would step in to resolve it. However, it was precisely this that led to his confrontation with Edith. Once, someone had killed in the Rose and Poison Tavern, then fled into the arena, and ultimately came out alive. Edith demanded that Iron Hook Jack hand over the culprit, but was refused. The conflict between the two parties began to accumulate. Just as Qin Shen appeared and wanted to advance his career, Edith took the opportunity to have him go and take out Iron Hook Jack. The whole process went smoothly without any flaws. This is also what sets Tianqi apart from traditional online games. The missions are not fixed, but vary according to the player's actions, resulting in different mission modes and rewards. The reason for this is that Tianqi is not an online game, but a real world. Qin Shen looked at the thugs coming and going around the arena, his brow slightly furrowed. Combined with the shouting inside, he could be sure that as soon as he attacked Iron Hook Jack, he would be attacked by numerous thugs. Even with the stealth and bone-picking double-edged blade, he couldn't guarantee complete safety. Therefore, he needed to create some chaos first to distract the arena thugs. As for the method, Qin Shen was well prepared. When he killed the Wolf King before, he dropped the Wolf King's horn, which could summon a giant wolf. If a wolf suddenly appeared in the audience stands and started attacking, do you think the arena would descend into chaos? After reviewing the plan once more, Qin Shen decisively avoided the patrol team and stealthily entered the arena. He made his way to the audience stands, observed for a moment, and then activated the Wolf King's horn. Howl! A huge gray wolf appeared out of thin air. The audience, who were still excitedly waving their betting tickets, were dumbfounded. Where did this thing come from? Bang! The gray wolf arched its head, directly knocking several audience members flying. Some unlucky ones fell into the arena and were torn to pieces by the bloodthirsty fighters. With the scene becoming more chaotic due to the bloody excitement, soon a roar echoed throughout the entire arena. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? This roar naturally came from Iron Hook Jack. It also awakened the wild arena thugs, who emerged from the corners and charged towards the giant wolf. With a sweep of his eyes, Qin Shen counted more than 30 of them within his field of vision. Their levels were around 15. With Qin Shen's stats, it wouldn't be a problem to take them out directly, but he couldn't act yet to avoid premature exposure. With a thought, the giant wolf rampaged through the audience stands, knocking the spectators aside and further escalating the chaos. Many spectators no longer cared to watch the fighting inside and scrambled to find a way out. The thugs struggled against the crowd, making their way forward particularly difficult. Finally nearing the giant wolf, after a few leaps, it appeared on the other side of the audience stands. Another scene of chaos ensued. Iron Hook Jack's angry voice resounded once again. You fools, what are you doing? Bring me the head of this beast, or it will be your heads. In the black market, human rights were not a concern, and the arena thugs were just expendable in Iron Hook Jack's eyes. Upon hearing the boss's command, the thugs immediately rallied. If they encountered spectators blocking their way, they no longer had the patience to move them aside gently but instead picked them up and threw them aside. After all, those in the audience stands had no significant background. The real VIPs had private rooms, so they acted without any psychological burden. Stepping back, even if they clashed with some big shots, it would be the boss's headache. Adhering to the core principle of the boss's trouble is not my trouble. The thugs quickly realized this and wielded their weapons to clear a path. However, the giant wolf wasn't going to stand still and wait for the thugs to approach. Under Qin Shen's command, it took full advantage of its speed, darting around the audience stands. Then, seizing the right moment, it made a direct escape. Iron Hook Jack's furious voice echoed in the arena. Get after it! The thugs immediately obeyed, running on 2 legs, 3 legs, and 4 legs. The massive crowd rushed out of the arena, causing chaos outside once again. Amidst the chaos, Qin Shen stealthily made his way up, crossing 3 levels of buildings to reach the top of the arena. A huge domed room, decorated with transparent crystal pieces, allowing a full view of the entire arena. Here, Qin Shen saw the mission target, Iron Hook Jack. Iron Hook Jack, gold level, level 20 health, 1800000/1800000 attack, 5000 defense, 3000 skills, deadly hooklock, cunning, gunfire negotiation, call for bombardment description, former pirate leader. Abandoned ship for unknown reasons and now operates a wild arena in the black market. Judging solely from attributes, it can be said that he is on par with the Crimson Tomb's Baron Gurner. This is still with the advantage of level. Under the same level, Iron Hook Jack cannot defeat the Baron, but this is normal. Iron Hook Jack is a human, with initial attributes and growth far inferior to the legitimate bloodline Baron Gurner. In fact, in the Dawn, the differences between the various races are very significant. If it's a top bloodline like a dragon, the attributes at birth are enough to dominate, reaching heights that many natives of the Dawn cannot achieve in their lifetime. Calming his mind, Qin Shen continued to observe. Iron Hook Jack, being a pirate by origin and thriving in the black market, remains calm in all situations. Although he sent his henchmen to chase the giant wolf, his 3 confidants are present, 2 humans and a minotaur. A very magical combination. One-eyed first mate, silver, level 15 health, 50000/5000000 attack, 2500 defense, 2200 skills, Blackwater swordsmanship, throwing mastery, enhanced vision, agile footsteps description. Iron Hook Jack's first mate, with no small ambitions. Redbeard second mate, bronze, level 15 health, 250000/2500000 attack, 2200 defense, 2000 skills, Firebrand, bad blood disease, trip, imprisoning fishing net description, the younger brother of the one-eyed first mate, but this seems unknown to the outside world. Heavy fist third mate, bronze, level 15 health, 400000/4000000 attack, 2800 defense, 3500 skills, thick skin, resilience, mighty strength, charge hammer strike description, a minotaur stranded outside, coincidentally joining the wild arena, longing to return home but not knowing the way. A terrifying combination of a gold level boss, a silver level, and 2 bronze level mates. This scene is more oppressive than when Qin Shen cleared the Crimson Tomb. Not only are there more bosses, but their levels are also higher. However, Qin Shen sees an opportunity. The first mate has ambitions, and the second mate is his hidden younger brother? Isn't this a clear sign of betrayal? When the real fight breaks out, these two won't go all out. If Iron Hook Jack falls behind, they might even launch a surprise attack and take over. As for the Minotaur third mate, based on Qin Shen's understanding of the Minotaur race, this guy was probably lured by Iron Hook Jack with food. Minotaurs are not keen on battle and killing, so appearing in the wild arena is likely a coincidence. Moreover, there are no wild lands around Belly City suitable for Minotaur hunting, and since this is the human activity area, it's not easy for Heavy Fist to fill his stomach. Iron Hook Jack probably saw this and successfully kept Heavy Fist in the wild arena, but Qin Shen speculates that Heavy Fist's stance is neutral. As long as his life is not threatened, he doesn't care who the boss of the wild arena is. He doesn't even care if he's in the wild arena or not. So, this battle is difficult, as surviving under the joint attack of these 4 bosses is not that simple. But in a way, it's also simple. These 4 bosses are not of one mind. As long as Iron Hook Jack is taken care of, the remaining 3 will not fight to the death with Qin Shen. Thinking of this, Qin Shen began to calculate in his heart. Just as Qin Shen was observing the situation and considering his strategy, Iron Hook Jack also sensed a strange aura in the air. His wolf-like gaze swept across the room, but he did not find his target. Immediately coming to a conclusion, "It's Edith who sent you, right?" Iron Hook Jack's voice was full of sarcasm. "That woman only sends her subordinates to their deaths while hiding in a safe corner. Do you think this is appropriate?" Qin Shen nodded silently. Iron Hook Jack was indeed clever, knowing to sow discord first. If it were a native of Tianqi, they might have different thoughts. Unfortunately, he was a player, and Iron Hook Jack was his target. On this point, both sides were at a deadlock. Qin Shen didn't want to waste any more words. The arena fighters had gone to chase the giant wolf. Now was the best time to strike. The shadow energy gathered in his hand, and the shadow flying knives shot out. At the same time, Qin Shen shouted loudly, "Iron Hook Jack, Your first mate and second mate are brothers. Did you know that? You think you can sow discord? So can I. The effect of Qin Shen's voice was evident. Iron Hook Jack had already locked onto Qin Shen's position, ready to pull him over and kill him in one fell swoop. But his mind was shaken, and he even forgot to attack. The first mate and second mate's faces changed drastically. This secret of theirs was known only to their deceased parents. How did this person hidden in the shadows know about it? Could it be that the captain heard something and deliberately staged a scene to test them? Yes, it must be so. The first mate gave a subtle signal to the second mate, indicating not to act rashly. The second mate understood. Their combined strength was no match for Iron Hook Jack, so they couldn't afford to break ties unless absolutely necessary. As for the third mate, the simple-minded Minotaur hadn't figured out what was happening. He was still thinking about what to eat later. Seeing Iron Hook Jack's concerns, Qin Shen immediately knew that he had successfully aroused suspicion. Qin Shen decided to intensify the situation, activating shadow stealth movement and hiding behind a pillar, shouting, "First mate, haven't you always wanted to take down Iron Hook Jack and become the arena boss yourself? I can help you." The one-eyed first mate was conflicted. This was indeed his inner desire, but the question was whether the current situation was too coincidental. First, a giant wolf appeared to disrupt the audience, diverting the fighters. Then an assassin came, aiming for Iron Hook Jack. It seemed advantageous to them, but who knew if this was Iron Hook Jack fishing, trying to lure out those with ulterior motives. This trick had been tried and tested previously on the ship. Iron Hook Jack used this method to eliminate the then first mate and second mate. It was only after that incident that the two brothers became the first mate and second mate. It was hard to say whether Iron Hook Jack would resort to his old methods again to eliminate dissenters. Thinking of this, the one-eyed first mate put on an angry expression and shouted, "My loyalty to the captain is beyond doubt. You won't sow discord here." The red-bearded second mate also expressed loyalty. "Me too." The third mate, the Minotaur, scratched his head in confusion. What was happening? Qin Shen observed the reactions of the bosses and felt relieved. The situation was indeed unfolding as predicted. The seed of suspicion had been planted in Iron Hook Jack's mind, and regardless of whether the first mate and second mate were brothers, he would be wary of these two subordinates. This reduced the pressure on Qin Shen significantly. On the other side, Iron Hook Jack also knew that now was not the time for internal strife. His strength was not bad, and the candles hanging from the ceiling had a revealing effect, but until now, he couldn't truly pinpoint the intruder. The opponent's stealth skills are truly extraordinary. It seems even more formidable than Edith. When did such a tricky guy appear in the black market? Iron Hook Jack became alert and decided to temporarily set aside his suspicions, unite with the first and second mates, and deal with the intruder first. But afterwards, he must thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of these two subordinates. If they are really brothers, don't blame him for being ruthless. Iron Hook Jack sneered, "Just trying to sow discord. Do you think we would fall for it? One-eyed, red beard, flank from both sides. Let's force this guy out." The first mate and the second mate exchanged a glance, secretly relieved. Iron Hook Jack had no intention of pursuing further, which was a good thing, but Qin Shen wouldn't let Iron Hook Jack have his way, and said ominously, "One-eyed, do you think you will have peaceful days after today? You know Iron Hook Jack better than anyone." These words undoubtedly struck a chord in the first mate's heart. Yes, despite Iron Hook Jack's current pleasant words, once the intruder is dealt with and the henchmen return, the situation will be under Iron Hook Jack's control again. By then, the two brothers might find it difficult to leave alive. Many things, once investigated with diligence, cannot be concealed. Once the truth about him and Redbeard being brothers is exposed, Iron Hook Jack will not tolerate them. No, he wouldn't even need concrete evidence. With his understanding of Iron Hook Jack, the seed of suspicion in the opponent's heart would surely take root and grow, eventually devouring the two brothers. Thinking of this, the first mate had a different idea. Perhaps, it was time to take the opportunity to get rid of Iron Hook Jack. The first mate gave Redbeard a look, and Redbeard understood, slowing down and hesitating to join in surrounding Qin Shen. Seeing a chance, Qin Shen added, "This wild arena is truly a great place, with a constant stream of income just from ticket sales every day. I heard Iron Hook Jack's bedroom is made of gold. He must have made quite a fortune. Mr. One-Eyed, my employer is willing to support you and your brother in controlling the wild arena after Iron Hook Jack's demise." Whether Edith actually said this was not important. In any case, the first mate wouldn't really confront Edith. Even if he did, Edith would probably give an ambiguous affirmative response. From Edith's standpoint, Iron Hook Jack was difficult to deal with, but the first mate and Redbeard were much easier targets. The first mate became more hesitant. Iron Hook Jack saw through his thoughts and sneered. Indeed, a wolf in sheep's clothing. With that, he aimed his curved hook at the first mate, the only eye left. The first mate barely dodged the attack, feeling determined. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Brother, attack! The first mate roared, grabbed a wooden barrel nearby and threw it at Iron Hook Jack. Redbeard picked up a wineglass, took a sip, ignited his fingers, and spewed out a long tongue of fire towards Iron Hook Jack. The counterattack from the two bosses instantly reversed the situation. However, Iron Hook Jack was a gold tier after all, with all-around superior attributes, easily evading the joint attack from the first mate and Redbeard. He pulled out a pistol from behind and fired a shot at the first mate. Blood splattered, and the first mate's health visibly decreased. This made the first mate somewhat regretful. He didn't expect Iron Hook Jack to be this strong. He acted too hastily. The first mate shouted, "You coward! Why don't you fight back?" Just now, he saw Iron Hook Jack's expression clearly showing pain after being hit by a flying knife, indicating that the intruder in the shadows was not weak. To get rid of Iron Hook Jack, they would need the intruder's help. The die is cast. There is no turning back once the decision is made to break ties. Qin-Shan will not stand by and watch as One-Eyed and Redbeard are killed. He also hopes these two will keep Iron Hook Jack occupied, just as Shadow Sneak has cooled down. Qin-Shan decisively throws out Shadow Flying Knife. Minus 30,065. Weakness attack. The terrifying damage number floats above Iron Hook Jack's head, causing the pirate leader who roams the seas overseas to change his expression drastically. The next second, Rupture and Poison Blood Plague take effect simultaneously. Minus 850. Minus 2,000. By the time the damage from Rupture and Poison Blood Plague is all calculated, it amounts to over 10,000 accumulated damage. In total, Qin-Shan can deal over 40,000 damage in one strike. This is almost double the damage he could inflict back in the Crimson Tomb. This is the benefit of upgrading equipment. The increase in damage is visible. And this is with Qin-Shan's equipment not being complete and without any additional means to increase attack power. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to take down Iron Hook Jack with 50 to 60,000 or even more health points. Even with the current damage output, Iron Hook Jack's nearly 2 million health points won't last long against Qin-Shan's attacks. Moreover, the current situation favors Qin-Shan. With the betrayal of One-Eyed and Redbeard, not only is he facing fewer enemies, but the intensity of the counterattacks has also decreased significantly. Without being surrounded, he can move stealthily in this room without much concern. Of course, Qin-Shan knows it's not time to let his guard down yet, because Iron Fist, the third mate, has not made a move. Although this Minotaur's attributes are not high, he wields a large two-handed hammer with a wide attack range. If he starts swinging his hammer wildly across the map, Qin-Shan's movements will be greatly restricted. Additionally, the Minotaur possesses immense strength, and his attacks are powerful and forceful. Even One-Eyed and Redbeard dare not face him head-on. Iron Hook Jack naturally understands this principle and shouts loudly, "Iron Fist, take down the intruder." Iron Fist initially didn't want to get involved, but upon remembering the food provided by Iron Hook Jack, he felt he couldn't just stand by and watch Iron Hook Jack be killed, so he decisively picked up his weapon and joined the fray. Boom! Iron Fist charged forward and struck, sending Redbeard flying into the wall. One-Eyed wanted to help initially, but he was dragged away by Iron Hook Jack's hook and subjected to a brutal beating, too preoccupied to care about his own brother. After sending Redbeard flying, Iron Fist tightened his grip on the warhammer and strode around the room, his nose twitching continuously, trying to pinpoint Qin-Shan's location. Moments later, Iron Fist scratched his head in confusion. He clearly smelled the intruder, but couldn't locate him. It was strange. Iron Hook Jack's heart sank. He had thought that relying on the Minotaur's perception would help find the assassin, but it had unexpectedly failed. This was unbelievable. Could this enemy possess stealth skills even more advanced than Edith's? He hadn't heard of such a master. Suddenly, Iron Hook Jack remembered something and exclaimed, "Stranger, whatever Edith offered you, I'll double it. From now on, you can take One-Eye's position." Iron Hook Jack understood. The opponent was a stranger, hence the extraordinary stealth ability. For the natives of the End of Days, All the Blue Star players who had just entered the game were strangers. As a level 20 Golden Tier boss, Iron Hook Jack possessed more intelligence and was privy to more information circulating in the game. It wasn't surprising that he could immediately identify Qin Shen's identity. After Iron Hook Jack's announcement, Qin Shen also received a game prompt. Ding! Triggered selection task. Please choose carefully. Choice 1, kill Iron Hook Jack. Reward, career advancement. Choice 2, spare Iron Hook Jack. Reward, 2 random skill books. Position as the Wild Arena Manager. To be honest, if it weren't for the need to kill Iron Hook Jack for career advancement, Qin Shen would still be willing to accept reconciliation. It would be great to get 2 skill books. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. If he really let Iron Hook Jack go, he wouldn't be able to advance in his career and would forever remain at level 10. Even if he gathered a full set of level 10 equipment and a bunch of skills, what would be the use? The limit has already been locked. So, Qin Shen directly threw out the shadow flying knife, using actions instead of words. Iron Hook Jack also knew that the other party would not give up on assassination just because of a few words, and was always prepared. At this moment, Qin Shen made his move, and Iron Hook Jack immediately locked onto his position, the curved hook on his arm flying straight out, leaving a trail of afterimages. At the same time, the Minotaur's heavy fist also exhaled a breath, lowering its head to charge. The joint attack of the 2 bosses immediately put Qin Shen in a precarious situation. However, he was well prepared, activating the equipment effect of the bone-cutting twin blades, causing a storm of blades to swirl around him as he moved sideways more than 10 meters. In the spot where Qin Shen had originally stood, the pillar was pierced by the curved hook, and wood chips flew everywhere. The heavy fist also charged forward, the hammer in its hand falling heavily and smashing a large pit into the floor. This sideways move exceeded Iron Hook Jack's expectations, causing his attack to miss. The one-eyed first mate seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Redbeard also climbed up from the ground and engaged in a struggle with the heavy fist. Qin Shen, who had re-entered stealth mode, felt somewhat scared. To be honest, if it weren't for the bone-cutting twin blades, he would have barely dodged Iron Hook Jack's curved hook earlier, let alone evade the heavy fist's pursuit. Although he now had over 2,000 health points, plus the shield from the ring, he still couldn't withstand the heavy fist's attacks. That combination of charging and hammer strikes could easily overwhelm a bunch of players, including heavy armor classes. Given the previous situation, Qin Shen decided to wait for the bone-cutting twin blades to cool down before making his move. I still need to get a teleportation skill book as soon as possible, Qin Shen thought to himself. While the bone-cutting twin blades were indeed useful, they occupied the main and offhand weapon slots. With level advancement, these 2 pieces of equipment would eventually be replaced. Even Qin Shen, with his sharpshooter skills, would be no exception. Furthermore, the teleportation effect of the bone-cutting twin blades had a drawback: it would break stealth. Qin Shen could only activate the equipment effect at the same time as making his move. These 2 disadvantages meant that the bone-cutting twin blades were only transitional equipment. For a truly secure approach, a teleportation skill was still needed, preferably one that wouldn't break stealth. Fortunately, as far as Qin Shen knew, such skills existed. As for how to learn them, it would require some careful consideration. If he remembered correctly, he needed to raise the favorability of the career mentor to above 80, or he could try his luck by defeating bosses to obtain skill book drops. Thinking of this, Qin Shen remembered another matter. He didn't know how the progress of the skill books collected by Dragon Soaring the World was going. Considering that the server had only been open for less than half a day, there probably wouldn't be much progress. Fortunately, the career advancement task would provide a customized skill book, which should enhance his long-range damage capabilities. While contemplating this, the cooldown of the bone-cutting twin blades effect ended, and Qin Shen decisively made his move again. While Iron Hook Jack was fighting the one-eyed pirate, he had also been waiting for Qin Shen's attack. Both sides acted simultaneously. One side threw a knife, while the other side threw a curved hook. Given Qin Shen's demonstrated teleportation ability earlier, this time, Iron Hook Jack was prepared and pulled out a pistol, firing a shot towards Qin Shen's left side. The Minotaur's heavy fist charged towards Qin Shen's right side. The 2 bosses once again joined forces, blocking off Qin Shen's 3 escape routes with their attack power. As long as Qin Shen took a hit, he would undoubtedly be instantly killed. High-end hunters always appear as prey. Iron Hook Jack, who had stood firm in the black market for so many years, was not someone who could be easily dealt with in just a few moves. Although he couldn't see through Qin Shen's stealth, his rich combat experience allowed him to come up with countermeasures. Especially after Qin Shen used displacement once, Iron Hook Jack became more confident. If he guessed correctly, this stranger's displacement was not perfect, unable to control the distance at will. In other words, as long as the attacks restrict movement, the opponent's retreat route can be deduced. Iron Hook Jack alone couldn't contain him, but what if combined with the Minotaur's heavy punches, flanked from both sides, it would surely lead to the demise of this stranger. It must be said that Iron Hook Jack's judgment was very precise, and the coordination between him and the heavy punches was seamless. But Qin Shen was not alone in the battle. One-Eyed and Redbeard also realized that they had to rely on this stranger for this fight. The two of them alone couldn't defeat Iron Hook Jack, so when Qin Shen was surrounded, One-Eyed directly accelerated forward, using his own body to shield Qin Shen from Iron Hook Jack's gunfire negotiation. Amidst the splattering blood, One-Eyed gritted his teeth and said, "This is the last time." There was a considerable gap in strength between him and Iron Hook Jack. Helping once was already his limit. If this stranger performed poorly in the subsequent battles, he would immediately flee with his brother. As tempting as the wild arena was, it was not worth more than his life. Qin Shen understood this principle very well. In the upcoming battle, he had to be even more cautious. But to be honest, even without One-Eye's cover just now, he could have dodged that attack. The breakthrough was on the side of the heavy punches. While the dual warhammers were indeed powerful, the corresponding decrease in agility was significant. Even though the heavy punches were minotaurs with extremely high strength attributes, they still couldn't fully control their movements. Qin Shen had already calculated his retreat route. As long as he sprinted to the front of the heavy punches and relied on his agility attribute, he could use a backflip to dodge a fatal blow. However, with One-Eyed actively blocking the gunfire, he naturally pretended to be clumsy. Once again entering stealth mode, Qin Shen kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, observing the situation and planning several attack routes. But deep down, Qin Shen remained vigilant. He remembered that Iron Hook Jack had a pirate ship hidden beneath the wild arena. The skill to call for bombardment was not just for show. When the cannons on the ship start firing, One-Eyed and Redbeard will probably temporarily lose their mobility. Fortunately, after the cannon attack, the wild arena will also turn into ruins, rendering Iron Hook Jack's curved hook attack useless. Relying solely on gunfire negotiation, he can't restrict my movements. Qin Shen's brain was working rapidly. If he hadn't been reborn, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Iron Hook Jack's move. Who would have thought that Iron Hook Jack could bring a pirate ship far from the coast to Bailey City? Iron Hook Jack's health steadily decreased, and when it was about to reach 50%, Qin Shen sprinted towards the door, while also reminding his one-eyed brother, "The cannon attack is about to come. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly." One-Eyed and Redbeard looked puzzled, but Iron Hook Jack's face changed dramatically. How much information did this stranger actually have to know even this top-secret plan? But at this point, there was no other choice. Iron Hook Jack took a step back to avoid One-Eye's attack, pulled out a horn from somewhere, and blew it forcefully near his mouth. Oh! The deep sound of the horn echoed throughout the arena. Finally, One-Eyed understood what the stranger meant by the cannon attack. He was all too familiar with this horn sound. Back when they were at sea, Iron Hook Jack would blow this horn when ordering the gunners to fire. Then, a new question arose in One-Eye's mind. This wasn't the sea, so where did the ship come from? Just as One-Eye was puzzled, a muffled sound of gears rolling beneath the arena floor. The floor slowly cracked open, and a massive shadow rose from below. One-Eye's peripheral vision swept over, his expression turning horrified. The black whale. It was the black whale they rode as pirates, but this was hundreds of miles away from the coast in the city of Bailey. How did the black whale appear here? Could it be that this ship can fly? Before One-Eye could figure out this question, the intense sound of cannons made his eardrums ache. The cannonballs tore through the air, approaching rapidly with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! A large hole was smashed in the roof, and the bright red cannonball fell, piercing through the floor without any hindrance. Quick! Before the word run could come out, One-Eye was lifted by the blast wave of the explosion, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Then came the second, third, and fourth cannonballs. Amidst the continuous barrage of cannon fire, Redbeard was blown away. Amidst the smoke and fire, first renamed Blackbeard, then renamed No Beard, Even the burly Minotaur's heavy punches couldn't withstand it, rolling out on the floor for over 10 meters, crashing into the wall before stopping, dizzy and disoriented. Ironhook Jack had already left the top floor room before the cannonballs fell, rushing towards the black whale. But before he could move, a flying knife accurately hit his body. Ironhook Jack looked at the figure flashing in the distance, his expression becoming more solemn. Who on earth was that stranger? Not only did he expose the brotherly relationship between One Eye and Redbeard, but he also knew his tactics inside out. He even anticipated the black whale's cannon attacks. Why didn't that bastard die in the explosion just now? Ironhook Jack was furious. He could see that whether it was One Eye or Redbeard, or the physically strong Minotaur, all were seriously injured in this round of cannon attacks, making it difficult for them to even get up. As long as he could return to the black whale, he could completely level this place with explosives. The wild arena being destroyed didn't matter, it could be rebuilt. At worst, he could flee to a foreign land and start anew. But the premise was that he could safely return to the black whale. At the moment, it seemed that the stranger wouldn't let him have his way. Qin Shen's voice echoed in the ruins. Captain Jack, why rush to leave? How about chatting a bit more? Ironhook Jack smirked and replied, let's chat on the ship then. Qin Shen wasn't fooled. Directly exposing Ironhook Jack's plan, I don't want to be surrounded by undead sailors on the ship. Ironhook Jack couldn't hold back anymore, shouting, who are you, and why do you know so many secrets? The black whale transformed into a ghost ship, and the dozens of undead sailors on board were Ironhook Jack's last reliance. But in front of this stranger, it was as if he was completely transparent, with no secrets to keep. Is there a traitor? Ironhook Jack speculated, but it didn't seem right. The transformation of the black whale was arranged by him, and those who knew were either fed to the fish by him or turned into ghost sailors. There was no possibility of leaks. The only one who knew was himself. So, did I leak the secret? Ironhook Jack concluded. Ironhook Jack quickly dismissed the distractions. The battle was not yet won, and being distracted was seeking death. But in his heart, Ironhook Jack had an ominous feeling. From the start of the battle until now, he had been taking hits, without effectively counterattacking. The best opportunity was blocked by One Eye. Thinking of this, Ironhook Jack was startled. Was this stranger specifically here to deal with him? Otherwise, why was he being restrained everywhere? For now, it was best to run. Ironhook Jack decided to run, taking advantage of the opponent's wait for an attack to make a break for it. As a gold-level boss, Ironhook Jack has extremely high basic attributes, running hundreds of meters in just a few breaths. Getting closer and closer to the black whale, Qin Shen wanted to intercept, but was unable to, despite Ironhook Jack's awkward running. If he recklessly tried to intercept head-on, he would be waiting for a respawn point. Looks like I have to visit the ghost ship, Qin Shen muttered to himself, quickening his pace to follow. Although the ghost ship is Ironhook Jack's home turf, he must venture into the lion's den to complete the mission. Overall, the battle process this time was within Qin Shen's expectations. Whether it was the initial separation, early retreat to avoid cannon attacks, or the subsequent boarding battle, Qin Shen had a contingency plan. In the ruins, Ironhook Jack and Qin Shen swiftly advanced. Both of them were well aware that the final battle point would be the ghost ship. While pursuing, Qin Shen did not forget to use shadow flying knives to reduce Ironhook Jack's health. However, plans often fail to keep up with changes. Boss, we're here! Noisy shouts came from afar. It was the arena's fighters. They ultimately failed to catch up with the giant wolf. Initially worried about being killed by the boss upon their return, they heard the thunderous explosions here and immediately realized they had been lured away. Hastily rushing back, the return of the fighters brought a triumphant expression to Ironhook Jack's face as he arrogantly shouted, "Stranger, you didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you before. Even if you kneel and beg me now, you won't survive. I will definitely skin you alive." Qin Shen remained calm. The giant wolf was a summoned creature with a time limit, unable to delay the fighters indefinitely. The fighters' return was already part of Qin Shen's plan. It was about time. Qin Shen decided to respond to Ironhook Jack's taunts with action. Glancing at the fighters' attributes, a smile crept onto Qin Shen's lips. The shadow flying knives were immediately used, directly killing the fighter at the forefront. Ironhook Jack's smile grew even more triumphant. He had noticed earlier that the stranger's attack frequency was low, probably to complement his own stealth ability. Now that the opponent was distracted attacking the fighters, he naturally had no time to deal with him. Even if you kill all these fighters, there are plenty of desperados in the black market. When you're distracted attacking, I am safe. When I return to the black whale, it will be your death. Iron Hook Jack's eyes were cold. However, what happened next would be unforgettable for Iron Hook Jack. The fighter who was killed had green poisonous blood flowing from his body, flying to nearby fighters, immediately causing a flurry of damage numbers. The fighter's health visibly dropped at a rapid pace. Describing it as a nosedive would not be an exaggeration. 2 seconds later, another fighter's health was depleted, falling to the ground motionless. A familiar scene unfolded as the green poisonous blood flew towards the surrounding fighters again. Initially, with just one round of damage, many fighters could withstand it. However, the second outbreak of the poisonous blood plague would refresh the duration, filling it up to 5 seconds again. 3 seconds later, another fighter couldn't hold on, succumbing to the poison while spreading it to those around him. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The third and fourth fighters fell, further expanding the damage. The most deadly aspect was that when the fighters ran back and gathered together, they were all within the range of the poisonous blood plague. The fighters' faces turned green, their health plummeting. On Qin Chen's side, game notifications kept popping up. Ding! Killed a level 13 arena fighter, gained 1,300 experience points. For every 3 levels killed, an additional 390 experience points are gained. The experience cap has been reached. Excess experience will automatically be transferred to the experience pool. Ding! Killed a level 14 arena fighter, gained 1,400 experience points. Every 4 levels killed, an additional 560 experience points are gained. The experience limit has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Ding! At first, the prompt speed was not fast. After a few rounds of the blood poison plague refreshing, the prompt speed began to exponentially increase. In just a few seconds, most of the returning fighters were eliminated. The remaining ones were all severely injured, unable to withstand the subsequent damage from the blood poison plague, facing imminent death. Another point worth noting is that the fighters infected later were further away from Qin Chen. With the sniper god's boost, they suffered much higher damage than their companions in the front, unable to resist at all. Before the unlucky ones were scratched by the giant wolf a few times, already injured, now infected by the blood poison plague. They couldn't hold on for even a second, directly dying and becoming a new source of poison, setting off with their companions. The situation suddenly reversed. Iron Hook Jack had originally planned to return to the Black Whale to watch the battle in peace and heal his injuries. If the fighters could kill that outsider, it would be best. If not, he would mobilize the cannons to level the arena, definitely able to eliminate the enemies. However, he never expected that the return of the fighters did not bring good news but instead plunged into the outsider's death trap. The continuously splashing blood poison sent the fighters to their graves, and also made Iron Hook Jack's heart sink uncontrollably. Most importantly, he smelled a different scent. Such a powerful blood poison could not be achieved with ordinary toxins. There was a cold and obscure energy fluctuation within. Iron Hook Jack widened his eyes. Vampires? This was clearly the power of vampires. Iron Hook Jack felt a bit puzzled about the situation. Vampires actually appeared in the black market? But upon second thought, he felt something was amiss. Burley City is protected by a barrier. Vampires cannot enter at all. Where did the outsider gain the vampire abilities from? Thinking of the outsider's peculiarity, Iron Hook Jack suddenly realized, almost biting his teeth to pieces. These damn guys, taking advantage of special treatment, can learn vampire abilities but won't turn into vampires. Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? If Qin Chen knew what Iron Hook Jack was thinking, he would surely apologize. As long as the apocalypse has not officially descended on Blue Star, he, as a player, can do as he pleases. After dealing with the fighters, Qin Chen turned his gaze to Iron Hook Jack. Now, it was time to end this battle. Iron Hook Jack couldn't pinpoint Qin Chen's location, but he could feel the other's gaze. It was a gaze that regarded him as prey. Iron Hook Jack felt insulted, his face turning red, and he ran towards the black whale without looking back. A wise man knows the times. Without the fighters to distract him, the opponent could now free up his hands to attack him. He wouldn't foolishly stay here to be beaten, and even if he were to die, he would die on his own ship. A pirate ship cannot lose its captain, just like in the West. Seeing Iron Hook Jack's somewhat panicked figure, Qin Chen remained calm in his heart. In his past life, He had experienced grand scenes like exchanging blows with the arrow god, so how could he be troubled by the current battle? Come to think of it, am I the first one on Blue Star to replace a deity? Could this have triggered the rebirth? Qin Shen pondered silently, his actions in hand not stopping, a shadow flying knife striking Iron Hook Jack for over 30,000 health points. Coupled with the subsequent tearing and blood poison plague, the total damage exceeded 40,000. Iron Hook Jack ran even faster. Damn it, why is this outsider so strong? Edith really found a good helper. Iron Hook Jack vaguely felt that the situation in the black market might undergo earth-shattering changes. Whether he could see the day was still a question. Swish! Another flying knife attack, further reducing Iron Hook Jack's health points. After running for a while, Iron Hook Jack had already arrived under the black whale. Grabbing the falling rope, Iron Hook Jack jumped a few times and boarded the deck. Back on the black whale, Iron Hook Jack's momentum suddenly changed, as if he had turned back into the pirate leader who once ruled the seas. Behind him, eerie white bones emerged from the shadows with a clattering sound. Undead sailors in tattered sailor suits appeared in various corners of the deck, their eye sockets burning with flickering blue flames. Not only that, after Iron Hook Jack boarded the ship, the black whale seemed to have found its backbone, as the side cannons changed direction and began firing towards the ground. The rain of cannonballs fell like hail, smashing the hard stone ground into a mess. Qin Shen was grazed by several pieces of debris, losing hundreds of health points directly. With such dense debris, there was no way to dodge, only to minimize the damage as much as possible. If he hadn't changed a few pieces of equipment, just this round of grazes could have cost Qin Shen his life. Qin Shen knew he had to board the deck as quickly as possible, or he would be washed away by the cannon fire. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shen activated the bone-cutting twin blades effect while throwing out shadow-flying knives, and charged forward. Calculating the distance, he could reach the blind spot of the cannons after at most 3 rounds of firing. This mission is not something an ordinary person can do, Qin Shen secretly commented. Pushing through the flying debris to the bottom of the ship, Qin Shen still had more than half of his health points left. This was with the ring shield activated. Otherwise, he would have fallen halfway. The main issue was that Iron Hook Jack had another trick up his sleeve, actually setting up a few more cannons in secret. Fortunately, the most dangerous part of the journey had ended, and now he would face Iron Hook Jack and his undead sailors head-on. This was not difficult. Actually, how Qin Shen had dealt with the thugs before, he could handle the sailors on the ship in the same way. The trouble was that these sailors would resurrect. They had merged with the black whale, and unless the black whale was destroyed, there was no way to stop their resurrection. Qin Shen needed to continuously deal with the resurrecting sailors while attacking Iron Hook Jack. The process was even more challenging than before. The only good news was that the resurrection of the sailors had a cooldown, not continuous. As for One Eye and Redbeard, they were not to be counted on. Those two were probably hiding in a corner, waiting for the final outcome. If Qin Shen won, they would come out to pick the peaches. If Iron Hook Jack won, there was nothing more to say, they would just run away. The venomous blood plague was the absolute MVP of this battle. After a shadow flying knife was thrown, the leading undead sailor directly perished. Then the venomous blood plague erupted, taking away the remaining sailors. Although Iron Hook Jack didn't expect the undead sailors to delay for long, being wiped out in one go upon first contact seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? A minute and a half later, the undead sailors stood up again. Another shadow-flying knife was thrown, clearing the field once more. Iron Hook Jack saw the drawback of the venomous blood plague, which was its limited infection range. But the problem was, even if he saw it, it was of no use. The sailors were melee fighters, and to attack that stranger, they had to surround him. That would put them within the range of the venomous blood plague. If they didn't surround him, they could only stand by as spectators, unable to cause any disturbance. The situation was different from what Iron Hook Jack had anticipated. Wasn't the black whale his home ground? How come it seemed like the opposite side was in their element? Iron Hook Jack's health points steadily decreased. When it dropped to 600,000, he once again proposed a truce, hoping Qin Shen would consider it carefully. When it dropped to 400,000, Iron Hook Jack lowered his stance, hoping Qin Shen would let him off the hook, offering to give up all the treasures he had cherished for years. When it dropped to 200,000, Iron Hook Jack began to reminisce about the past, feeling that he should not have opposed Edith in the first place. When his health points reached 0, the battle came to a complete end. The black whale trembled as it lost its captain, with the hull continuously peeling off from the keel. The undead sailors on the deck fell stiffly, their bodies decaying into ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom! A black mist erupted from the bottom of the ship, swiftly rushing towards the deck. Shin Chan's mind flashed a warning, not even bothering to pick up the fallen items, directly activating the bone-clearing twin blades effect, sprinting to the edge of the deck, then leaping and initiating free fall. After landing safely, Shin Chan turned around to observe. A void crack appeared under the bottom of the black whale, completely shrouded in a chilling aura. Just standing beside it made one feel cold all over. If one stayed inside, they would probably revive in the blink of an eye. In the black mist, eerie laughter and murmurs could be heard. Now, you are mine. Shin Chen could see that a semi-transparent figure was being dragged out of Iron Hookjack's body by an invisible force. That was the soul of Iron Hookjack. This former pirate leader, who dominated the black market as the arena boss, was now facing fear, struggling to escape but to no avail, only able to watch himself being engulfed by the black mist. Delicious soul. A satisfied sigh came from the black mist. Then, the black mist began to dissipate. Along with the black whale, it disappeared into the air as if it had never appeared. Shin Chen, as an experienced person, understood at a glance what was going on. Iron Hookjack's current power was obviously obtained through a deal with the Death Messenger. As a condition, at the moment of his death, the Death Messenger would take away his soul. It was a bit regrettable not to pick up the things Iron Hookjack dropped. After all, they were golden-level loot, quite valuable. But Shin Chen didn't dare to snatch things from under the Death Messenger's nose. He didn't want to face the Death Messenger's wrath. At least not now. As he contemplated, the game prompts began to play. Activate the hunting moment. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding! You have killed Iron Hookjack, completed the professional advancement task, and unlocked the level cap. Ding! You have completed the professional advancement task, and your growth value has been synchronized. Ding! You are the first to complete the professional advancement task. A notification will be sent out. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to complete the professional advancement. Let's keep up the good work. When the server-wide announcement sounded, Long-Tongue Tianxia, who was hunting boars in the newbie village, straightened his back with a proud look on his face. This was the strength of the Night Wanderer boss. They were still in the newbie village, and he had already completed the professional advancement task. Moreover, Long-Tongue Tianxia had inquired and found out that no other players had accepted the friend request from the Night Wanderer boss. In other words, he was most likely the boss's only friend. What an honor! Long-Tongue Tianxia called the team members together and asked Xiao Shui, "How's the collection of skill books going? We can't keep the Night Wanderer boss waiting." Xiao Shui replied truthfully, "It's not very optimistic. The player levels are too low right now. Even if we find skill books, they are all common level ones. We promise to provide at least black iron level skill books." Long-Tongue Tianxia waved his hand. "Raise the standard. At least bronze level. If there are silver level or higher grade ones, no matter the cost, we'll take them." Xiao Shui nodded. "I understand. I will give the order." Long-Tongue Tianxia was well aware that the Night Wanderer's potential was far beyond this. He would definitely become one of the strongest in the apocalypse. To maintain friendship with such a boss, one must demonstrate their own value. The assassin in the team said, "Previously, the Night Wanderer must have obtained a lot of equipment by clearing the Crimson Tomb, but he didn't look for the boss. Either he is using the equipment himself, or the Night Wanderer has other plans." Long-Tongue Tianxia said in a deep voice, "It's also possible that the Night Wanderer thinks we are not worthy of those equipment. Our leveling progress is still too slow." There was a moment of silence in the scene. Actually, others also had this idea, but didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Long-Tongue Tianxia's expression suddenly changed. He jumped up from the ground, looked up to the sky and laughed loudly 3 times. "The Night Wanderer boss has sent a message." Xiao Shui and the others were instantly energized. This was indeed good news. No wonder the boss was so agitated. Long-Tongue Tianxia looked at the reply message and said with some confusion, "The Night Wanderer wants us to pay attention to the guild order messages." Now, even the strategist Xiao Shui was a bit puzzled and asked, "Judging from the Night Wanderer's style, he is a typical lone wolf player, and with his gameplay, he doesn't need teammates' help to defeat bosses. So what does he need the guild order for?" The assassin analyzed. Being a lone wolf in the past doesn't mean he will always be one. Perhaps the Night Wanderer has realized the value of the guild. The sniper who had been listening in retorted. It's unlikely. The Night Wanderer doesn't seem like someone who would be interested in managing a guild. However, Longting Tianxia had a different idea and said, is it possible that the Night Wanderer is revealing the guild order to understand the market? Xiao Shua pushed up her non-existent glasses and thought, if that's the case, then we need to prepare in advance. If everything goes as expected, the first guild will definitely have a server-wide announcement, which is crucial for gaining reputation. Longting Tianxia nodded in agreement, waved his hand decisively, and said, Xiao Xue, focus on acquiring gold coins with all our might. If the Night Wanderer really intends to release the guild order, we must acquire it at all costs, no matter the price. Yes, boss. The reason for revealing the guild order message to Longting Tianxia was because Qin Shen vaguely remembered that there should be news about the guild order soon. The purpose of having Longting Tianxia pay attention to this information was actually to spread the news and let more people know. For example, the first guild order in the previous life was acquired by Luo Shaidao through various means, leveraging the server-wide announcement to quickly expand and establish Luo Sha Hall as one of the top guilds. But in this life, Qin Shen wouldn't let Luo Shaidao have it so easy. The guild order in his hand was deliberately kept to give the other party a surprise. But it wasn't time yet. Let's go back and complete the mission. Without looking back, Qin Shen left the arena. Someone would take care of the mess here. The wild arena had fallen, but a new arena would soon be established. The black market never lacked ambitious individuals. Returning to the entrance of the tavern, Qin Shen deactivated his stealth. He had passed Adas's test. There was no need to play these tricks. Before he could push the door open, a servant inside opened it and greeted him with a pleasing smile, saying, Lord Adas has instructed that you can go directly to the second floor to find him. Qin Shen nodded and strode into the tavern. The NPCs in the tavern all looked over, their eyes flickering. They were not fools. The commotion at the wild arena was so big that anyone with ears could hear it. This stranger, with his own strength, destroyed the wild arena that had dominated the black market for years, which was truly shocking. How did he do it? Not to mention the strength of Iron Hookjack. Just the hundreds of thugs under his command were not easy to deal with. The NPCs present knew they couldn't achieve this, so their gaze towards Qin Shen changed from disdain to recognition and admiration. In the black market, there was no law. The only rule was that the strong were respected. Qin Shen ignored the others and went up the stairs on his own. Entering the room again, this time there was no unlucky guy sitting in the chair. Adas was leaning against the table, looking at Qin Shen with interest, and asked, how did you know that One Eye and Redbeard are brothers? Qin Shen replied meaningfully, everyone has their own sources of information, don't they? If you ask how he knew. Joking. Of course, it was Tianqi who told him. Boss attributes are clearly stated. However, this sentence will definitely not be told to Edith. Edith did not continue to ask, but took out a skill book and handed it over, saying, this is what I obtained during my early adventures. I originally wanted to master the power of shadows before starting to study it, but unexpectedly, it ended up being your wedding dress. The shadow assassin has uniqueness, and Edith has no chance. In addition, Qin Shen completed what seemed like an impossible task, proving his strength, and she finally made up her mind to bring out this skill book. Qin Shen reached out to take it. Shadow Erosion Rain, gold level active skill. Summon shadow erosion in the target area. Condense arrow rain to attack enemies. Up to 15 times of damage. Each dealing attack power asterisk 50% plus 100 damage. Cost 50 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Learning requirement, exclusive to Shadow Assassin, feature, releasing the skill will not break stealth. At the moment Qin Shen saw the attributes, he only had one thought in his mind. Awesome! If all 15 instances of damage hit, the total damage of Shadow Erosion Rain will reach a terrifying, attack power asterisk 750% plus 1500. With his current attack power, even if he uses the skill at close range, the damage will easily exceed 7000. If he is far away, with the blessing of the sniper god, the damage will be extremely exaggerated. Moreover, Shadow Erosion Rain does not limit the number of times it can damage the same target, meaning that if there is only one target, it will receive all the damage, most likely resulting in instant death. It is worth noting that the Blood Tide, also a gold level skill, only deals a single instance of damage of magic damage asterisk 180% plus 800, falling far short. However, the blood tide also has its advantages. While the single instance of damage is low, it can damage all enemies within the skill range. If the enemies are densely packed, the total damage may even surpass that of Shadow Erosion Rain. The two skills each have their own strengths and weaknesses, focusing on different aspects. Shadow Erosion Rain considers both group damage and single target burst, while Blood Tide is only AoE. In comparison, Qin-Shan prefers Shadow Erosion Rain. Additionally, there is one point where Blood Tide can never compare to Shadow Erosion Rain. That is, it will not break stealth. There are pros and cons to this. The downside is that Shadow Erosion Rain will not benefit from the damage bonus of breaking stealth. But in Qin-Shan's view, this can hardly be considered a drawback, and is even an advantage, because compared to damage, Qin-Shan values survivability more. Besides, he still has Shadow Flying Knives, so as long as he wishes, he can always land a critical hit by breaking stealth. The feature of Shadow Erosion Rain not breaking stealth brings absolute safety. Just imagine, if he had Shadow Erosion Rain when dealing with Ironhook Jack, Qin-Shan wouldn't need to bother with complicated schemes. He could just hide in a corner and throw the skill at Ironhook Jack's head. Great skill. Absolutely great skill. The resurrected Qin-Shan is very clear about one thing: output is only possible when alive. The boss he encounters now does not have means to counter stealth, but that doesn't mean future bosses won't. Stepping back, even if the local bosses are weak, there are still the gods. In the face of those terrifying beings, even a momentary flaw is enough to be fatal. He is not the heavy-armored warrior from his past life who could withstand damage. If caught by a deity, he might be taken away on the spot. The appearance of Shadow Erosion Rain gives Qin-Shan more combat options. If the enemy is not strong, then use Shadow Erosion Rain and Shadow Flying Knives together to quickly eliminate the enemy. If the opponent is formidable, hide and use Shadow Erosion Rain for maximum safety. Moreover, Shadow Erosion Rain has a hidden advantage. It has no trajectory. Enemies cannot deduce his position through the trajectory of the skill. This is something Shadow Flying Knives cannot achieve. As the level increases, enemies can track Qin-Shan's movements from the trajectory of the flying knives. Additionally, releasing Shadow Flying Knives will break stealth, giving enemies a chance to counter. But there's no need to worry anymore. Getting this skill book was definitely worth Qin-Shan and Ironhook Jack's efforts. With a clap of his hands, he directly learned the skill of Corrosive Rain. Wait until no one's around, then use skill points to strengthen it. Defeating Ironhook Jack earned an evolution point, totaling 8 points, enough for Shadow Sneak to continue evolving. I can still improve. Qin-Shan was very satisfied in his heart. The task was actually completed at this point, and he could have left directly. Edith wouldn't actively give him another task. However, Qin-Shan had another matter to attend to, which was purchasing a shop in Belly City. The funding issue was actually easy to solve. The 30 gold coins he received from Dragon's Soaring World could serve as a stepping stone to knock on the door and gain access to the main city's commercial supervisor. There was no pressure for additional purchasing funds, as selling 2 pieces of equipment would suffice. This plan was applicable in any main city, but there was a simpler method, so why not take it? The breakthrough point was with Edith. Don't forget, she had another identity, the daughter of the Lord of Belly City. Although the two sides had not interacted much before, after defeating Ironhook Jack, Qin-Shan had gained Edith's approval. In gaming terms, his favorability had increased, unlocking more options. Seeing Qin-Shan not leaving, Edith asked, "Is there anything else?" After some thought, Edith's tone was surprised. "Do you want to take over the wild arena? Forgive me for being blunt. Even if you defeated Ironhook Jack, it's not that easy." Qin-Shan waved his hand. "I'm not interested in the arena, but I have another business proposition to discuss with Miss Edith." Edith became interested, as few dared to do business with her. Edith said, "Are you here to kill someone?" She immediately dismissed this assumption. "It shouldn't be. As with your strength, you can handle it yourself. So, the business partner you're looking for isn't just Edith, but also the Lord's daughter. Am I right?" Qin-Shan gave a thumbs up. "Smart." Edith continued to speculate. "As a foreigner who came all the way to Belly City, your first need is a foothold, so you need property in Belly City. If you were to go to the commercial supervisor Angus, not to mention being extorted, you would have to wait for several months, which you definitely can't afford." After some reasoning, Edith saw through Qin-Shan's intentions. Qin Chen, however, was not surprised. Advanced NPCs like Edith had very high intelligence, even smarter than the average player. Since Edith had guessed his thoughts, Qin Chen didn't hide it and said frankly, "I need to purchase a shop." There was a hint of satisfaction in Edith's eyes, as she had gained back some ground. Actually, buying a shop was a trivial matter for her, just a matter of passing on a message. But Edith wouldn't help for free. Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. Qin Chen also knew this, so he took out the Wolf King's horn from his backpack. The wild arena was destroyed, starting with the sudden appearance of a giant wolf. If someone were to appear at this moment holding this item, claiming to have defeated Iron Hook Jack, do you think the obstacles to rebuilding the arena would be lessened? Furthermore, if that person were Edith's secret agent unknown to the public, would it help you better control the black market? Or even the entire Belly City? As mentioned earlier, the wild arena was blown up, but a new one would soon appear. The black market and even Belly City needed a place to vent violence. Edith had orchestrated the whole thing and wouldn't sit back and watch others reap the rewards. She understood that Qin Chen was a foreigner and wouldn't stay in the black market to manage the arena, so she never saw him as a competitor. But if she sent someone to take over, there would be significant resistance. After all, her power is already strong enough. If there were to be an arena added, the other bosses in the black market would probably lose sleep over it. Edith was originally contemplating how to intervene and seize the maximum benefit. Now, Qin Chen has presented a solution to her. Edith stared at Qin Chen with extremely sharp eyes, as if trying to see through him. Qin Chen remained calm. Is that all? He dared to confront the arrow god head-on, so he would not be overwhelmed by Edith's aura. Edith noticed this and decided to retract her aura, saying, "It's been a pleasure working with you." She was a smart person who knew how to maximize profits. Exchanging one shop for control of the black market was definitely a good deal. Edith produced a piece of parchment. This was the deed, which, once registered with the commercial department of Bailey City, would officially grant ownership of the corresponding shop. Qin Chen handed over the Wolf King's horn. Ding! You have lost the Wolf King's horn. Ding! You have obtained the deed to the shop in Bailey City. Edith took the horn, played with it in her hand for a moment, then put it away and walked to the oil lamp to activate stealth mode, gesturing for Qin Chen to leave. Qin Chen was not upset and left the room after taking back the deed. Once he had the shop in his hands, he could continue leveling up. On the level ranking, he and Richardson were both at level 10. It seemed that the other party was also advancing in their profession. If Richardson also had an SSS level talent, then he was most likely undertaking an advanced task of 3 stars or even hidden difficulty. It was not yet time to relax. Returning to Bailey City once again, Qin Chen noticed that the footsteps of the passers-by NPCs were somewhat hurried. There were guards patrolling the streets. Although the battle against Ironhook Jack took place in the depths of the black market, the sound of gunfire in the latter part must have reached the surface. Bailey City was probably in chaos. Here, Qin Chen saw a familiar face. Instructor Lei Weiao. Lei Weiao also noticed Qin Chen, signaled for his subordinates to stand by, walked up to him, and said meaningfully, "Have you seen Edith?" Qin Chen nodded, then took out the deed from his pocket and showed it to Lei Weiao, saying, "I did a small favor for Edith, and she gave me this." Lei Weiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "You took down Iron Hook Jack?" Qin Chen waved his hands repeatedly. "I can't claim credit for that. It was done by a mysterious person who can control giant wolves. If you don't believe me, ask Edith." Qin Chen's response was watertight. Bailey City was not his main city in his past life, so he was not very familiar with the situation here. He only remembered information about major NPCs like Edith. Details about instructor Lei Weiao were more vague. However, he vaguely remembered that this guy knew Edith's true identity. But since they were in Bailey City, with guards nearby, they couldn't delve too deep into the discussion. Lei Weiao also understood this and did not continue the previous topic. Instead, he looked at the deed in Qin Chen's hand and said, "This shop is on Violet Street, a prime location. It seems Edith is very pleased with you." Qin Chen smiled contentedly and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Instructor Lei, when I open for business, I wonder if I could trouble you to visit." The apocalypse was not just about fighting, it also involved social relationships. To establish a foothold in Bailey City, one must deal with various forces. Lei Weiao, as the instructor of the city lord's personal guard, had a strong deterrent effect. As long as he was willing to attend, many troubles would disappear. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Wei said, "No problem." Out of respect for Edith, Lei Wei would definitely attend. Additionally, Lei Wei was also curious to learn more about this outsider who took down Ironhook Jack. He had a feeling that the current situation in Bailey City might change because of this person's appearance. Thinking about this, Lei Wei's heart moved and said, "I received a message that there is a group of goblins causing trouble outside the city, affecting the passage of the commercial route. Can you help me go take a look?" Ding! Triggered mission Goblin Disturbance. Mission description: Goblin traces have appeared to the east of Bailey City, seriously affecting the safety of the merchant caravan. Please go and subdue them. Mission requirements: destroy the goblin nest. Mission rewards: 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins. Lei Wei's favorability plus 10. Xin Shen didn't expect that this could trigger a mission. Anyway, he also needed to level up. So why not deal with goblins? It could also improve Lei Wei's reputation. He immediately said, "Helping instructor Lei solve problems is my duty." Lei Wei looked satisfied and took out a seal from his bosom. "Come find me after resolving the matter. With this token, you can enter the administrative area." Ding! You have obtained Lei Wei's token. Qin Shen was delighted. He didn't expect to get the pass token so quickly. The administrative area was a good place with plenty of hidden tasks and generous rewards. Most importantly, it was the key to opening the doors to the upper echelons of Bailey City's society. Since he chose Bailey City as his first stop, Qin Shen would be active here for a long time, making this token crucial. Qin Shen took the token and walked briskly towards the city outskirts. He wasn't in a hurry to register a shop now. Even with a land deed in hand, he would still be at the mercy of the commercial supervisor. But with Lei Wei leading the way, it was different. Not only were there no extra costs, but the efficiency was surprisingly high. Arriving outside the city, Qin Shen first opened the skill panel, preparing to evolve Shadow Stealth. This evolution consumes 8 evolution points. Do you want to evolve Shadow Stealth? Qin Shen was surprised. It wasn't 4 points as expected, but doubled again, directly from 2 points to 8 points. As a reincarnator, Qin Shen could guess the reason. Throughout the Tianqi continent, there was always a saying that 3 was a barrier, and 6 was a peak. Ordinary, black iron, and bronze, these 3 grades essentially had no significant differences and were all at the bottom, but from bronze to silver, there was a huge gap. The difficulty of advancement was greatly increased. In the Tianqi continent, there were countless creatures, and a large part of them could never break through the bronze level in their lifetime. The same applied to skills. Fortunately, he had enough evolution points, so it wasn't a big problem. Yes, ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded. From bronze to silver. Shadow Stealth LV4, silver grade. Enter stealth mode. Hidden Strike deals additional attack power asterisk 160% plus 1600 damage. Consumes 20 mana. Cooldown 14 seconds. The cooldown time was only 14 seconds now. This meant that Qin Shen's attack frequency would increase again, allowing for higher total output. After evolving Shadow Stealth, Qin Shen faced 2 choices. He had accumulated 10 skill points from the first visit to the Crimson Tomb, which he hadn't used yet. As for how to allocate these 10 skill points, Qin Shen found it a bit difficult. If he upgraded all of them to Dark Reign of Corruption, he could raise it to level 4 in one go, further increasing the damage. On the other hand, Qin Shen also wanted to continue leveling up Shadow Stealth. However, 10 skill points were not enough to level it up twice. If he only raised it by 1 level, the remaining 5 skill points could only allow Dark Reign of Corruption to be raised by 2 levels, leaving 2 points unused. After some thought, Qin Shen decided to first upgrade Shadow Stealth, then raise Dark Reign of Corruption by 2 levels. He would deal with the remaining skill points later. His main asset was Shadow Stealth, and investing more resources into it was worthwhile. Dark Reign of Corruption had already reached the gold grade, with high base attributes, so raising it by 2 levels was fair to its grade. With his decision made, Qin Shen acted decisively. Ding! Shadow Sneak level up. LV4 LV5. Shadow Sneak LV5, silver tier. Enter stealth mode. Shadow Strike deals additional damage, attack power asterisk 160% plus 2000. Costs 20 mana. Cooldown 14 seconds. Ding! Dark Erosion Rain level up. LV1 LV2. Ding! Dark Erosion Rain level up. LV2 LV3. Dark Erosion Rain LV3, Gold Tier, Active Skill. Summon Dark Erosion in target area. Condense Arrow Rain to attack enemies. Up to 15 times damage. Each dealing attack power asterisk 50% plus 300 damage. Costs 50 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Another round of upgrades. I wonder if the goblins in the nest can hold up, Qin Chen muttered. Walking along the road for a while, he could smell the faint stench in the air, along with the obscure and low growls. It's goblins. Whoosh. Small figures leaped out from the bushes, holding tattered weapons, with fierce expressions, surrounding him from different directions. Goblin Bandit level, 11 health, 3200 attack, 220 defense, 165 skill, clubbing. Qin Chen was so familiar with goblins that he couldn't be more familiar. In his previous life, he had killed countless of them. Their characteristic is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Qin Chen would also use this characteristic to find the goblin nest and complete the task in one go. With a lift of his hand, the shadow flying knife flew out. In order to attract the goblins, Qin Chen did not sneak, but even without the bonus damage from Shadow Strike, he still dealt over 6,000 direct damage. This is the dominance of a sharpshooter. With such high damage, he directly emptied the goblin's health bar. The next second, the poisonous blood plague broke out, infecting the surrounding goblins, causing around 2,000 of damage. Most of the surrounding goblins were around level 10, with health between 3 to 4,000. Unable to withstand the continuous 5 seconds of poisonous blood plague. Thump thump. The continuous sound of falling to the ground announced the failure of the goblins' siege. The few remaining goblins were frightened on the spot. Let out a strange cry and turn to run. This is one of the classic tactics of goblins. Run to lure the enemy. If you can't win, run for your life. If the enemy doesn't catch up, they will save their lives. If the enemy catches up, they will lead them to the nest and let the main force surround them. It's a win-win situation. This strategy has been tried and tested, causing many native inhabitants of the End of Days to fall flat on their faces. Like female knights and priests, they always seem to be magically hit. It's hard to tell who the prey really is. The fleeing goblins occasionally looked back and found the terrifying enemy following them, immediately making short or long cries to alert their companions. Set traps in the nest to kill this enemy. And this played right into Qin Chen's hands. He could have wiped out all the goblins before, but there was no need. If he wiped them all out, who would show him the way? The commercial road of Bailey City is too long, and the surrounding terrain is also complex. If he had to find the goblin nest himself, it would take a lot of effort, but if the goblins lead the way, it would be much simpler. However, there are also considerable risks involved. In the goblin nest, there are not only numerous ordinary goblins, but also special individuals like goblin shamans, goblin archers, etc. Ranged and melee attacks are all available, and with their large numbers, they are formidable opponents. If you can't withstand the siege, even if a small team goes, it's possible to fail. Qin Chen was naturally not afraid. He could just sneak and throw the Dark Erosion Rain. Even a gold tier boss couldn't see through his stealth, let alone mere goblins. More goblins emerged from the corners, screaming and launching attacks. Qin Chen threw flying knives backwards, killing a dozen each time as the poison blood plague spread. His experience bar steadily increased during this process, reaching about 70 to 80% progress. He thought that after destroying the goblin nest, he would be able to level up. In the previous battle in the wild arena, Qin Chen once again realized the power of the poison blood plague. As long as the monsters were dense enough to allow the plague to continuously spread and refresh, no matter how many enemies there were, they could all be worn down. This time, in the crusade against the goblin nest, Qin Chen also relied on the poison blood plague as a major weapon. After all, goblins were known for their numbers. There were at least hundreds of goblins in a nest. Relying solely on shadow flying knives and acid rain, even if every strike was a kill, the fight would still take a lot of time. After chasing goblins for nearly half an hour, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, with a stronger stench of blood and decay in the air. The goblin nest was not far away. Just as he was thinking this, numerous figures appeared on the hillside to the left, with dozens of goblin archers aiming a barrage of arrows at Qin Chen's position. At the same time, on the other side of the hill, there were a dozen goblins wielding staves, casting lightning bolts. Wow! This nest seems to be of high standard, with so many goblin shamans. Qin Chen was somewhat surprised. This place was not far from Bailey City, yet such a large nest had appeared. which was somewhat unreasonable. What were the Bailey City's military forces doing? Didn't they send patrols regularly? However, this was not a concern within Qin Shen's scope, so there was no need to worry too much. The real headache would be for the higher-ups in Bailey City. As a player, he just needed to wait for the mission. What he needed to do now was to take down the enemies in front of him. It had to be said that these goblins were very cunning, launching attacks from a distance of 70 to 80 meters. This distance was significant, as it was the data accumulated by the goblins in their escape. They found that the enemy's attack range was about 50 meters. So, standing at 70 to 80 meters away, they probably wouldn't be hit. The goblins' idea was good. Unfortunately, Qin Shen had an ace up his sleeve. His current attributes were enough to support shadow flying knives hitting targets 100 meters away. Previously, at a range of 40 to 50 meters, it was enough to paralyze the enemies. Additionally, he had acid rain. This skill had an even longer range. Faced with attacks from two directions, Qin Shen activated Frenzied Charge, breaking through the blockade while releasing acid rain towards the area of the goblin archers. Dark energy appeared above the goblin archers' heads, quickly condensing into arrow-like shapes and descending from the sky. Over 5,000 damage directly killed the targets. The goblin archers standing far away actually suffered higher damage. Following were the second and third waves of arrows. By the time the 15 attacks were over, there were no goblin archers left standing under the acid rain. Even the goblin archers who luckily survived were infected by the poison blood plague, starting to bleed in unison. In just a few seconds, all the goblin archers were wiped out, contributing rich experience points. The goblin shamans on the other side didn't fare any better. After being hit by a shadow flying knife, they followed the same fate as the goblin archers, being wiped out by the poison blood plague. Ga. Goblins hiding behind rocks in the distance let out terrified screams. Their carefully prepared trap had been broken like this? Wasn't it said that the enemy's range was only 50 meters? How did it suddenly increase to 70 to 80 meters? The angry goblins tore their returning companions into pieces. Damn it, you lied about the situation, Qin Shen exclaimed in regret. Those were all experience points. However, his plan had been achieved, and he didn't care about those few goblins anymore. At the end of Qin Shen's vision, there was a cave half covered with weeds. That was the goblin nest. Without waiting for Qin Shen to further explore, more than a dozen green figures appeared at the cave entrance. Better equipped goblins emerged, compared to the goblins before, who were clad in tattered clothes and wielding wooden sticks. These goblins were now equipped with iron weapons. Their offensive and defensive attributes were higher. However, it didn't matter, as all beings were equal before the sniper god. The shadow flying knives were unleashed, and the goblins who hadn't had a chance to charge were wiped out on the spot. Even more goblins waiting to join the battle in the cave were taken out as well. This was the terror of the venomous blood plague. As long as they couldn't withstand the damage, they would become new sources of infection, continuously spreading death. The game notifications kept ringing incessantly, unable to stop, and over 50 goblins were killed in an instant. And this was far from the full strength of the nest, because just a few seconds after the venomous blood plague ended, new goblins appeared. Their numbers were even greater than before. However, this time they had learned, keeping a considerable distance from each other. Although it would reduce the power of a collective charge, it was better than being wiped out in one go. Qin Shen was naturally prepared. The rain of dark erosion effortlessly took out 15 goblins. It was a bit of a pity not to have wiped them all out, but it wasn't a big problem, just wait for the skills to cool down. The rain of dark erosion not only had a long range but also automatically targeted enemies. Unless the goblins were separated by tens of meters, they couldn't escape the disaster. Seeing that the carefully prepared tactics had not yielded any results, the goblin leader in the nest was furious, continuously howling to urge the goblins to go out and fight. Faced with terrifying enemies on one side and their own leader on the other, the goblins caught in the middle could only charge out of the cave, contributing wave after wave of experience points. Qin Shen outside the nest was almost smiling crookedly. They were too polite. These goblins were really too polite. Afraid that he would level up slowly, they came in groups to offer experience points. You have reached level 11. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the exotic beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. In just a few minutes, over 200 goblins were killed, not only allowing Qin Shen to level up on the spot but also accumulating 2 evolution points. What surprised Qin Shen even more was that more goblins were emerging from the cave. Bring it on, might as well let me level up to 20 directly. Qin Shen was delighted, and even the way he looked at the goblins softened a bit. These were not hideous goblins, they were clearly like money-bringing deities. No matter how large the goblin nest was, it couldn't support the experience points needed for Qin Shen to level up directly to 20, unless he found the underground goblin kingdom. In fact, after Qin Shen reached level 11, the number of emerging goblins noticeably decreased. The previous battles had wiped out at least half of the goblins in the nest. Even the calls of the goblin leader had become much more subdued. At this point, the goblin leader really wanted to know which jerk had brought the killer god back from outside. This was no prey, it was clearly a prepared hunter. But it was too late to say anything now. The nest had only one exit, and to survive, they had to charge out and kill the enemy. The sound of a deep horn echoed from the depths of the cave. Soon after, orderly footsteps could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the sound of war drums, a group of burly goblins appeared at the cave entrance. They were strong and all stood close to 2 meters tall. These were no ordinary goblins, they were evolved into big goblins with high base attributes. Reaching elite levels, they were also well-equipped, clad in full iron armor and even carrying crossbows. Judging by their specifications, they were not shoddy goods but rather seemed like military equipment. Qin Shen was somewhat surprised. The appearance of goblins outside Bailey City seemed not to be accidental. It seemed more like they were deliberately arranged by certain people here. As for the purpose, apart from disrupting the commercial activities of Bailey City, they were probably trying to deal with certain nobles. It should be noted that the southern part of Bailey City is the real commercial district, and the trade routes are also there. The eastern side is where the nobles' properties are located, and the traffic consists of noble caravans. It was not good for goblins to appear, but they appeared precisely in the east. Quite intriguing. Interesting. Qin Shen felt that he was being drawn into the internal struggles of Bailey City, but if he managed it well, not only could he gain substantial benefits, but it would also help him establish a foothold in Bailey City. As he contemplated, after the large goblin queue, new goblins appeared. Dozens of goblins were laboriously carrying a comically shaped sedan chair, with a goblin nearly 3 meters tall sitting on top, wearing an iron crown on its head. Moreover, unlike ordinary green-skinned goblins, this one had reddish-brown skin. Goblin leader, bronze level 15 HP, 300000/300000 attack, 1500 defense, 1200 skills, feign death, enraged roar, trap expert, boomerang throw description, the cream of the crop among goblins, cunning in mind, a formidable enemy. In the Tianqi continent, ordinary goblins could only be considered low-level monsters, with their only advantage being their numbers. After evolving into large goblins, they were not to be underestimated. If they were fortunate enough to evolve into goblin leaders, their strength would be significantly enhanced, not falling behind some medium races. Furthermore, there were even goblin heroes, super strong individuals, who could slay dragons without difficulty. Of course, in Qin Shen's eyes, there was no difference. It was just a matter of using more skills. Currently, the goblin leader led its subordinates out in force, which suited Qin Shen's intentions. If they all hid in their nests, Qin Shen would have to delve deeper and slowly kill them step by step. But now that they were gathered together, there was nothing more to say. Just take them out in one wave. Shadow erosion rain, shadow flying knives, with 2 skills simultaneously, easily taking out more than a dozen large goblins. Even if they had evolved into elite levels, they still couldn't withstand Qin Shen's high output. However, before the poison blood plague could spread, the surrounding large goblins all retreated out of the range of the skills. Roar! Roar! The goblin leader roared, and the eyes of the surrounding goblins immediately turned red, their fighting spirit continuously rising, the fear in their hearts completely disappearing. They raised crossbows and began to attack, arrows coming down like raindrops. Qin Shen dodged while observing, realizing that the arrow rain showed no signs of stopping. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shen couldn't help but curse. Damn! Crossbows too! Qin Shen was speechless. Who was selling military weapons? They actually brought out crossbows for sale, which took some guts. The technical content of a crossbow was not comparable to a crossbow, and this thing was considered rare even in regular armies. Yet now it appeared in the hands of goblins, which was simply beyond belief. Qin Shen didn't believe it was without some conspiracy, and this made him excited. He could already smell the scent of a hidden mission. Let's destroy this nest first and wait for the follow-up tasks from Lei Weiao. Qin Shen pondered silently. Since Lei Weiao had called him, Qin Shen had reason to believe that Lei Weiao had already discovered some clues. What he needed to do was to complete the current task and wait for the follow-up tasks. On the other side, seeing that even crossbow attacks couldn't take down Qin Shen, coupled with the unstoppable poison blood plague, the goblin leader began to feel a bit panicked. After evolving so far, was it going to be wiped out here? Impossible. In order to fight for a way out, the goblin leader leaped from the sedan chair, threw the giant boomerang in his hand, and swiftly attacked Qin Shen. Under the onslaught of arrow rain, Qin Shen's movement was restricted. Faced with boomerang attacks, he could only dodge by counterattacking with shadow flying knives and evading with a frenzied dash. Then lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. The offensive was too intense, making it difficult without displacement. The main trouble was the continuous crossbow fire, with dozens of goblins managing to unleash a concentrated barrage. While waiting for the cooldown of the frenzied dash, Qin Shen was not idle. A rain of dark corrosion caused a dozen large goblins to perish. Even though they were dispersed and did not let the poisonous blood plague spread, their own demise was inevitable. The rain of dark corrosion wouldn't break the concealment, so Qin Shen didn't have to worry about being counterattacked. The goblin leader became increasingly horrified. It is well known that rogues must leave stealth when attacking, but why wouldn't these enemies break stealth this time? What is the principle behind this? Why would such a powerful individual have trouble with these goblins? Isn't there any sense of a strong presence left? With this strength, why not go challenge a dragon? The goblin leader's inner bitterness and anger could not be described in words, only condensed into a roar. Then it turned and ran. Just kidding, it's not stubborn. Since it can't win, why not run? Is it going to stay and wait for death? Qin Shen was anxious. If this creature escaped, he would definitely not achieve the optimal completion of his mission, which would likely affect the triggering of subsequent tasks. It might even lead to the chain of tasks being broken. With this in mind, Qin Shen decisively accelerated forward, aiming a flying knife at the goblin leader, dealing a massive amount of damage. The goblin leader endured the pain and retaliated with a boomerang. Unexpectedly, it had a trick up its sleeve. As a result, the goblin leader saw the enemy make a sudden stop and lean back, narrowly avoiding the boomerang attack by a hair's breadth. The goblin leader was stunned by this agility. Just as Qin Shen was preparing to end the battle in one go, the goblin leader let out a loud roar and knelt down, begging for mercy. "Stop! I surrender! If you spare me, I will offer all my treasures." At the same time, a game prompt sounded. Ding! You have triggered a choice mission. Please choose carefully. Choice 1, spare the goblin leader. Reward, all the wealth of the goblin nest, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Choice 2, kill the goblin leader. Reward, Instructor Lei Hua's favorability +5. At the level of a leader, even the lowest goblin would possess a considerable degree of intelligence. Speaking the common language of the Tianqi mainland was a given. In order to survive, the conditions offered by the goblin leader were very generous. 1,000 gold coins was no small amount. Based on the current acquisition prices of major guilds, it was roughly equivalent to 40 to 50 million yen kingdom coins. If it were the Qin Shen from his past life who focused on gold farming, he would probably spare the goblin leader and retire on the money. But now, this option held no appeal for Qin Shen. He still had several pieces of gold-level equipment and a gold-level skill book that he hadn't sold, which were definitely worth far more than 1,000 gold coins. Was he short of money? In Qin Shen's eyes, the 5 points of favorability from Lei Hua Ao were more valuable, as they would affect the subsequent task chain. Qin Shen looked at the goblin leader, showing a friendly smile and teasingly said, "I'll kill you, and the treasure will still be mine." The goblin leader's expression froze. "You are indeed very clever, but I was prepared for this a long time ago." The goblin leader laughed heartily and said, "Do you think I'm like those brainless goblins who would keep the treasure in the nest? Let me tell you, I've hidden those treasures elsewhere." Qin Shen gave a thumbs up. Truly an evolved goblin. Its intelligence has clearly increased by several levels. Seeing Qin Shen hesitating, the goblin leader seized the opportunity and said, "As long as you spare my life, not only will you gain a hefty treasure, but I will also introduce you to a big shot, guaranteeing you a prosperous life in Bailey City. Qin Shen's heart stirred. This goblin invasion indeed had a traitor, and if he guessed correctly, this goblin nest was just the beginning, with more goblins to come. What this represented, Qin Shen understood best: a large-scale mission chain. At this moment, the game provided another prompt. Ding! Decision task updated. Please choose carefully. Choice 1, spare the goblin leader. Reward, all the wealth of the goblin nest, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Cloak of Disguise, were it to join the secret organization meeting in Bailey City. Choice 2, kill the goblin leader. Reward, Instructor Lei Weio's favorability plus 10-inch with the goblin leader raising the stakes. The mission rewards were also updated. The change in mission rewards revealed to Qin Shen a glimpse of the iceberg hidden in the darkness of Bailey City. The current goblin leader probably hadn't even touched the threshold of that secret organization, not knowing what the organization was called. In other words, even if he agreed to the goblin leader's conditions, Qin Shen would not truly infiltrate the secret organization's inner circle, but instead would create a rift with Instructor Lei Weio, which would be a real loss. With a firm decision in his heart, Qin Shen raised his wrist, and the shadow-flying knife flew straight out, hitting the goblin leader accurately. The goblin leader's eyes flickered with madness. Since the other party didn't want him to live, then no one would have it easy. Go, my minions! The goblin leader roared, and the goblins who were chasing immediately launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, the area where Qin Shen was located was covered with arrows and lightning bolts. Although a single attack was not enough to kill him instantly, the dense attacks, if hit a few times, would definitely result in immediate death. Moreover, the goblin leader beside him was also watching closely, holding a boomerang in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. Qin Shen did not rush to activate the frenzied dash but instead unleashed the power of his 400 agility points to sprint at full speed, leaving behind several afterimages. The goblin leader's eyes almost popped out. This enemy still had a trump card. The speed he had shown before was not his limit at all. The goblin leader became even more frustrated. Today was really unlucky, being targeted by such a guy. He was probably unable to end well. Under the assault of the shadow-flying knife and the rain of dark erosion, the remaining goblins did not last 3 rounds before being completely wiped out. At this point, only the goblin leader in front of him remained in the entire goblin nest. Once it was taken down, the mission would be completed. To avoid any further complications, Qin Shen did not want to continue beating around the bush and decisively accelerated his attack to kill it. Hunting time activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Ding! The goblin nest has been eradicated. Mission completed. Please go to Lei Weio to submit the task. Ding! The reputation of the secret organization has decreased to hostility. A series of prompts. Qin Shen glanced at them and casually closed them. In this goblin nest raid, apart from the few valuable items that the final leader dropped, the rest of the goblins dropped some equipment intermittently, all of which were ordinary grade and not worth much. As for the goblin leader's loot, 3 level 15 bronze equipment pieces, all leaning towards strength. Qin Shen had no intention of using them himself and planned to hang them in the shop to show off. After storing the loot in the ring, Qin Shen prepared to return to Bailey City. Along the way, he also added the free attribute points he had gained from leveling up. After completing the special advancement task, he could make significant progress with each level up, especially in agility. He could add 12 points each time, leaving other players in the dust. With the most important agile attributes secured, Qin Shen can distribute his free attribute points more evenly. Even before entering the game, Qin Shen had already made plans. In the early stages, he focused solely on agility to improve reaction speed for better soloing of bosses. With the blessing of the sniper god, he didn't lack damage and prioritized survival. This method yielded good results, allowing him to achieve first kills multiple times and gain a large number of extra free attribute points. Building on this foundation, his agility had long surpassed 400 points, and further increases did not bring significant improvements. Instead, it became necessary to enhance other attributes. Specializing in points allocation during the game stage is acceptable and can even lead to a better gaming experience. However, considering that the apocalypse will descend on the blue star, other attributes must not be neglected, as it could affect the character's attributes and integration, especially in the late stages of the divine descent. To surpass limits, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, these 4 fundamental attributes, none should lag behind. Of course, specializing in points allocation is feasible, but after integration begins, the main attribute with the highest value may not fully unleash its effects. I now have 15 free attribute points each level up. Aside from agility, the remaining 3 attributes are evenly distributed, 5 points each, coupled with equipment bonuses. It's enough to narrow the attribute gap. Qin Chen calculated preliminarily. Following this method of allocation, each level up would be equivalent to adding 11 points to strength, constitution, and spirit, and 12 points to agility, achieving a very balanced distribution. The method of points allocation is not set in stone. In the early stages, Qin Chen needed sufficient agility to solo bosses without taking damage, making full agility allocation the optimal solution. With this condition met, balancing the other attributes becomes the focus for later stages. Even the spirit attribute, which may seem of little use to assassins, should not be neglected. Many late-stage bosses possess mind control and illusion skills, which cannot be withstood without sufficient spirit attributes. Ordinary players are limited in acquiring attribute points and can only focus on 1 or 2 attributes. In the subsequent integration stage, they will be restricted by their weaker attributes. Since Qin Chen has the conditions for comprehensive development, he will not leave any weaknesses for enemies to exploit. By evenly distributing free attribute points among strength, constitution, and spirit, Qin Chen's stats are also updated accordingly. Attributes: Strength 50, Constitution 25, Agility 371 plus 45, Spirit 24. There are still shortcomings, which cannot be denied, but they are gradually being addressed. Qin Chen is not in a hurry. Following his current method of allocation, when agility surpasses 600, the other 3 attributes will also reach around 200, and the gap is not so significant that it cannot be bridged. According to the rules of the Apocalypse's arrival, as long as the gap between the main and secondary attributes does not exceed 3 times, it will not affect the integration of the character and reality. Based on Qin Chen's calculations, by the start of the first phase of integration, his attribute gap has already met the standard, leaving no worries. Moreover, Qin Chen has a backup plan. So far, he has only achieved first kills up to the gold tier, with dark gold, epic, and legendary tiers still ahead. The rewards for first kills of bosses in these 3 tiers are so generous that Qin Chen is eager for them. Coupled with other special events, he can easily gain several hundred more free attribute points to further bridge the gap. Additionally, various items that increase attributes will be produced in the game. These may be out of reach for ordinary players, but for Qin Chen, obtaining them is a breeze. The simplest way is to buy them with money. Therefore, Qin Chen has never been too worried about attribute issues. He has ways to solve them. Qin Chen returned to the goblin's lair, although the goblin leader said the treasure was elsewhere. Based on his understanding of goblins, that guy must have hidden some in their old lair. Furthermore, judging from the previous military crossbows, there were probably a large number of military equipment still in the lair. It would be a waste not to take them. Going down the passage, with the help of the dim oil lamp on the wall, Qin Chen successfully arrived at the deepest part of the nest. There were more than a dozen side chambers dug out here, each serving different functions. Some were used to store food, while more were haphazardly stacked with weapons and equipment. Judging by the quantity, there were enough to arm several hundred people. If you counted the ones on Big Brother Goblin, the total reached 1,000 sets. He picked up one to examine. Standard breastplate, common grade, defense plus 30, HP plus 100, equipment requirement, 10, next to it were matching leg armor, arm guards, gloves, boots, helmets, and even a complete set of weapons, including long swords, short knives, and hand crossbows, fully armed to the teeth. Wow! Where did this secret organization come from to get so many standard equipment? Qin Chen marveled. Bailey City was one of the main cities after all, but such large-scale arms smuggling was happening secretly, indicating that there were high-ranking moles in the city. But so far, it had little to do with Qin Chen. As the saying goes, he would just level up and wait for missions, not paying too much attention to other things. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are paper tigers. Besides, Bailey City had its own affairs, and it was not appropriate for an outsider like him to interfere. However, these equipment couldn't be missed. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. Even if Qin Chen filled up all his rings, he couldn't fit them all, so he could only choose the better-looking ones to sell. Even so, he filled the rings to the brim. He once thought that having a baron's ring was already a lot, but he had underestimated himself. It's not quite right to display these equipment in a shop, Qin Chen pondered, rubbing his chin. These were standard military equipment, and it would be uncomfortable to display them in a shop, with a high probability of being sealed upon opening. Although shops in the game were player-owned, the main city authorities had the right to seal them. While it might not lead to the revocation of the land deed, it would still be a significant loss. A shop that couldn't be opened was no different from a cabbage. Qin Chen wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He had already figured out how to deal with it. He immediately opened the friend list, intending to send a message to Dragon Soaring the World, but received a message from him first. Night Wanderer God. I received a skill book. Along with the message were the related attributes. Blink, bronze grade active skill. Blink in the direction of the target. Maximum distance, 15 meters. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Wow! Qin Chen exclaimed. The displacement skill he had been searching for appeared unexpectedly. And it was a blink. This was a rare universal displacement skill. Although it was only bronze grade, in Qin Chen's eyes, its value was comparable to gold grade. Unlike the frenzied charge of the bone-cleaving twin blades, Blink appeared directly at the target location without any movement process. This was crucial. With a trajectory, it could be predicted, and if you couldn't stop in time, you would crash into the enemy's attack. The end result would be me killing myself. But Blink was different. Unless the enemy predicted the landing position, don't even think about intercepting midway. If you had to point out a downside, it might be that the displacement distance was too short and the cooldown time was too long. In Qin Chen's eyes, these were not a big deal. He could just evolve a few more times. As he contemplated, Dragon Soaring the World sent another message. Boss, which main city are you in? We'll reach level 10, and we'll send the skill book to you as soon as possible. Dragon Soaring the World didn't mention how much it cost to receive this skill book, because it was unnecessary. What's the point of saying it? Did he want Night Wanderer God to owe him a favor? That would only backfire. Don't forget, he had previously received 2 silver grade equipment in advance. He had promised 2 skill books at the time, but now he only got 1. Strictly speaking, it was their inefficiency in handling things. Seeing that Night Wanderer did not reply, Longteng Tianxia felt a bit uneasy and said, Boss, we agreed on remote skill books at the time, but I boldly assumed, carefully verified, and felt that you could make use of this skill, so I dared to ask. If you are not satisfied, I can have someone else collect it. Qin Chen replied, I am very satisfied. The value of this skill is much higher than 2 remote skill books. After obtaining the Reign of Dark Erosion, Qin Chen no longer had much attachment to remote skills. Instead, he needed displacement skills more. Relying solely on the bone-cutting twin blades was not a long-term solution. Now that Longteng Tianxia brought good news, Qin Chen had no reason to be dissatisfied. Since the other party had taken this approach, Qin Chen could not be stingy either and sent another message. Where is this skill book in the newbie village? I will go get it myself. As for the previous conditions, this skill book already meets them, so there is no need to find another remote skill book. Of course, if you have any extras, I can buy them at market price. Speaking of which, I happen to have something to discuss with you. I have some level 10 equipment here, all common grade with average attributes. If you need them, I can give them to you at an 80% discount. A series of replies made Longteng Tianxia even more delighted. Look, this is what it means to have a boss's demeanor. Not only did he wave a skill book, but he also gave him equipment. He couldn't use common grade equipment, but with so many members in the guild, someone would surely need them. The drop rate in this game is too low. Many players are still wearing newbie sets. Looking at the screenshot sent by Qin Chen, Longteng Tianxia was speechless. Can you call nearly 100 items in one backpack some? Truly a boss. His concept of quantity is indeed extraordinary. Originally, in Longteng Tianxia's plan, Night Wanderer mentioned having equipment, and at most, there were a dozen pieces. However, the screenshot sent over was full to the brim, roughly estimated to have at least 70 to 80 items. Longteng Tianxia really wanted to know, is it appropriate to describe this quantity as some? Also, what kind of backpack is this, and how can it hold so much? Aren't everyone's initial backpacks only 10 slots? Longteng Tianxia fell into contemplation. His assassin teammate beside him asked curiously, Boss, what's with that expression? Is Night Wanderer not satisfied with the blink skill? Little Snow shook her head and said, "No, the displacement skill is needed by all players, and Night Wanderer should be no exception. Moreover, he is used to soloing bosses and needs the displacement skill to position himself and avoid damage. I guess there must be other reasons for the boss's current expression." Longteng Tianxia came back to his senses and praised those who know me, like Little Snow. After a pause, he added, "Night Wanderer said he is very satisfied with the blink skill and can be exchanged for 2 skill books." The archer raised his thumb. "Truly my archenemy. Indeed generous." The assassin glanced sideways and bluntly said, "What level are you at to think you can be Night Wanderer's archenemy?" The archer was so angry that his mouth twisted. "You, wait until you log off later. Don't run. See how I deal with you." Longteng Tianxia waved his hand to stop the bickering between the two and continued, "Night Wanderer has some equipment to give me." The assassin quickly asked, "Is there anything I can use?" Longteng Tianxia hesitated for a moment. He hadn't asked in detail. The assassin immediately cried out, "Wow, you heartless person. Have you forgotten all the years of our relationship between us?" The archer added, He, Night Wanderer is an assassin. How could he have spare equipment for you? Boss, do you have any archer equipment?" Longteng Tianxia remained silent. The archer and assassin wailed and cried in despair. It seemed they had fallen out of favor. Longteng Tianxia could only muster the courage to send a message to Qin Chen. Boss, do you have equipment for assassins and archers?" Speaking of which, Qin Chen remembered that he had 2 weapons that he had replaced. Level 5 Rabbit Tooth Dagger and Level 10 Bloodsucking Blade. Originally intended for display in the shop, but since Longteng Tianxia asked about it, I decided to sell it to him. I immediately replied, "There are no archer weapons, but there are 2 assassin weapons." I sent over the relevant attributes. Longteng Tianxia looked at the assassin with a hint of envy in his eyes. This guy is getting a good deal. Why isn't Night Wanderer a warrior? Seeing Longteng Tianxia's expression, the assassin excitedly asked, "Is there good news?" Longteng Tianxia shared the equipment attributes in the team channel, and the assassin exclaimed, "Luckily I was clever to choose the assassin initially. Now just by getting Night Wanderer's eliminated equipment, I can soar." The assassin continued, "With the same equipment as Night Wanderer, it's like I am Night Wanderer, so we are evenly matched." The team members all gave thumbs up. "You really are a genius." After the banter, Longteng Tianxia messaged Qin Chen, "Boss, will it be troublesome for you to return to the newbie village from the main city?" The skill book wasn't with him. It was received by his vice president. "Not in a newbie village." Night Wanderer said he would go get it himself, and Longteng Tianxia felt a bit embarrassed to let the boss go through all that trouble. This issue didn't bother Qin Chen much. Teleportation costs, but compared to the Blink skill book, it's not worth mentioning. The main concern is if they wait for Longteng Tianxia and the others to reach level 10 and head to the main city. It might take a day or 2, which is too long. After confirming the location of the skill book, Qin Chen decisively left the goblin's lair. He ultimately didn't find the goblin leader's treasure. That guy really did what he said. He actually placed the treasure elsewhere. A clever goblin indeed. However, being able to harvest a backpack of equipment is not a small gain. Qin Chen planned to first return to Bailey City to hand in the task to Lei Weiao, then teleport to the newbie village at 10,086 to get the skill book, then teleport to the newbie village at 9527 to give the equipment in the bag to Longteng Tianxia. This period of time is just right for Longteng Tianxia to collect gold coins. Returning to Bailey City, the city had already returned to calm. The commotion in the black market earlier did not spread, and the NPCs in the city no longer paid much attention. In their impression, explosions would occasionally be heard from the black market. As long as there was no crisis in Bailey City, they were too lazy to care. Even the city lord didn't say much. Do their words matter? Qin Chen headed straight to the administrative area of the North City, and after showing Lei Weiao's token, he was allowed in. Guided by the guards, he found Lei Weiao who was training new soldiers. Lei Weiao didn't react at first and casually said, "Didn't find those goblins? Don't worry about it. My people have been searching for days with little progress." Qin Chen took out the goblin leader's head and its boomerang weapon, saying, "I destroyed the nest as promised." Lei Weiao was momentarily speechless. Yes, he did think this foreigner was very capable. After all, he passed the ATIS test and even took down Ironhook Jack. But to officially find and destroy the goblin's nest like this, it made him seem dull. Fortunately, Lei Weiao was not a petty person. and soon calmed down, praising, "Well done. Impressive." He then called his deputy and handed a money pouch to Qin Chen, saying, "Here, this is a reward." Ding! Mission completed. Gained 5,000 experience points. 50 silver coins. Lei Weio's favorability plus 10-inch ding. Decisive mission completed. Lei Weio's favorability plus 10-inch later. Lei Weio inquired about Qin Chen's battle process, and upon learning about the military crossbow, Lei Weio's expression turned serious. After some thought, Lei Weio said, "Let's not spread this matter for now. I will send someone to investigate." Qin Chen nodded. "I'll follow the instructor's lead." Lei Weio continued, "I'll contact you once we have some progress in the investigation." Qin Chen felt relieved. The subsequent tasks were now stable. After a brief discussion, Qin Chen bid farewell and left. He had to go to the newbie village. Arriving at the teleportation array in the city center, Qin Chen stepped on it. Teleporting to newbie village 10,086 requires 50 silver coins. Confirmed teleportation? Teleport. A flash of light, and Qin Chen disappeared on the spot. When his vision returned, Qin Chen saw over a dozen players with the Dragon Sword prefix approaching. Is it the Night God Senior? The player leading them was named Dragon Sword Observing the Sky. It was him, the vice president of the Dragon Sword Guild who obtained the Blink skill book. Qin Chen showed his ID to confirm his identity, and Observing the Sky initiated a trade, placing the Blink skill book on the table. He had received a message from the guild leader that the Night God Senior would teleport over to collect the skill book. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon. After the trade was completed, Observing the Sky hesitated for a moment and gathered the courage to ask, "Senior, can I add you as a friend?" "Don't worry, I won't disturb you usually." Qin Chen did not refuse. According to Dragon Source statement, the vice president had put in a lot of effort to obtain the Blink skill this time. To be honest, Qin Chen thought receiving a Black Iron level skill book was already the limit. After all, there were only so many resources in the newbie village, and the player levels were generally low, not able to produce anything too good. Unexpectedly, a bronze level skill book appeared. It seemed that the vice president had some luck on his side. Qin Chen had a premonition that there might be more surprises to come. Observing the Sky was a bit dizzy at the moment. He actually added the Night God Senior as a friend? After checking the ID in the friends list multiple times, Observing the Sky finally confirmed that he had indeed added him, immediately sending a message to the guild leader. "Boss, I added the senior as a friend." Dragon Sword felt a bit sour. Clearly, he was the first, but the vice president being able to add the Night God as a friend was indeed good news. Previously, he could only contact him directly, feeling insecure. What if one day the senior didn't like him and blocked him? Then he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Dragon Sword replied to Observing the Sky, "Since it's approved, cherish it, absolutely do not annoy the senior, or I will be very angry. Got it?" Observing the Sky confidently replied, "Boss, rest assured, I will never annoy the senior." After making a pledge, Observing the Sky looked at Qin Chen and said, "Senior, if you have any orders, just say it, I will be at your service." Qin Chen nodded. "If there's anything, the guild leader will arrange it for you. I'll take my leave." After that, he returned to the teleportation array. You have the title of Village Defender. You can teleport to other newbie villages for free. Target newbie village 9527. Confirmed teleportation? Qin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the title he received earlier to have this hidden effect. Unfortunately, it couldn't reduce the teleportation cost between the main city and the newbie village, but it could still save a lot. With the current price of gold, 50 silver coins were not a small amount. Qin Chen, being wealthy, could continuously teleport, while normal players could only use the free teleportation array to the main city in the early stages. Teleport. When Qin Chen appeared in the newbie village 9527, the village chief Barrett ran over excitedly, shouting from afar, "Hero, you're back!" The players who were originally doing tasks felt their eyes blur. The village chief had disappeared. They were immediately shocked. He had worked hard to clear all the toilets in the village. Was this old man trying to avoid payment? Unacceptable. The player immediately chased after him, then saw a player appearing at the teleportation array. Feeling very puzzled, you needed to be level 10 to use the newbie village teleportation array. Who was this again? After a moment of thought, he suddenly shouted, "Damn, it's the Night God!" Passing players nearby suddenly became excited and kept asking, "Is it true? Wasn't the night god going to the main city? How come he's here? Don't get the ID wrong. I heard there are a lot of imposters now." "Don't mention it. I was just scammed 10 copper coins by a guy named Night God earlier. It's infuriating that he had the nerve to do that. So annoying." How did you get scammed? Tell us so we can be prepared." "That guy said he wanted to establish a guild, but lacked startup funds. As long as I donated money, he would appoint me as vice president." "You really should be careful." As the news spread, more players gathered around to see if it was really the night god. It was easy to confirm, because at this stage, besides the night god, who else could wear a full set of equipment? These people were all wearing newbie 3-piece sets. Soon, Longtung Tianxia, who received the message, rushed back with his team, apologizing repeatedly. "Sorry for making the boss run an extra trip." Qin Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, it's on the way." Anyway, he could teleport between newbie villages for free, so it wasn't a big deal to make a trip. And Longtung Tianxia was also considered an important partner, so he had to give face. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Chen said, "I won't ask for too much for these equipment. 500 for each piece, a total of 80 pieces. The value of level 10 common equipment could actually be higher. After all, the drop rate in this game was really low." But Qin Chen didn't mind. These equipment were originally picked up for free. Selling them for 40,000 was already good enough. The real value lay in those high-level equipment. Longtung Tianxia was already excited and touched. The boss really remembered my kindness. He was well aware that although these level 10 equipment were the lowest common grade, it didn't mean they were worthless. On the contrary, they were quite valuable. When players reached level 10, facing monsters with soaring attributes, having one more piece of equipment could help them level up faster, bringing in profits far beyond 500. With these 80 pieces of equipment in hand, Longtung Tianxia could arm 4 or 5 elite teams through filling in the gaps, and then equip other guild members with more equipment. Under this virtuous cycle, the strength of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty would soar. The surrounding players were wide-eyed upon hearing about the 80 pieces of equipment. "Wow, is the night god cheating? How come the drop rate of equipment is so high?" They had been killing rabbits until now, and even the newbie short swords were getting dull. Besides rabbit fur, they hadn't seen anything else. But when the boss made a move, he directly gave out 80 pieces. Unbelievable. Also, what kind of backpack is this? How can it hold so much? What shocked the players even more was yet to come. Qin Chen took out the rabbit-toothed dagger and blood-sucking blade, saying, "You've seen the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. How much are you prepared to offer?" This question had been discussed by Longtung Tianxia and the team before, and they had a preliminary number in mind. They cautiously said, "The rabbit-toothed dagger is black iron grade, so let's go with 20 gold coins. The blood-sucking blade is silver grade, but considering the high-level requirement, boss, would 200 gold coins be acceptable?" At the current market price, 200 gold coins were around 10 million yen kingdom coins, which was already an absolute high price. But the blood-sucking blade was worth that price. For an assassin player, equipping the blood-sucking blade at level 10 would greatly increase their attack power, making leveling up or advancing in their profession much easier, especially in professional advancement. If they could complete a higher difficulty advancement task, the rewards would be far more than just 10 million. And the price of 200 gold coins also made Qin Chen feel comfortable, meeting his expectations. There is a saying in business that Qin Chen didn't need Longtung Tianxia to constantly offer high prices to please him. Equipment transactions shouldn't be mixed with other factors. As long as the price you offer is acceptable to me, then it's a deal. There's no need to make it seem like I owe you a favor, or that I'm selling you a favor. After a moment of thought, Qin Chen said, "This price is acceptable." He was not one to dilly-dally, immediately initiating the trade and gaining 220 gold coins. In addition, another 40,000 coins were directly transferred to his virtual card by Dragon Soars the World. After the transaction, Qin Chen did not rush to leave, but rather asked with some confusion, "How come you're only at level 4? Dragon Soars the World was suddenly at a loss for words. "Boss, have you not noticed that most of the players around here are only at level 1 or 2? Being at level 4 is already considered quite high." However, upon seeing Qin Chen's level, Dragon Soars the World felt that the boss was right. The boss was at level 11, while he was only at level 4, which was indeed embarrassing. Dragon Soars the World chuckled bitterly. "Boss, It's not that I don't want to level up quickly, it's just that I can't do it. I can't even equip the level 5 gear you gave me, so it's too slow to fight monsters. Xinshen pondered for a moment and realized the reason behind it. Considering the need for Dragon Source the world's assistance in future plans, Xinshen decided to help him out. Of course, not for free. I'll level you up for the next hour. How far you can level up will depend on your luck. 50,000 per person. Fair deal, right? Dragon Source the world blinked, thinking he misheard. It wasn't that he thought 50,000 per person was expensive, but that the esteemed night roaming god was willing to condescend to help him level up. Dragon Source the world looked at the assassin and muttered, "Pinch me, am I dreaming?" The assassin was very honest and pinched him hard, causing Dragon Source the world to almost jump in pain, and this confirmed to him that he wasn't mistaken. The boss was indeed willing to spend an hour helping him level up. Dragon Source the world quickly said, "Fair deal, absolutely fair. Boss, I want spots for 4 people. Do you prefer cash or gold coins?" He wasn't one to hog all the benefits, immediately thinking of his old teammates upon hearing about this good opportunity. Mainly because leveling up alone was not effective. He wasn't the night roaming god, and without teammates, having a high level wouldn't improve his leveling efficiency much. On the contrary, bringing his teammates' levels up together would speed up the leveling process. Once they reach level 5, their team could equip several pieces of gear, making a significant upgrade. Even without the boss's help in leveling up later, their efficiency would still be several times faster than it is now. When they reached level 10 and equipped the silver grade gear they had acquired earlier, their efficiency would skyrocket. Of course, compared to a true boss like the night roaming god, there was still a significant gap. Xinshen was not surprised by Dragon Source the world's choice. The 4-person team he had now had come a long way together and had a deep bond. Even when the apocalypse arrived, they would still fight side by side. After some thought, Xinshen said, "Just transfer the cash directly." With the gold coins he had received this time, he now had 250 coins, a very subtle number that was enough for current use, and having more wouldn't make much difference. Originally, buying a shop would require a lot of gold coins, but he had achieved his goal through the trade with Edith at a minimal cost, saving him a lot of coins. It would be better to exchange some Flame Country currency and buy a house when he logged off. The surrounding players were all dumbfounded. 50,000 per person meant 2 million for the 4 of them. And this exorbitant price was just for an hour of the night roaming god's help in leveling up. In other words, an hourly rate of 2 million? Goodness, is this how the world of the wealthy operates? Some players started counting on their fingers. I earn 3,000 a month, so I could have the boss help me for 21.6 seconds. If that's the case, then I'm much stronger. I can have the boss help me for 30 seconds. Just curious, can the boss help for 10 seconds? I can afford 5 seconds. Can you? Wow, I have to say. Where do you work, buddy? You're really struggling. A bunch of losers. I can have the boss help me for 2 minutes. Wow, earning 16,000 a month. You're also a pro. I used to think so too, but now I feel like a poor guy. Zhao, can we stop talking about this topic? It's exhausting. Your time is very valuable. Come quickly and calculate how long Night Wanderer can lead the team. I want to be a big shot too. I want to earn 2 million per hour. Wash up and sleep. When players calculate how many seconds they are worth in a month, Xinshen leads the dragon soaring team out of the newbie village and heads to the wild wolf plain. It's not that wild boars can't be dealt with, but wild wolves offer better value for money. Although the Wolf King was just taken down, wolf packs are resilient and will continue to fight. With the level of the dragon soaring team, as soon as they enter the wild wolf plain, they are like light bulbs in the dark. They don't even need to lure monsters, just wait for the wolves to come. And this is exactly what Xinshen wants to see. What he needs to do is throw a flying knife and then sit back and watch the poison blood plague unfold. Player, Dragon Soaring Team, invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agree. Player, Night Wanderer, has joined the team. Upon joining the team, Xinshen received a warm welcome. Wow, it's a big shot. I'm going to take a screenshot and post it on the forum to show off to those sour grapes. Mom, I teamed up with Night Wanderer. I have made progress. Xinshen actually knows the 3 core teammates of Dragon Soaring Team, but that was in a previous life. Now without much foundation, he didn't engage in casual conversation, just casually said, "You guys are too polite. I'm just an ordinary player." Xiao Shui smiled bitterly. If someone else said that, I would think they are pretending, but the big shot's tone is so calm. I think he really believes that. The assassin said. The big shot is too modest. If you are an ordinary player, then are we living in the sewers? The archer, with a mix of anticipation, panic, and nervousness, asked his doubt. Big shot, may I ask, do you play shooting games in real life? Qin Chen casually replied. I don't. The archer breathed a sigh of relief. Well, in terms of real-life shooting, he is definitely better than Night Wanderer, so he still has a 50-50 chance with Night Wanderer. Seeing Night Wanderer chatting and laughing with his teammates, Dragon Soaring Team breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that these guys might say something wrong and offend the big shot. That would be a big loss. Fortunately, for now, the big shot is not being aloof, but rather down to earth. The group chatted and laughed and soon arrived at the wild wolf plain. Howl, howl. The continuous howls of wolves instantly sounded in all directions. It wasn't until this moment that Dragon Soaring Team realized an important issue. Night Wanderer, the big shot, has very high attack power and can easily take down enemies, but his attack interval seems long, and his skills are all single target output. Can this work? Not that they are worried about wasting 2 million, but if the big shot fails to level up, it would be embarrassing, and they might be silenced. While pondering, Dragon Soaring Team heard Qin Chen say, money, ah, oh, okay, Xiao Shui, pay up. Dragon Soaring Team instinctively responded. Xiao Shui also acted decisively and transferred the money directly. Hey, spending someone else's money is always easy. With 2 million received, Qin Chen didn't waste any time, raised his hand and aimed a shadow flying knife at a wild wolf 30 meters away. Minus 3,757. Weakness attack. Qin Chen didn't sneak, so he couldn't deliver a critical hit, but over 3,000 damage was enough to instantly kill the wild wolf. Nice! Dragon Soaring Team cheered loudly, clapping continuously. Just as he was about to praise and hype up the atmosphere, he saw a burst of dark green blood mist erupt from the wolf's body, drifting in the wind to the nearby wolves. The next moment, damage numbers floated up in unison. In the blink of an eye, those wolves also fell dead on the spot. A familiar scene unfolded. Green blood mist erupted, infecting new wolves. The wolves died violently, and the blood mist continued to spread. Before Longtang Tianxia could react, the outbreak of blood mist had spread to 70 to 80 meters away. Upon closer inspection, at least over 100 game prompts were flooding the screen. At the same time, his experience bar jumped forward significantly. At this rate, it seemed like they would reach level 5 in less than 2 minutes. Just as he was thinking this, Longtang Tianxia's body shook. As more blood mist erupted in the distance, he leveled up. Longtang Tianxia fell into contemplation. The assassin, archer, and priestess Xiaoxue also fell into contemplation. What on earth was going on? Longtang Tianxia had never imagined that leveling up could be so easy. Before this, their team of 4 had faced challenges and finally reached level 4. Although they couldn't compare to top players like Night Wanderer, they were already highly efficient compared to ordinary players. Even when compared to elite teams from other guilds, they had the upper hand. There was still some pride in their hearts. However, now that they experienced the rocket-like leveling speed firsthand, a strange thought arose in their minds. Maybe they should ask the big shots if they could subscribe for a year. Going back to level up the hard way might be too much to bear. The psychological gap would be too great. But then again, what kind of skill was this that could automatically kill monsters? A thought appeared in Longtang Tianxia's mind. Could it be that Night Wanderer was really cheating? Maybe he should ask if it was stable. In the midst of contemplation, Priestess Xiaoxue voiced the doubts of the team. Big shot. What skill is this that can spread without limits? Qin Chen waved his hand. It's not unlimited. There is a distance limit. It's just that the wolves were close enough to meet the conditions. As for what skill it is, I can tell you. It's called Blood Poison Plague, dropped by the final boss of the Crimson Tomb special mode. After a pause, Qin Chen spread his hands. I've cleared the Crimson Tomb special mode in our newbie village. It's gone now. The Crimson Tomb, as a dungeon, is permanently available. But the special mode is only once. To be precise, it's once for each newbie village. The Blood Clan is not wealthy enough to assign more barons to the Crimson Tomb. Unlike the regular game, many monsters are disposable in the apocalypse, especially the famous and named bosses like the Blood Clan Baron. Killing one means one less. This has also led to the rarity of the Blood Poison Plague skill. In the past life, Qin Chen, as one of the top 10 players in the world, had never learned this skill, indicating its rarity. Unfortunately, the conditions for obtaining this skill are too harsh. First, you have to clear the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Tomb special mode. As a newbie village dungeon, the entry-level limit for the Crimson Tomb is only level 10. At this level, many players don't even have a set of common equipment to challenge the nightmare difficulty. Even if they manage to gather the equipment and clear the nightmare difficulty, they still need the special mode. If they are lucky enough to pass the special mode, whether they can drop the Blood Poison Plague skill book is still a question. At present, looking globally, there is probably only Qin Shen who has mastered the Blood Poison Plague, and for a long time to come, he might be the only one. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Longting's team pondered. They were self-aware that unless they could gather a set of level 10 silver and gold grade equipment, they wouldn't be able to clear the special mode. Even with the equipment, they wouldn't be able to defeat it. They couldn't achieve unlimited stealth to avoid damage. So, they could only envy in their hearts. They couldn't replicate Night Wanderer's operations. Qin Shen comforted. Although similar skills are rare, they do exist. Just pay more attention in the future. Longting Tianxia nodded. The big shot is right. As they spoke, the spread of the poisonous blood plague came to an end, and the wild wolves that had been killed earlier were completely wiped out. Qin Shen said decisively, "Let's change places." The wild wolf plain was vast, and while the wolves in this area had been eliminated, there were still others in different regions. Longting Tianxia had spent at least 2 million, so he couldn't let it go to waste. Qin Shen still had some principles when it came to money matters. Longting Tianxia was naturally more than willing. Even if Qin Shen didn't want to move and waited for the monsters to respawn, he wouldn't object. Reaching level 5 was good enough. With the addition of those pieces of black iron equipment, leveling up would be much faster. After walking for a few minutes, the howls of wolves around them became more intense. The grass swayed, and the wolf pack surrounded them from both the left and right directions. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, "These wild monsters are quite clever." The wolf pack may not have known the characteristics of the poisonous blood plague, but they were testing the waters. Since one direction was blocked, they attacked from both directions simultaneously. Qin Shen calmly said, "The monsters in the newbie village are just like that. If you want to talk about cleverness, it's the monsters outside the newbie village." Upon hearing this, Longting Tianxia was even more amazed. Even the big shots said the wild monsters were clever. It seemed to be true. What kind of game was this? Always going against the players? Did the dog planner not want to make money anymore? Oh, this game doesn't have a recharge channel, so it's fine. Longting Tianxia suppressed his thoughts and asked, "Big shot, do you need our help?" In Longting Tianxia's view, even if Night God instantly killed the wolves on one side, it might be difficult to handle the other side. It just so happened that he had reached level 5 and equipped the rabbit bone shield, so he could definitely show off in front of the big shot. Qin Shen casually said, "No need, I can handle it." Shadow Flying Knife, Rain of Dark Erosion. 2 skills flew out, initiating a new round of slaughter. The wolf pack had intelligence, but not much. The spread of the poisonous blood plague was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, all the wolves from both directions were wiped out. A huge amount of experience points fell, allowing the dragon soaring team to level up together. And at this moment, it hadn't even been 10 minutes since their last level up. Longting Tianxia sighed. The 2 million spent was so worth it. He never expected that when the big shot said he would help them level up, it would be done in this way. This wasn't just leveling up. It was like ascending to the heavens. The 3 teammates were also in a daze. When the big shot made a move, leveling up was unexpectedly simple, making their previous hardships seem in vain. Longting Tianxia was about to speak but received many private messages in a row. They were all from familiar guild leaders. "Longting, are you cheating? How did you jump from level 4 to level 6 in the blink of an eye? Honestly, did you buy cheats from Night God? Can you get me one too? You old man, I'm going to report you for cheating. Brother, did you find a bug spot? Share it, and I'll reward you handsomely." At the same time, players from various newbie villages also noticed that 4 names on the level ranking were constantly rising, so fast that it made them doubt their eyes. Am I seeing things right? Did someone just level up twice in a row? I think I saw it too. And it wasn't just one person. It was 4. Longtung Tianxia. This name sounds so familiar. Is he the guild leader of Dragon Soaring Dynasty? Yes, that's him. and the other 3 are key members of his guild. The question is, how did they do it? The last person who leveled up so quickly was Night God. Alright, case closed. Longting Tianxia bought cheats from Night God. If you have cheats and don't share, you'll get a rectal drill. I'm going to report Longting Tianxia for cheating. Longting Tianxia was not very clear about the discussions of other players. Having just finished replying to other guild leaders, he felt quite pleased inside. Take a good look. This is what it means to be cared for by a big shot. Night God personally leads the leveling. Do you have this kind of treatment? Back in the day, if it weren't for mustering the courage to ask for a friend spot, perhaps today wouldn't be the same. Oh, it seems like this game just started today? Whatever. Anyway, the achievements now are all thanks to his own efforts, and a little bit of starting capital. It's cool to have a pro lead the leveling, but Longting Tianxia still couldn't help but ask with concern. Pro, will leading us to level up delay your own leveling? Longting Tianxia added, what I mean is, that guy named Richardson, he's also level 10 now. Who knows when he might catch up. His team has collectively reached level 6, and after equipping new gear, it's much easier to go hunt wild boars. Spending 2 million to level up twice has completely paid off. Can't let the pro be surpassed. Qin Chen, while searching for overlooked fish in the field of vision, casually said, don't worry, I know a leveling spot, we'll go there in a bit. For Qin Chen, a little delay in leveling doesn't matter, and he's not without gains from leading Longting Tianxia to level up here. Not to mention the 2 million leveling fee, just the skill points gained from killing monsters. He has already accumulated 3 points in just over 10 minutes. Adding the previous ones, it's a total of 6 points. According to his calculations, after leading the Longtung team, getting 4 or 5 evolution points won't be a problem. As long as he accumulates 16 points, he can continue to evolve Shadow Sneak and upgrade it to gold level. Also, his current level is 11, and the wild wolves here are between levels 5 and 10, still providing experience points. Although there will be a discount, it won't be a waste. Longting team leveled up by 2 levels, and his experience bar also increased a bit. Most importantly, Qin Shen needs Longting Tianxia to help him with something, and for that, the other party needs to level up to 10 and go to the main city. Thinking of this, Qin Shen decided to first get some information from Longting Tianxia, saying, have you heard any news about the guild token I mentioned before? Longting Tianxia felt a bit embarrassed and said, Pro, I've sent people to inquire in many places and arranged for other guild members from the newbie village to buy together, but so far there's no news. Qin Shen nodded. That's normal. After all, the guild token is a rare item. It probably only drops from a boss, so we might have to wait. The logic is there, but Longting Tianxia still felt a bit awkward. Rarely does the pro assign a task, and there's no progress. If the pro is disappointed, it wouldn't be fun. Priest Xiao Shuai interjected. Pro, are you looking for the guild token to start your own guild? Qin Shen neither confirmed nor denied. Not decided yet. This is the truth. One reason is that Qin Shen has no intention of managing, and the other is that he's developing too fast. Without an S-level talent, he can't keep up. Looking at the whole Tianxi, those with S-level talents are rare, but considering the future world fusion, it's probably necessary to establish a guild sooner or later. Guild members can also be slowly selected. He remembers quite a few experts. There's a chance to try to recruit them. Calming his mind, Qin Chen said, just keep an eye on the guild token matter. If you go to the main city, you can post on the bulletin board to let more people know you're buying guild tokens. By the way, any news from the Rakshasa Hall? Posting on the bulletin board in the main city. Longting Tianxia kept it in mind and replied, to be honest, our Longting dynasty and the Rakshasa Hall have been old rivals. I heard that when they found out I was buying guild tokens, Rakshasa directly announced double the price. If a guild token really appears, it might not be easy to get it. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chen said, do your best. With the reputation of Longting dynasty, even if we're not the first to establish a guild, we can attract many players to join. Rakshasa's move has been made, now it's just a matter of waiting. Longting Tianxia straightened his back. The Longting dynasty he created gained recognition from the big shots, which was a good thing. As they spoke, several people changed areas to continue leveling up. This time, the wolf pack was even smarter, launching attacks from 3 directions at once. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, surrounded on 3 sides, could there be a strategist behind the wolf pack? Coming up with tactics, Priest Xiaoxue suggested. Big shot. You handle the left and right sides. We'll distract the wolf pack in front. When the wolf pack surrounded them from the left and right before, Qin Shen used 2 long-range skills to end the battle. But according to Xiaoxue's calculations, there should be no more long-range skills left. During the cooldown period, their small team could step up. The assassin and archer gripped their weapons, full of fighting spirit. Finally, it was their turn to act. They must show the big shot their strength. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen waved his hand and calmly said, I can handle it myself. Just an attack from 3 directions. Nothing to worry about. Even if it's a 4-sided attack, he has a way. Before the Longtung team could continue talking, Qin Shen raised his hand and used shadow flying knives followed by shadow erosion rain, easily taking out 2 leading wild wolves and letting the poisonous blood plague run rampant. The wolf pack in front was undaunted and continued to approach. Qin Shen activated Frenzy Charge, creating a whirlwind of blades around him, effortlessly killing several wild wolves in front. With his current stats, the dual blade special effect could deal 1,500 damage, easily killing level 10 wild wolves. In the blink of an eye, the attacking wolf pack met a disastrous end. The terror of the poisonous blood plague was once again vividly displayed. Once infected, death was the only outcome, with no second possibility. The Longtung team stood in place, a golden light flashing on them. They leveled up, and Qin Shen successfully gained 2 evolution points, along with some experience points. The only regret was that after killing hundreds of wild wolves, they didn't drop anything good, just a few pieces of common-level equipment that Qin Shen naturally looked down upon, letting Longtung Tianxia take them all. This drop rate made Longtung Tianxia unable to help but complain. I've played so many games, and this is the first time I've encountered such a low drop rate. Qin Shen calmly said, just get used to it. He had previously destroyed a goblin nest, killing 200 to 300 goblins, but still didn't get anything. Perhaps he had been too ruthless. As for the next half hour, Qin Shen could clearly feel that the number of wild wolves had decreased. By the end of an hour, the Longting team's level finally stopped at over level 8. Qin Shen's gains were also not small. He had accumulated 10 evolution points and a third of the experience bar. As for the common equipment that dropped along the way, he sold them for over 20,000. The Longting team now had a complete set of equipment, each person having one. Although they were all common level, the combined attributes were not to be underestimated, doubling their overall combat power, letting them go and kill level 5 wild boars. It was done in the blink of an eye. Longting Tianxia sighed, with the big shot's help, we've saved at least a day's time. Xiaoxue calculated in her mind and added, not only that, with our experience now over level 8 and the new equipment, we can reach level 10 and start the professional advancement mission in the main city in at most 3 hours. By then, with our increased strength, we will be far ahead of the majority. Longting Tianxia understood this principle very well and looked at Qin Shen with gratitude in his eyes. Although he had spent 2 million to have the big shot help with the leveling up, others wouldn't even have the chance to spend that money. After leading the Longtung team, Qin Shen was ready to return to Bailey City. This trip was indeed fruitful. Over 200 gold coins, plus over 2 million in cash. He now had enough confidence both in-game and out. Longting Tianxia was tactful and didn't waste words, but said seriously, big shot, if there's anything you need in the future, just ask, and the Longting dynasty will fully support you. Qin Shen nodded, I'll find you if I need anything. I'll leave first. After exchanging a few words with Priest Xiaoxue, Qin Shen turned back to the newbie village. But before he could reach the teleportation array, he was surrounded. Several guild leaders approached him eagerly, asking, Boss, are you still leveling up? Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. I heard you charge 500,000 per hour with dragons soaring the world. I'll pay double. Me too, boss, we are all from the newbie village. You can't be biased. I also wish to level up 4 times in an hour. I just hope the boss can give me a chance. I have wandered aimlessly for half my life, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. Now that I see the night wanderer, it's like a long drought meeting rain. Please allow me to call you father. These guild leaders were very clear that the apocalypse was destined to be explosive globally. As long as they could gain an advantage, the current expenses would be earned back tenfold or 100-fold. Let's not talk about anything else, just the dragon soaring team. They all leveled up to level 8, ranking high on the level leaderboard. There are many benefits to this. First of all, it establishes a reputation. There are only 2 leaderboards in the game now, the level leaderboard and the fame leaderboard. No matter which one you appear on, it can greatly increase your reputation among countless players. Given 2 guilds, one with a leader on the leaderboard and the other unknown, which one do you think passerby players will choose? The benefits don't stop there. A higher level means being able to wear higher level equipment, kill monsters faster, and naturally level up faster. With faster leveling, you gain more attributes, allowing you to fight higher level bosses. In this virtuous cycle, the leading advantage will only grow bigger. The profits involved here are not something that can be compared with just a few million. So, after hearing that the Night Wanderer had returned to the newbie village, they hurried to catch up, as long as the boss agreed to level them up. Not to mention 500,000 per hour, even a million would do. Which one of them present doesn't have assets exceeding $1 billion? They are not afraid to spend money at all. Qin Shen suddenly realized that they were looking for him to power level for them. Although this business was very profitable with high returns, spending an hour with the Dragon Soaring team was already his limit. There was no need for more. Besides, he was leveling up the Dragon Soaring the world for a better chance at defeating the Rakshasa with one slash, not just idly passing time. With this in mind, Qin Shen decisively rejected everyone and stepped onto the teleportation array back to Bailey City. He was thinking that the Dragon Soaring the world had leveled up to 8, and the Rakshasa with one slash probably couldn't sit still anymore. And as Qin Shen expected, the Rakshasa with one slash had finally settled the resurrection point turmoil and was finally able to level up peacefully, only to see the Dragon Soaring the world's level skyrocket like a rocket. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that the Night Wanderer was the one power leveling them. The Rakshasa with one slash was furious. He hadn't forgotten the scene where the Night Wanderer publicly killed him before, and now his archenemy, the Dragon Soaring the world, had surpassed him in levels. The Night Wanderer is going too far. The Rakshasa with one slash's expression was fierce, but he realized that no matter how tough he talked here, he couldn't harm the Night Wanderer in the slightest, so he deflated instantly. At this moment, a guild member ran over, shouting, "Boss, good news, great news." The Rakshasa with one slash impatiently said, "Spit it out, speak quickly." The subordinate quickly said, "Boss, our brothers in the 5246 newbie village sent a message saying that someone there has obtained a guild token." "What?" The Rakshasa with one slash stood up straight, asking eagerly, "Is it really a guild token? Don't you dare deceive me." The subordinate hastened to say, "Boss, how could I dare to lie to you about such a thing? It's absolutely true. Ha ha, heaven is helping me too." The Rakshasa with one slash laughed heartily. No matter how fast the Dragon Soaring the world leveled up, he had set his sights on this first guild. When you're out in the world, it's the numbers that matter. What use is it to fight alone? When I establish the guild, I must organize a team to take down all the wild bosses. Your Dragon Soaring dynasty will be left eating dust. Thinking of the scene where Dragon Soaring dynasty was defeated, Luosha slashed happily like a monkey eating a banana. Seeing Luosha's excited expression, his subordinates hesitated and said, "Boss, that player who obtained the guild token said he's going to the main city for an auction. Highest bidder wins." Luosha's laughter abruptly stopped, angrily saying, "Didn't you tell him that I offered 10 million for the guild token?" His subordinate shrank his neck and whispered, "We did, and we were close to finalizing the deal, but then someone from Dragon Soaring Dynasty intervened." Dragon Soaring Dynasty again. Luosha wished he could take his men and wipe out Dragon Soaring Dynasty on the spot, but he held back. If it was a guild-wide confrontation, he wasn't afraid. Dragon Soaring Dynasty was a top guild, but Luosha Palace was no less. However, the guild members were scattered in various newbie villages. The number of people they could gather was limited, and Dragon Soaring Dynasty was already level 8, equipped with updated gear and complemented by their hidden classes, boasting astonishing defense. If a real fight broke out, the outcome was uncertain. Luosha pondered and realized that besides leveling up quickly to go to the main city, there wasn't a better solution. The same news reached Dragon Soaring Dynasty, and they quickly messaged Qin Shen, "Boss, news about the guild token." Qin Shen was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, the first guild token didn't appear this early. It was almost a few hours ahead. Of course, the real first guild token had always been in his possession. It seemed that his rebirth had caused a certain butterfly effect, a slight impact, nothing major. Calming his mind, Qin Shen began to contemplate strategies on how to dig a deeper pit. "Luosha, I hope you don't disappoint me, Qin Chen thought to himself. In his previous life, Luo Sha went all out to buy the first guild token, almost selling everything he had. This life shouldn't be any different. Dragon Soaring Dynasty messaged again. Boss, as per your instructions, I've had my men stir things up. The player who obtained the guild token realized its value and is planning to sell it in the main city. Many guilds are now collecting gold coins and raising funds, preparing for a big move. Qin Chen replied. Understandable. After all, it's the first guild token. It will definitely trigger a scramble. It won't be easy to secure it without a couple billion. He knew that being the first to establish a guild not only triggered a server-wide announcement but also opened the guild leaderboard. In the early stages, there would likely be only one guild on the list, which had an extraordinary promotional effect. However, since the players' levels were not high yet, the actual bidding for the guild token might have to wait for another day or two. Qin Chen planned to add fuel to the fire and chatted with Dragon Soaring Dynasty before going to find Lei Weiao. It was time to register the shop. Seeing Qin Chen's arrival, Lei Weiao was somewhat surprised and asked, "Any new discoveries?" Naturally, he was referring to the goblins. Although the nest was destroyed, Lei Weiao knew that the matter was far from over. How did that batch of military supplies end up in the goblins' hands? He had sent people to investigate, but there was no response yet. Lei Weiao also knew that it might not be easy to find out. Those were brand new military supplies, and his men hadn't even used much of them, yet the goblins had already put them to use. It was absurd. The level of darkness inside was unimaginable. Qin Chen shook his head and replied, "No, those people are very secretive. Couldn't find more information." Disappointing Instructor Lei. Whether there was information or not, Qin Chen wasn't sure. He hadn't gone to the goblins but returned to the newbie village to get the Blink skill book and made a few million in the process. But when Lei Weiao asked, he just casually answered. Actually, his answer is not wrong, because according to Qin Chen's calculation, at this point in time, the event progress has not moved forward, so nothing can be found out for sure. Lei Weiao waved his hand and said, "No problem." Then he asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Qin Chen replied, "Instructor Lei, I am planning to register a shop under my name, but being new here, I am not familiar with the procedures, so I came to seek advice." Lei Weiao suddenly realized that he had overlooked this matter. To truly own a shop in Bailey City, besides obtaining the land deed, one also needs to register with the Department of Commerce. There are many tricks to it, not to mention outsiders. Even residents of Bailey City may not necessarily be able to handle it. Thinking that Qin Chen helped him clear out the goblin nest and brought back important clues, Lei Weiao felt it necessary to lend a hand and said, "I have nothing to do right now, so I'll take you there." Qin Chen quickly said, "Thank you, Instructor Lei." Lei Weiao called a few guards and took Qin Chen to the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce in Bailey City was not far, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Many passing NPCs were surprised to see Qin Chen. This outsider actually came with Instructor Lei. What exactly is his background? They must stay and observe. Under Lei Weiao's guidance, Qin Chen smoothly arrived at the registration office. Normally, if a player wants to register a shop, besides the land deed and regular fees, they also need to offer many benefits to the head of the Department of Commerce. Otherwise, they will have to wait. This is how realistic the game is. Under Lei Weiao's supervision, the registration process went unprecedentedly smoothly. Soon, Qin Chen received a game prompt. Ding! You have officially acquired a shop in Bailey City. This is the player's first time obtaining in-game property. A notification will be sent out. You can include a message of no more than 30 characters. Unlike the usual server-wide announcements, shop notifications allow for one advertisement. As for what to say, Qin Chen naturally had a plan. Player Night Wanderer has acquired a shop in Bailey City, located at 5 Violet Street. The message left by player Night Wanderer: shop grand opening, currently stocked with several pieces of gold tier equipment. Welcome to purchase. Also providing auction space. 2 consecutive prompts shocked the players. What? You can buy shops in the game? Can they open the recharge channel? They also want to buy houses. Also, did they hear it correctly? Gold tier equipment? Wow. The big shots are really something. They haven't even obtained ordinary tier equipment, and the big shots are already selling gold tier equipment. In a moment, the number of players applying to be Qin Chen's friend increased by several million. Longting Tianxia also sent a message, "Big shot. When did you get the gold tier equipment? Qin Chen replied. I got them from the Crimson Tomb before, 2 pieces for mages. I don't need them, so I decided to sell them in the shop. Longting Tianxia was speechless. After some thought, they messaged, Big shot, can you hold on to those 2 pieces of equipment for a while? I need to gather some funds. Gold tier mage equipment would be perfect for equipping Xiaoshui. As a hidden class, the Divine Fire Priest, her advancement would strengthen the entire team. Of course, Longting Tianxia also knew that this time, acquiring the gold tier equipment would require a hefty sum. Other guilds receiving the news would definitely not sit idly by, especially those guild leaders who are mages themselves. They would definitely spare no expense. Most importantly, Longting Tianxia knew that since the Night Wanderer Big Shot chose to advertise in the server-wide announcement, it meant he wanted to attract more buyers' attention. So he wouldn't ask Night Wanderer to directly sell the equipment to him, but would choose to offer more gold coins and secure the equipment with strength. While contemplating, Longting Tianxia saw another message from Qin Chen. The advertisement was limited in characters just now. There's one more thing I didn't mention. I also have a gold tier mage skill book. Longting Tianxia fell silent, and after a long time, slowly uttered 4 words. Boss is awesome. He never expected that Night Wanderer would have such amazing items in his hands. Compared to that, the shimmering skill book they found was not even worth mentioning. Golden level skills, that's really powerful. With these few top quality items on display, the boss's shop would definitely become the focus of players' discussions. Bailey City would also become the main city chosen by most players. Even if they couldn't afford golden level equipment, it would still be good to take a look. Chatting casually, Qin Chen asked, what's the name of the player who dropped the guild token? After posting such an advertisement, if the other party still didn't catch on, then he would have nothing more to say. Longting Tianxia replied, he's called Sword in the Snow. According to what my brothers in the guild told me, this person seems to have a hidden profession, and his talent level is estimated to be high. This guild token was dropped by him when he solo refreshed the wild boar king in the village. Qin Chen recalled that in his previous life, he seemed to have heard this name before. At first, he was indeed formidable, but later on, he didn't leave much of an impression, obviously not making it to the God Descent stage. In the previous life, after the apocalypse merged with reality, many top players suddenly disappeared. Apart from those who were killed by monsters in the gutter, wiped out by special items, a large part of them were killed offline. This was also the reason why Qin Chen was planning to change his place of residence. His rented house in the city was really unsafe. With the name in mind, Qin Chen opened the friend request and quickly found Sword in the Snow and chose to accept it. At the same time, Sword in the Snow, who was killing boars in the newbie village, also received a prompt and opened the friend list to send a message. Boss, I've heard of your great name. Qin Chen modestly replied, you're too kind. Just a false reputation. How do you plan to deal with that guild token of yours? Sword in the Snow responded, naturally, I'll borrow the boss's venue to sell it at a high price. The boss specifically mentioned the auction in the global announcement, so I guess that's the plan. Qin Chen was very satisfied. It was easy to talk to smart people. He immediately replied, my shop can provide you with a place, and I won't charge you any fees. I have only one requirement. You can't sell the guild token in advance. For Sword in the Snow, selling the guild token in advance had no benefits at all. At first, he was not clear about the value of this item. After all, in the games he had played before, creating a guild was not a difficult task. So when the Rakshasa Hall offered 10 million, he was shocked. This amount of money was enough to improve his family's life. But before he could agree, people from the Dragon Soaring Dynasty also arrived and directly bid 12 million. Sword in the Snow remembered clearly that at that time, the player from the Rakshasa Hall was so angry that his face turned green, and then he fiercely raised the bid to 15 million. Now, Sword in the Snow, even if slow-witted, realized the value of the guild token and decided to take a closer look. The two guilds raised the price to 15 million, and their guild leaders were not even present. If more guilds gathered together, wouldn't they be able to sell it for an even higher price? As it turned out, Sword in the Snow's idea was correct. Subsequently, several other guilds contacted him, attempting to purchase the guild token from him, and their offers kept getting higher, eventually reaching 30 million. Sword in the Snow couldn't hold out any longer, so he asked a few friends for advice and ultimately agreed that they should wait and see. At least until the first wave of players went to the main city and the major guilds gathered together to determine the true value of the guild token. For this reason, Sword in the Snow decisively accelerated his leveling pace, preparing to rush to level 10 and head to the main city. Before he could reach level 10, he received a global announcement. The message from Night Wanderer made Sword in the Snow's eyes light up. In fact, he had the same idea. To get the highest price for the guild token, an auction was the most suitable method. But there were also a few problems. Firstly, whether the main city had an auction house, and if it did, could he enter it, and if he did, would he be taken advantage of? This is all to be investigated. Now, without further ado, just find the Night Tour God and decisively send a friend request. After the friend request is accepted and a few words are exchanged, the heart of the Snow Sword in the Snow is set. Going to get rich. With the Night Tour God as a live signboard and the groundwork of golden level equipment, the guild going to participate in the auction in Bailey City will definitely not be few. I'm afraid I can bid up to 50 million. Snow Sword in the Snow thought with some anticipation. Such a large sum of money. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. As for the conditions of the Night Tour God, Snow Sword in the Snow doesn't think it's a problem at all. Unless a second guild token appears, he won't make a move early, and immediately promised, "Don't worry, I definitely won't mess around." However, Snow Sword in the Snow also has concerns. After a moment of thought, he messaged, "Boss, let's make it clear in advance. If someone reveals another guild token and wants to make a move early, then I can't stay either." Qin Shen replied. Naturally, Qin Shen was not worried about this, because the guild token was very mysterious in terms of drop rate, except for the one in his hand. In the previous life, the timing of the appearance of the first guild token was a few hours later than this time, but it was still on the opening day. The second guild token didn't appear until 3 days after the opening. By then, the first team had already gathered in the main city, with more bosses to defeat, which led to the appearance of the second token. This shows the scarcity of guild tokens, so Snow Sword in the Snow's concerns are not a problem at all. After discussing it properly, Qin Shen closed the chat box, looked at Lei Weiao, and said, "Thanks a lot this time, Instructor Lei." Lei Weiao waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary to thank him, and asked, "When will your shop officially open, so I can prepare?" Qin Shen calculated and said, "The day after tomorrow morning." With the players' enthusiasm for leveling up, the first team will gradually arrive at level 10 starting tomorrow. Opening the shop the day after tomorrow morning is about right. Lei Weiao nodded. "Okay, I will definitely come to support you then." He had a hunch that the goblin incident was far from over this time, and there were still many places where this outsider needed help in the future, so it was always good to establish a good relationship first. In addition, the fact that the other party had passed Edith's test was worth paying attention to. Naturally, Qin Shen would not refuse this. With Lei Weiao's support, the ruffians and rogues of Bailey City would have to think twice before causing trouble. Even the nobles of Bailey City would have to think thrice. After registering the shop, running advertisements, the basic things were taken care of, and the next thing to do was to level up. In passing, find a few bosses to brush up on, upgrade your own equipment, and prepare more inventory for the shop. Upon careful calculation, there were actually many things to do. Saying goodbye to Lei Weiao, Qin Shen left Bailey City from the east gate. In fact, it was the same wherever he went to level up. There were many leveling spots outside Bailey City. However, to the east were goblins, and if he could find a clue, he could trigger missions more effectively, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Qin Shen thought of a problem. It was a bit slow to rely solely on walking with 2 legs. He needed to find an opportunity to get a mount to speed up. Beast-type bosses have a small chance to drop corresponding mounts, so if you encounter one, take it down. Qin Shen thought to himself. After obtaining the Reign of Dark Erosion, going solo against bosses was simply described as easy and enjoyable. For those without much threat, it was Shadow Flying Knife plus Reign of Dark Erosion. For those with threats, just hide and use Reign of Dark Erosion. However, this also made Qin Shen realize a problem. He still didn't have enough long-range skills, especially after learning Blink. He had more output space. Relying solely on Shadow Flying Knife and Reign of Dark Erosion was not enough. He needed to continue to work hard, kill a few more bosses, and maybe a universal skill book will drop. Find some time to go to the black market, do a few tasks to improve Edith's favorability, and rely on her for future professional exclusive skills. There are also many tasks to explore from the NPCs in the tavern. In Contemplation, several goblins appeared from a distance, screeching and launching an attack. Dark Erosion Rain. The goblins died on the spot. The appearance of the goblins confirmed Qin Chen's speculation. In the wilderness east of Belly City, there must be a super large goblin nest, maybe even a settlement. If he could find it and unleash a blood plague inside, the experience points would skyrocket. Thinking of this, Qin Chen gave up sneaking and walked openly. With the nature of goblins, they would definitely come. As expected, Qin Chen's guess was very accurate. Just as the first batch of goblins were dealt with, several more goblins emerged from the other side. Shadow flying knives. Thud. Thud. Under the blood plague, these goblins also couldn't last more than a few seconds, contributing experience points one after another. In the distance, the low growls in the bushes were continuous, and more goblins with crimson eyes surrounded them. Truly the most reproductive small monsters. Qin Chen sighed as he sent out the shadow flying knives. For goblins, everything else might not be good, but their reproductive ability was truly strong. Kill one batch, and a new batch would emerge. Impossible to kill them all. And this was exactly what Qin Chen needed. The more goblins there were, the faster he leveled up, and the more evolution points he accumulated. In addition, more goblins meant that big goblins and even goblin leaders would appear. The drops from those monsters were much better. In the past life, there was a widely circulated saying among players: want to be rich, kill more monsters, choose goblins to kill. With Qin Chen's current damage, even elite-level big goblins couldn't hold up in front of him, let alone ordinary goblins. Kill as many as come, without stopping, especially the blood plague. It was truly remarkable in the leveling process. When Qin Chen threw a flying knife, several or even dozens of experience gain prompts immediately floated up. Many goblins even died on the spot without appearing in the field of vision. Qin Chen's experience bar began to visibly rise in speed. The levels of ordinary goblins were between 10 to 15. Even without additional bonuses, they were basically full, and the experience points were abundant. The only thing restricting Qin Chen's leveling speed was actually the monster density. Although there were many goblins, they didn't reach the level of dozens or hundreds appearing simultaneously. Still need to find the goblin nest. Qin Chen concluded. The goblins wandering in the wild could only be considered appetizers. The real deal was in the nest. And according to the habits of goblins, as long as one nest appeared, there would definitely be a second one within a 5-mile radius. That was Qin Chen's goal. Killing all the way, Qin Chen once again arrived at the previously destroyed nest. It was now occupied by new goblins, but they hadn't fully developed yet, totaling only 60 to 70. As for big goblins or goblin leaders, there wasn't a single one. It was a bit of a pity, but Qin Chen didn't miss out either. He killed them all, gained experience points, and also looted 2 pieces of common equipment, which he could sell in the shop later. The biggest gain was actually evolution points. After killing all the way, he had gained a total of 2 points, accumulating to a total of 12 points. With another 4 points, I can continue to evolve Shadow Stealth. Qin Chen was looking forward to it. If he wasn't mistaken, evolving Shadow Stealth to the gold level would give it skill characteristics similar to Dark Erosion Rain. As for why the Blood Plague, also at the gold level, didn't unlock any characteristics, it was because of the difference in how the skills were obtained. One was a professional skill, and the other was a general skill. So naturally, there was a difference. In the past life, although Qin Chen did not obtain the skull of a strange beast, he evolved skills through other means and understood the differences. General skills need to reach a higher grade to obtain characteristics. This is also the reason why Qin Chen did not evolve the Poison Blood Plague. On the one hand, there were not enough evolution points, and on the other hand, the cost-effectiveness was not as good as evolving Shadow Stealth. Of course, if there is a chance in the future, he will definitely evolve more skills. Not only can it increase damage, but it can also unlock more characteristics. For example, the Shadow Flying Knife. According to Qin Chen's speculation, if evolved with characteristics, it is highly likely to unlock a group damage effect, similar to causing damage to all enemies on the path, or bouncing to surrounding monsters, causing secondary damage. Although it is just a guess, it is also quite plausible. So, after careful calculation, there are still many skills he wants to evolve, so he is even more eager to find the goblin nest. with both small monsters and bosses. There are at least 3 or 4 points. If he can find the underground goblin kingdom and let the poison blood plague erupt completely, then it will be a big harvest, and it is possible to gain hundreds of evolution points in one go. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Shen is very focused on this task. If he can follow the clues to find more goblins, it will be better than wandering around the wilderness. In the apocalypse leveling, it is all about using your brain. Phew! A fireball with a tail of flames flew over dozens of meters towards Qin Shen. With super high agility, Qin Shen easily dodged without needing to teleport, and retaliated with a shadow flying knife. It has been half an hour since he started looking for goblins. The number of goblins has also increased, and there are also flame goblins, a mutated form. What does this mean? Qin Shen knows very well. It is highly likely that there is a goblin nest nearby. The dying howls of goblins drifted in the wilderness, and more goblins began to appear. There are goblin bandits charging with sticks, goblin archers shooting cold arrows, and goblin shamans who can cast lightning arrows occasionally appear. In addition to flame goblins, Qin Shen has reason to believe that the scale of this nest is even larger than the previous one. Who dares to invade my territory? A roar came from afar, and a completely fire-red goblin appeared surrounded by its minions. Fire Demon Goblin, Bronze level, 15 health, 400000/400000 attack, 1350 defense, 1250 skills, Rapid Fireball, Flame Shockwave, Earth Fire Eruption, Flame Spear description, a mutated goblin with mastery of fire spells. Beside the Fire Demon Goblin, there are several particularly conspicuous goblins. Goblin Shaman, Black Iron level, level 12, Giant Strength Goblin, Black Iron level. Level 13, Iron Hammer Goblin, Black Iron level. Level 13, wow! Qin Shen exclaimed. Hit the jackpot! 4 boss level goblins appeared at once, and there are also 60 to 70 elite level big goblins. The ordinary goblins below are countless, at least 300 or more. Ordinary players seeing this scene would probably feel weak in the legs. Normally, to conquer such a large goblin army, at least 2 or 3 groups would have to come together to share the firepower. Relying solely on 1 or 2 main tanks would definitely not be enough. But for Qin Shen, it makes no difference. He raised his hand with a shadow flying knife to show his stance, and then directly activated Shadow Stealth to escape. Any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to his own life. Boom! Boom! Dozens of fireballs fell, creating half-meter deep craters on the ground. At the same time, countless arrows covered an area of about a dozen meters in radius. If he walked slowly, he would either be blown up by fireballs or turned into a pincushion by arrows. If it were before, Qin Shen might choose to hide in the shadows and use the dark erosion rain to grind down this group of goblins. But now, with the blink skill in hand, he can boldly strike. He first casts the dark erosion rain, instantly killing 15 ordinary goblins while also spreading the poison blood plague. Rib bit! Rib bit! Chirp! The Fire Demon Goblin roared, causing the surrounding goblins to immediately disperse, keeping a distance of over 10 meters from each other, rendering the poison blood plague ineffective. Qin Shen remained calm, as he was well prepared for this. The weaknesses of the poison blood plague were obvious, and with careful observation, one could always find a way to counter it. Evolving to the bronze level, the intelligence of the Fire Demon Goblin was not lower than that of an average person. When the shadow sneak cooled down, Qin Shen decisively attacked, throwing the shadow flying knife at the Black Iron level Goblin Shaman. Minus 45,555. Weakness attack, the terrifying damage number floated up, instantly reducing the Goblin Shaman's health bar by nearly a quarter. At the same time, the rend and poison blood plague also took effect, dealing another significant blow. With one strike, he had taken out over 30% of the Goblin Shaman's health. It's important to note that this was a Black Iron level boss, not an ordinary monster. Despite this, it was still not enough in front of Qin Shen, and with 2 more strikes, this Goblin Shaman would be doomed. Badly injured, the Goblin Shaman showed clear signs of panic. Even the Fire Demon Goblin was somewhat shocked. They had thought it was just an ordinary battle, but unexpectedly encountered such a tough opponent. Where did this guy come from, and why was his damage so exaggerated? The Fire Demon Goblin was unsure of where the enemy had come from, but it knew that only one side would leave alive today. After Qin Shen broke out of stealth, it also conjured a fireball and ordered its minions to surround him. Blink! Qin Shen was prepared and quickly activated Blink. successfully escaping the area under fire. Thanks to the form of the blink skill, he didn't have to worry about running into any skills, making it much safer. The sudden displacement exceeded the fire demon goblin's expectations, and all its attacks missed. Qin once again entered stealth mode, looking for the next opportunity to strike. I still don't have enough skills, Qin muttered to himself. If he had a dozen or so ranged skills, he could have easily output a wave before going into stealth. Even killing the goblin shaman directly was possible. But for now, he had to wait for the skills to cool down. While waiting, Qin didn't idle. After finding a safe spot, he opened the friend list and sent a message to Dragon Soaring the World. Keep an eye out for long-range skill books for me. I can trade items for them, or buy them with gold or cash. When he obtained the Blink skill book before, Qin treated it as two long-range skill books, canceling each other out. Now, if he wanted another skill book, he would have to pay for it. Dragon Soaring the World naturally wouldn't refuse this request, although their guild also needed them. When the big shot spoke, they had to make sure things were done. Dragon Soaring the World replied, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. I'll ask the guild leader if there are suitable skill books, and I'll help you get them." Qin responded, "Sure, if you find them, I'll give you 2 pieces of equipment in return." For Qin, acquiring equipment was not a problem at all. Just looking at the current bronze and 3 black iron goblin boss combination, he could easily loot at least 10 items. Finding 1 or 2 for a warrior was not difficult at all. Dragon Soaring the World replied, "You're too kind. No need for gifts. I'll give you a 20% discount." Qin wasn't one to fuss, so he replied, "Sure." He still had a silver-level armor-piercing heavy sword and an obsidian plate armor. If Dragon Soaring the World found the skill book, he could offer them at a discounted price. As the skill cooldown finished, Qin struck again, bringing the goblin shaman to the brink of death. At the same time, he dodged the damage through a frenzied sprint and began shadow lurking confidently. After entering the stealth state, it was another reign of dark erosion, killing 15 goblins. This kind of fighting style made the fire demon goblin continuously roar in anger. "If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Human, I advise you to take care of yourself. Leave quickly, otherwise you won't have a good ending. Minions, force the enemy out for me." Ignoring the fire demon goblin's shouting, Qin muttered to himself, wondering why this guy still had an accent. Rib bit. The goblin shaman's health bar was emptied, and it fell to the ground with unwillingness and resentment. It didn't understand. There were hundreds of goblins present, including several boss-level ones. Why was it being targeted for attack? Is there no justice? As the saying goes, where there's one, there's another. Soon, 2 other black iron-level goblins followed the goblin shaman's fate and fell to the ground without a sound. At the same time, the ordinary goblins were also in a bad state, being picked off one by the rain of dark erosion, showing signs of collapse. However, the fire demon goblin did not issue a retreat order, so these goblins could only grit their teeth and continue to fight. Qin glanced from afar and saw that 3 black iron-level goblins dropped 8 pieces of loot, but there were no higher-level drops. All were black iron level. It was a bit disappointing, but not a big problem, because Qin had already collected interest in advance. That was evolution points. With 3 bosses, plus the ordinary goblins that were taken out, Qin's evolution points had reached 16 points, enough to evolve Shadow Lurk to gold level. Finding a safe place to hide, Qin decisively initiated the evolution, consuming 16 evolution points. Shadow Lurk has evolved. Quality upgrade. Silver Gold, Shadow Lurk LV5, Gold level. Entering stealth state. Breaking stealth with 1 strike deals additional attack power asterisk 180% plus 4000 damage. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown 12 seconds. Ding. Your professional skill has evolved to gold level. Unlocking skill attributes. Qin swept his gaze, a satisfied curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Attribute, stealth state increases movement speed by 30% as expected. After evolving to gold level, Shadow Lurk indeed unlocked skill attributes. It didn't increase damage, but the effect was what Qin needed. His agility had already exceeded 400 points, and he could leave after images even at full speed. With an additional 30% on top of that, he dared not imagine how fast he could be. "One day, I will become the lightning flash of the apocalypse." Qin was full of confidence. He had the confidence to say this because the movement speed increase from the Shadow Lurk attribute was a percentage boost. The higher the agility, the greater the benefits. This was very advantageous in battle. The movement speed bonus after stealth was enough to help him avoid more damage. Coupled with blink, his survivability would reach a new level. The outcome of the battle was not unexpected. To prevent the ordinary goblins from escaping, Qinshan deliberately left the fire demon goblin to be killed last. Anyway, he was fast enough and not afraid of the fire demon goblin escaping. The only regret was that the goblins were too scattered. Even though he could one-shot them every time, it took quite a bit of time to kill all the goblins on the scene. The direct result of this chaotic slaughter was that Qinshan leveled up. You have reached level 12. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadow is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. He casually allocated 5 points to strength, physique, and spirit, then looked at the fire demon goblin, ready to deal with this final enemy. At this moment, the fire demon goblin, now the commander-in-chief, had realized that it had no chance of leaving alive today. Actually, it had tried to escape before, but the enemy in the shadow was too fast to shake off, and the damage was terrifyingly high. After 2 skills, its health bar dropped rapidly. The fire mage goblin immediately made a decision against its ancestors. It would fight to the end. It couldn't let itself, the leader, become cannon fodder in exchange for the survival of ordinary goblins. That wouldn't be right. At the very least, it had to let those weaklings die in front of it. Now, all its companions were dead, leaving only itself. But the fire mage goblin was not the least bit panicked. It still had a final trick up its sleeve. Amidst a series of chirps and calls, a dark red light emerged from the ground, guiding the goblin's blood to flow and eventually outline a magic circle. Death Messenger, I invoke your power. If you can't win, bluffing is a universal rule. Even in the face of doomsday, the fire mage goblin knew very well that it couldn't defeat that rogue enemy. Even when the nest forces were all present, they couldn't handle the opponent, let alone now when it was the only commander left. But dying in such a humiliating way was unacceptable. With a firm resolve, the fire mage goblin decided to ally with the Death Messenger. Although it would sacrifice its soul, the unprecedented terrifying power it would gain was worth it as long as it could take down the enemy. And it was said that the Death Messenger was a stickler. It wouldn't collect interest before death, gain power to defeat the invaders, then recruit more goblins to rebuild the nest. The fire mage goblin's plan was clinking. It even had grander ambitions. If it could retaliate against the enemy, it wouldn't just be about rebuilding the nest, it might even be possible to establish a settlement. I heard that the Death Messenger loves souls the most. After returning, launch more wars, offer more souls, and definitely receive more rewards. The title of Goblin King sounds pretty good. The more the fire mage goblin thought about it, the more excited it became. The fear of the Death Messenger completely disappeared, replaced by excitement. The ground began to tremble, and a thick black mist emerged from the magic circle, with a chilling breath of terror lingering in the area. I smell death. Goblin, are you summoning me? The voice from the black mist filled the fire mage goblin with joy, and it quickly exclaimed, "It's me, respected Death Messenger, I have summoned you." The black mist condensed, without a fixed form, only a pair of emotionless eyes, staring down at the fire mage goblin. "Offer your soul, and I will grant you power." The fire mage goblin didn't hesitate at all. It bit its finger, and let the blood drip onto the magic circle. "Very well, I accept your soul. Now, accept this gift." The eyes in the black mist disappeared. With no restraint, the black mist flowed into the fire mage goblin's body through its ears and mouth. The fire mage goblin let out a painful roar, feeling as if small snakes were wriggling under its skin, eventually converging on its forehead. A dark mark appeared on its forehead, then quickly disappeared. Originally, the fire mage goblin's skin was dark red, but after absorbing the black mist, it began to turn black. Qinshan had been watching from the side without intervening. The Death Messenger was not easy to deal with his current strength. Interfering with the contract recklessly might backfire, which wouldn't be fun. When the fire mage goblin completed the contract, the Death Messenger could leave and act later. He knew that the Death Messenger was very busy and wouldn't stay after fulfilling the contract. He would only reappear if the contract target died. In the distance, the black mist began to dissipate. The goblin corpses that had been lying haphazardly on the ground seemed to have disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the scattered loot, one would doubt whether hundreds of goblins had appeared here at all. When the black mist completely dissipated, the fire demon goblin appeared in its original spot in a whole new form. The flames on its body, once red, had now transformed into a black mist shape, with a few flickering flames and wailing skeletons floating around it. Death Flame Goblin, Silver Grade, Level, 15 HP, 600000/600000 Attack, 2500 Defense, 2200 Skills, Chain Fireball, Death Impact, Soul Devouring Flame, Deathly Aura Description, a goblin that gains powerful strength by sacrificing souls to the bringer of death. Beware of its flames, as they will scorch your soul. Originally, the fire demon goblin's health had dropped by 1/3, but after a sacrificial ritual, not only was its health restored, but an additional 200,000 was added. Qin wasn't too concerned. With just this little health, dealing with a few shadow flying knives was nothing. While the fire demon goblin was back to full health, it had also advanced to the silver grade, offering better loot drops. Upon careful calculation, the benefits clearly outweighed the drawbacks. The Deathbringer had just left and wouldn't return immediately. This meant that after Qin Shen defeated the Deathflame Goblin, there would be time to collect the loot. Unlike returning empty-handed from battling Ironhook Jack, the main difference lay in the grade. A silver-grade Deathflame Goblin wouldn't attract as much attention from the Deathbringer. He was too busy to focus on the status of every trading partner. Intruder, come out and taste my new power. The Deathflame Goblin felt confident and taunted challengingly. However, it clearly didn't know about Qin Shen's past achievements. Even a golden grade boss like Ironhook Jack had been defeated, let alone this silver grade goblin. With a swift motion, a shadow flying knife was launched. Minus 70,121. Weakness attack. After revolving into the golden grade, the damage from the Shadow Stealth's piercing strike had significantly increased. Despite the Deathflame Goblin having 600,000 health points, its health bar still plummeted significantly. Coupled with the continuous damage from Rend and Poison Blood Plague, the total damage exceeded 80,000. This damage startled the Deathflame Goblin. However, now that it had advanced to the silver grade, its reaction speed had improved. As Qin Shen acted, the Deathflame Goblin's fireballs also arrived simultaneously, bombarding the ground and causing devastation. The black flames, upon landing, not only did not extinguish but instead viewed the soil as fuel, showing a trend of burning more fiercely. Trees touched by the black flames turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Qin Shen had no interest in challenging his limits. Faced with the incoming fireballs, he decisively activated stealth and fled. With the assistance of the new ability, he easily created a safe distance. He didn't even need to use blink. Consequently, the following battle posed no pressure. A rain of dark erosion, with 15 hits fully connecting, dealt 50,000 damage, combined with Rend and Poison Blood Plague, resulting in over 60,000 total damage. In a matter of seconds, with 2 skills, the Deathflame Goblin lost over a dozen thousand health points. This left the Deathflame Goblin in confusion. It had gone to great lengths to sacrifice souls to the Deathbringer, only to receive this outcome? It seemed no better than before. In fact, it was worse. The thought of its soul being harvested by the Deathbringer terrified the Deathflame Goblin, almost making it cry. The script shouldn't have gone this way. Qin Shen paid no attention to how the Deathflame Goblin's script unfolded and, after waiting for the skills to cool down, struck again. In just 2 minutes, the Deathflame Goblin's health bar was emptied, and it fell to the ground motionless. Clatter. Several silver-white orbs burst out, scattering all around. A glance revealed a total of 5. While the previous 3 black iron-grade goblin bosses dropped 8 pieces of equipment, this time the silver-grade Deathflame Goblin directly dropped 5. The gap made Qin Shen unsure of how to describe his luck, whether it was good or bad. But regardless, it was unquestionable to quickly pick up the loot before the Death Messenger arrived, quickly moving forward to collect all the loot into his backpack. Before he could even check, he felt a familiar aura faintly emerging. The Death Messenger has come again. The black mist appeared, and the soul of the Flame Goblin was forcibly pulled out of its body. However, this time the Death Messenger did not rush to leave, but dissipated only after staring at Qin Shen for more than 10 seconds. He also left a sentence. Power of the Shadows? Seems like it's been a long time since I've seen it. Interesting. The words of the Death Messenger made Qin Shen pensive. His shadow assassin profession seemed to have many things to explore. Whether it was the previous Edith or this Death Messenger, they both mentioned a word. Power of the Shadows. And according to the rules of the Apocalypse, Being crowned with such a title represents a deity behind it. It might even be a whole pantheon. But the problem is, Qin Shen in his previous life had reached the stage of god descent, but had never heard of a deity of the shadow element. Of course, it is also possible that they had not descended when he died. After all, he had not completely reached the end of the god descent stage. But regardless, this matter must be kept in mind. He must go back and ask Edith. When Edith took out the Reign of Dark Erosion before, she mentioned that she obtained it during her early adventures. At that time, Edith was dedicated to obtaining the inheritance of the power of the shadows, but Qin Shen beat her to it in the end. To learn more about the power of the shadows, asking Edith is definitely the right choice. However, the thought of Edith's personality made Qin Shen a little overwhelmed. That assassin mentor doesn't talk about any feelings with you. If you want something, you have to pay the same price. If Qin Shen wants to get information about the power of the shadows from Edith, he must at least help her with a high difficulty task. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's wait until there's a clue, Qin Shen thought, putting this issue aside. First, let's see the gains from this battle. In this battle, he killed a silver-ranked and 3 black iron-ranked bosses, plus about 500 goblins in total. In addition to the rich experience gained, there were also many evolution points. Besides that, there was a backpack full of equipment, 23 pieces of common-grade equipment. The drop rate has increased. 8 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, including equipment and items that add attributes. Unfortunately, there were no skill books. Iron battle hammer, black iron-grade 2-handed hammer, attack plus 100, strength plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10, bloodstained wooden stick, black iron-grade staff. Spell power plus 100, spirit plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10, these 2 weapons were dropped by the Iron Hammer Goblin and the Goblin Shaman, which were like artifacts for players who had just left the newbie village. For DPS professions, they could not wear any armor, but they absolutely could not be without weapons. Putting them up for auction in the shop later would definitely fetch a high price. Next were some armor pieces. Apron emitting strange smell, black iron grade, defense plus 50, mana plus 100, spirit plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10, this was dropped by the Goblin Shaman, and from the appearance, it looked like the torn cloth wrapped around its waist. Considering that goblins did not have the habit of wearing pants, even if this equipment was given to Qin Shen, he wouldn't want it. Fortunately, at the current stage of the apocalypse, smell could be blocked, so he could probably sell it at a lower price. I hope the buyer isn't a clean freak, Qin Shen muttered to himself. Tattered cape, black iron grade, defense plus 20, HP plus 100, agility plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10, a cape, but Qin Shen already had the Wolf King's cape, which outperformed this piece of tattered cloth, so he could only package it up and throw it in the shop. Qin Shen felt a bit helpless as he couldn't use 4 consecutive pieces of equipment, but I didn't pay too much attention. That's how it is with bosses. The battle process is one thing, and the loot drop is another. If you're lucky, you can gear up from 2 bosses. If you're unlucky, you might not get anything even after endless tries. Just stay calm. Giant power arm guards, black iron grade, defense plus 50, HP plus 200, strength plus 5. Equipment requirement, 10, the attributes are average, but usable, so Qin Shen directly equips them. They are a bit heavy, but it doesn't have much impact. Qin Shen has the sharpshooter talent to correct his shooting posture, so he doesn't worry about the weight of the arm guards affecting his feel. Having an SSS level talent is just that domineering. Old plate armor, black iron grade, defense plus 100, HP plus 100, strength plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10, a rusty breastplate that Qin Shen decides not to equip after much consideration. The arm guards are fine, not too heavy overall, but this plate armor is half a centimeter thick, visibly heavy, and wearing it would definitely affect agility. There's no need to torture oneself for such a small attribute boost. Of course, the main reason is that Qin Shen sees indescribable stains on the lining of the plate armor. This thing should be left to those who truly need it, as Qin Shen can't bear it. Apart from the 6 pieces of equipment, the remaining 2 loot items are attribute-boosting items. Shaman's Whims, black iron grade, permanently increases spirit by 10 when used. Goblin Training Manual, black iron grade, permanently increases strength by 10 when used. No need to say much, just use them directly. These 8 black iron grade loot items are just appetizers. The real good stuff depends on what the Flame Goblin drops. That's silver grade. A quick glance. Staff inlaid with gemstones, silver grade. Spell power plus 450. Spirit plus 30. Equipment requirement, 15. It's reasonable for a spellcaster boss to drop spellcaster equipment. Just stuff it into a ring and sell it directly. Flame of the Dead mask, silver grade. Defense plus 20. HP plus 500. Spirit resistance plus 20%. Equipment requirement, none. Qin-Chen raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It's rare to get equipment that boosts spirit resistance. In the world of the apocalypse, spirit resistance is a very practical attribute that can effectively resist various mental attacks like charm, mind control, and fear. Moreover, this Flame of the Dead mask is a rare equipment with no level requirement, meaning Qin-Chen can use it now. There's nothing more to say, just put it on. Although it has flame in its name, wearing the Flame of the Dead mask doesn't feel hot. Instead, it's cool, making the mind much clearer. I probably won't pass the security check now, because my will is as strong as steel. Qin-Chen mutters a cold joke and looks at the third piece of equipment. Burning Turban, silver grade. Defense plus 50. HP plus 500. Mana plus 1000. Spirit plus 30. Equipment requirement, 15. A typical spellcaster equipment. Just toss the ring. This scene seems familiar to me. Qin-Chen rubs his chin, lost in thought. When he defeated Baron Gurner, he had the same feeling when he saw the spellcaster equipment drop. It exploded, yet it seemed like it didn't. But there's nothing he can do. The Flame Goblin is a standard spellcaster boss, so expecting it to drop physical equipment is a bit too much. However, the next moment, Qin-Chen feels he spoke too soon. Ring of the Flame of the Dead, silver grade. HP plus 400. Agility plus 30. Equipment requirement, 15. A spellcaster boss with an agility ring. Qin-Chen is a bit puzzled by this combination. Unfortunately, he can't equip it for now, so he can only store it in the Gurner family crest for the time being. With 4 pieces of equipment, 2 of which he can use, Qin-Chen feels that the Flame Goblin also has its merits. The last dropped item is a prop. Goblin Settlement Invitation, please go to coordinates, 1552. 1679, before midnight tonight to attend the Goblin Settlement Gathering. Qin-Chen's eyes lit up. Goblin Gathering? Wrong. Experience Buffet. This time Qin-Chen came out to level up, originally thinking that finding the second goblin nest was already the limit, but unexpectedly there was a surprise. A Goblin Gathering is nothing special, but if you add the settlement, it's different. To be called a settlement, there must be at least 1,000 goblins. Considering that 2 nests have already been discovered, Qin-Chen has reason to believe that the scale of this settlement is far more than just 1,000 goblins. With so many goblins gathered together, in an unguarded party state, how much damage can the toxic blood plague cause? It's really unimaginable. Qin-Chen has a premonition that flipping this gathering will at least let him level up by 2 more levels. If lucky, he might even shoot straight to level 15 and get more equipment. Moreover, bronze-level goblins have appeared in the nests, and there must be at least a silver-level presence in the settlement. This time, I must encounter a physical-type boss. Qin-Chen muttered with resentment. He still has a bunch of equipment in his ring, totaling more than a dozen pieces, all of which are useless to him. Half of them are magic equipment, and the rest all have strength requirements. In fact, when you count them, the equipment on him is somewhat shabby. He just hopes that this Goblin Gathering will give him some face. Explode a few more pieces of agility equipment to improve his life. Otherwise he will really be grateful. Folding up the invitation, Qin-Chen opened the map to find the coordinates. It is still located to the east of Bailey City, but deeper into the wilderness. In terms of straight-line distance, it is 50 kilometers away from Bailey City. If you consider the ups and downs of the terrain, it's even further. No wonder Lei Weiao didn't find any useful information. The distance is far. Plus the mole inside is obstructing. It's simply as difficult as reaching the sky to find the goblin settlement. Thinking of Lei Weiao, Qin-Chen remembered something else. Should he go back and reveal a bit of information to trigger a follow-up mission? After a moment of contemplation, Qin-Chen gave up on this idea. Lei Weiao has plenty of tasks. He will eventually get them. But the Goblin Settlement Gathering is not so easy to come by. If he goes back and talks about it, the information will likely reach the mole, and this gathering will be ruined. If the gathering is ruined, how will Qin-Chen progress? I'll just bring back some evidence and have Lei Weiao make up for the reward. Qin-Chen made a decision. With the specific location of the gathering, the next thing to do is to rush over. At the current stage, there is a 12-hour difference between the time in Tianqi and reality. Tianqi opens at midnight, and when players log in from the sleep state in the game cabin, it is daytime in the game. Noon. 5 hours have passed since the opening until now. It is early morning in reality, but in the game, it is evening. To arrive at the meeting point at midnight, he had to put in more effort. To avoid alerting the goblins, Qin Shen decided to sneak over directly. The characteristics of shadow sneak and increased movement speed make the journey more convenient. Along the way, Qin Shen would occasionally encounter goblins heading in the same direction as him. All in all, there were about 100 of them. Just in this one direction, there were so many goblins, and if you add up the other directions, the total number will be very exaggerated. Wow, this can't be called a settlement. It should be renamed the Goblin Kingdom. Qin Shen was secretly shocked. A rough calculation can roughly guess that the goblins participating in this gathering will definitely exceed 2,000. Such a large gathering of goblins is not a small matter, but Bailey City didn't react at all, which is really hard to understand. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shen slapped his head. How could he forget about that thing? It is now the time when the game has just started, and the 12 main cities have not yet developed to the scale of the previous world, requiring player activity to expand the main city specifications. This also means that there are not many guards in Bailey City, so it is understandable that the location of the goblin settlement cannot be found. Looking at the entire Tianqi, besides him, the only one who can teleport to the main city is probably that guy Richardson. The rest of the players are at most level 9, still a bit behind the new player village. Speaking of levels, Qin Shen glanced at the level rankings. The name of Dragon Soaring the World appeared prominently in the top 100. Although it is still level 8, it shouldn't be long before he can level up. At this rate, in another 2 or 3 hours, the Dragon Soaring team should be able to head to the main city. However, knowing Dragon Soaring the World, that guy will definitely go to raid the Crimson Tomb. At least he needs to clear an adventure difficulty once to gather some equipment. This is also the choice of most players. Try to challenge higher difficulty dungeons. With equipment, they can better complete their professional advancement tasks. Thinking of this, Qin Shen glanced at the storage ring. Armor-piercing heavy sword, silver grade, two-handed weapon. Attack plus 600. Strength plus 15. Equipment requirement, 10. Strength greater than 120, obsidian plate armor, silver grade. Defense plus 300. HP plus 1000. Strength plus 10. Equipment requirement, 10. Strength greater than 50, obsidian necklace, silver grade. HP plus 100. MP plus 300. Spirit plus 20. Equipment requirement, 10. Spirit greater than 50. The 3 pieces of silver grade equipment from clearing the Crimson Tomb were listed. When he returned to the new player village before, Qin Shen did not give them to Dragon Soaring the World. At that time, he wanted to create a buzz in the shop to determine who had the guild token and then set up a trap. As soon as he left the new player village, Dragon Soaring the World sent a message saying they found the guild token. Forget it, even without these 3 pieces of equipment, the Dragon Soaring team can still clear the adventure difficulty. Qin Shen muttered to himself. Behind Dragon Soaring the World is the top guild Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Gathering equipment is easy. Moreover, his team members are all hidden classes. With strong combat power, clearing the adventure level Crimson Tomb is not a difficult task. Of course, the main reason is that Qin Shen needs to go to the goblin gathering spot in advance to stake out, find the attack and retreat routes, and there is no time to go back to sell equipment. If he does well this time, his level will have a surge, possibly reaching level 15. Compared to selling equipment, this kind of trivial matter can be put aside. With naturally high agility and the additional increase in movement speed from Shadow Sneak, in just over an hour, Qin Shen ran dozens of kilometers and arrived at the designated area. Avoiding the goblins around, Qin Shen stealthily made his way to a high point, overlooking the terrain here from above. This is a valley, with towering mountains extending on both sides, like the arms of a giant embracing a fairly regular oval area. It is about 2 kilometers long, and about 700 to 800 meters wide at its widest point. It is already past 7 o'clock in the game, moonlight shining down, revealing the scene in the valley to Qin Shen's eyes. Goblins, countless goblins. There are dozens of bonfires in the valley, with at least 10 goblins gathered around each bonfire. Just these alone, there are already hundreds of them. On the open ground nearby, more goblins are playing and chasing each other. Roughly estimating, there are at least around 1,500 goblins in the valley. And this is not all of them. There are still many goblins on their way here. Qin Shen has reason to believe that there will be over 3,000 goblins participating in this gathering. Qin Shen is pondering a question: how to kill more goblins in the shortest time possible. With his current attributes, ordinary goblins cannot withstand the full damage of the blood plague. Once a goblin dies, the blood plague will continue to spread. If the goblins react slowly, they might even be wiped out in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Based on Qin Shen's understanding of goblins, these timid creatures will instinctively flee when many of their companions die. If in a nest with a leader present, the fleeing phenomenon may be slightly alleviated. However, this time is different. This is a goblin gathering, and judging from the direction they are coming from, they are from different nests. Once chaos erupts, the lackeys cannot find the boss, and the boss cannot find the lackeys, so it is highly probable that they will each run their own way. The spread range of the toxic blood plague is 10 meters. At the speed of goblins, they can easily escape in the blink of an eye. Faced with death, goblins will also unleash their full potential, transforming into sprinting champions. This means that Qin Shen will find it difficult to wipe out all the goblins present. In that case, the only option is to maximize benefits. Find the most densely populated area of goblins, launch a surprise attack, and probably wipe out hundreds in one go. Then the spread will be interrupted. Qin Shen began to plan the battle process. After the initial chaos subsides, the remaining goblins will launch a charge, and this will be the second outbreak point of the toxic blood plague. However, after this outbreak, the remaining goblins should lack the courage to continue advancing. At this point, those boss-level goblins will join the battle, rallying the goblins on the brink of collapse, and this will be the last chance for the toxic blood plague to erupt. With 3 transmissions, at least 70% of the goblins can be wiped out, roughly around 2,000. With such heavy casualties, ordinary goblins will lose their final courage and collapse completely. But my battle goal has basically been achieved. 2,000 goblins. Even if they are just ordinary mobs, the experience points they provide are enough for me to level up continuously, not to mention the large number of evolution points, plus those boss-level goblins. After dealing with this group, the evolution points in my hands may even break through 30 at once, enough to complete the evolution of golden level skills, or directly evolve a professional skill to the golden level and unlock its characteristics. Just thinking about it made Qin Shen's blood boil, wishing to charge into the valley immediately, but he knew it was not the time yet. In order to maximize benefits, he had to wait patiently, wait for more goblins to enter this death trap. With this in mind, Qin Shen's heart stirred. A gathering of this scale likely involved not only silver-level goblins but also the possibility of golden-level goblins. After a large number of deaths among their kind, if a goblin were to summon a death messenger and sacrifice many souls, it was entirely possible to advance to the dark gold level. If he could defeat a boss of this level, the rewards would be so rich that it would make Qin Shen's heart race. Dark gold level equipment, each piece bursting with attributes. If lucky enough to obtain skill books or rare items, the value would be inestimable. It's a pity that the server has been open for too short a time, making it difficult to collect skill books. Otherwise, I would have to learn a dozen or so ranged skills to wipe out these goblins in one fell swoop. Qin Shen felt somewhat helpless. He had already entrusted Longting Tianxia to collect skill books, but there had been no news so far. It was not that Longting Tianxia was not efficient, but rather that these items were hard to come by. Moreover, most players capable of dropping skill books would prefer to use them themselves, making circulated skill books even rarer. This problem would not be alleviated even in the later stages of the game, and it might even worsen. After all, by that time, having an extra skill meant an additional guarantee of survival, and no one would easily part with it. The waiting time was undoubtedly tedious. Qin Shen even got so bored that he started counting the hairs on the goblin next to him. Yes, there was a goblin 3 meters to the right of Qin Shen. It seemed to have come to stand guard. Apart from this goblin, traces of goblins can be seen appearing on various high points in the distance. It is evident that the goblin organizing this gathering is somewhat intelligent, knowing to take precautions. Unfortunately, it would never imagine that at this moment, a player possesses a gold-level stealth skill. With just these ordinary goblins, it is impossible to detect the presence of a person here. While waiting, Qin Shen was not completely idle. he found Longting Tianxia and inquired about any more guild tokens news. This is crucial for him to ensure the success of extracting blood from the Rakshasa with one slash. To his relief, apart from the guild token in the hands of the Snow Sword Guild leader, no other guild tokens appeared. However, as a precaution, Qin Shen still instructed Longting Tianxia to stay vigilant and communicate any information promptly. Longting Tianxia readily agreed. After the conversation, Qin Shen continued to wait, trying to recall the development route of the initial main city as much as possible. Although he had experienced it once in his previous life, it was too long ago. From the launch of Tianqi to his rebirth, it had been 10 years, with several major game updates and continuous expansion of the main city. In comparison, Qin Shen did not remember the situation of the initial main city so clearly. Moreover, the main city he chose in his previous life was not Bailey City, so his memories were even more limited. However, he still remembered a few classic quest chains. Additionally, there were some wilderness adventure quests that he needed to find time to complete. So busy, Qin Shen sighed inwardly. As time passed, the number of goblins entering the valley began to decrease, with new goblins arriving every few minutes. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 at night. Most of the goblins that could come had already arrived. Qin Shen roughly estimated the number of goblins in the valley. 3,500, a bit more than expected. Furthermore, Qin Shen also saw several silver-level goblins arriving from the outside and being guided to the depths of the valley. Due to the dim environment, Qin Shen could not see what was in the depths of the valley, but he could basically confirm that there were gold-level goblins there. Otherwise, those silver-level goblins would not have been so obedient, they would have already started quarreling with each other. As silver-level bosses, none of them would yield to the other. To control the situation, at least a gold-level goblin was needed. While Qin Shen continued to observe secretly, cheers rang out in the valley. More and more goblins joined in, forming a deafening sound wave that even made the ground tremble. Thud, thud, war drums were beaten, and hundreds of goblins carrying hooklocks emerged from the shadows, their iron chains connected to a chariot made of white bones. Standing on the chariot was a giant goblin over 4 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a warhammer. Wow, what a big goblin! Qin Shen swept his gaze and took in the boss's panel. Bone Crusher Gata, gold level, 20 health, 190000/190000 attack, 6000 defense, 4500 skills, Earth-Shattering Strike, Leap of Valor, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Crush. Inspiring aura description: a warrior of the goblin tribe, having undergone countless battles, possesses the potential to surpass the limits of bloodlines. Qin Shen's expression turned serious. This was a goblin with a charge skill. Leap of Valor, commonly known as a big jump, was a skill he was extremely familiar with. In his previous life, he was able to defeat the Arrow God relying on this skill. With the help of equipment and skill bonuses, his Leap of Valor could be released 7 times in a row, combined with a triple charge, successfully closing the distance to take down the Arrow God. Qin Shen was well aware that Leap of Valor not only allowed for rapid displacement but also caused a shockwave upon landing, damaging surrounding enemies. And this Bone Crusher not only has a heroic leap, but even a charge. This means it can make a 2-stage rush, launching a continuous pursuit of the target. With the attributes of the Bone Crusher, Qin Shen wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The margin for error in this battle is 0. Just one touch and it's an instant respawn. No room for turning back. Although Qin Shen has a substitute Scarecrow in hand, it's really unnecessary in this situation. Minimize the chance of exposure as much as possible. Qin Shen made a decision. His battle plan remains unchanged, starting with a sneak attack to kill as many ordinary goblins as possible. But the follow-up will depend on the situation. He must keep enough distance from the Bone Crusher to strike. After the first wave of damage, look for an opportunity to test the Bone Crusher's charge limit. Qin Shen decided to take a little risk. There are too many goblins here. The attraction is too strong. If he abandons the original plan just because of a Bone Crusher, he might as well go home and sleep. He has experienced countless battles in his past life, facing enemies more formidable than the Bone Crusher. So why retreat now? Seeing that the goblins have not fully gathered yet, Qin Shen decides to continue observing the situation. As soon as the Bone Crusher appeared, the goblins in the valley immediately became restless, raising their weapons high and making incomprehensible strange cries. Boom! The Bone Crusher's warhammer fell heavily, smashing bone fragments into the air on the carriage. and some unlucky goblins nearby were hit by 2 bone pieces, instantly perishing on the spot. But this did not cause panic among the other goblins. Instead, it made them more excited. Power. Unrivaled power. The supreme power of their goblin clan. Looking at the bone crusher, the goblins below seemed to see their future selves. They also want to become such big shots. The goblins pulling the carriage suddenly felt their fatigue disappear. It is their honor to serve such a strong being. In the fervent atmosphere, several silver-level goblins pushed aside the blocking goblins and approached the carriage. The voice of the bone crusher echoed in the valley. Roar! Do you want to challenge my position? These several silver-level goblins naturally did not have the confidence to do so. Not to mention individually, even if they teamed up, they were no match for the bone crusher. So after a brief hesitation, the several silver-level goblins very decisively lowered their heads in a respectful tone. We dare not. We are willing to honor you as our king, Lord Bone Crusher. The Bone Crusher let out a wild laugh. It gathered the nearby dens not to show off, but to use it as a foundation to establish a small goblin kingdom. Then, it could further advance and gain more power. Croak. Well said. I will reward you. Bring the prey up. With a wave of its hand, a group of goblins carried wooden sticks forward. On the sticks, there were humans with terrified faces hanging. Of course, these humans were not players, but indigenous people of the end times. Shin Chan was not surprised. Goblins are omnivorous creatures. Their diet includes not only wild beasts but also humans. Occasionally, they would kill a few of their kind for an extra meal. As for where these humans came from, it doesn't matter. Next to Bailey City is the black market, where a large number of slaves disappear every day. Shin Chan lurked in the shadows, with no intention of rescuing these humans. Acting rashly now would only put himself in danger. It's unnecessary. Having witnessed too much death in his past life, a few NPCs wouldn't cause any emotional fluctuations in Shin Chan. Eat them! Eat them! The goblins howled, and the humans tied to the sticks turned pale with fear. Some of the more timid ones even wet their pants. However, with the bone crusher present, the surrounding goblins did not rush to act but instead waited for orders. Even if you want to eat, the bone crusher must eat first. This is the rule. However, the bone crusher did not rush to have the goblins roast the prey over the fire, but instead had his subordinates bring a few large tubs and started heating water. The surrounding goblins were puzzled. What kind of process is this? But under the bone crusher's tyranny, they dared not say anything and could only patiently heat the water. The bone crusher said, I heard that humans always process the prey before roasting it, removing the stains from the skin, cleaning the innards, marinating with spices, and finally roasting it over the fire. I have tried it a few times, and it does have a unique flavor. I plan to promote it in my kingdom. The goblins suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the bone crusher is so knowledgeable. And the bound humans, upon hearing this, rolled their eyes and fainted directly. This goblin is too terrifying, almost like a demon. Shin Chan did not expect that the bone crusher was quite a gourmet. This also confirmed that there were people colluding with goblins in Bailey City. Otherwise, where would the bone crusher go to eat processed roasted meat? Just then, one of the kidnapped humans struggled to spit out the rag in his mouth and shouted loudly, Let me go, you dirty and ugly bunch. Do you know who I am? My Viscount father will not let you off. Bang! The bone crusher swung a hammer, and the human speaking had his head burst on the spot, splattering red and white all over the ground. Putting the hammer to his mouth, licking the remaining blood and flesh, the bone crusher smirked. Who are you? You are the prey of the bone crusher. Shin Chan felt a bit regretful. If the Viscount's descendant were rescued, they would probably receive a lot of rewards. Unfortunately, the bone crusher acted too quickly, not giving a chance for the quest trigger. But speaking of it, there should be no Viscount in Bailey City now. So where was this guy captured from? Quite unlucky indeed. In the valley, the bone crusher saw the headless body on the ground and waved his hand. It's a reward for you all. The surrounding goblins immediately rushed forward, tearing and biting with their claws and teeth. Several silver-level goblins also seemed eager to join, but ultimately restrained themselves. What class were they to compete with ordinary goblins for food? The appearance of the bone crusher meant that this goblin gathering was officially beginning. After killing a person to liven things up, the bone crusher headed towards the center of the valley. There stood a throne made of gold, shining brightly under the fire's light, emitting a dazzling glow. Shin Chan was somewhat surprised. To make greedy goblins willingly contribute gold, the bone crusher was quite capable. By the way, with such a large golden throne, how many coins could it be exchanged for if taken back? Probably a fortune in one go. Hopefully it's not just gold-plated, Qin Shan thought to himself. While contemplating, he left the high observation point and headed towards the entrance of the valley. It was time to prepare for action in advance. The advance process went smoothly. Goblins were naturally sneaky and cunning, with half of the goblins stationed outside slipping back into the valley, while the rest hid in corners sleeping. The seemingly tight sentries were practically useless, not serving any purpose at all. Of course, even if the goblins were diligently standing guard, they couldn't see through Qin Shan's stealth. Even if the Bone Crusher personally intervened, it would be the same. To avoid exposing himself, Qin Shan did not deal with these lazy goblins for now. There was no rush at the moment, as there would be plenty of goblins for him to kill later. As he continued forward, the fiery atmosphere in the valley became clearer. Countless goblins danced around the bonfire, their movements appearing strange and comical, bearing no resemblance to actual dancing. Moving forward, the Bone Crusher and several silver-level goblins sat in a circle, seemingly discussing something. Qin Shan sneaked behind a pile of miscellaneous items and listened intently. Lord Bone Crusher, do we really have to cooperate with those humans? They are the most cunning of all. Exactly. My tribe once captured a female knight, but after she had her fun, she destroyed our nest barehanded, and all my companions died. Her strength was so great, yet she disguised herself as fragile to deceive us gullible goblins. I heard humans describe us goblins as greedy and cunning characters, but they are the ones who fit that description more. Indeed, I think there is a great risk in cooperating with humans. Hearing the complaints of several leaders, Bone Crusher adopted a tough attitude. Are you teaching me how to do things? Several silver-level goblins froze in expression. How dare they speak like that? Bone Crusher's tone softened as he said, the rift outside of Belly City has complex terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it a ready-made stronghold. If we can occupy that place, we will have enough room for development and eventually establish a true goblin kingdom. But you also know that the guards of Belly City will not sit idly by as we enter the underground rift. Only by destroying Belly City can we achieve our goal. Cooperating with those humans is the best way, as they also want to overthrow Belly City. As long as the plan succeeds, you can also enjoy the fruits of victory and even have the possibility of advancing to the gold level. I've said my piece. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Bone Crusher had evolved to the gold level. His intelligence was not low, and he was well versed in the art of deception. With a few words, the silver-level goblin's eyes lit up as if they could see themselves advancing to the gold level. With that, they had no more objections. Lord Bone Crusher, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Destroy Belly City. Kill all the humans there. Rebuild the glory of goblins. We are duty-bound. Qin Shan really wanted to know if these goblins had been secretly studying. Wow, each one of them is more eloquent than the last. Despite the complaints, Qin Shan obtained important information. The goal of that unknown secret organization was to completely destroy Belly City. Qin Shan originally thought it was an internal struggle, wanting to change the lord of the city. He didn't expect they wanted to change the entire race. This style was somewhat reminiscent of the Hand of the Dead. The Hand of the Dead was an organization that worshipped the bringer of death, whose members were local humans of the apocalypse, but their greatest pleasure was destroying human cities, using countless souls to gain rewards from the bringer of death. Sacrificing Belly City would be enough to earn them unprecedented rewards. It was even possible for them to become the agents of the bringer of death. However, with incomplete information, it was impossible to determine if it was indeed the Hand of the Dead. It would be great if a few tokens could be found. Qin Shan turned his gaze to Bone Crusher. Without surprise, this guy must have some kind of secret message item on him that could trigger a hidden quest. Bone Crusher frowned, feeling a bit wary, and said in a deep voice, "It seems like someone is spying in the shadows." Qin Shan's heart skipped a beat. This guy had a terrifying intuition, so he quickly shifted his gaze. Several silver-level goblins looked around but found nothing suspicious. They thought Bone Crusher might be overly cautious and said tactfully, "Lord Bone Crusher, there are sentries outside. It's impossible for someone to sneak in unnoticed." In their minds, they were thinking about how Bone Crusher had a big reputation but seemed a bit timid. Even if there were intruders, they could just be dealt with. So why make a big deal out of it? Bone Crusher was well aware of the true nature of his kin and never believed those sentries would be effective. However, the strange feeling just now lasted only a moment. as if it was his imagination. Seeing the suspicion in the eyes of the silver-level goblins, Bone Crusher knew that his words had made them somewhat contemptuous, so he immediately declared loudly, "Humph, even if there are invaders, I will tear them to shreds." His fist slammed into the ground, causing several silver-level goblins to bounce up. The doubts in the minds of the silver-level goblins instantly vanished. Such a powerful force. Who could match it? The scene returned to its original liveliness. Although the surrounding ordinary goblins did not know what had happened, the Bone Crusher displayed his power, making them even more excited. After a moment, a goblin ran over and shouted, "Lord Bone Crusher, the water is boiling." The Bone Crusher waved his hand. "Clean those prey, sprinkle with spices, and prepare for roasting." The wails rang out, and the captured humans died clean in the blink of an eye. Qin Shan did not make a move. It was not yet time for the goblins to gather. Only when they gathered around the campfire would be the best time to strike. Judging from the progress, at most half an hour before the goblins started their feast, news of dragons soaring all around came. "Boss, I've reached level 10. If it weren't for you helping me level up, I would probably have spent a few more hours. By the way, boss, you don't have any problems, right? I haven't seen your level move for a long time." When Qin Shan arrived at the valley, it was past 7 in the evening, and now it was almost midnight. In these few hours, he hadn't leveled up at all. At this moment, he found that there were already several level 10 players on the level ranking list, and Richardson, who ranked second, had also reached level 11, one level lower than him, with a gap, but not significant. It seemed that he had completed the profession advancement task and started leveling up again. Qin Shan was not worried at all. He would soon harvest countless experience points and once again widen the level gap. Looking around, Qin Shan replied, "I have something to do here. I'll talk to you after I'm done." Dragons soaring all around replied, "Boss, you go ahead. I won't disturb you." Closing the dialogue box, Qin Shan began to move stealthily. The goblins were ready to feast. Gurgle. The goblins' stomachs made a low rumbling sound. This sound was like a signal flare, triggering hundreds or even thousands of goblins to protest their hungry bellies thunderously. The Bone Crusher stood up, tore off a thigh, and set an example. "Eat, my people." With the command given, the hungry goblins immediately rushed forward, tearing into the roasted meat feast on the campfire. Qin Shan moved quietly, looking for the best position to strike. When he observed from a high place, he had firmly remembered the distribution of the campfires, combined with the spread range of the blood plague, and calculated the best position for the first round of outbreak. The campfires were arranged in a circular pattern, with one ring nested inside another from the inside out. The center of the gathering, closest to the Bone Crusher, had the highest density of campfires. The further out the campfires were, the greater the distance between them, reaching tens of meters, making it impossible for the blood plague to spread. Therefore, this first attack had to be carried out right under the Bone Crusher's nose. The risk was significant. After all, the Bone Crusher had a big jump in charge, and was a golden level boss with extremely fast speed. One mistake could lead to a disaster, but it was worth a try. Qin Shan retreated dozens of meters, aiming at two goblins who were busy eating, and simultaneously used Shadow Flying Knife and Dark Erosion Rain. Minus 70,610. Weakness attack. This was the Shadow Flying Knife. With the blessing of the Hidden Strike, it had extremely high burst damage. On the other side, the Dark Erosion Rain turned into arrows and fell. Minus 3,463. The single damage was not high, but it was more than enough to kill ordinary goblins. With these two skills, 16 goblins died on the spot. The Bone Crusher reacted first, smashing the half-eaten leg bone in his hand, picking up the warhammer at his feet, exerting force with his legs, turning into a soaring cannonball, crossing dozens of meters, and charging towards Qin Shan. It had sensed someone lurking in the dark, but those fools didn't believe it. It would take care of them all in one go. The Bone Crusher doesn't need such foolish subordinates. While locking eyes with Qin Shan, the Bone Crusher's peripheral vision scanned the ground scene, almost falling from the shock. 16 goblins were killed in seconds. It didn't care. These weak kin, if they die, they die. They can be quickly replenished. But the problem was, the deaths of those goblins seemed to open the gates of the underworld, rapidly spreading the aura of death to the surrounding goblins. The Bone Crusher clearly saw the splattering of dark green blood, causing terrible harm to the nearby goblins. As the goblins tainted by the green blood died, new green blood splattered out, spreading to more goblins. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of goblins turned green, their health bars plummeting like an avalanche. And this was just the beginning. This is the ability of the blood race. The Bone Crusher's anger burned within. The blood race always maintained a superior attitude, looking down on the goblin race. Now they were disrupting its gathering. It was truly an insult. No, too much of an insult to the goblins. Unbearable. But soon, the Bone Crusher realized something was wrong. There was no scent of the blood race in the air. The Bone Crusher reacted. It's outsiders. Only those guys could possess the blood race's abilities without turning into one. Damn it! How did the outsiders discover their gathering? Didn't those guys from Bellicity try to stop them? Humans are truly unreliable. Filled with resentment, the Bone Crusher descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Then its leg muscles bulged, bursting with powerful force, its body turning into a black lightning bolt, charging straight ahead. Some goblins accidentally walked into its path and were immediately smashed into flying debris. This was truly a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Qinshen had already retreated at full speed as soon as the Bone Crusher made its move. He didn't rush to sneak away, preparing to test the Bone Crusher's charging speed to determine a safe distance. The Bone Crusher's speed was fast. With the effect of extraordinary strength, its heroic leap was outstanding, making it difficult to outrun with just its legs. Without any hesitation, Qinshen activated the effect of the bone-cutting twin blades, creating a whirlwind of blades around him, retreating more than 10 meters again, out of the range of the heroic leap. The Bone Crusher wasn't surprised at all. If this outsider didn't have some confidence, it wouldn't dare to act. But it also had a trick up its sleeve. After landing, the Bone Crusher immediately launched a second wave of attacks. Falling from midair had no effect on it. Charge! Swish! The burly figure of nearly 4 meters did not deviate from the Bone Crusher's speed, but instead increased the momentum of the collision, like a fully throttled mud truck rumbling towards Qinshen. Blink! Qinshen's figure flashed, appearing in another direction. The Bone Crusher quickly changed direction, but the inertia was too great, and it was ultimately too slow. Qinshen, who got the data he wanted, immediately activated Shadow Stealth. Moving swiftly, boom! The Bone Crusher smashed down with a hammer, creating a dense network of cracks on the ground. The rocks beneath the soil were shattered, turning into spikes protruding from the ground. If one were to be hit, it would definitely deplete their health bar. In the shadows, Qinshen's eyes were sharp, staring at the Bone Crusher. This guy was indeed tough. With a big leap and a charge to close the distance, a ground-shattering strike unleashed tons of AoE damage, enough to wipe out an entire fully armed squad in an instant. If Qinshen hadn't obtained the blink skill in advance, coupled with the displacement of the bone-cutting twin blades and his high movement speed, he would have been defeated in less than a second. The biggest hidden danger in this battle had been eliminated, and now it was time for the harvest. The recent clash happened in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Qinshen stealthed again that a few silver-level goblins realized and shouted as they rushed over to support. But it was futile. The Bone Crusher's face was as cold as water, its gaze sweeping around, saying in a cold voice, "Keep your eyes wide open and find that intruder." A series of commands flew out of the Bonebreaker's mouth. Goblin archers, shoot freely, aim at every empty space, disperse these bonfires, spread the wood out. I refuse to believe that Stealthy One can ignore the flames. It must be said, the Bonebreaker's combat intuition is very strong. Its arrangements are flawless. Qinshen's stealth level is high, but it has not reached the level of voidwalking. If there is fire on the ground, it will reveal his figure. But the Bonebreaker overlooked one thing. No matter how good the plan is, someone has to execute it. A silver-level goblin exclaimed, "Lord Bonebreaker, look quickly." Looking in that direction, the Bonebreaker's heart sank. In that last wave of attacks, over 500 goblins perished. The splattering dark green blood is deadly upon contact. Before the word scatter could be spoken, the Bonebreaker saw a flying knife flash past and head towards the goblin team coming to support. Perhaps to show loyalty, shortly after the chaos began, hundreds of goblins who were unaffected spontaneously organized themselves to support the Bonebreaker. However, this action led these goblins to the abyss of death. Minus 70,610. Weakness attack, the shadow flying knife flashed by, effortlessly killing the goblins in the team. Then, a poisonous blood plague erupted, instantly sweeping through these hundreds of goblins. In the blink of an eye, Nearly 1,000 goblins perished. Ding! Killed a level 11 goblin. Gained 110 experience points. Ding! Killed a level 13 goblin. Gained 130 experience points. Over-leveled kill. Additional 13 experience points. Ding! Killed a level 14 goblin. Gained 140 experience points. Over 2 levels kill. Additional 28 experience points. Ding! Ding! Hunting time activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Hunting time activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Hunting time activated. You gain 1 evolution point. The prompt messages flowed like a torrent. Qin Shen's experience bar surged like a wild horse. Completely unstoppable, breaking through the limit in one breath. You have reached level 13. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadow is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Beast's blessing activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Before the level up prompt appeared, it was immediately overwhelmed by a new flood of information. In his first move, Qin Shen eliminated over 400 goblins. The limited open space around the Bonebreaker, with small bonfire intervals, maximized the effect of the poisonous blood plague. If the bonfires outside were closer, they could have wiped out the ordinary goblins in the valley in one round. Subsequently, the goblins' loyal actions led to hundreds of casualties. Just in 2 moves, nearly 1,000 goblins were killed, providing a massive amount of experience points. By the time the second poisonous blood plague subsided and the prompt messages temporarily ceased, Qin Shen's experience points were nearly half full. The goblins here are generally of higher levels, and with the additional bonuses, the gains are exceptionally substantial. If all the remaining goblins were eliminated, he could at least level up 2 more times. After distributing the attribute points evenly, Qin Shen moved positions to find the next target. At this point, the Bonebreaker's face was so dark that it seemed water could drip from it. It never expected that this enemy would be so difficult. Not only did they possess super stealth abilities, but they also wielded the power of the blood race, causing terrifying casualties with just a slight move. If the opponent were to attack recklessly, not a single goblin present would stand a chance. A silver-level goblin realized this and approached the Bonebreaker, asking, "Lord Bonebreaker, should we retreat first?" Its intentions were good. Although ordinary goblins are like wild grass, growing everywhere in the blink of an eye, it still takes some time. If more than 3,000 goblins here are wiped out, their power will be severely weakened, and it is possible for them to become powerless leaders, without subordinates. What kind of leader are they? But the Bone Crusher doesn't think so. If it retreats, where will it put its face? It wants to establish a goblin kingdom. How can it gain the trust of others if it shrinks back at the slightest setback? Most importantly, this time the enemy will be stealthy. If they cannot be eliminated, their retreat will be filled with death. In the brief skirmish earlier, the Bone Crusher has realized that this enemy is extremely fast. It may not even be able to shake off the pursuit itself, let alone other goblins. Retreat will only lead to a quicker death. The battle must continue. A bold idea emerges in the mind of the Bone Crusher. Perhaps it can use its fellow goblins present as bait to lure out that enemy. The Bone Crusher roars, "Don't panic, disperse in small teams, be on guard against each other. We must find that enemy." Although several silver-level goblins are somewhat reluctant, after seeing the crimson eyes of the Bone Crusher, they all swallowed their objections. To voice opposition now would likely result in being torn to shreds by the Bone Crusher. It would be a big joke to end up being killed by their own kind rather than by the enemy. The ordinary goblins in the valley were already prepared to flee in fear, but after being shouted at by the Bone Crusher, they could only grit their teeth and continue to fight. Fortunately, they had taken some countermeasures, keeping a considerable distance between each team. This way, even if one team is attacked, it will not affect the others. As soon as the invader appears, countless arrow skills will be sent over in a saturation attack. They don't believe that with over 2,000 goblins left, they can't take down a mere infiltrator. Qin Shen observed the goblins' response clearly from the shadows. He knew the Bone Crusher's intention was to use ordinary goblins as bait to keep him in the valley. Given the slightest chance, the Bone Crusher would launch a fierce attack. This was a hunter's game. Whoever reveals a flaw first will die. Will Qin Shen retreat? Absolutely not. On the contrary, this situation played right into his hands. He wasn't afraid of the Bone Crusher fighting to the death, but he feared the ordinary goblins being scared off and fleeing directly, wasting these few hours. While the Bone Crusher wanted to find an opportunity to kill him, He also wanted to take out all the goblins present. Shadow flying knives. Shadow erosion rain. The battle in the valley continued, albeit with a slight deviation from the initial battle plan. The Bone Crusher reacted quickly, finding the right solution in an instant, by dispersing the goblin teams from each other, preventing a third outbreak of the plague. The effect was there, but not significant. Qin Shen couldn't wipe out the remaining goblins in one go, but each time he struck, he could eliminate several teams, steadily increasing his experience points. In the current tug-of-war, the most outstanding performance was undoubtedly the Shadow Erosion Rain. This skill could deal damage 15 times, with a wide search range. Each release could instantly kill several goblins in a team, spreading the poison blood plague. Of course, the battle process was not easy and pleasant. On the contrary, it was full of crises, mainly due to the Bone Crusher's quick jumps and charges. Fortunately, with Bone picking double blades and blink, Qin Shen could turn the tables each time, killing dozens of goblins in return, leaving the Bone Crusher roaring in anger. From the start of the battle until now, about 15 minutes have passed, and Qin Shen has once again leveled up, smoothly reaching level 14. This has caused a stir outside. Players habitually glance at the level rankings while leveling up. Originally, Night Wanderer was ranked first, but Richardson caught up, making many players from the Flame Nation nervous. What is the Night God doing? Why hasn't he leveled up for so long? Could he be asleep? If he gets overtaken by that Richardson guy, don't blame them for turning hostile. On the other hand, the players from the beautiful country are all smiles, saying how could they possibly lose to the Flame Country? Look, that Night God is already showing signs of decline, while their ace player Richardson is advancing rapidly. It won't be long before he claims the top spot on the level leaderboard. It's not just the players from the beautiful country who think this way. In the 9527 Novice Village, Luo Sha Oneblade looked at the level leaderboard and had an expression of anticipation. I said the Night God is running out of steam. Look, what's the use of being the first to leave the Novice Village? What's the point of reaching level 12 first? He's still stuck. It's been 4 or 5 hours. No movement at all. The surrounding members of the Luo Sha Temple nodded in agreement. Before Luo Sha Oneblade could finish speaking, he saw the Night God's level change to 13. Luo Sha Oneblade twitched at the corner of his mouth, but remained calm, explaining, he's been at level 12 for several hours. Even if he's leveling slowly, he should have leveled up by now. The members of the Luo Sha Temple nodded again. The president is right. Soon after, while Luo Sha Oneblade was leveling up, he heard a teammate exclaim, "Damn, how did the Night God level up again?" Upon hearing his teammate's words, Luo Sha Oneblade was stunned, quickly opened the level leaderboard, and saw a scene that made his mood sour. The Night God, ranked first, had not only reached level 13, but had also leveled up again within a short moment to level 14. Luo Sha Oneblade thought he was seeing things. What kind of operation is the Night God pulling off? Either not leveling up for hours or jumping from level 12 to 14 in one go. This is outrageous. He knew that the experience points required to level up after level 10 were several times more than before. Coupled with the increase in monster attributes, the leveling efficiency should decrease. How is the Night God not affected at all? And even getting faster? Some members of the Luo Sha Temple speculated. Could it be that the Night God was looking for leveling spots before not leveling up? Like monster nests or something. It has to be said that this player is very sharp-minded and is very close to the truth. The members of the Luo Sha Temple who were teaming up agreed. Hey, now that you mention it, it's quite possible. Instead of wandering around the world looking for monsters to fight, it's better to find a nest to grind monsters. I heard the Night God has an automatic skill that can quickly kill a large number of monsters. When he was leveling up with dragons soaring the world before, that's what he did. Very efficient. It's a pity we don't know what skill that is. Otherwise, we could go grind too. Maybe even catch up with the Night God. Could it be a reward from an advanced class mission? That guy Richardson was boasting on the forum, saying he passed a hidden 4-star mission and got a whole set of silver-grade equipment. Damn, a whole set? How much is that worth? I want to do advanced missions too. Go to sleep. You haven't even reached level 5. Figure out how to leave the Novice Village first. The discussions around him made Luo Sha Oneblade annoyed and frustrated, shouting, "Shut up!" Several members of the Luo Sha Temple immediately fell silent, but their expressions were resentful. Do they have any freedom of speech left? Luo Sha Oneblade's tone softened as he said, "Instead of wasting time here, Let's kill a few more wild monsters. Damn it, Dragon Soaring the World is already at level 10. I can't fall behind him. If that old man teleports to the 5246 Novice Village, secretly buys the guild token, then we'll be in big trouble. He wasn't usually this patient, but since the player with the LV3 illumination bullet was poached, he decided to tone down his temper a bit. Thinking about this, Luo Sha One Blade felt another wave of anger. Damn Dragon Soaring the World, always against him. Several members of the Luo Sha Temple became nervous. The Rakshas's single slash has been mentioned. If the first one to create a guild, everyone will be rewarded. If it's snatched by someone else, there will be nothing. Thinking of this, several players turned off the level rankings. What's the point of watching Night God? Even if he levels up quickly, can he give them red envelopes? On the other side, Dragon Soars the World, who had just put on new equipment and started challenging the Crimson Tomb with increased difficulty, also paused, feeling, indeed, Night God is a big shot. Leveling up is as simple as drinking water. Priest Xiaoxue said. Night God leveled up twice in a row. At least he must have killed 1 or 2,000 wild monsters. Where did he find them? The archer said. That's something you have to ask the big shot himself. The assassin, caressing the blood-sucking blade, said. I'm more curious about whether the big shot will change his old equipment after leveling up. I can't wait to take over. Dragon Soars the World said impatiently. Although I know you're talking about equipment, I still feel something's not right. The archer solemnly declared. I don't know this guy. Priest Xiaoxue also moved 2 steps aside. Didn't expect this guy to have such a hobby. The assassin stomped his feet repeatedly, angrily saying, what kind of look is that? Do I look like a takeover expert? Several people said in unison. Yes, it's not just the Rakshas's single slash and Dragon Soars the World, nor is it limited to players from the Flame Country. All players who pay attention to the level rankings have a question in their minds. How does Night God level up? Either he doesn't make a move, or he shocks the whole scene when he does. At the same time, Richardson, who had just killed a dozen wild monsters, casually opened the level rankings, and then turned to stone on the spot, rubbing his eyes, making sure he wasn't mistaken. Richardson let out a sharp scream. Crab with thick gifts. The last time he opened the level rankings, he was level 11. Night God was level 12, and it hadn't changed for a long time, indicating he encountered difficulties in leveling up. His chance to surpass had come. How did the opponent reach level 13 in the blink of an eye? Is this the legendary speed of the Flame Country? Isn't it too exaggerated? As the second player to reach level 11, Richardson was well aware of the leveling difficulty after level 10. It was simply not on the same level. Even he had to put in a considerable amount of effort. How could Night God make it look so easy? Before Richardson could figure it out, he saw Night God's level change again, directly to level 14. Crafty Flame Country players must be cheating. Richardson thought fiercely. I'm going to report Night God, expose his mask. But then, Richardson thought of a problem. This broken game doesn't even have customer service. It's said to rely entirely on some kind of super brain autonomous operation. In other words, he had nowhere to report even if he wanted to. Richardson was dumbfounded. This was truly a whole new version he had never experienced before. Unaware of the commotion outside, Qin Shan only wanted to kill the goblins in the valley. After a fierce slaughter, the number of goblins in the valley decreased significantly, providing more space for them to disperse. Even the effect of the dark erosion rain had decreased, no longer able to wipe out several squads at once. But it wasn't a big problem, because the Bone Crusher had completely lost its sanity. Its eyes were bloodshot. Some ordinary goblins were scared and wanted to escape the valley, only to be smashed into pulp by the Bone Crusher. No one is allowed to retreat until that stealthy one is killed. The Bone Crusher gave a death order. Several silver-level goblins secretly lamented. The little brothers they brought had already died in large numbers. Even if they killed that stealthy one, they couldn't make up for the losses. The Bone Crusher was fine. With its reputation, it wouldn't be difficult to rebuild a settlement. But they weren't so lucky. However, with the current state of the Bone Crusher, as long as they dared to say no, they probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. Several silver-level goblins had only one thought in their minds. Regret. Deep regret. I shouldn't have come to this stupid gathering. What's the point of building a goblin kingdom? It would have been better to just be a nest leader. But now that it's come to this, there's no use talking about anything else. The only thing to do now is to take down the enemy. Time passed slowly. After defeating the first boss, Dragon soars the world. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he was about to check what equipment had dropped when he heard the assassin player curse. Dragon soars the world felt a sense of relief in his heart and immediately opened the level rankings. No. 1 Night Wanderer, level 15, damn. Dragon soars the world cursed as well. Night Wanderer's level was still rising? Originally, in Qin Shen's plan, he would have at most taken down 70%, around 2,000 goblins. Even after the Bone Crusher quickly reacted, his psychological expectation dropped to 1,500, but then came the reversal. The Bone Crusher, being played around and losing his composure, ordered the goblins to fight to the death. Qin Shen could understand the Bone Crusher's mentality. For the Bone Crusher, it didn't matter how many ordinary goblins died, but its reputation couldn't be tarnished. Hosting a gathering of settlements with great fanfare, and even boasting about building a kingdom, only to be defeated by a rogue player. If this news got out, how could it continue to exist? The Bone Crusher was determined to regain its reputation. Let the goblin brethren present suffer a bit more. It would bear the reputation of slaying powerful enemies. Qin Shen was naturally pleased with this situation. Originally, he thought leveling up twice would be enough. But now, before even finishing, he had jumped from level 12 to 15, far exceeding expectations. It was simply perfect. He had to thank the Bone Crusher for leveling up so quickly. If it hadn't prevented the goblins from retreating, Qin Shen would have stopped at level 14 at most and had to go back on the road to fight some monsters to reach level 15. Now that the ordinary goblins had completed their historical mission, it was time to face the remaining bosses. As he contemplated, the Bone Crusher once again launched a fierce attack with a big leap and charge, but couldn't harm a single hair on Qin Shen's head. As the ordinary goblins were slaughtered almost to extinction, Qin Shen's attention shifted to the Bone Crusher. Before taking action, he had to take out those few silver-level goblins. Otherwise, once the Bone Crusher died, those goblins would definitely flee for their lives. If they scattered and ran away, it would be difficult to catch them all. On the other side, after countless attempts, the Bone Crusher discovered a fact that it couldn't accept. Its proud continuous pursuit was completely ineffective against that mysterious enemy. The opponent's distance control was too precise, always managing to evade attacks at the last moment and retreat safely. Seeing that the surrounding ordinary goblins were almost gone, and the few silver-level goblins were also in a state of panic without any fighting spirit, the Bone Crusher knew it had failed. Swish! A flying knife passed by, and one of the silver-level goblins looked terrified, shouting, "I'm under attack! I'm under attack!" As a silver-level boss, it shouldn't have been so cowardly, but the events that had happened earlier were too impactful, causing it to lose its past composure. Just because it was very clear about one thing, once targeted by that rogue enemy, there was simply no possibility of survival. There were originally over 3,000 goblins in the valley, and now, they were all dead. But then again, there were several silver-level goblins present. Why attack it first? The other silver-level goblins secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying, when a friend dies, do not die with them. If their companion was attacked, then they wouldn't be. However, they also knew that if they couldn't find a way to counter, their companion's fate would soon befall them. Several silver-level goblins looked at the Bone Crusher. Since it was the one who hosted the gathering, it should naturally be the one to deal with the enemy. The Bone Crusher's expression was somewhat unnatural under their scrutiny. What was it going to do? Did it suddenly grow a flower on its face? Plop! The first silver-ranked goblin fell. Without ordinary goblins to disperse the firepower, it experienced firsthand what an explosive injury felt like. But it was too late. The face of the Bone Crusher grew even darker. A silver-ranked goblin wielding two large cleavers shouted, "I'm leaving. Staying here is a dead end." It had shown considerable courage to have lasted this long. It also harbored some illusions, thinking that the Bone Crusher might have some ultimate means left unused. But it wasn't until the other silver-ranked goblin accompanying it died that it realized it had been mistaken. The Bone Crusher was also at a loss. In that case, it couldn't blame them for seeking their own way out. The words of the dual-wielding goblin resonated with several other silver-ranked goblins. They were not brainless goblins and knew when to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Since they couldn't kill the enemy, why fight to the death here? Having stayed with the Bone Crusher until now was already going above and beyond. Several goblin bosses exchanged glances and, with great understanding, turned and ran. Even if they were to be settled by the Bone Crusher after tonight, it didn't matter. survival came first. Besides, they didn't think the bone crusher could survive. As soon as the stealthy attacker began to assault the bone crusher, they would have enough time to escape. With the strength of the bone crusher, they believed it could delay for a long time. Stop! No one is allowed to run. The bone crusher roared in succession, landing in front of several silver-ranked goblins with a big jump. Its gaze fierce, slamming the war hammer on the ground and menacingly saying, "If you want to escape, ask my hammer if it agrees first." The silver-ranked goblins were shocked and angry once again. The bone crusher was definitely insane. It actually wanted to drag them all to their deaths. The dual-wielding goblins shouted, "Bone crusher, have you gone mad? Make way!" The other silver-ranked goblins also showed hostility. The bone crusher was strong, but they were not pushovers. They were prepared to fight to the death. The situation was heading towards internal strife. In the shadows, Qin-Chen watched calmly. It was best if these goblins fought, but if they didn't, it didn't matter, he could let them go for now. It didn't matter if the other bosses ran away, as long as the bone crusher was taken down. The loot this time would definitely not be lacking. The bone crusher understood this logic. Therefore, it couldn't let these silver-ranked goblins leave. A thought circled in the bone crusher's mind. I must make a sacrifice immediately. At the beginning of the battle, the bone crusher had an idea to seek the help of the angel of death to kill the invaders. Now, this idea had become so intense. The bone crusher tightened its warhammer and rushed forward, knocking down all the silver-ranked goblins with a few heavy blows. This reversal caught Qin-Chen off guard. The bone crusher, with its thick eyebrows and big eyes, was actually deceiving and ambushing those few poor goblins. It was truly brutal. The next moment, the bone crusher cut its palm, dripped blood on the ground, raised both hands above its head, and in the horrified eyes of the silver-ranked goblins, shouted fervently, "Angel of death, I implore your power, please accept these souls. This is a gift for you." Boom! A strong energy wave erupted in the valley. Black mist emerged from the corner, engulfing the goblin corpses on the ground. Then it headed towards the silver-ranked goblins. Although these goblins had not died yet, it didn't matter, the angel of death would intervene. The black mist surged forward like a tide, covering the silver-ranked goblins and engulfing their bodies. As the black mist continued to move forward, only the protruding eyeballs of the goblins' lifeless bodies remained. Before the angel of death, these silver-ranked bosses were no different from ants. The black mist gathered towards the bone crusher, and a grand ancient voice echoed in the valley. "Goblin, your gift is good. I am satisfied. Tell me, what do you want?" Qin-Chen guessed that the bone crusher was about to make a sacrifice. After all, this is the old tradition of the apocalypse. If you can't win, just summon reinforcements. As for who to summon, is there a better target than the death messenger who responds to every call and request? No, Qin-Chen just didn't expect the sacrificer to be summoned so quickly. He only managed to kill a silver-ranked goblin, and the rest were all taken care of by the sacrificer. It's outrageous. Indeed, only one's own kind is the most ruthless towards their own kind. Qin-Chen muttered to himself. Summoning the death messenger to attack the sacrificer would be impolite. Besides, Qin-Chen also wanted to know if, with the help of these 3,000 goblins plus a few more silver-ranked goblins, the sacrificer could be upgraded to dark gold rank. The higher the rank, the more sacrifices are needed for the upgrade. It's not easy for a gold-ranked creature to upgrade to dark gold. Perhaps the sacrificer had already made this final plan, which is why it ordered the ordinary goblins to fight to the death. If some are lost, the effectiveness of the sacrifice will be reduced. Moreover, relying solely on ordinary goblins is not enough. Their soul quality is too low to satisfy the death messenger. So the sacrificer added a few silver-ranked goblins as well. In its original plan, if these guys could help kill the invaders, that would be great. If not, they could be used as sacrifices. As a result, these silver-ranked goblins wanted to leave the valley, forcing the sacrificer to act ahead of schedule. This led to the recent turn of events. However, none of this mattered to Qin-Chen. He stared into the distance with a hint of anticipation. If the sacrificer successfully upgraded, he would make a huge profit. Even if he killed a few less silver-ranked goblins, it didn't matter. Any dark gold equipment that could be used would make up for the losses, and even make a big profit. Moreover, the sacrificer is a physical boss, so even if it drops strength-based equipment, as long as it's not plate armor, Qin-Chen can use it. If it's a necklace or accessory that doesn't have much weight, that would be even more perfect. If, By chance, a skill book drops? That would be even better. Like hitting the jackpot. This is very likely. After all, it is the first dark gold boss in the entire server, so it's a big deal. In the apocalypse, in addition to the boss's equipment and skills, there is also a part of the drop list that is random. The random drop list includes but is not limited to equipment, items, and skill books. The guild token that Qin previously obtained falls into this category, so he is looking forward to whether he can get another special loot this time. As he contemplated, the sacrificer's ritual was coming to an end. After plundering all the souls on the field, the black mist gathered into the sacrificer's body. The sacrificer itself was already 4 meters tall. Now, after inhaling the black mist, its body size soared again, rushing to over 5 meters, with its limbs thickening by 2 rounds. From a distance, it looked like a small mountain, exuding a heavy pressure. In addition to the change in body size, the sacrificer's equipment also updated synchronously. The warhammer became larger and heavier, and the armor on its body was covered with eerie white bones, emitting a cold light under the moonlight. Death Sacrificer got a Dark Gold, level 20 health, 400000/40000000 attack, 12,000 defense, 11,000 skills, ground split, leap of valor, charge, thunderous stomp, bone shatter, inspiring aura. Death command description: a goblin that surpasses the limits of bloodline under the baptism of death. 4 million health points. Attack and defense attributes all exceed 10,000. Such exaggerated attributes would require several teams of players at levels 20 to 30 to defeat, and one wrong move could lead to a wipeout. Of course, the sacrificer's ability to make such an improvement is also thanks to the Death Messenger's blessing. If it had upgraded to Dark Gold rank on its own, its attributes wouldn't be so outrageous. The only fortunate thing is that the Bone Crusher's skill set hasn't changed much, just added a death command skill. Qin remembered that this skill could resurrect corpses. Just as this thought arose, Qin saw the Bone Crusher thrust the warhammer into the ground. Black energy entering the earth, rushing towards the goblin corpses on the ground. Immediately, the dead goblins staggered to their feet, eyes emitting a faint green light, throats emitting hoarse roars, charging towards Qin. In the blink of an eye, the empty valley became lively again, filled with resurrected goblins. However, this kind of resurrection is not a true revival. They do not retain their consciousness from before, more like turning into undead creatures like zombies. Their purpose is to help the Bone Crusher tear apart enemies. Qin was prepared, throwing shadow-flying knives and acid rain consecutively. After being resurrected, the goblins had lost their rationality, only charging forward, not avoiding the range of the poisonous blood plague. This led them to a second death. However, soon after, the Bone Crusher released the death command again, resurrecting the goblins. Qin didn't hold back, sending more shadow-flying knives and acid rain. Next, the dead goblins went through a cycle of resurrection, death, resurrection again, and death again, finally collapsing completely, turning into scattered parts, unable to form a complete goblin. Their fragile bodies could not withstand such frequent energy infusion. Collapse was inevitable. Even the silver-tier goblin corpses couldn't hold up, turning into fragments, unrecognizable from their original form. Useless waste. Useless when alive. Useless after death. The Bone Crusher spat, lifting the warhammer, ready to take action personally. Its current strength was at its peak. It would have a good time torturing the enemy later. The Bone Crusher let out a maniacal laugh. Cowardly rogue, your time is up. Boom! The Bone Crusher shot up like a cannonball, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, appearing above Qin. Its expression was fierce and confident. In the previous battle, it had been observing, already figuring out this enemy's attack range. Initially powerless, even with the leap of valor and charge, it couldn't get close, but after advancing to the Dark Gold tier, its base attributes soared, and the range of leap of valor and charge expanded, now able to approach the rogue. How would the fragile rogue resist its warhammer? That was what the Bone Crusher wanted to see, but more likely, with one strike, the enemy would turn into a pulp. Perhaps I should hold back a bit, not kill him in one blow. How else can I torture him? The Bone Crusher thought so. Just as the Bone Crusher was considering how much force to use to maim but not kill Qin, it suddenly felt a blur before its eyes. The invader's speed had unexpectedly increased by 30%, running out of the range of leap of valor. Unfazed, the Bone Crusher landed and immediately initiated a charge. Let's see how the rogue will defend against this. Can Qin Shen block it? Of course. With a frantic dash and blink, easily evading the attack range, then waving at the bone crusher, calmly activating stealth. The bone crusher was calculating his data, just like Qin Shen was. The pursuit failed, and the bone crusher's expression was grim. It had anticipated the enemy might hold back, but didn't expect this much restraint. The two displacement abilities were still the same. No changes there, but the running speed was significantly slower. Was that guy really moving at around 70% speed before? Wasn't he afraid of being torn to pieces by over 3,000 goblins? But it didn't matter. The rogue's attack range was limited. There was still a chance. Then the bone crusher saw a figure appear 100 meters away, followed by a sharp pain and a drop in health bar. Minus 143,374. Weakness attack, damn it. Underestimated. That stealthy attacker even hit his attack range. Long before the battle began, Qin Shen had predicted all possible scenarios for this fight. This included the bone crusher making sacrifices to upgrade its rank. Going from gold rank to dark gold rank was a significant leap in life level, with extremely high attributes, so he couldn't reveal all his cards right away. He had to keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Limited by the number of skills, Qin Shen had to approach from other angles. First was the attack range. With his current attributes, he could easily hit the enemy with shadow-throwing knives from 100 meters away. But Qin Shen didn't do that. He maintained a distance of 50 to 60 meters from the start, before the bone crusher upgraded its rank. This distance was somewhat limiting but still allowed him to dodge attacks safely. Secondly, Qin Shen suppressed his own movement speed. Now that the bone crusher had upgraded to dark gold rank, the range of its heroic leaps and charges had increased, allowing Qin Shen to play his cards. With a step forward, he dashed out, leaving an afterimage, causing the confident bone crusher's attack to miss completely. Then he threw a flying knife from 100 meters away, not only keeping himself in a safe position but also doubling the damage dealt. Going from 50 meters to 100 meters, the sniper god's bonus damage doubled, resulting in a direct hit of 140,000 damage. The bone crusher was starting to struggle under such exaggerated damage. Moreover, with the increased distance, the damage from the toxic blood plague also doubled, causing over 20,000 damage in 5 seconds. The bone crusher's eyes were bulging. Who exactly was this enemy? It was the first time it had encountered a stealthy attacker with such a long attack range. It had thought it had figured out the enemy's secrets, but the opponent had hidden them so well. The bone crusher wanted to say, with such a long range, why be a stealthy attacker? Why not be an archer instead? With such talent, one would definitely become a top archer. However, the bone crusher realized the opponent's intentions. If this enemy was an archer, it could easily lock onto a target and chase it down, definitely catching up and taking it out. It was confident in this ability. With its 2 strong legs, it could run like the wind. But the opponent was a stealthy attacker, able to adjust position stealthily after attacking, moving to a safe spot before striking again. Unable to see through the opponent's stealth, it couldn't pursue, only passively taking hits in place. Even if it ran, it was futile. With the enemy hidden and itself exposed, no matter how it moved, it was in vain. Running in the opposite direction would only help the opponent increase the safety distance. Too cunning, the bone crusher sighed deeply. It had never expected such a battle strategy that defied common sense. Now it faced 2 choices. First, fight to the end and be toyed with until death. Second, run away and be chased down to death. Damn it! Either way, it ends in death. The bone crusher's mentality collapsed. Qin Shen didn't care about what the bone crusher was thinking. He directly unleashed the dark erosion rain and then stealthed on the spot. Minus 7,145. Minus 7,145. Damage numbers continued to float above the bone crusher's head. The dark erosion rain didn't benefit from a critical hit bonus, so the single damage wasn't high, but it had multiple attacks. By the end of 15 attacks, the total damage exceeded 100,000. Add to that the 20,000 damage from the toxic blood plague. With 2 strikes, he dealt 300,000 damage, and the bone crusher only had 4 million health points. It could be resolved in at most 5 minutes. Qin Shen was somewhat dazed. Resolving a dark gold rank boss in 5 minutes, even at level 20, was still an extremely exaggerated feat. In his past life, soloing a dark gold rank boss was something he did after reaching level 50. It still takes a full set of top-tier equipment and countless consumables to achieve. Now, he can do it at level 10. And the process is very easy. The reaction produced by the assassin plus sniper god far exceeds his expectations. Indeed, assassins should play ranged. Why bother with melee? The Bone Crusher experienced what despair truly means. Its attacks cannot touch the enemy, but each attack from the opponent can cause it severe damage. In the blink of an eye, its life is already like a candle in the wind. Stop, the Bone Crusher roared. If you kill me, the hand of the undead will not spare you. Qin Shen suddenly realized. This time the hand of the undead is really behind the scenes, truly worthy of being the main antagonist of the first version, always active in every unexpected corner. Originally thought that the goblin invasion of Bailey City was a struggle between nobles, but unexpectedly caught a big fish. As for the threat of the Bone Crusher, Qin Shen didn't care at all. Would the hand of the undead spare him if he spared the Bone Crusher? Impossible. By wiping out the goblins in the valley, he disrupted the hand of the undead's plan and would surely be resented. And Qin Shen is not afraid of the hand of the undead. If you have the ability, come and taste the flavor of the shadow flying knife. Qin Shen took action to show his stance. One flying knife took down tens of thousands of health points of the Bone Crusher, officially dropping its health points below 1,000,000. With 3 more rounds of attacks, the Bone Crusher will be done for. The Bone Crusher was dumbfounded. This foreigner actually isn't afraid of the hand of the undead. Weren't those people boasting of their notorious reputation, claiming they could scare others to death? Simply nonsense, utterly useless. Humans are indeed cunning, actually making lies sound so true. Deceiving me, a goblin. The Bone Crusher thought so. It was too naive, actually believing those human nonsense, bringing its subordinates here, preparing to seize a fortune, regretting it now. Seeing that even the mention of the hand of the undead's name couldn't scare the other party, the Bone Crusher decisively used its ultimate move. Stop, I surrender. The Bone Crusher dropped its warhammer, raised both hands, and waved a white flag. At the same time, Qin Shen also received a game prompt. Ding, you have triggered the choice mission. Please choose carefully. Option 1. Spare the Bone Crusher. Reward, Bone Crusher's treasure. Option 2. Kill the Bone Crusher and bring its head to Lei Huaio. Reward, Lei Huaio's favorability plus 20. Bailey City reputation plus 100. Does Qin Shen need the Bone Crusher's treasure? He does, but he also doesn't. The Bone Crusher's treasure is undoubtedly invaluable, but now that it has upgraded to Dark Gold tier, the equipment it drops is equally valuable. Why go the long way around? What if the Bone Crusher reneges on the deal? It's better to just finish it off peacefully and get rich spoils of war. And the rewards for being the first to kill a Dark Gold tier are also very generous. Not only with free attribute points but also skill points. These are what Qin Shen needs. When you really think about it, it's more profitable to kill the Bone Crusher. A dark erosion rain took down tens of thousands of health points, indicating Qin Shen's attitude and causing the Bone Crusher's heart to sink into the abyss. That enemy never intended to let it leave alive. The Bone Crusher lifted its foot, kicked the warhammer into the air, and reached out to grab it. Even in death, it wanted to fall with dignity. Boom! The massive body of the Bone Crusher collapsed weakly to the ground, the light in its eyes quickly dimming. Ding! Killing the level 20 Dark Gold tier boss Death Bone Crusher Gata. Gains 50,000 experience points. For every 5 levels killed, an additional 25,000 experience points are gained. A total of 75,000 experience points in hand, causing Qin Shen's experience bar to jump forward. Although not enough to reach level 16, it's not a problem. This time, reaching level 15 has already exceeded the expected goal. What more could one ask for? This kill is the first kill in the entire server, with an additional reward of 200 free attribute points, 20 skill points, and 200 prestige points. About to announce to the entire server. Do you want to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer first kill of the Dark Gold level boss Death Bone Crusher. Let us remember his heroic deeds. The rewards for the first kill of the Dark Gold level boss can be described as extremely generous. 200 free attribute points. Even if evenly distributed among the 4 major basic attributes, each can receive 50 points. Even though Qin Shen has completed the hidden difficulty professional advancement task, his growth far exceeds that of ordinary players. So many attribute improvements can match his level up by 4 or 5 levels. Not only that, there are also 20 skill points, which is also a good thing. adding the ones he had before. Qin Shen now has 22 skill points, which can be used to further enhance his skills. His gains are far more than just these. In this battle, more than 3,000 goblins in the valley were completely wiped out, and the exotic beast skulls can be said to have absorbed a lot, accumulating more than 30 evolution points in one breath. Whether evolving the Shadow Sneak to the Dark Gold level or choosing a skill to evolve to the Golden level, both can bring significant improvements. And this is not even counting the drops from the Bone Crusher itself. Next to the Bone Crusher's corpse, there are several dark gold orbs scattered around, with as many as 6. The only downside is that there was no drop of items above their level. No epic loot. But Qin Shen is already very satisfied. One should be content. The Bone Crusher sacrificed its soul to the Death Messenger, and now that it is dead, the Death Messenger will soon come. Qin Shen quickly rushed forward, collecting all the dark gold loot. Then he stepped aside, waiting for the arrival of the Death Messenger. Soon, black mist began to spread. The Death Messenger extracted the soul of the Bone Crusher. Sounding dissatisfied, "Goblin, you have disappointed me too much with your performance." Its gift had already promoted the other party to the Dark Gold level, which was not weak, but it died in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that even the Death Messenger was caught off guard. Given the opportunity, you were useless. The soul of the Bone Crusher kept trembling, wanting to escape but unable to. The Death Messenger was very angry, and the consequences were severe. Its soul is probably going to suffer greatly. Drawing the soul of the Bone Crusher into the black mist, the Death Messenger did not rush to leave but instead looked at Qin Shen, praising, "Little guy, we meet again. Your strength has improved rapidly. Perhaps we will truly meet soon." Qin Shen thought to himself that he did not want to meet with the Death Messenger. Everyone knows that the Death Messenger kills without blinking an eye. If they really meet, without reaching an agreement, it will definitely not end well. But on the surface, he maintained a respectful demeanor. "I look forward to it." The Death Messenger did not respond, only speaking after a moment. "In order to meet sooner, I have decided to give you a gift." Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's either a trap or a theft. What is the Death Messenger planning? Speaking of which, in the past life, the Death Messenger was not known to be so active. Every time it appeared, it was either to accept sacrifices or harvest souls. Why does it sound like it wants to meet a friend now? With a little anticipation? Out of place. As he pondered, the black mist surged, pushing a beautifully crafted box in front of Qin Shen. Unable to resist, Qin Shen asked, "What is this?" The Death Messenger did not answer, simply leaving with the black mist. Faintly, Qin Shen could hear the wails of the Bone Crusher lingering in the air. Its suffering had only just begun. Qin Shen kicked the box on the ground with his toe, preparing to be sent back to the resurrection point. The expected explosion did not occur, and the box lay quietly on the ground. Since that was the case, Qin Shen decided to be bold and picked up the box. With the Death Messenger's power, if it wanted to play tricks, it wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. If it's not a bomb, then it really is a gift. Opening the box, what caught the eye was a crystal, emitting a divine radiance. Talent upgrade stone, legendary item? Can increase talent level, huh? Qin Shen never expected that the first legendary item would come so suddenly and so mysteriously, catching him completely off guard. His sharpshooter talent had always been at LV1. It's not that Qin Shen didn't want to upgrade, but talent upgrades were too difficult. Where could he find a legendary talent upgrade stone? Unexpectedly, the Death Messenger sent one to him. It made Qin Shen feel a bit dazed. This gift was truly too precious, making him have to consider the intentions of the Death Messenger. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Qin Shen decided to stop overthinking and directly used the talent upgrade stone. Ding! Your talent level has been upgraded. LV1 LV2. Sharpshooter LV2, SSS grade, Effect 1, ranged attacks always hit and damage type changes to true damage Effect 2, for every 1 meter increase in distance from the target. Damage increases by 20% just as Qin Shen had anticipated. After the Sharpshooter upgrade, the damage bonus would increase. If I upgrade Sharpshooter to LV10, does that mean for every meter I am away from the target, I will have that many times the damage boost? Qin Shen took a sharp breath. By the late stages of the apocalypse, when player attributes reached the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, the unit of measurement for attack distance was in kilometers. With the blessing of a level 10 sharpshooter, the damage Qin Shen dealt from a kilometer away would increase 1,000-fold. 10,000 meters would be 10,000 times. Such an exaggerated increase made Qin Chen suddenly realize a problem. Was the talent of the sharpshooter really from the arrow god? If he truly possessed the sharpshooter talent, then his past self probably had no chance of defeating him. What use was there for 7 consecutive leaps? He would be shot down as soon as he took off. There would be no chance to close the distance. Despite being ranked among the top 10 players globally at that time, Qin Chen would still not be able to withstand such damage. So, where does the sharpshooter talent really come from? Qin Chen pondered silently. It was related to the arrow god, but not entirely from him. He vaguely felt that his rebirth involved a deeper level of conflict. Perhaps he could delve into the power of the shadows, but that was a matter for later. It was meaningless to think too much now. Self-improvement was the key. Even with many more speculations, they could not be verified. Qin Chen quickly relaxed. He didn't rush to clean up the battlefield but instead prepared to see what kind of dark gold grade loot had dropped. At first glance, Qin Chen's heart was pounding. It turned out to be this thing. Proof of the Overlord, dark gold grade item, effect, equipment wearing requirements reduced by 10 levels. Effective when placed in the backpack. The description was simple, but the effect was extremely powerful. Lowering equipment requirements by 10 levels meant that Qin Chen, currently at level 15, could now wear equipment up to level 25. With his current strength, soloing bosses was a breeze. What about a level 25 boss? He could kill them just as easily. Obtaining the proof of the Overlord meant that if the Bone Crusher dropped equipment that Qin Chen could use, he could now equip it immediately, without having to wait until level 20. The difference here was not insignificant. It could be said that this item largely solved Qin Chen's urgent need. His soloing ability was too strong, but the boss's levels were generally high, and the dropped equipment either couldn't be used or couldn't be worn, which was quite troublesome. But now, with the proof of the Overlord, he no longer had to worry about this issue and could confidently and boldly challenge bosses. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, the proof of the Overlord would still be useful. It could even be said that the further he progressed, the higher its value. Finding the proof of the Overlord on the first try, Qin Chen felt that this time, he was going to strike it rich. He had a bunch of equipment in his backpack that he couldn't use. This time he had to change his luck. Not to mention, at least the probability of dropping magic equipment from the Bone Crusher as a physical boss would be much lower. Putting the king's proof into the Baron's ring, Qin Chen joyfully checked the second piece of loot. Earth Dragon Lining, dark gold grade, defense plus 300, HP plus 3000, strength plus 80, level requirement, 20, special effect 1, buffer, reduces physical damage taken by 20%, special effect 2, dragon blood, all attributes plus 20, starting from the gold grade. Equipment would have additional attributes, and reaching the dark gold grade, the additional attributes could reach up to 2. The effects were not fixed. Some simply added attributes, while others added special effects. Some dark gold grade equipment even came with their own skills. It could be said that there were various styles. In the previous life, there was a player who put together a set of equipment with special effects from dropped items. As soon as they started fighting, there were meteor showers, hailstorms, and lightning strikes falling from the sky. The scene was spectacular. This Earth Dragon Lining, with its special effect of percentage reduction in physical damage, could be considered a top-tier tanking item. Even though it was leather armor, its defense was not as high as plate armor. But equipment couldn't just be judged by surface data. It had to be based on actual effects. The damage reduction provided by the buffer not only compensated for the slight difference in defense value but also provided higher tanking capability. And when the apocalypse arrived in reality and the restrictions on player equipment were lifted, this lining could be worn under plate armor. It could be said that if there were no better options, this equipment could be worn until level 30 or 40. The second effect of the Earth Dragon Lining was to add attributes. It was still a rare increase in all attributes, equivalent to 80 attribute points. Quite powerful. Qin Chen directly put it on, and his attributes instantly increased. His HP soared to 6910. If combined with the shield from the Heart of the Mountains ring and the damage reduction from the buffer, Qin Chen's effective HP had already exceeded 10,000. An assassin with an effective HP of over 10,000 would make a lot of warrior players feel ashamed. They were clad in heavy armor and wielding shields, yet not a single assassin could withstand them. Where was the logic in that? With the king's proof and the Earth Dragon Lining, Qin Chen's mood became even more joyful. It could be considered a turn for the better after all the previous drops of magic equipment, which had really messed with his mindset. Seizing the opportunity, Qinshan looked towards the third piece of loot. Bone Crusher Warhammer, Dark Gold Grade, Two-Handed Weapon. Attack plus 2000. Strength plus 100. Level requirement, 20. Strength greater than 300, Special Effect 1, Armor Break, ignores 30% of the target's defense. Special Effect 2, Heavy Strike, deals an additional 15% damage when the target's strength is lower than one's own. He actually dropped a weapon. Not only did it have extremely high base attributes, but the two special effects also provided a significant increase in damage. Armor Break increased damage, and Heavy Strike further increased damage. After the double stacking, the final damage would become extremely exaggerated. Qinshan could truthfully say that this weapon would not become outdated even when used until level 30 or even 40. It should be noted that ordinary players could not come into contact with Dark Gold Grade equipment, not to mention Dark Gold Grade. Even Silver Grade was out of reach. A level 30 Silver Grade weapon definitely couldn't match a level 20 Dark Gold weapon in terms of attributes, let alone those two top-tier attributes. Unfortunately, as good as this equipment was, Qinshan couldn't use it. Of course, if he stacked strength, he could actually reach 300 points, but it wasn't necessary. He didn't lack damage, and at this stage, the bone-picking twin blades displacement effect was irreplaceable, unless he could acquire a second displacement skill. Forget it, I'll put it in the shop as a treasure, Qinshan muttered. It could be foreseen that when this equipment was displayed, players of strength-based professions would definitely lose sleep over it. They wanted it but couldn't afford it. Not to mention how frustrating that would be. It's a bit of a shame to lose a piece of equipment that's not needed. But Qinshan didn't mind, because the Bone Crusher dropped a total of 6 pieces of loot, and he had only seen 3. Setting down the Bone Crusher Warhammer, Qinshan continued to inspect the next piece of loot. Let's start with the conclusion. Usable. Goblin Warrior Medal, Dark Gold Grade Accessory. Strength plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Level requirement, 20. Special Effect 1, Valor, increases damage dealt by 15%. Special Effect 2, Fearless, reduces damage taken by 15%. Increased damage and defense. Excellent effects. Qinshan's expression was a bit strange. He suddenly felt that the Bone Crusher had died a bit unjustly. The Earth Dragon lining reduces physical damage by 20%, and the Warrior Medal further reduces it by 15%. With these two pieces of equipment on him, the fate of the Bone Crusher's flesh was sealed. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Qinshan, a man with real damage. The Bone Crusher's proud defense was rendered useless in the face of the Sniper God talent. Completely ineffective. If it were another player attacking the Bone Crusher, it would probably feel like scratching an itch. It can only be said that the Bone Crusher had a bit of bad luck. Equipping the Warrior Medal, Qinshan's attributes soared once again. Glancing at his attribute panel, with the Earth Dragon lining and Warrior Medal bonuses, his strength attribute had already exceeded 300 points. After some thought, Qinshan took out the Bone Crusher Warhammer from his backpack. It was a bit heavy, but still usable. After swinging it a few times, a voice automatically appeared in his mind. 80, 80, 80. Qinshan shook his head repeatedly, shaking off this brainwashing voice, and put the Bone Crusher Warhammer back into his backpack. As an assassin, he had to maintain a mysterious and elegant demeanor. How could he run around with a hammer like those brutes? Not suitable. 3 out of 4 pieces of equipment are usable. Feeling good, Qinshan smiled happily. He checked the loot again. Conclusion: usable, but not very practical. Goblin Warrior Bloodline Factor, Dark Gold Grade Item, Effect, gain the Goblin Warrior Bloodline after use. Growth value plus 2, please note, using this item will cause a permanent change in the character's appearance. Choose carefully. In the dawn of the apocalypse, there are countless races, some strong and some weak. The most intuitive way to judge strength is to look at the bloodline intensity. The bloodline strength of ordinary goblins is extremely low, ranking at the bottom in the dawn of the apocalypse. However, after advancing to the Goblin Warrior, they become quite powerful, almost at the mid-level on the entire continent. Players can gain corresponding strength by absorbing bloodline factors, but there will also be corresponding influences. For example, after using this Goblin Warrior bloodline factor, the whole person will transform into a goblin's image. If you fuse too many factors, you may even completely become a Goblin Warrior. The Blood Baron encountered by Qinshan in the novice village before. His related tasks would provide bloodline factors. Bloodlines are something every player must find a way to obtain because it directly relates to combat power. But one must not choose randomly. Qin Shen didn't want to become a goblin. It's a hard pass. Even if he could interact with the female knight, it wouldn't be enough to offset the negative effects of becoming a goblin. And with his strength, he could definitely obtain higher-tier bloodline factors, like the dragon race, or some legendary races. This goblin bloodline factor should be left to those destined for it. Putting away the goblin warrior bloodline factor, Qin Shen looked at the last piece of loot. A crystal stone. Skill advancement stone, dark gold grade. Can upgrade golden grade skills to dark gold grade in the dawn of the apocalypse? Players' skills are not fixed and unchangeable. They can not only level up but also improve their grade. Relatively speaking, leveling up is relatively simple. Even without skill points, proficiency can be increased by repeatedly casting, ultimately leveling up. But upgrading the grade is quite troublesome. The skull of the beast is one of them. But the problem is, this thing is unique. Qin Shen got the skull of a strange beast, directly cutting off the possibility for other players to obtain it. And similar items with the same effect are few and far between in the entire Tianqi. Players who want to upgrade their skill levels mainly rely on various grades of skill advancement stones. Although the grades of skill advancement stones vary, there is one thing in common. That is, they can only upgrade skills one grade lower. For example, a black iron grade skill advancement stone can only upgrade a common grade skill. Silver grade upgrades black iron grade skills, and so on. This also means that players who want to upgrade a skill to a high grade need to prepare skill advancement stones for each stage. It is quite time-consuming and laborious. It also depends on luck. To be honest, if Qin Shen didn't have the skull of a strange beast, he would have a headache even seeing this dark gold grade skill advancement stone. Apart from Shadow Sneak, the only golden grade skill he has is the Poison Blood Plague. But now, it couldn't be better. Qin Shen was still hesitating on how to use the 30-odd evolution points in his hand, whether to continue upgrading Shadow Sneak, or to evolve a skill to the golden grade, or to evolve Dark Erosion Rain. All three options have significant improvements. It's hard to decide. Now there is no need to worry at all. Upgrade Shadow Sneak to Dark Gold grade with the Advancement Stone, and then use evolution points to upgrade Shadow Flying Knife to golden grade. As for Poison Blood Plague, as it is a universal skill, its priority is relatively low, so Qin Shen decided to put it aside for now. With his current attributes, the golden grade Poison Blood Plague can already clear ordinary small monsters. When fighting a boss, it is like icing on the cake, and the real output main force is Shadow Flying Knife and Dark Erosion Rain. Dark Erosion Rain itself is golden grade. Unlocking skill characteristics, evolving it to dark gold grade would not be as significant. It's better to upgrade Shadow Flying Knife, unlock characteristics, and increase damage. Moreover, Shadow Flying Knife has a short cooldown, allowing for higher total damage output. As for the initial skill, Shadow Assault, as a long-range assassin, why would he need a melee skill? He has never used it since the server opened, and upgrading Rip would not improve this skill. The cost-effectiveness is too low. Concentrating his mind, Qin Shen took the advancement stone in his hand and used it directly. Ding! Shadow Sneak has evolved. Quality upgraded. Golden Dark Gold. Shadow Sneak LV5, Dark Gold grade. Enters stealth state. An additional attack power asterisk 200% plus 8,000 damage with a stealthy strike. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Characteristic: stealth state increases movement speed by 30%. Invincible. 2 invincible. Not to mention the high damage multiplier bonus. The fixed damage value alone is already astonishing. Even without triggering the sharpshooter talent, Qin Shen can one-shot ordinary monsters, and the cooldown reduction allows him to deal more damage with stealthy strikes. I feel like I'm a bit over the top, Qin Shen muttered. You should know that he has the sharpshooter talent, and under the generous donation of the Death Messenger, the talent has been upgraded, doubling the damage bonus. Now that Shadow Sneak has been upgraded in grade again, the two combined, the output has once again leaped. With his current attributes, at a distance of 50 meters, the damage Shadow Flying Knife can deal is 167,849. Hiss! Qin Shen was somewhat shocked. Previously, at a distance of 100 meters, he could barely deal 14,000 damage, which was already an exaggerated amount of damage, making bone breakers doubt their lives. Now, with the distance halved, the damage not only did not halve, but it even increased. If this were to be said, it would probably drop jaws. The gift of the Death Messenger is truly invaluable, Qin Chen muttered. He was well aware that to deal such damage, it was not enough to rely solely on the advancement of Shadow Sneak. The main improvement comes from the sharpshooter talent. Although Qin Chen didn't know what the Angel of Death had in mind, at least for now, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Suppressing his joy, Qin Chen took out the skull of the exotic beast, the Shadow Flying Knife, a skill that had accompanied him for many years and had been used in countless battles, deserved to be upgraded. Ding! Shadow Flying Knife has evolved. Quality upgraded. From common to black iron. Ding! Shadow Flying Knife has evolved. Quality upgraded. From black iron to bronze. Ding! Shadow Flying Knife has evolved. Quality upgraded. From bronze to silver. Ding! Shadow Flying Knife has evolved. Quality upgraded. From silver to gold. Ding! Your professional skill has evolved to gold level. Unlocking skill attributes. Shadow Flying Knife LV1, gold level. Uses shadow energy to create energy flying knives. Dealing, attack power *2 30% damage. Consumes 20 mana. Cooldown 6 seconds attribute. After hitting the target, it bounces. Attacking up to 5 targets within a range of 15 meters. The effect was consistent with Qin Chen's prediction. It was a bouncing effect. It is worth noting that the bounce damage does not benefit from the one-hit kill bonus. Only the first hit damage does. However, with the blessing of the sniper god, the bounce damage was still terrifying. Moreover, with the bouncing effect, Qin Chen could deal with multiple bosses more efficiently when they appeared together. Triggering the blood poison epidemic through bouncing caused significant damage. Another difference was that the Shadow Flying Knife itself did not have fixed damage values. As compensation, the Shadow Flying Knife had a higher attack multiplier increase. Considering the additional feature of increasing the one-hit kill damage in the Shadow Assassin's professional attributes, the damage of Shadow Stealth would be higher under the same grade and level. It was evident that Shadow Stealth was the true core skill of this profession. This was why Qin Chen had always focused on enhancing Shadow Stealth. On one hand, it had high damage, and on the other hand, it was safe. To be honest, without Shadow Stealth, he would not have been able to solo bosses so easily. Being undetectable, combined with unlimited stealth, allowed him to achieve his current results. Qin Chen decided to temporarily save the remaining evolution points. This time back in Bailey City, he planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with Edith to obtain more information about professional skills. If there were long-range skills available, he could use the evolution points later. I have 22 skill points left. Let's upgrade Shadow Stealth a bit more. Strengthening the core skill was never excessive, consuming 5 skill points. Shadow Stealth level upgraded. LV5 LV6, consuming 6 skill points. Shadow Stealth level upgraded. LV6 LV7, consuming 7 skill points. Shadow Stealth level upgraded. LV7 LV8, Shadow Stealth LV8, Dark Gold level. Enters Stealth mode. One-hit kill deals additional, attack power * 200% plus 12800, damage. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds attribute. Stealth mode increases movement speed by 30% on the first day of the server opening. Not only did he possess a Dark Gold level skill, but he also upgraded this skill to level 8. Qin Chen himself felt it was excessive. Was there any room left for other players? Oh, right, there were also 200 free attributes. TSK. It was too much, really too much. Distributing the 200 attributes evenly among the 4 attributes, Qin Chen's panel reached an extremely exaggerated level. Attributes: Strength 165 plus 205, Constitution 130 plus 120, Agility 481 plus 65, Spirit 139 plus 20 even without equipment bonuses. All 4 attributes exceeded 100. Qin Chen could confidently say that even if the apocalypse were to happen now, his fused character would not feel any discomfort. With such a strong start, he was far more powerful than in his previous life. At least 10 times stronger. In his previous life, at level 15, his panel was nowhere near as outrageous. After watching the Dark Gold level spoils of war, Qin Chen took a stroll in the valley and collected several silver level spoils of war. Unfortunately, they were all mage equipment. Qin Chen was speechless. Did he hit the jackpot with mage equipment? If he had known earlier, he would have attacked the dual-wielding goblin first. In addition to the silver level spoils of war, there were also more than 30 pieces of common level equipment, all taken away. He then cut off the head of the bone crusher. and cleaning up the battlefield was considered complete. It was time to return to Bailey City. After finishing everything, Qin Shen finally noticed a message from Longteng Tianxia in his friends list. "Boss, where did you buy your bot? Can you introduce it?" Longteng Tianxia's question was understandable, as he was a bit overwhelmed. Who levels up like this? In less than half an hour, he went from level 12 to 15 in one go. Is this leveling up or riding a rocket? Faced with such an unbelievable fact, Longteng Tianxia had to ponder a question. Is Night God really using cheats? Of course, he didn't believe that Night God was cheating, as he knew some inside information. He knew that the security level of this game was extremely high, and all attempts by hackers, big and small, to invade had failed without exception. If there were cheats in the game, Longteng Tianxia would rather believe he was still dreaming, but precisely because of this, he couldn't understand Night God's leveling speed. Is this reasonable? Completely unreasonable. Yes, when Night God was leveling him before, he had demonstrated super strong group killing ability, using a skill called Poison Blood Plague to quickly raise his team by 8 levels. However, the problem was that the skill had limitations and a limited range of effect. Unless the monsters stupidly gathered together, it was impossible for the spread to continue indefinitely. And to level up like this, he had to kill at least 2,000 or 3,000 monsters. In such a large-scale situation, ordinary people would feel weak just by looking at it, let alone attacking. Wasn't Night God afraid? Qin Shen naturally knew that Longteng Tianxia was just joking and didn't take it to heart. Just as things were done, he opened the chat and sent a joking message back. "My bot is custom-made, not cheap." Longteng Tianxia's reply came quickly. "Boss, are you done with your tasks? Did I disturb you?" Qin Shen replied, "No, I'm about to return to Bailey City now. Have you finished clearing the Crimson Tomb?" Longteng Tianxia sighed. "Boss, you really understand people. I just finished, and now I'm also heading to Bailey City." After a few seconds, Longteng Tianxia sent another message. Boss, any suggestions for career advancement?" After reaching level 10, Longteng Tianxia didn't rush to leave the newbie village but went to clear a dungeon first and upgrade his equipment. Since Night God was free at the moment, he naturally seized the opportunity to ask about career advancement. Qin Shen thought for a moment and replied, "Just one suggestion. Try to complete higher difficulty advancement tasks as much as possible. Also, if you can get some related hidden tasks, they can be integrated with the advancement tasks to increase the task rewards." Longteng Tianxia was suddenly filled with respect. The boss actually shared such important information with him, which was really generous. While leveling up, he also paid attention to external information. The popularity of Tianqi had swept the globe, with more and more players joining. In the forums, any valuable information could easily be sold for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Career advancement, being such an important aspect, naturally attracted the attention of countless players, but the related information was scarce. After all, the player levels were generally low. Among the intelligence Longteng Tianxia had collected, there was no mention of task integration. In other words, this was Night God's exclusive secret. Longteng Tianxia reciprocated and immediately said, "Boss, this information is too valuable. I'll have Xiaoshui transfer 5 million to you. Don't refuse. This is just a little token of my appreciation." Not long after the information came in, Qin Shen received a notification from Tianqi that 5 million had been deposited into his virtual account. Qin Shen was stunned. He didn't seem to have said anything, so how did he end up with 5 million? Soon, Qin Shen realized, what he casually mentioned just now was common knowledge from his past life. After all, at that time, the information related to career advancement had been thoroughly explored, and there was already a complete process in place. Players just needed to follow along. But at this point in time, there were hardly any players at level 10, let alone figuring out the hidden tricks of advanced tasks. The information he shared with Dragon Soaring Heaven could save them a lot of unnecessary detours, and the benefits were immeasurable. Understanding this, Qin Shen calmed down. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money in a proper way. If he wanted to make money, he would do it openly and honestly. Viewing this 5 million as the price for purchasing intelligence from Dragon Soaring Heaven seemed appropriate. Qin Shen calculated that he had received several million yen nation coins from Dragon Soaring Heaven, along with over 200 gold coins, totaling a value of over 10 million. After chatting with Dragon Soaring Heaven for a while, Qin Shan was about to close the chat box when he received a message from Snow Swordmaster. Boss, I'm about to reach level 10. Are you at the shop? I want to discuss the guild token with you. Snow Swordmaster was currently at level 9 and could level up in a couple of hours at most. Calculating the time, it was about the time Qin Shan would return to Bailey City. When it came to guild tokens, Qin Shan naturally took it seriously and replied, I'm on my way back now. Should be there in about an hour. Snow Swordmaster responded, alright, we'll see each other then. By the way, boss, would it be convenient for you to reveal how you soloed the Dark Gold level boss? Previously, Snow Swordmaster was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the Bear King in the Novice Village. The Bear King was a bronze level boss, and it had already put a lot of pressure on him. Yet, Night Wanderer directly soloed a Dark Gold level boss. It was unbelievable. He had thought that soloing a gold level was his limit, but he didn't expect to break through to this level. Qin Shan was a bit hesitant, not because of anything else, but because his fighting style was something others couldn't replicate. Even if he told Snow Swordmaster, he wouldn't be able to do it. After much thought, Qin Shan replied, as long as you can do it without taking any damage, you can solo any boss. Snow Swordmaster was speechless. Listening to one's advice is like listening to a speech. Who didn't know this principle? But actually achieving it was extremely difficult. The attributes of a boss were not just for show, their attack, defense, and health were extremely high, not to mention their attack speed and movement speed. For an average person, avoiding just a few hits was already a challenge. So how could one achieve a no-damage run? Snow Swordmaster gained some insight. Perhaps, this was the reason why bosses were bosses. Snow Swordmaster didn't dwell on this issue any longer, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then immersed himself in leveling up once again. Qin Shan waited for a moment, confirmed that there were no new messages, decisively closed the chat box, and headed quickly towards Bailey City. He wondered what Lei Huaio's expression would be when he saw the head of the Bone Crusher. The return journey went smoothly. The only issue was the distance. Even though Qin Shan had an additional movement speed bonus in stealth mode, the journey of several tens of kilometers still took over an hour to get close to Bailey City. Unlike the journey to the gathering, this time on the return journey, Qin Shan would casually take out any wild monsters he encountered, without worrying about interrupting the gathering. However, the leveling efficiency couldn't be compared to that in the valley. Taking down over 3,000 goblins in one go was something that could be described as a rare encounter. In this regard, Qin Shan had to thank the Bone Crusher. If it hadn't forced the goblins to fight to the end, he wouldn't have gained such a huge amount of experience points. And so, after walking and stopping along the way, the outline of Bailey City soon appeared at the end of his vision. At this point, encounters with wild monsters became even rarer. Qin Shan didn't hesitate and continued forward, but before he could take 2 steps, he heard a panicked shout in his ear, "Be careful! Get out of the way!" Qin Shan turned around and saw a rocket missile with a tail flame dancing crookedly in the air, eventually falling towards his position. Damn it! There are always troublemakers trying to harm me. Qin Shan instinctively threw out a shadow flying knife, accurately hitting the fast-flying rocket missile. Boom! A ball of fire lit up in the air. Qin Shan became alert and scanned his surroundings. As far as he knew, the overall style of Bailey City was leaning towards medieval Europe, and basically, no one was studying firearms. Even if they were still in the stage of cannons and did not have advanced products like rocket missiles. So the question is, where did this rocket missile come from? Thinking back to the warning just now, Qin Shan felt that he must have encountered a player. It had only been over 10 hours since the server opened, and ordinary players were probably still grinding rabbits. But the first group of players with hidden professions had already reached level 10 and some would choose Bailey City. Coupled with his shop's reputation, the number of players here would be higher than usual. The profession that can manufacture rocket missiles should be a mechanic, Qin Shan thought to himself. As he pondered, a figure appeared in the distance. A slender figure. It turned out to be a female player. "Sorry, did I hurt you just now?" The other party had a good attitude and immediately bowed to apologize. Qin Shan estimated that she probably didn't intentionally attack him. Looking at the nickname above her head, Ji Xing, it seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Calming his mind, Qin Shan said, "I'm fine." As he was about to leave, he was stopped by the other party. The girl looked Qin Shan up and down, tilted her head in thought for a moment, and with a hint of excitement and uncertainty, she asked, "Night Wanderer, are you the Night Wanderer?" Qin Shan became alert as he hadn't displayed his character's nickname, wondering how the other person recognized him. Could it be that this girl was specifically targeting him? Prepared to stealth at any time, Qin Shan casually replied, "Yes, I am the Night Wanderer." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream rang in his ears. "Idol, I finally see you." Ji Xing's eyes sparkled. Looking like a devoted fan, Qin Shan tentatively asked, "Do you know me?" As soon as the words came out, he felt that he had said too much. With so many first kill announcements, even players who had just entered the game probably heard of his name. Ji Xing, who had reached level 10 at this point, should also be one of the first players to enter the game, so there was no reason she wouldn't know his reputation. Ji Xing didn't think much and quickly said, "The big shot's reputation is so well known." "Of course, I know." After speaking, she felt a bit embarrassed, drawing circles with her toes on the ground, and asked with anticipation, "Big shot, can I add you as a friend?" After some thought, Qin Shan replied, "Sure." He remembered who this player was. In his previous life, ranked 27th among the top 100 players globally, the No.1 mechanic profession, the famous Ji Xing who ascended with a mobile mechanical device. If it was her, then it wasn't surprising that she could make rocket missiles by hand. However, the current Ji Xing obviously hadn't reached the level of her previous life. Still a newcomer. After adding each other as friends, Qin Shan asked, "The rocket missile just now, was it your professional skill?" Ji Xing replied, "Indeed, you are truly a big shot to guess that accurately." Then, a hint of distress appeared on Ji Xing's handsome face as she complained, "Big shot, I've tried various methods, but I still can't control the trajectory of the rocket missile steadily. Do you have any suggestions?" Qin Shan was speechless. Wasn't this a case of seeking help in desperation? How would an assassin understand the skills of a mechanic? They were not on the same track, but it was a coincidence. He actually knew. Qin Shan casually said, "Just add the enchanted crow tail feathers to the materials. That kind of material has the effect of stabilizing the flight trajectory." Ji Xing was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Can the tail feathers withstand the burning of a rocket's exhaust flame?" Qin Shan laughed. "In the real world, of course not, but this is the dawn of heaven. A world filled with various mysterious powers, not to mention withstanding burning. The physique of top monsters here can even withstand a nuclear explosion." Qin Shan said, "You'll know if you try." Enchanted crows are relatively common monsters, appearing in various regions of the dawn of heaven. With a glance, Qin Shan saw several enchanted crows perched on a nearby branch, enjoying the scenery. "It's you guys." With a flick of his hand, a shadow-flying knife sent them soaring into the sky. A family should be neat and tidy. Stepping forward, he plucked a tail feather and handed it to Ji Xing, saying, "Try it." Ji Xing eagerly took the tail feather, took out a pile of materials from her backpack, and after some tinkering, a half-meter-long rocket projectile took shape in her hands. Qin Shan looked on with respect. Hand-rolled rocket projectile. Awesome. After a moment, the rocket projectile was completely formed. Ji Xing, in continuous motion, then hand-rolled a launching pad. Qin Shan immediately performed a tactical backflip on the spot. Damn! RPG! Whoosh! The rocket projectile flew out with a tail flame. Boom! The fire soared into the sky, and a wild rabbit leisurely grazing was blown up, landing as a roasted rabbit. It was too tempting. No! Too cruel! Ji Xing threw away the launcher, bounced up and hung on Qin Shan, exclaiming with excitement, "It worked! It really worked!" Qin Shan raised his hands helplessly, saying, "You come down first." At this stage of the dawn of heaven, players are still protected. If deemed suspicious, it would be a big problem. Ji Xing also realized her indiscretion, hurriedly landed, her face turning red. Soon, Ji Xing adjusted her mindset and said, "Boss, thank you so much. Without your advice, I wouldn't know how long I would have to research." Qin Shan waved his hand. "I saw an NPC researching like this, so don't worry too much." Ji Xing didn't think so. A boss is a boss. Too modest. After chatting for a while, Ji Xing suddenly screamed, "Oh no! I still have to do my career advancement task." Without looking back, she ran off, leaving a sentence lingering in the air. "Boss, I'll come find you after I'm done." Qin Shan was puzzled. How did Ji Xing, with such a fiery temperament, become a mechanic? Isn't this profession all about meticulousness? Ji Xing came in a hurry and left in a hurry, not taking away a single cloud. Qin Shan didn't mind. That's just Ji Xing's personality. He had encountered Ji Xing in his past life, which was just a small episode, but it reminded Qin Shan of something. He remembered quite a few top players. Some had exquisite skills, some had top talents, some may belong to a guild, but most were hidden among the players, gradually shining after enduring hardships. Perhaps he could recruit some of them. Qin Shan was well aware that being a lone wolf had its limits. In the mid to late game, players still needed to form guilds to support each other. However, his growth rate was too fast, and ordinary players couldn't keep up with his pace. But meeting Ji Xing gave Qin Shan an idea. Ordinary players may not be suitable, but that doesn't mean top players aren't either. If I could gather all the top 100 players from the previous world into one guild, even if it reaches the stage of divine descent, they wouldn't be forced to perish together. Qin Shan thought to himself. Moreover, he remembered a lot of key information that could help the top 100 players from the previous world advance further, surpassing their original achievements. In this way, they could provide more assistance, allowing Qin Shan to go even further. It would be a win-win situation, leaving aside other matters. At least when the gods descend, a group of people rush up to fight for justice, while one person rushes up to give in. These are two completely different situations. Thinking of this, Qin Shan began to calculate in his heart. The subsequent grand plan of digging pits seems to kill two birds with one stone. Listening to the faint explosions coming from afar, Qin Shan smiled confidently and continued towards Bailey City. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning at this time, and Bailey City was in a state of slumber, but there were still NPC guards standing watch at the city gate. Halt! Who goes there? The guard's tone was stern. They had heard explosions outside the city while on duty just now, so they were a bit nervous. Now there were idle people approaching. Not drawing their swords was already considered polite. Qin Shan didn't waste words either. He directly took out Lei Huaio's token. The guard's expression made a 180-degree turn, and his voice softened a bit. Oh, it turns out to be a friend of Instructor Lei. Please come in quickly. Qin Shan handed over 2 silver coins. Brother, take these for tea. The guard's expression became even more radiant, showing a sense of meeting a long-lost friend. Ding! Guard A's favorability plus 10. Ding! Guard B's favorability plus 10. 2 notifications popped up, but Qin Shan glanced at them and didn't pay any more attention. The next time he entered the city, if it was these 2 guards again, he wouldn't even need to show the token. After some thought, Qin Shan asked, "Is Instructor Lei Huaio in the city?" He had the head of the bone crusher in his bag and needed to submit the task quickly. Guard A replied, "Sir, Instructor Lei is in the city, but at this time, Instructor Lei should be resting." Qin Shan put on a serious look and lowered his voice, saying, "I have important matters to report to Instructor Lei, which concerns the safety of Bailey City. I am leaving the city this time on Instructor Lei's secret order." He didn't care whether Lei Huaio was asleep or not. He must trigger the task today. Guard A immediately became nervous. This was unexpected. He quickly said, "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to find Instructor Lei." Lei Huaio was not sleeping soundly. More and more evidence indicated that the number of goblins outside the city exceeded the normal alert line. Coupled with the information brought back by the foreigners before, he had reason to believe that a conspiracy against Bailey City was unfolding. Just as he finally lay down, before the blanket could even warm up, he heard the voice of the steward outside the door. "Sir, a guard is bringing a foreigner here, saying there is an urgent situation to report." Lei Huaio sat up abruptly, hastily put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and said to the steward, "Quickly take them to the study." Soon, Lei Huaio saw Qin Shan in the study. Qin Shan got straight to the point, taking out the head of the bone crusher from his backpack. "Instructor Lei, please take a look." If it were someone else, they would have already been scared stiff by this scene. In the middle of the night, pulling someone out of bed, without even exchanging pleasantries, and directly pulling out a head. What kind of operation was this? However, Lei Huaio, who had experienced many storms, was not frightened. He stared at the head for a moment, his expression somewhat shocked. Even though it was already dead, the fierce expression on the bone crusher's face still put some psychological pressure on Lei Huaio. This was definitely a formidable enemy. Moreover, judging from the size of this head, its owner must have been about 4 to 5 meters tall during their lifetime. With such a physique, their strength was definitely not low. Upon closer inspection, Lei Huaio was even more shocked. This was actually the head of a goblin 4 to 5 meters tall. Lei Huaeo was shaken, and a name slipped out of his mouth. His voice slightly hoarse and distorted. Bone Crusher. Could this be the Bone Crusher? He had just received news during the day that a powerful goblin was advancing towards Bailey City. It was said to be a famous warrior of the goblin tribe, known as the Bone Crusher, who loved to make enemies' skulls into cups. When he turned around, he saw its head at night. Shinchi said, "Have Instructor Lei seen the Bone Breaker before?" This was equivalent to admitting that the head in his hand did indeed come from the Bone Breaker. Lei Weo shook his head and said, "I haven't seen it, or rather, I haven't had the chance to see it yet. I just received relevant information during the day and was planning to discuss it with you, but you weren't in town." Xin Chen thought it was quite a coincidence. Since Lei Weo knew about the Bone Breaker, it would be easy to handle, and he must get the task reward. Who said you couldn't receive the task reward if you hadn't received the task? Xin Chen immediately vividly described the battle in the valley, emphasizing how he bravely faced it, how he turned the tide, and took down the upgraded Bonebreaker. Wait, Lei Weo rubbed his brow. He seemed to have heard some incredible information. Are you saying that the Bonebreaker performed a death sacrifice and completed the upgrade? Lei Weo's expression was extremely vivid. He knew this foreigner was strong, but he didn't expect this level of strength. After upgrading, the Bonebreaker was at the dark gold level. Even he might not be a match. Yet, this foreigner managed to take it down. Who exactly is this guy? It seems like even the previous Adis didn't have such a brilliant performance. Calming his mind, Lei Weo said, "Young man, your strength truly impresses me." Xin Chen smiled without saying a word. This was the change brought about by demonstrating strength. Lei Weo even called him a young man. Despite the camaraderie, the reward should not be overlooked. Xin Chen cleared his throat and said, "Instructor Lei, you are too kind. Everyone has a responsibility to safeguard the safety of Bailey City. I believe the generous lord of the city will not disappoint the brave warriors." Lei Weo understood and immediately said, "You are right. During the day, I reported the Bonebreaker incident to the lord of the city, and he mentioned that if someone could slay this beast, they would receive the most generous reward." Lei Weo had been worried about the goblins, but Qin Shan presented him with a great gift by directly taking down the leading Bonebreaker. As for the reward, that was for the Lord to consider. He just needed to report the situation. With this in mind, Lei Weo steadied his mind and praised, "Warrior, rest assured, with such outstanding contributions, the Lord of the city will not be stingy with the reward." Changing the subject, Lei Weo tactfully said, "However, it might be too late at this hour. Disturbing the Lord's rest wouldn't be appropriate." Xin Chen nodded. Instructor Lei is right. It's not too late to see the Lord when it's daylight. It was already past 3 in the morning in the game, and pulling Lei Weo up was already pushing it. Anyway, with Lei Weo around, the reward was inevitable, so there was no rush. Xin Chen and Lei Weo then discussed the details of the battle. When Lei Weo learned that the undead hand was secretly manipulating things, his expression became serious. That organization was notorious for many heinous acts. If they had their eyes on Bailey City, it was not good news. "Are you sure it's the undead hand?" Lei Weo asked persistently. Xin Chen couldn't be completely sure either. After all, he hadn't found any substantial evidence on the Bonebreaker, but he felt that this matter was basically undeniable. Lei Weo might not know, but Xin Chen was very clear that in the first major update of the game, the main antagonist force that players had to face was the undead hand. And the Bonebreaker had no reason to deceive those goblin leaders. Thinking about this, Xin Chen nodded firmly and said, "Yes, it's the undead hand. Even if it wasn't the undead hand, blaming them would pose no problem. After all, they had a notorious reputation." Lei Weo squinted, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, it must be the undead hand. Why bother about whether it was the hand of the deceased? Blaming them is always safe. They have done so many bad things, one more won't matter. And only by making things sound serious can the Lord pay attention. Maybe he will recruit more soldiers. In that case, his power can be further enhanced." And with Lei Hua's understanding of the hand of the deceased, if the news spreads, even if this matter has nothing to do with them, they will come forward to admit it, increasing their evil reputation. Nowadays, secret organizations are also very competitive. Everyone wants to make a big deal and stand out among their peers. Lei Hua glanced at Qincheng, and Qincheng also glanced at Lei Hua. They both read the same information from each other's eyes, inevitably generating a sense of mutual understanding. After a brief discussion, Xincheng stood up and said, "Instructor Lei, rest first, I will come find you in the morning." Lei Hua responded, "It's a deal." Leaving Lei Hua's residence, Xincheng headed to the shop. He had just received a message from the snow swordsman in the snow, who had already arrived in Bailey City. Xincheng's shop is located at No. 5, Violet Street. Violet Street is the core commercial street of Bailey City. Even in the later stages of the game, it is difficult for players to own a shop here. The further you go, the harder it gets. Xincheng's early acquisition of the shop is extremely advantageous for his future development. Arriving at the entrance of the shop, under the bright streetlights, a figure was counting the leaves in the flower bed in boredom. It was the player who had just revealed the first guild token, Snow Swordsman. He did not display his nickname, but Xincheng, being friends with him, naturally knew his identity and approached him, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Snow Swordsman turned around, with a dignified appearance, tall stature, dressed in a flying fish robe with exquisite patterns, and carrying a long knife at his waist. Xincheng was once again surprised and said, "Royal Guard?" The game of Tianqi encompasses all professions beyond imagination. It can be said that there is nothing you can't find in Tianqi. The Royal Guard is one of the hidden professions, known for investigation and tracking, with additional suppression skills against players with malicious red names. However, the difficulty of obtaining it is quite random. Yes, random. The Royal Guard profession is not obtained through tasks but solely based on fate. Having his profession revealed by someone else, Snow Swordsman was also a bit shocked. This profession of his was completely unknown to the outside world. It's no wonder that the Night God, who has countless first kills, is truly skilled. Snow Swordsman couldn't help but ask, "Do you know about the Royal Guard?" Xincheng casually replied, "I know a little. An NPC in the newbie village mentioned it to me before." Snow Swordsman suddenly realized. He didn't dwell too much on this matter and asked, "Boss, when are you planning to auction the guild token?" Xincheng had already made up his mind and replied, "The day after tomorrow morning." He had previously agreed with Lei Hua to open the shop the morning after tomorrow. Snow Swordsman hesitated a bit. Would this be too late? If another guild token comes out, the value of the one in his hand would decrease. Major guilds value the honor of being the first to establish a guild, but not so much for the second or third. Xincheng understood Snow Swordsman's concerns and analyzed. "Don't rush. Listen to me. Please go ahead, boss." Snow Swordsman was very polite. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Although it was only the first day of the server opening, the Night God had already proven his strength. Xincheng continued, "Although all major guilds want to be the first to establish a guild, they are also preparing on both fronts, organizing personnel to attack bosses, hoping to directly obtain the guild token." Snow Swordsman repeatedly said, Yes, I am worried about that. I heard that top guilds like Rakshasa Hall, Dragon Soaring Dynasty, High Table Society, and King's Wind are all working hard." Xincheng smiled and asked, "Have they succeeded?" "Don't worry, guild tokens are not that easy to sell out. If you're really worried, then I'll make you a promise. If another guild token is sold before yours, I'll make up the price difference for you. Equipment, skill books, gold coins, cash, you can choose. Even if the first guild token sells for a high price of billions, Xincheng is confident in covering the difference. This is the confidence brought by strength." The Snow Swordsman in the snow bowed. "Since the boss is so generous, I can't be stingy either. I also want to sell the guild token at a higher price, so I'll play along with the boss. Even if someone sells the guild token first, I'll bear the consequences myself." The Snow Swordsman in the snow smiled freely. "Even if someone beats me to it, that's just fate. There's no need to dwell on it, and I believe that even the second guild token can still sell for a high price." Xincheng looked at him with some admiration. This is a talent. If he were to establish a guild himself, he would consider inviting him, leaving aside everything else. Just this carefree attitude surpasses the majority of players. Most people who hold guild tokens like this item will definitely be anxious, wanting to cash out immediately, fearing it will be wasted in their hands. After all, no matter how high the price of the second guild token is, it will never compare to the first. Xincheng couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a fixed guild?" Many players come from other games, and many play in guild groups, which is why Xincheng asked this question. The Snow Swordsman replied, "No, I play games as a lone wolf. Qin Shen then mentioned his purpose. If I establish a guild later on, would you join? The snow swordsman didn't hesitate and said directly, yes. The snow swordsman in the snow have pride. He obtained the hidden class of the royal guards, and by soloing bosses, he dropped the guild token, causing major guilds to fight over it. Among them were invitations for him to join, but the snow swordsman in the snow rejected them all. On one hand, he was used to being alone, and on the other hand, he wanted to see more. Even if he were to join a guild, it would have to be a top guild. Now that Night Wanderer has spoken out his thoughts, the snow swordsman immediately agreed. With Night Wanderer as a prominent figure, his guild might not be the largest, but it would definitely have the most top players. Joining such a guild would be meaningful. Qin Shen was not surprised by the snow swordsman's answer. Top players have one thing in common, and that is pride. They are unwilling to join ordinary guilds and team up with mediocre players to fight bosses. Just soloing bosses, isn't that something anyone can do? Qin Shen said, this is just an idea of mine. Let's talk about it when the time is right. The snow swordsman didn't doubt him and said, all right, I'll go do my class advancement task first. Qin Shen nodded. I also have some things to attend to. The two bid farewell. Qin Shen wasn't just being polite, he indeed had things to do. However, it was getting dark, and the NPCs in Bailey City were still asleep, so there was no rush to go busy himself. As he contemplated, a game prompt sounded. Ding! You have been playing continuously for 16 hours. Please be aware of fatigue. Qin Shen thought for a moment. Considering the NPCs were still asleep, there wasn't much need to go level up outside, so he might as well log off for a while. Eat something to replenish his energy. Although the game pod has the function of replenishing energy liquid, lying down all the time is not good. He exhaled, opened the menu, and chose to log out of the game. The game pod's cover slid, and Qin Shen slowly sat up, shook his head, and left the game pod. After moving his legs for a while, Qin Shen took out his bank card and left the rental house. He first went downstairs to finish his noodles, then went to buy a house. In the noodle shop downstairs, the boss was busy alone. Seeing Qin Shen approaching, he asked in surprise, oh, are you off work early today? Qin Shen and the boss were quite familiar, so he replied, no, I quit. Without asking further, the boss skillfully brought a bowl of noodles with 2 extra eggs on top, comforting him. When one door closes, another opens. Young man, with your good attitude, you will definitely find another good job. Qin Shen smiled and said, I'll take your words for it then. After eating and drinking his fill, Qin Shen strolled on the street, scanning his surroundings, and soon spotted a real estate agency. With over 7 million in cash in his account, he had plenty of options. Qin Shen had only one requirement: the security of the neighborhood must be high. Before the arrival of the apocalypse in reality, he was just an ordinary person without the super attributes obtained by merging with game characters, so he had to be cautious. The agency was very professional and provided several options. After some comparison, Qin Shen quickly made a decision. The next step was to sign the contract and make the payment. With his financial capability, the agency was very enthusiastic and arranged everything properly, leaving Qin Shen to just be a hands-off boss. For Qin Shen at this moment, these were just trivial matters. The place he moved to was solely for a better and safer experience in playing the game. After receiving the keys, Qin Shen declined the agency's invitation for dinner. Although the other party was quite attractive, it didn't affect him. In his past life as one of the top 10 global experts, he had many confidants, all with top-tier figures and looks. Moreover, after the fusion of the apocalypse with reality, NPCs from the game also appeared on Blue Star, including the existence of top-tier beauty like the elves. How could ordinary women move him? Women only affect my sword speed. With the house purchased, the next step was to move the game capsule over. This wasn't a difficult task. By the time everything was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Take a shower, and then it's game time. In the game, it was already bright in the morning when Qin Shen's figure appeared on Violet Street. Let's go find Lei Huayo first and claim the mission rewards, Qin Shen thought to himself, but before he could set off, he heard a familiar voice beside him. Boss, what a coincidence. Turning around, it was Long Teng Tianxia. His 3 teammates were also there. Qin Shen smiled. Have you been waiting long? Long Teng Tianxia waved his hand. No, we just finished the professional advancement task. Excitedly, Long Teng Tianxia continued. Boss, your advice was really helpful. Before leaving the newbie village, I took on a hidden task at the blacksmith, and it actually merged with the advancement task, rewarding me with this. He patted the long sword at his waist, exquisitely designed, emitting a green light. Qin Chen blurted out, the glory of the growth weapon. Quelserer? Longteng Tianxia was about to show off his new weapon, but before he could speak, the answer was revealed, leaving him breathless. Damn, is there anything this guy doesn't know? It's unbelievable. Longteng Tianxia smiled bitterly, you truly are the boss. Nothing can escape your notice. The assassin beside him laughed heartily and reached out to Longteng Tianxia. Pay up quickly. I bet the boss knows the name of your weapon for sure. The priest Xiao Shui added. Boss, you want to stump the night wanderer, but it seems a bit early. Longteng Tianxia, with a wry smile, gave each of his teammates 2 gold coins, sighed to the sky. I give up. Qin Chen had always had a good impression of this playful quartet, whether in his past life or this one. After a few jokes, Longteng Tianxia asked curiously, Boss, when will your shop open? I was standing at the door earlier, and it said it hasn't opened yet. Qin Chen replied, the game time is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I have invited instructor Lei. Oh my god, Longteng Tianxia blurted out, shocked. You mean Lei Weiao, the instructor of the Bailey City Guard? Qin Chen nodded, smiling, it seems you have been to Bailey City. Longteng Tianxia rubbed his hands, eagerly asking, Boss, do you think Lei Weiao will get any good missions there? It's really intriguing. Qin Chen glanced at him sideways, not pleased. I'll introduce you to him later. Whether he can get a mission or not depends on your own abilities. Longteng Tianxia smiled happily, patting his chest. Boss, rest assured, I won't let you down. After chatting for a while, Longteng Tianxia said, Boss, I want to ask, do you have any suggestions for the auction of the guild token? I heard that Luo Shachi Daozhen has prepared 2 small goals. Qin Chen had been paying attention to this matter and asked, how much have you prepared on your end? In theory, this was a trade secret, but if it was Night God asking, Longteng Tianxia would not hide anything and truthfully said, we have raised 2 billion so far, and are preparing another 3 billion. Qin Chen gave him a thumbs up. As expected of you, you can adjust 5 billion in funds at will. Longteng Tianxia waited for him at the shop entrance. Besides greeting and building rapport, he was more interested in hearing Qin Chen's opinion on the guild token. And how could Qin Chen see it? He just stood and watched. For this guild token auction, he was planning to trick Luo Shachi Daozhen, but it was unrealistic to make Longteng Tianxia give up bidding. Moreover, if Longteng Tianxia did not participate in the auction, it would inevitably make Luo Shachi Daozhen alert. Therefore, Qin Chen just casually said, I wouldn't call it a suggestion, but based on my intelligence, the guild token is divided into grades. The guild token in the hands of Shuizhongyi Jinxia should be bronze grade, only able to establish a guild with a maximum of 500 members. Longteng Tianxia was shocked. He had never heard of such important news beforehand. Qin Chen was not surprised. Shuizhongyi Jinxia would definitely not reveal all the attributes of the guild token to outsiders. Longteng Tianxia also realized this and pondered with his chin in hand. If what the Night God boss said was true, and the guild token was graded, and the bronze grade could only establish a guild of 500 people, then his strategy would have to change. The dragon soaring dynasty he created was massive in scale, with more than 500 core members, probably unable to handle even 2,000. And that was just counting the important members. If you included external members who had little presence and only played 1 or 2 games, the number would probably exceed tens of thousands. How could a bronze grade guild handle that? Longteng Tianxia said, if it's only 500 people, our core members alone won't fit, let alone casual players. Priest Xiaoxue pondered for a moment and expressed her opinion. That's true, but the advantage of a guild is that it can form groups. It will be more efficient to organize raids on high-level bosses in the future. If divided into small teams, it will be difficult to secure 50% of the key output when competing with other guilds, inevitably causing complications. Longteng Tianxia also had this concern. The guild token was definitely worth buying. Even if it was only 500 people in size, it was still a guild, and the advantage in boss battles was too significant to ignore. But if it was only 500 people, was it worth several billion? That was worth discussing. Although he had a lot of money, he still had to spend it wisely. Qin Chen said, In my opinion, this guild token can be contested, but don't go overboard. Qin Shan showed a few pieces of gold-level equipment. If you spend all your funds, you'll miss out on these items. Longteng Tianxia suddenly remembered that the night god boss had revealed before that he had gold-level magic equipment and a gold-level skill book. He deliberately continued to raise funds, preparing to buy equipment for Xiuxue to enhance the overall strength of the team. Instead of spending all the funds on the guild token, it's better to use some of the funds to purchase high-level equipment. As long as we can defeat a few more bosses, we can always get guild tokens. This thing is not the only item. Thinking of this, Longteng Tianxia calmed down a lot and nodded, saying, the boss is right. Let's try to get this guild token. If the price is too high, forget it. Qin Shan's eyes showed approval. The younger generation can be taught. He casually sent the attributes of the dark gold-grade bone-crushing warhammer to Longteng Tianxia. Damn! Longteng Tianxia jumped in place. His eyes widened, grabbing Qin Shan's arm and repeatedly saying, Boss, you must keep this weapon for me. You must keep it. Although he focused on defense as a heavy armor warrior profession, which warrior wouldn't want such a top-quality weapon? Stepping back, even if he doesn't use it himself, he can buy it for his core members. Among his several vice presidents, there are also warriors with hidden professions. If they can equip this warhammer, their combat power will probably more than double. Qin Shan smiled and said nothing. His goal had been achieved. With so many equipment attractions, Longteng Tianxia would definitely not bid for the guild token. However, he would not let Luo Sha Yidao easily take the first guild token. These two guilds are old rivals, and there will definitely be a fierce battle at tomorrow's auction. The ultimate winner should still be Luo Sha Yidao, but he will soon regret spending all his wealth to win the guild token. I'm really looking forward to it, Qin Shan thought to himself. After chatting with Longteng Tianxia and others for a while, everyone dispersed. Qin Shan was going to find Lei Weio, and then go to the city lord to receive the reward for killing the bone crusher. Longteng Tianxia was going offline to rest. He had been fighting continuously for nearly 20 hours. Even with a gaming cabin, he was still a bit exhausted. Lei Weio was in good spirits, completely unaware that Qin Shan had dragged him out of bed yesterday morning. Warrior, you're here. Lei Weio's address had changed again. Obviously, Qin Shan's action of killing the bone crusher had earned him more points in Lei Weio's heart. Qin Shan modestly exchanged a few pleasantries and asked, shall we go to the city lord to receive the reward now? Lei Weio was also straightforward, nodding and replying, I have informed the city lord. We can go directly to the city lord's mansion. Qin Shan was very much looking forward to it. How could the rewards personally given by the city lord be lacking? Not to mention the dark gold grade. At least give some rewards of the gold grade. Lei Weio intended to make more connections with this foreigner and revealed another piece of information. Because you brought back the information about the hand of the undead, the city lord is prepared to take you to the treasure trove to choose your reward. The city lord's treasure trove. Qin Shan's eyes lit up. Among the 12 main cities, Bailey City could be considered relatively wealthy. Hovering around the 3rd or 4th economic level, the city lord of Bailey City had control over countless wealth. Leaking a few items at random would be enough to help Qin Shan soar again. Led by Lei Weio, Qin Shan smoothly entered the city lord's mansion and met the city lord. At this time, the city lord of Bailey City had not changed. Still Adas's biological father, Barrett Brady. He should be in his 40s, but years of indulgence had drained his body and weakened his will. Even though he was dressed in luxurious clothes, he couldn't hide the lifeless and decadent aura in his eyes. Qin Shan bowed. Greetings, City Lord. Although Lord Barrett was indulging in pleasure, he was still the City Lord, and he had to maintain appearances. Barrett yawned and waved his hand. No need for formalities. I heard from Instructor Lei that you killed the Bone Crusher? Lei Weio replied from the side. Yes, Lord City Lord. This is the head of the Bone Crusher. Please take a look. Speaking, the skull of the Bone Crusher was handed over to the steward, placed in a plate covered with red cloth, and presented to Barrett. Barrett sat up straight, delighted. Indeed, it is the skull of the Bone Crusher. You have really helped me a lot, brave warrior. In fact, Barrett didn't know if it was really the Bone Crusher, but it didn't matter. With such a large goblin head, its strength during its lifetime was definitely not to be underestimated. It must be a powerful monster of the same level as the Bone Crusher. With the help of a maid, Barrett struggled to stand up, his chest heaving, gasping for breath, his voice like a bellows. He paused for a moment before saying, "To commend your contribution, I allow you to choose a treasure from my treasure trove. Although the Lord's reward seems a bit stingy with only one item, there are no restrictions. This means that even the most valuable item in the treasure trove can be taken by Qin Shen, and this happens to be his specialty. In his previous life, after 10 years of cutting in Tianxi, he had already developed a pair of sharp eyes and would not miss any top-quality equipment. In addition, Qin Shen believes that even Barrett himself probably doesn't know how much stuff is in his treasure trove. This is the huge wealth accumulated by the lords of Bailey City over the generations. Perhaps there is a top-quality item waiting to be picked up, and the possibility is quite high." Thinking of this, Qin Shen quickly expressed his thanks with a bow. "Thank you, my lord." Barrett yawned, his spirit becoming listless, and he said weakly, "I won't go to the treasure trove. Let my daughter, Alyssa, accompany you." As he spoke, a graceful figure walked out from the side, tall and slender, with a veil over her face, but you can still see the delicate face that looks like a doll. The person is Edith, but at this moment, her identity is the Lord's daughter, with another name, Alyssa Brady. She was not dressed as an assassin with only her eyes exposed, but in standard noble lady attire. Qin Shen treated Edith politely as if he was meeting her for the first time, saying, "Then I will trouble Miss Alyssa." Edith, or Alyssa, smiled meaningfully, saying, "I heard that you killed the bone crusher. Truly impressive." Qin Shen felt a chill. He knew Edith's notorious reputation. When she said impressive, it was not a courtesy, but she really would gouge out your eyes. It was simply too cruel. However, there was no animosity between them, and they had even cooperated happily before, so Qin Shen didn't need to worry about his eyes for the time being. Lord Barrett left with the help of a maid, leaving the space to Qin Shen and the others. Lei Weiao took the opportunity to say, "Thank you, Miss Alyssa, for leading the way." Edith's identity was top secret, and he was worried that this stranger might reveal her true identity, at least in the Lord's mansion. The fourth person couldn't know Alyssa's second identity. Qin Shen naturally didn't object. He understood Lei Weiao's concerns, but Lei Weiao was clearly overthinking it. Qin Shen had no interest and no need to expose Edith's true identity. She was a master assassin. If he offended her, how could he take on missions? Without missions, how could he progress? The three maintained a strange silence as they left the reception hall and headed to the Lord's mansion garden. Although it was a garden, there were quite a few guards stationed here. Qin Shen also felt that there were many hidden sentries in the corners. This was obviously not normal, but considering that the treasure trove of Bailey City was here, it was not surprising. In front of a rockery, Alyssa stopped and said, "We're here." After speaking, she took out a key and fiddled with the rockery. Rumble. The sound of machinery moving came from underfoot. The rockery slid, revealing a dark passage. "Remember, you can only choose one," Alyssa reiterated. Qin Shen nodded. "I understand." Alyssa shook her head. Many people used to say that, but they all got lost after entering the treasury. Pausing for a moment, Alyssa hinted, "Do you want to know what happens next?" Qin Shen shook his head repeatedly. "I don't want to." "What's so hard to guess?" "It's just being taken out by this top assassin." Alyssa looked somewhat disappointed. It was clear that she wanted to share the joy of killing with someone. The three of them continued down the passage, and after a few steps, Qin Shen asked, "Is there anyone else here?" Alyssa understood Qin Shen's meaning and shook her head. "There are guards outside the treasury, but it is forbidden for outsiders to enter." Qin Shen glanced around, and Lei Weiao also nodded quietly. Qin Shen decisively asked his own question, "Are there any items related to the power of shadows in the treasury?" This was the point he most wanted to confirm. Alyssa, also known as Edith, could not have wanted to find the power of shadows for no reason. She must have received information or guidance from somewhere. After much thought, the most likely place in the entire Belly City was the Lord's treasury. As the daughter of the city lord, Edith must have spent a lot of time in the treasury when she was young. Edith's eyes flashed with approval. "You really didn't disappoint me. I can tell you for sure. There are." Bingo! Jackpot! In his previous life, Qin Shen was a warrior, but he had also completed similar tasks, ultimately obtaining a professional item from the main city treasury to further enhance his strength. This time, after killing the bone crusher, he also had the opportunity to enter the treasury, so he naturally wanted to ask in advance. Now that he had the answer he wanted, Qin Shen urged, "Come on, let's not dawdle here." Edith smiled. You weren't in such a hurry when you killed Iron Hook Jack. Qin Shen shrugged and said truthfully, what level is Iron Hook Jack at? How can he be compared to items related to the power of shadows? Is he worthy? Edith agreed deeply. If it weren't to avoid exposing more information, she would have taken care of Iron Hook Jack herself long ago. During the conversation, the three were blocked by a bronze gate. Edith turned the torch next to her, and the gate slowly opened. In an instant, Qin Shen was dazzled and couldn't open his eyes. Gold coins, countless gold coins, piled up like mountains, roughly estimated. The quantity was at least over 100,000. In the Age of Dawn, gold coins were not just in-game currency exchanged between players, but also the currency used by the natives of the Age of Dawn for transactions. 100,000 gold coins was no small number, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of all the wealth in the treasury. This could be seen from the position of the mountain of gold coins. These gold coins were casually piled up in a corner, without any careful storage. Beyond the gold mountain, several dozen large chests were neatly arranged together. Edith introduced, those are epic-level equipment accumulated by the previous city lords. Epic-level equipment. The best equipment Qin Shen had exploded so far was only dark gold level, with attributes already powerful to the extreme. And epic level was even higher than dark gold level. How exaggerated the attributes were, one could easily guess. But Qin Shen's goal was not here. Moreover, these epic-level equipment were not the top treasures of this treasury. There were even more precious ones behind. To save time, Qin Shen directly asked, where are the things? Since Edith said there were items related to the power of shadows here, she must know where they were. Edith was not one to dawdle. She walked deep into the treasury with long strides, leaving behind a sentence. Follow me. Qin Shen quickly followed. Lei Weiao did not enter, standing guard at the entrance of the treasury. Led by Edith, Qin Shen stood in an inconspicuous corner. On a shelf covered with a thin layer of dust, there was an ancient book. Shadow Prism, Gold Grade Passive Skill. The power of shadow flows on the surface of the body, automatically creating a prism when attacked, deflecting all types of damage once. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Trait, Charge, Shadow Prism will automatically fill up the number of uses. Maximum stacks, 5. Qin Shen believed that there must be more than just this skill book about the power of shadow in the treasure trove. But he understood one thing better: to be content with what one has. Most importantly, the reward given by the Lord this time is only one item. Even if there are other items related to the power of shadow, he cannot take them, otherwise he will be wanted by Bailey City. Since Edith placed the skill book in front of him, there must be a purpose for her. Without surprise, she should have a task for him, but not as Alyssa, but as Edith. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Qin Shen prepared to visit the black market and meet Edith. In addition, now that the apocalypse has just started, the treasure troves of the major cities have not yet reached their peak state. The quantity and quality of treasures have not yet risen. It is possible that there is really only this one skill book about the power of shadow in this treasure trove. Calming his mind, Qin Shen held the Shadow Prism skill book in his hand and said, I've made my choice. Alyssa nodded. Let's go. Seeing the two coming out of the treasure trove, Riheo did not ask much at the door, just looked at Qin Shen and said, Let's go. I'll take you out. He knew the Lord's temperament very well. Since he assigned the task of guiding to Alyssa, it means he does not want to inquire further. There is no need to express gratitude to take Qin Shen back. Thinking of this, Riheo also felt a bit helpless. There was a time when the Lord was full of vigor and actively handling various affairs. But now, he has still lost his past ambitions and only seeks pleasure. However, as a subordinate, no matter how many ideas he has, he can only keep them to himself. The only thing he can do is to train more excellent soldiers to guard Bailey City. The three of them left the treasure trove, and Alyssa bid farewell halfway. She said she had something to do, but Qin Shen knew she must be going back to change her outfit, and then sneak out of the Lord's mansion to the black market. At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, Riheo said, By killing the Bonebreaker this time, you have disrupted the plans of the Hand of the Undead. They will definitely not let it go, so be careful. Qin Shen remained calm. It was not his first time dealing with the Hand of the Undead, so there was nothing to fear, and he had just obtained the Shadow Prism, a life-saving skill. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, as long as it was not a continuous instant kill attack, he could react in time, activate Shadow Stealth, and safely retreat. However, on the surface, Qin Shen still sighed and said, when the enemy is hidden, I can only take it step by step. Riheo felt a bit guilty. After all, the Hand of the Undead was targeting Bailey City, and Qin-Shan was innocently involved. Riheo said seriously, "Rest assured, I will assign more people to investigate the movements of the Hand of the Undead, and any information will be reported to you as soon as possible." This was what Qin-Shan wanted. The plot development of the apocalypse is not just about the players, but also requires NPC participation. As long as Riheo starts paying attention to the Hand of the Undead, more quest chains will emerge. With his relationship with Riheo, he would definitely receive the most generous rewards. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin-Shan took his leave. It was time to go to the black market to find Edith. Although it had been less than a day, the black market had already returned to its original state. The wild arena was destroyed, but it did not have a significant impact. Qin-Shan even saw a considerable number of slaves moving around in the ruins of the wild arena, clearing debris and transporting a large amount of goods. Obviously, a new arena would be established. Without surprise, it should be Edith's plan. To be honest, if the Wolf King's horn is obtained, Edith won't be able to control the new arena. He really has to doubt whether this is the famous underground queen of Bailey City. Perhaps Edith herself doesn't even know that her reputation in future versions will be much louder than it is now. Arriving at the tavern entrance, although it was morning, it was already full of drinkers inside. Some were already so drunk that they were staggering. Qin-Shan, unfazed, went straight to the second floor under the guidance of the attendant. Upon entering the room, Edith was already sitting behind the table, holding a shiny dagger in her hand, repairing her nails. Sensing Qin-Shan's arrival, Edith didn't even look up and said, "I have some news about the power of shadows. Are you interested?" Qin-Shan, not mincing words, replied directly, "Go ahead. Who needs to be killed?" Edith's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "Very good. I like straightforwardness, but this time you don't need to kill anyone. I'll give you this news for free." Qin-Shan expressed strong doubt about this. Could Edith be so kind? It seemed that sensing Qin-Shan's distrust, Edith explained simply, "A batch of my goods was taken by the bone crusher. If you take care of it, consider it a favor to me. In return, I'll give you a piece of news for free. Fair deal, right?" Qin-Shan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This was quite an unexpected surprise. He then realized that this should have been a task. But after he received the invitation to the gathering, he didn't return to Bailey City but went directly to the coordinates, missing the task with Edith. As a result, he also lost the original task reward. However, Edith was fair. Even without a task, she still rewarded him. Thinking of this, Qin-Shan decisively asked, "What kind of news?" Edith slowly said, "A relic." Hearing about the relic, Qin-Shan believed Edith's words a bit more. The power of shadows must have a significant background. As long as it appeared in the history of the apocalypse, it would definitely leave traces. A relic might be able to uncover some of its mysteries. Qin-Shan's heart stirred and he asked, "Have you been inside?" Edith nodded and shook her head. "I've been there, but I haven't entered. There is an invisible force blocking the entrance, requiring the power of shadows to pass through." Edith sighed. "I tried to force my way in, but it wasn't a pleasant experience." Qin-Shan tactfully didn't ask further and skipped that topic. "Where is the relic?" Edith flicked her wrist, and the dagger in her hand flew out, embedding itself in the wall. There was a map hanging there. Qin-Shan memorized the coordinates and raised his question. "Are you giving me the shadow prism to prevent me from dying in the relic?" Edith didn't answer, just looked at Qin-Shan with a "since you already know, why ask more" expression. Qin-Shan shrugged. Fine, he had indeed guessed it right, but it didn't matter. Even without the shadow prism, as long as he knew this news, Qin-Shan would still go for it. With the shadow prism now, at least he could withstand 5 unexpected attacks, significantly increasing his chances of survival. What was there to worry about? He charged ahead. Before leaving, Qin-Shan asked another question. "Are there any rewards for consecutive victories in the new arena?" Edith chuckled and asked, "Why? Do you want to try?" Qin-Shan smiled without saying a word. Joking aside, the arena was one of the channels for players to obtain top-notch equipment. How could he miss it? Seeing that Qin-Shan was serious, Edith pondered for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after you come back from the relic." Qin-Shan left the tavern confidently. This trip was very rewarding. A relic related to the power of shadows was definitely worth exploring. By the way, that coordinate should still be a lake now. Chen furrowed his brow. Has gone through several major updates, and the terrain has changed a lot. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as the sea changes into mulberry fields. The coordinates given by Edith. Chen vaguely remembered that it was originally a lake, but in a certain battle, the lake water was evaporated, directly turning into a basin. If it was really a lake, then he had to prepare something. Leaving the black market and returning to Bailey City, Chen found a potion shop and bought several bottles of underwater breathing potions. This potion is made by alchemists using blackmouth fish oil and thorn algae as materials. It is an essential item for underwater exploration and combat. Correspondingly, the price is also very expensive. 5 bottles of potion cost 2 gold coins. This price made Chen feel a bit distressed. I still need to cultivate my own alchemist, Chen thought to himself. After complaining for a while, Chen left Bailey City again. Looking at the vast lake, Chen only had one thought in his mind. How did that guy Edith discover the ruins? He compared the coordinates and found that the location given by Edith was right in the center of the lake, and there was no island in the center of the lake. In other words, the ruins were underwater, and the depth of this water area called Black Tide Lake exceeds 100 meters. Would an ordinary person dive so deep for no reason? Taking a deep breath, Chen plunged into the water with a splash, and then swam vigorously towards the center of the lake. Splash! Water splashed, and more than a dozen trisail crocodiles quickly swam over from a distance. These monsters have 3 dorsal fins on their backs, resembling sails, hence the name. Their levels are between 15 and 20, with tough skin and great agility in the water, causing many players a headache. Chen raised his hand, and the shadow flying knife flew out. Although there was no bonus for breaking concealment in one strike, the high damage was still not something these ordinary monsters could withstand. The trisail crocodile at the forefront didn't even have time to cry out and died directly. Then, the shadow flying knife bounced off, taking away the remaining trisail crocodiles before the outbreak of the blood poison plague. The characteristics of the golden shadow flying knife are very suitable for such small-scale battles. Moreover, the bounce range of the shadow flying knife is greater than that of the blood poison plague, which can more effectively spread it out. In the previous battle in the valley, if the shadow flying knife had evolved to the golden level, Chen would have had an easier time, killing all the trisail crocodiles along the way. Chen arrived at the center of the lake. He took out the underwater breathing potion and drank it in one gulp, then dived into the water and swam quickly towards the bottom of the lake. The underwater light was dim, and after diving 40 meters, it was almost pitch black. But after diving another 20 or 30 meters, light reappeared in his field of vision. Very faint, yet real. However, before Chen could continue, a black shadow appeared from the corner and stood in front of him. A giant snake over 10 meters long. Black Tide Giant Snake, Golden Level, 20 Health, 1800000/1800000 Attack, 6000 Defense, 3500 Skills, Shadow Impact, Whirlpool Kill, Deep Water Shield, Thick Scales, Poisonous Fangs. Description: influenced by an unknown force, it has grown from a small water snake to the current giant snake. Wow! Chen exclaimed. Edith really doesn't treat himself as an outsider, not mentioning such a big surprise earlier. However, seeing the Black Tide Giant Snake, Chen was completely sure that the ruins here were indeed related to the power of the shadows. Otherwise, how could an ordinary little water snake grow to such a length now? Even with a growth pill, it wouldn't work. Moreover, among the skills of the Black Tide Giant Snake, there is a shadow impact. This doesn't seem like something it could master on its own. The only answer is that the power of the shadows in the ruins leaked out and was absorbed by the Black Tide Giant Snake. I didn't expect to collect a few pieces of equipment before entering the ruins. Not bad. Chen face was filled with joy as he swiftly disappeared from the spot. Activating Shadow Sneak. In the moment he vanished, a black shadow passed by. Using the rolling water flow, Chen smoothly drifted tens of meters away. Although his Shadow Sneak skill had reached the dark gold level, he did not completely disappear. If he swam, any changes in the water flow would surely attract the Black Tide Giant Serpent's attack. The only way to counter this was to utilize the serpent's movement in the water flow, drifting with the waves to a safe distance before attacking again. Currently, he was approximately 50 meters away from the Black Tide Giant Serpent. Not too far but enough. If possible, he would have preferred to widen the gap to 100 meters, but the water flow impact was insufficient, so he had to make do. In his contemplation, Qin Shen decisively unleashed the Dark Erosion Rain. This skill wouldn't break his stealth and would prove effective in this battle. Minus 9,654. Minus 9,654. The damage continued to accumulate, resulting in over 140,000 damage by the end of the skill, coupled with over 20,000 from the poison blood plague, totaling 170,000 damage. Provoked by the attack, the black-tide giant serpent scanned its surroundings with vertical pupils, trying to locate the enemy. However, it failed. No matter how it searched, it couldn't find a trace of the enemy. The enraged serpent thrashed its tail, attempting to shred the enemy into pieces. However, besides causing Qin Shen to drift another 10 meters away, which actually made his position safer, it had no effect. Raising his hand, Qin Shen unleashed the shadow-flying knives, quietly waiting in place. Minus 541,501. Over 540,000 damage was dealt, depleting a portion of the black-tide giant serpent's health bar. This was the terrifying damage caused by the combination of the golden shadow-flying knives, dark gold shadow sneak, and the upgraded LV2 sniper god. The goblin warrior medal also played a role, increasing damage by 15%, far surpassing any other player in Qin Shen's hands. This heavy blow left the black-tide giant serpent in a panic. Fortunately, it had finally detected the enemy's trace and, with an unmatched posture, charged forward. Bloodthirsty gleams flickered in the serpent's eyes. The enemy remained motionless. Had they given up resistance? Or had they been intimidated by its aura, forgetting to flee? Regardless of the reason, it didn't matter to the black-tide giant serpent. With its strength, as long as it reached close quarters, it didn't even need to launch a main attack. The sheer force of impact alone could eliminate the insignificant enemy. Boom! The impact erupted underwater. The black-tide giant serpent successfully collided with the enemy, but to its surprise, a dark purple mirror appeared on the enemy's body, absorbing all of its impact force. Leveraging the kinetic energy from the collision, the enemy swiftly retreated. Subsequently, the enemy disappeared. The black-tide giant serpent attempted to pursue in that direction but found nothing. The enemy had already hidden within the rolling water flow, retreating to a safe distance. The serpent became suspicious and uncertain. What kind of ability could block its direct impact? It was capable of shattering underwater boulders with a single strike, yet it had been stopped by a small mirror. Faintly, the black-tide giant serpent caught a familiar scent. The aroma from the mirror was identical to the underwater ruins. Utilizing the serpent's impact, Qin Shen successfully widened a safe distance and once again disappeared into the shadows. His confidence stemmed from the shadow prism. The apocalypse was indeed real. While the shadow prism could deflect impact damage, it couldn't fully neutralize the force, and Qin Shen's power wasn't enough to directly confront the black-tide giant serpent. Being knocked away was inevitable. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least not in this battle. Watching the infuriated black-tide giant serpent in the distance, Qin Shen remained calm. This serpent boss, capable of wiping out dozens of players in the water, was about to meet its demise under his blade. Ding! Killed the level 20 golden boss black-tide giant snake. Gained 15,000 experience points. Every 5 levels killed. An additional 7,500 experience points. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. You have leveled up to 16. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Blessing of the exotic beast activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. As the black-tide giant snake fell, Qin Shen also successfully leveled up. Previously in the valley, he had accumulated a lot of experience points, and on the way back to Bailey City, he accumulated some more. In addition to the crocodile he killed while swimming, and this black-tide giant snake, he smoothly reached level 16. This also made his leading position on the level ranking more stable. Qin Shen opened the level ranking. No. 1. Night God, LV 16, no. 2. Richardson, LV 13, no. 3. Shadow Killer, LV 12, no. 4. Elizabeth, LV 11, no. 5. Night Sakura Net, LV 11. From the 4th place onwards, the levels were all 11, continuing until after the top 100. Among them were players from other game regions. It can be seen that the top players are closely matched, unable to open up a significant gap. Looking at the level ranking, There were several nicknames familiar to Qin Chen. They persisted to the stage of divine descent and ranked among the top 100 globally, all renowned strong players. Seeing so many acquaintances, Qin Chen felt emotional. At the same time, a stronger fighting spirit rose in his heart. Everyone is progressing, and he cannot afford to stand still. Calming his emotions, Qin Chen swam forward to collect all the spoils. The black-tide giant snake was huge, and the drops were quite generous, a total of 4 pieces of golden grade loot. Black-tide poison blade, golden grade, attack plus 1200, agility plus 60, level requirement, 20, special effect, attack inflicts, 200, poison damage. Qin Chen was somewhat happily troubled. Getting a dagger was a good thing, and the attributes were excellent. The panel attack power was higher than the combined bone-cutting twin blades. It should be noted that even if the bone-cutting twin blades triggered the additional attack power from the set effect, the panel attack power was only 800. This did not include the secondary hand's attribute decay, resulting in an actual attack power of only 710 points. The attack power of the black-tide poison blade reached 1002, with 60 points of agility and additional damage. The attributes completely overwhelmed the bone-cutting twin blades. However, the bone-cutting twin blades came with the ability to dash, which was temporarily irreplaceable. Blinking alone was not enough. Qin Chen had been collecting other displacement skills, but progress was slow, so he had to continue waiting. The black-tide poison blade was temporarily unusable, but that didn't mean it was useless. Qin Chen's decision was to keep them all. Normally, he would use the bone-cutting twin blades first, as he was not lacking in damage. When the dash was used up, he would switch to the black-tide poison blade during the cooldown period. I hope this trip to the ruins will be fruitful, Qin Chen muttered. He then checked the next piece of equipment. Black-tide gloves, golden grade, defense plus 200, HP plus 2500, agility plus 60, level requirement, 20, special effect, 15% increase in attack speed, another excellent piece, suitable for any class that relies on basic attacks. The high agility itself increased the speed attribute, with an additional increase in attack speed. Paired with the black-tide poison blade, it could continuously deal additional poison damage, greatly increasing output. Putting these 2 pieces of equipment out there would make assassin players fight over them. However, for Qin Chen, a ranged assassin, it was somewhat less suitable, but it didn't matter. As long as the attributes were there, he directly put them on. There is a proof of the Overlord's authority to reduce equipment requirements. Qin Chen no longer has to worry about not being able to wear this. Unless he surpasses 10 levels to fight the boss, half of the 4 pieces of equipment can be used. This probability is quite good. Let's look at the third one. Black-tide shoulder pads, gold grade, defense plus 200, HP plus 2500, agility plus 60, level requirement, 20, special effect, 15% increase in attack speed. Wow! Qin Chen exclaimed. Tianqi is really lazy as always. Apart from the difference in name and equipment position, this equipment is simply a replica of the black-tide gloves. However, speaking of which, several pieces of equipment with such regular naming, surprisingly not considered a set, is really a pity. Gold grade set. The additional effects are absolutely explosive. Wearing the black-tide shoulder pads, Qin Chen's attributes once again increased. Then, Qin Chen, with an expectant mood, checked the last piece of loot. He was thinking of a question. If another usable piece comes, and the attributes are similar to the black-tide gloves, how should he react? Black-tide belt, gold grade, defense plus 200, HP plus 2500, agility plus 60, level requirement, 20, special effect, 15% increase in attack speed. Qin Chen was speechless. It's like what he wished for came true. 3 pieces of equipment, except for the different names, have completely identical attributes. If one didn't know, they would think it was bought from a wholesale market. It's absurd. But being able to get 3 pieces of black-tide series equipment at once, all of them leather armor, also shows that Qin Chen's luck is definitely good. As for the previous boss battles, it can only be said to be unlucky, encountering either magic-type boss or strength-type. Putting the black-tide poison blade in the backpack for backup, Qin Chen glanced at his own attributes. Attributes: Strength 176 plus 205, Constitution 141 plus 120, Agility 493 plus 245, Spirit 150 plus 20, attack, 1090, defense, 1382, HP, 16020, MP, 1900. His HP can definitely be considered as a tank. I estimate that even the dragon soaring under heaven heavy armor warrior doesn't have as much HP as him. Adding the damage reduction, as well as the effect of the newly acquired Shadow Prism, his damage resistance ability is enough to make any main tank player feel ashamed. This also gives him more confidence in this exploration of the ruins, especially the Shadow Prism, with all 5 charges, is equivalent to having 5 extra lives, which allows Qin Chen to deal with any sudden events. With the brand new equipment, Qin Chen once again dived down, swimming towards the shining place. Soon he arrived at his destination. After crossing the water area, what appeared in front of Qin Chen was an underwater cave. Thanks to its good sealing, there is air here. Further ahead is a black door, with complex and mysterious patterns engraved on it. Faintly, these patterns combined together look like words, but Qin Chen knows. These are words, a type of writing used in the ancient times of Tianqi, often found in temple-like areas. Qin Chen's eyes scanned around, and according to his memory, he transformed the patterns into corresponding words. Shadow. Everywhere. I guess no one would have expected that there is an underwater cave 100 meters below the Black Tide Lake, and there is also a ruin that seems to be a temple. The ancient words on the door also made Qin Chen certain that this place must be related to the power of shadows. If it is a temple, it means that in the ancient times of Tianqi, there existed shadow gods. Qin Chen frowned. The problem lies here. In his previous life, Qin Chen survived until the stage of the gods descending, but he did not see any shadow gods. Not only that, in his previous life, he had not encountered shadow assassins, and he knew little about the power of shadows. It's a bit strange not to encounter any shadow assassins, but understandable. When the apocalypse officially arrives, many top experts disappear. It is likely that the shadow assassins of the previous life were betrayed. Recalling relevant memories, Qin Chen can vaguely identify several players who are suspected to be shadow assassins. However, none of them have reached the level of godhood, so there is not much information available. Let's set aside the discussion of shadow assassins for now. In the previous life, I didn't hear much about the power of shadows, which is a bit odd, because as long as it is a deity, even if it falls for thousands of years, there will always be traces left in the world. Only the power of shadows has very little related information. There is definitely a hidden story here. Perhaps in the ruins of this temple, there will be some answers. Calming his mind, Qin Chen began to study how to enter the ruins. The black door in front of him emitted subtle energy fluctuations. Coupled with Edith's experience, Qin Chen directly ruled out the violent intrusion plan. Moreover, he is a shadow assassin, considered a direct inheritor of the power of shadows, so entering the ruins should feel like coming home. With this in mind, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Chen. He walked up and placed his palm on the black door. Thud! The door trembled and made a sound of mechanisms activating. Subsequently, the door slowly opened, gradually widening from a crack until it completely opened. Guessed it right. The answer was indeed on the surface of the mystery. Since it is a door, the most reasonable way to open it is to push it. Hoo. Behind the door, a fire lit up, magical flames floating on the straight passage, guiding the way forward. Since he had come, Qin Chen naturally couldn't return empty-handed, so he stepped into the passage. Boom! The black door closed behind him. Qin Chen was not worried. He continued forward, observing the passage. There was nothing much to see, just a corridor with dust on the floor, indicating that it had not been visited for a long time. Moving forward, after walking about 100 meters, a new door appeared in front of him. There were still patterns on the door, which could also be translated into ancient words, saying 2 sentences. Those with a heart towards the light shall not enter this door. Qin Chen did not rush to push the door open, but pondered the meaning of these 2 sentences. Those with a heart towards the light. There are 2 meanings. Firstly, it refers to people of noble character who aspire to light and justice. However, Qin Chen felt that this meaning was not applicable here. The power of shadows is just a form of power, and it does not require the user to have dark thoughts. If that were the case, how could he have obtained the profession of shadow assassin? He is not a righteous companion, but he is not a bad person either. Therefore, Qin Chen leaned more towards the second meaning. The light here refers to the god of light. In the previous life, before Qin Chen and the god of arrows perished together, the last deity to descend was the god of light. Its strength far surpassed all the previous deities. However, at that time, Qin Shen was already engaged with the god of arrows and had no spare energy to deal with the god of light. But he had a premonition that if he were to face the god of light, he probably wouldn't even be able to hold his own. And no matter which world it is, light and shadow are opposing existences. If this is a temple of the power of shadows, it is understandable not to allow followers of the god of light to enter. Qin Shen was 99% sure that his guess was correct. Calming his mind, Qin Shen reached out and pushed the door. There was no resistance, and it easily opened. Behind the door was a spacious hall. It looked a bit worn out, but there were no signs of battle, only the eternal magical flames faithfully emitting light and heat. Qin Shen pondered. This temple did not seem to have been breached, but rather abandoned. So, for what reason could the followers of the power of shadows willingly evacuate? Moreover, from the traces in the hall, the retreat at that time did not seem frantic. The enemy did not approach this place. A bit strange, Qin Shen muttered to himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back in time, otherwise he would have to see what happened at that time. As he pondered, Qin Shen's ears twitched. He heard a faint sound. He immediately teleported away from the original spot. A slight landing sound came, and Qin Shen turned to look. A figure shrouded in a cloak appeared in the position where he had been standing. The figure's gaze swept over. Unable to see the face clearly, under the cloak was a mass of undispersed mist, hiding the true face. Before Qin Shen could speak, the figure slowly raised its hand. Found the inheritor of the shadow power. Initiate the inheritance trial. Wait. Qin Shen's words were cut off as the scene before him suddenly changed. On the open ground, 12 stone pillars stood, with a flame floating above them. The next moment, the flame split into a wisp of fire, condensing into sharp arrows flying towards Qin Shen. Bang! The shadow prism shattered, blocking this attack. Qin Shen quickly changed his position, hiding behind a stone pillar, rapidly thinking of a strategy. Without a countdown, it meant that this so-called trial was not about lasting a certain amount of time but had another purpose. Is it testing evasion ability? Qin Shen pondered silently. However, he noticed from the corner of his eye that his shadow was shrinking. Judging from the change in light, the flame had split into two and was flanking him from the left and right. Qin Shen looked towards another pillar in the distance, deciding to move to a different place to hide. But as soon as he dodged out, he was engulfed by dozens of fire arrows, and the layers of the shadow prism shattered instantly. Everything went black, and Qin Shen found himself back in the center of the open space, with the flame above his head returning to one. The next moment, the flame flew towards him, shattering a layer of the shadow prism. Qin Shen glanced and saw that the charge levels of the shadow prism had decreased from 5 to 4. Reset! Qin Shen immediately realized. He must have been hit by the flame just now, but the decoy puppet was not triggered, indicating that death here was not a true death. However, if he couldn't find a way to break the situation, he might be trapped here, starting over an infinite number of times. In that case, it was no different from death. It might even be scarier than death. Death was just a blink of an eye, but infinite resets would erode one's will. Eventually, it would make him give up thinking and become no different from a stone. Damn! No one told me about this part. Qin Shen couldn't help but complain. Qin Shen hid behind the pillar, contemplating a strategy. The trial had started too suddenly this time. Who was that person who appeared silently? He had to find out before leaving. Can't he say a few more words? As he pondered, Qin Shen noticed the light on both sides starting to change. The flame repeated its previous tactic, splitting into two and starting to encircle him from both sides. Qin Shen didn't rush to leave from behind the pillar. He had tried it before, and the result was not pleasant. The frequency of the attacks from the two flames doubled directly, and the shadow prism couldn't withstand such a dense assault. He had clearly seen just now that more than 10 fire arrows were flying towards him, and their speed was extremely fast. Even with his agility of over 700 points, he couldn't dodge them. So, this trial was not testing evasion ability, or rather, it was not simply relying on one's speed to dodge. After a moment of thought, Qin Shen gripped the bone-cutting twin blades tightly, activated the frenzied charge skill, and left the hiding spot behind the pillar. The two flames immediately responded, dispersing into flames that turned into arrows. Blink! Qin Shen didn't hesitate at all, immediately activating the blink skill and successfully rushing to the next pillar. The fire arrows flew past his hair. Looking at the shadow prism again, He didn't know when another 3 layers had been shattered. But no matter what, at least he left the first pillar. As long as the speed of those 2 flames slows down, he has a chance to dodge using the chaotic sprint and blink. Just as this thought occurred to Qin Shen, he clearly felt the shadows around him shrinking. Watching the shadows getting smaller and the 2 displacements still cooling down, Qin Shen made up his mind and rushed out directly. Then he cursed in his heart. The flames split again. 3 flames floated in the air. However, unlike before, this time one flame stopped moving, while the other 2 flanked from left and right. Swish! The light flashed, and Qin Shen returned to his original position. The layers of the shadow prism remained at 5. The flame above his head also turned back into 1. Without a doubt, he started the trial again. Qin Shen skillfully hid behind the pillar, his brows slightly furrowed. He probably understood the principle of this trial, but finding a way to crack it was somewhat difficult. Relying solely on 2 displacements was not enough to evade the subsequent attacks. Qin Shen's eyes flickered as he looked at the pillar behind him. Shadow. Light. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. He understood. The shadows began to shrink, and the 2 flames flanked from left and right. This time, Qin Shen did not rush to activate the chaotic sprint or blink, but instead aimed at the pillar beside him, raised his hand, and threw a shadow flying knife. Boom! The pillar was broken in half and fell to the ground, casting a new shadow. At the moment when the 2 shadows intersected, Qin Shen rolled on the ground and successfully hid behind the fallen half pillar. The flames did not attack, or rather, they did not hit. At this point, Qin Shen was completely sure that as long as he moved within the shadows, he would not be attacked by the flames. Shadow. Move. Qin Shen's eyes flickered with light. If he guessed correctly, by completing this trial, he would gain a brand new displacement ability. As he contemplated, the light changed. Another flame split off, illuminating more areas. Qin Shen once again acted, breaking the pillar. The broken stone pillar fell, hitting the ground and causing a displacement. The shadows intertwined, and Qin Shen moved forward smoothly. As expected, another flame split off, but this time it did not move, instead remaining fixed in midair. Qin Shen further understood the rules of the trial. Every time he moved, a flame would split, but throughout, only 2 flames would move, while the others remained in place. However, this did not mean that the pressure on Qin Shen decreased. On the contrary, the more flames split, the more the area of shadows would be compressed, becoming smaller and smaller until there was no place to hide. As he contemplated, Qin Shen once again acted, breaking a section of the second pillar, casting a new shadow and shifting his position. The 5th flame appeared. Although the 3rd pillar was not far away, even if he broke it, he could not create a continuous area of shadows. Moreover, the distance between the shadows was too far, exceeding the blink's maximum range. 5 flames would instantly shatter all the shadow prisms, and Qin Shen would not have time to use a combination of chaotic sprint and blink. In that case, Qin Shen simply stood up and restarted the trial, attacked the stone pillars to create shadows, then used the shadows to move. After passing all the pillars, the trial should end. Qin Shen thought to himself, if the rules were as he guessed, then he needed to be careful when attacking, ensuring that the landing point of the stone pillar was within his prediction. He also had to adjust the strength and angle of the next attack based on the position of the newly generated flames to ensure a continuous stream of shadows. 12 pillars, at least 24 moves to return to behind the initial pillar. Qin Shen began calculating the route. Each move creates a new flame, and in the end there will be at least 25 flames. Even if only 2 flames move, the rest will continue to shrink the shadow area. I calculated earlier that the maximum stay time for the shadow is 5 seconds, which means the blink can be used 3 times at most. 1 at the beginning, 1 in the middle, and 1 final dash. When I used the chaotic dash with a double blink before, only 1 flame split, meaning the blink does not trigger the flame splitting mechanism. In the midst of rapid thinking, Qin Shen's eyes became calmer. As long as the trial rules do not undergo major changes, he has a chance to complete the trial. It's just a matter of continuous attempts to find the best route. After 100 attempts, Qin Shen reached the 7th pillar. The trial rules did not change, still creating a new flame with each move. 50% progress and no new rules. There shouldn't be any more added later. Qin Shen thought to himself, although this temple bears the responsibility of the trial, it is obviously not the top trial temple. In plain terms, it is just the first version of the game. so it shouldn't be too torturous for players. But the lack of additional rules does not mean the trial is really simple. After reaching the 7th pillar, Qinshan calmly walked out and let the flames send him back to test for new rules. His move this time was not perfect, and the shadow broke, and the blink still had a cooldown of over 10 seconds. As for the chaotic dash, its disadvantage of having a clear moving trajectory meant it would not have much effect in this trial. Now there are over a dozen flames outside, and exposing oneself will shatter the shadow prism completely. Swish! Qinshan returned to the starting point, but in his heart, he already saw the dawn of victory. On the 150th attempt, Qinshan reached the 9th pillar. On the 200th attempt, the 10th pillar. On the 300th attempt, the 11th pillar. On the 500th attempt, the 12th pillar. But the trial did not end. Obviously, the ending condition is not passing through 12 pillars, but returning to the initial starting point, equivalent to 13 pillars. This undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty. After all, towards the end, with over 20 flames floating in the air, the effect was almost like a shadowless lamp. Qinshan had to twist his body into strange positions to hide in the shadow. On the 700th attempt, the 12th pillar. On the 1000th attempt, the 12th pillar. After reaching the last pillar, Qinshan found himself facing a bottleneck. The final half-meter felt like an endless chasm, blocking his progress. The shadow was about to disappear in less than 3 seconds, but the blink was still on cooldown. Could it be that I can only use that move? Qinshan thought to himself. To be honest, unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to use the evolutionary skill. He still had a few evolution points on hand. Not many, but enough to upgrade the blink to silver level. The teleport distance and cooldown time would both increase. However, Qinshan vaguely felt that while this method could help him pass the trial, it would also affect the final evaluation. But without evolving the blink, he couldn't think of any other way. After thousands of attempts, he had shaped the pillars into different forms from various angles, but he still couldn't break through the final distance, just a short half-meter. But it seemed like an insurmountable barrier, halting his progress. Qinshan never gave up easily, so he started thinking again, wondering if he had overlooked something. Light, shadow, corresponding, yet interdependent. Qinshan's eyes flickered as he looked at the skill list. Since it was not a combat trial, he had not considered the skill Dark Erosion Rain. Even if he had to shatter the pillars, he only used the skill Shadow Flying Knife. The main reason was that Dark Erosion Rain could not be used as skillfully as Shadow Flying Knife. But now, after trying various methods, Qinshan felt that this skill might have some miraculous effects. With a mindset of giving it a try, he aimed at the flames and released the Shadow Erosion Rain, not expecting to extinguish it, just to briefly block the light, creating a shadow for him to move. The Shadow Erosion Rain appeared, but was shattered by the flames in an instant. However, Qinshan had already obtained the answer he wanted. In just a moment, a very brief shadow appeared. The Shadow Erosion Rain could indeed block the light. Cannot be used in the final stage. Qinshan thought quickly. If the flames split too many times, the attack frequency would be too fast to see clearly. The Shadow Erosion Rain would appear and disappear in an instant, unable to support him to complete the final half-meter. But if used in the early stages of the trial to create shadows, it would allow him to use blink one less time, and this would be the key to the breakthrough. No, not only that. Qinshan's eyes flashed. The Shadow Erosion Rain has a 30-second cooldown. If used at the beginning, then at least it can be released twice, in 30 seconds, as long as he controls the rhythm well. The flames won't split too many times, allowing the second Shadow Erosion Rain to hold up enough shadow time for him to move to the next location. The fewer stone pillars shattered, the higher his trial evaluation would be. What he needed to do now was to determine the duration of the second Shadow Erosion Rain, and whether he could use it a third or even a fourth time. In this way, the previous thousands of attempts felt somewhat futile, but Qinshan knew it was not. In the process of using the Shadow Flying Knives again and again, he was constantly influenced by the Sniper God, and his sense of touch had been honed to perfection. Now he could even boast that even with his eyes closed, he could hit the target accurately. Taking a deep breath, Qinshan began testing the new route. The first attempt, the 9th stone pillar. Qinshan was filled with joy. He had tested the limit of the Shadow Erosion Rain, which was 3 times. After the 3rd time, the 4th Shadow Erosion Rain would be instantly engulfed by a large amount of flamelight and unable to form an effective shadow. However, This exceeded Qin Shen's expectations. After all, initially, he only calculated that the shadow erosion rain would be effective twice. Now that it could be effective 3 times, it undoubtedly increased the maneuvering space by a lot. Constantly modifying, constantly resetting. Qin Shen could have passed the trial long ago, but he didn't do that. Instead, he kept modifying and refining to make the route more concise and effective. Finally, on the 328th attempt after adding the shadow erosion rain, Qin Shen found the best route. Now, it's my turn to perform. A smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips. Shadow erosion rain. Shadows fell, and Qin Shen moved as if taking a leisurely stroll, moving neither fast nor slow, to the next location. Then, the shadow flying knives were used to shatter the stone pillars. In the moment of interlacing shadows, he also performed a positional shift. This was followed by the third and fourth moves. The whole process was smooth and fluid, without any stiffness. When Qin Shen reached the final stone pillar and looked at the starting point within reach, he smiled confidently. Blink! Rumbling. The space where Qin Shen was shook. The scattered stone pillars turned into powder and disappeared. The floating flames everywhere also began to disappear. Congratulations on passing the trial. Comprehensive evaluation is in progress. Final evaluation, perfect. Rewards have been issued. Please check. A quaint book wrapped in a ball of light floated in the air. Stopping in front of Qin Shen, he had returned to the original hall without realizing it. Glancing around, Qin Shen picked up the book and withdrew. The figure shrouded in the cloak was still there, but this time, the other party did not initiate a new trial. Instead, he bowed slowly and then gradually became transparent. Qin Shen hurriedly asked, "Who are you, and what is the relationship with the power of shadows?" The cloaked figure stood up straight, not giving a direct answer, but leaving behind a sentence, looking forward to our next meeting. The voice was indistinguishable in terms of gender and age, but it revealed important information. This guy would appear again. Qin Shen clicked his tongue. To be honest, he hoped to encounter someone else next time. This guy was really tight-lipped, not wanting to say more than half a word. Qin Shen didn't pay much attention either. He could probably guess the other party's identity. It should belong to the shadow god system, but it shouldn't be a deity. Most likely it was at the level of an apostle, able to wield the power of shadows, but not reaching the level of a deity. In simple terms, it was like a mouthpiece and white gloves for the gods in the mortal world. Due to the restrictions of the world rules, it was difficult for the gods to directly interfere in the real world, even during the apocalypse. At this time, a varying number of apostles were needed to proclaim the will of the gods. In his past life, Qin Shen had clashed with many godly apostles and had also acquired some information. The guy in the cloak, limited by the power of shadows, couldn't make a move against him, but he wasn't particularly convinced. After all, he was just an ordinary human now, let alone reaching the realm of gods. He hadn't even reached level 100. How could he make the apostle convinced? But it didn't matter. Qin Shen believed that one day, he would surpass the gods. By then, he would have to see the true face of that guy. Muttering a few words in his heart, Qin Shen looked at the book in his hand, a satisfied smile on his lips. Although the trial tortured his mentality, the rewards were generous. Considering this, he didn't care about the indifference of the mysterious cloaked person. In Qin Shen's hand was a skill book. Shadow Leap, Golden Level Active Skill, Release Restrictions and Leap into the target's shadow. Maximum distance of 100 meters. Consumes 50 mana. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Trait, Untraceable, enters stealth mode after moving. The strength of this attribute made Qin Shen take notice. This was not just a displacement skill, but also an extremely rare control-release skill. According to Qin Shen's experience, the release of restrictions mentioned in the skill description could include but was not limited to freezing, stunning, slowing, and various other control effects. Not only that, Shadow Leap also came with the effect of entering stealth mode. During the cooldown of Shadow Stealth, it could serve as an emergency measure. Acquiring this skill elevated Qin Shen's survivability to a new level, and this was exactly what he needed, because he didn't lack damage at all. After unexpectedly receiving the gift of the Death Messenger and upgrading the Sniper God talent to level 2, his damage had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary players. In addition, Qin Shen had always wanted to find an opportunity to replace the bone-cutting twin blades with a higher damage weapon. He hadn't had the chance before, but now with Shadow Leap, he had the prerequisite. However, at this stage, there was no need for him to continue stacking damage in battles, so he continued to equip the twin blades until there was a better choice. Besides, the black-tied poison blade was in his backpack, ready to be swapped out. Calming his mind, Qin Shan looked at the data in his hand again, his expression filled with satisfaction. It wasn't in vain that I tried thousands of times in that broken place. Qin Shan muttered. Shadow Leap was definitely a divine skill. There was no doubt about it. Being able to move up to 100 meters at most, with a short cooldown time, it easily outclassed other displacement skills like Blink. Of course, if you had to point out a flaw, it would be that Shadow Leap had a prerequisite condition: there must be a shadow at the landing point. But this didn't pose a challenge for Qin Shan at all. During the trial process, he had successfully used the Shadow Erosion Rain to create shadows for movement. In future battles, he could easily employ the same technique. Moreover, finding a place without shadows was as difficult as obtaining legendary equipment. The simplest example was that an enemy's back was their shadow. Qin Shan's long-range damage is indeed very high, but he doesn't mind getting up close for an assassination. The choices in battle have always been diverse. As he studied the skill book in his hand, Qin Shan remembered a question. What time is it now? He had spent a considerable amount of time attempting to clear the mysterious space before. I hope this doesn't delay the opening of my shop, Qin Shan muttered to himself. When he checked the time, he was shocked. It was noon in the game, 12:30. Calculating from when he started the trial to when he came out, only 2 hours had passed. Qin Shan was a bit confused and looked again to make sure he wasn't mistaken. He felt like it had been almost a day with the thousands of attempts, but only 2 hours had passed? Could it be an error in the game display? Impossible. The game wouldn't make such a basic mistake. The only possibility was that the flow of time in that mysterious space was different. Considering that the game was still in its early stages, it should be difficult for the local time flow to accelerate. Qin Shan speculated that a form of mental acceleration was used to achieve a similar effect. An abandoned temple, an unidentified mysterious figure, and a time-accelerated trial space. If this was just a simple temple, Qin Shan found it unlikely. But if it was an important facility related to the power of shadows, it shouldn't be unknown to the outside world. The mystery resurfaced. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shan pushed this question to the back of his mind. There was no point in thinking about it further. He should go out and continue leveling up. There was still a whole day ahead, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Looking at the level rankings, there wasn't much change, except for those at the top gradually reaching level 12, while the majority still hovered around levels 10 and 11. Closing the list, Qin Shan began to ponder another question: how to get out. He had just checked, and the main door he came through had disappeared at some point, leaving him trapped in a secret room. Damn! I hope I'm not stuck here and can only die to get out, Qin Shan muttered to himself. Unaware to him, under his feet, black fine lines traced intricate patterns. Swish! With a flash of shadow, Qin Shan disappeared from the spot. Oh, damn! A cry of surprise rang out in midair. Players who were bravely fighting the bear-like creatures looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot coming towards them and rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the black dot became clearer, revealing a person. How could someone fall from the sky? A thought flashed through the player's mind. Then they saw the bear-like creature in front of them being hit head-on, and its health bar emptied instantly. Damn! What kind of crappy temple is this? Teleporting right in mid-air. Who's responsible for this? Aren't you afraid of dropping your precious heirs to death? Just as Qin Shan was thinking about how to leave the temple, he was suddenly teleported away in the blink of an eye. However, the problem was that this thing didn't send him back to the lakeside but directly into the sky, initiating a free fall. If it weren't for the unfortunate bear-like creature serving as a cushion, he would have activated Shadow Leap. After cursing the designer of the teleportation array and their entire family, Qin Shan stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the dumbfounded player beside him, asking, "Big sister, where is this?" The player looked around, pointed at themselves with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Are you asking me?" The voice was clear but distinctly male. Qin Shan was also taken aback. Did he make a mistake? The player in front of him had a delicate melon-seed face, fair skin, bright black eyes that sparkled, along with willow leaf eyebrows, ear-length hair, a perfect spokesperson for the girl next door. However, the slightly protruding Adam's apple indicated that he was indeed a boy. My mistake. Qin Shan quickly corrected himself. "Brother, where are we?" Looking at the nickname above the other's head, Night Sakura Net. Qin Shen suddenly understood. No wonder he kept mistaking. It turns out to be this person. In the previous life, this person was also quite famous, with good strength, ranking among the top 100 globally, with a gap compared to Qin Shen, but still quite impressive. However, compared to his strength, it is his appearance that is more memorable. To describe it in one word, he is a boy with a feminine look. In order to avoid harassment, it is said that Yue Luo later wore a mask when going out, but even so, it still attracted many players' obsession. While pondering, Yue Luo said, "This is the north side of Bailey City." Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he wasn't sent to some strange place. Bailey City's north side has bear monsters, and Qin Shen immediately knew where he was. He arched his hand and said, "Thank you, brother, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yue Luo say, "Night Wanderer, can I add you as a friend?" Qin Shen felt like he could be recognized wherever he went, but he clearly hid his character's nickname and wore the waning flame mask to cover his face. Where did the problem lie? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shen could only attribute it to his own excellence, like a firefly in the dark night, unable to be ignored. While pondering, Yue Luo explained, "My skills can see through disguises." "I see." Qin Shen nodded. With a sudden thought, he remembered the information about Yue Luo from his previous life and casually asked, "Are you doing a professional advancement task?" Yue Luo didn't hide it either and said, "Yes, I am the hidden profession, Divine Light Knight. I came here this time to kill the leader of the bear monsters." Indeed, he was still a Divine Light Knight, just like in his previous life. Qin Shen knew a bit about this profession. This hidden profession excels in both offense and defense, with strong protective abilities as well as outstanding damage and control capabilities. And as far as Qin Shen knew, this profession had a hidden ability in its advancement, which was demonization, transitioning from a support role for teammates to an ultimate killing machine. However, judging from Yue Luo's current state, he probably hadn't learned demonization yet. In the later stages of the apocalypse, when the game and reality merged, professions would evolve based on the player's state. Yue Luo probably needed to experience certain changes to unlock demonization, just like in his previous life. Calming his mind, Qin Shen said, "Adding as a friend, right? No problem. By the way, do you belong to a guild?" When he met Ji Xing before, Qin Shen had the idea of establishing the strongest guild. Now that he encountered Yue Luo with a hidden profession, it was only natural to bring it up. Yue Luo smoothly added him as a friend, looking very happy, with his eyes squinting into a line, looking simple and cute. Upon hearing Qin Shen's question, he quickly said, "No, do you want to establish a guild, boss? If so, please save me a spot. I want to join." Qin Shen held back his words. He had said everything he wanted to say, so what else could he say? He could only say in a dull tone, "No problem. Wait for my message." Yue Luo became even more joyful, with every smile and frown exuding charm. Qin Shen couldn't help but think of a saying, "You've been harmed by a feminine boy in this lifetime." To reaffirm his orientation, Qin Shen quickly said, "I'll return to the city to complete a task. If I plan to establish a guild later, I'll contact you." Yue Luo's expression visibly fell, almost making Qin Shen change his mind and say that he was free and could stay a bit longer. Fortunately, he held back. Yue Luo quickly adjusted his mood and said, "Boss, then I'll wait for your message." Qin Shen firmly walked forward. A voice of grievance came from behind. Divine light impact. Boom. Roar. The bear monster's cry was filled with misery. After walking towards Bailey City for a while, seeing the magnificent city walls, Qin Shen did not rush to enter the city but instead circled to the south side of the city and continued along the commercial road. It was too early to return to the city now. Time to level up. He also wanted to know if there were any follow-up arrangements by the deceased's hand, if there were new goblins appearing after the Bonebreaker was taken out. He arrived at the first goblin nest discovered before. There were no goblins here. Instead it was occupied by several wild beasts as their den. Qin Shen casually threw out shadow-flying knives, sending them all away in a neat row with a round of shots. No goblins? Qin Shen muttered softly. Based on his understanding of the deceased's hand and goblins, they wouldn't give up so easily. Moreover, goblins have a strong reproductive ability. It's not easy to find a Bonebreaker level, but ordinary goblins are plentiful, with over 3,000 missing. Just a drizzle. Qin Shen vaguely felt that the goblins should be brewing something big. In addition, the deceased's hand would not stop their plans just because the Bonebreaker died. Saying they wanted to destroy Bellicity, they would definitely continue to try. At least they needed to make some big moves. The conspiracy would only be temporarily abandoned after being completely crushed. The current situation can only be considered the calm before the storm. Although this calm period is a bit long, Qin Shen knew that in the first major update, the deceased's hand initiated a large-scale riot for the first time, almost 10 days after the server opened. At that time, there were already many new players in the newbie village. Their levels were gradually increasing, and the major main cities had started their expansion actions. The deceased's hand was just stirring up trouble, eventually triggering a large-scale plot quest. Calculating, there are still 7 to 8 days left. Qin Shen thought to himself, with such a long time, he could at least reach level 30 or 40, and when he came back to deal with the deceased's hand, it wouldn't be as easy as fighting a child. Thinking like this, Qin Shen suddenly felt that it was a good thing that there was no movement from the deceased's hand. While contemplating, more wild monsters emerged from the corners. Qin Shen immediately cheered up, using shadow flying knives and dark erosion rain alternately, easily gaining a large amount of experience points. Although the leveling process was not as satisfying as killing goblins in the valley, Qin Shen's damage was high. Each strike was a one-hit kill. Coupled with the spread of the poisonous blood plague, the efficiency was extremely high. In just over an hour, he had accumulated enough experience points. You have reached level 17. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of the shadows is gathering. You will receive an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the exotic beast is activated. You will receive an additional 5 free attribute points. Master Qin, who had been busy for an hour, stopped his work, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Leveling is really tiring. If other players heard this, they would definitely slap him in the face with a shoe. Are you speaking human language? Leveling up in just over an hour. What else are you not satisfied with? Qin Shen opened the level rankings again, still leading Richardson by 3 levels, not pulling ahead with an absolute advantage. He felt it was not enough. When will I encounter the Goblin Valley again? Qin Shen couldn't help but look forward to it. In less than half an hour, he had leveled up 3 times. He really wanted to experience it again. Just as Qin Shen was preparing to make a final push to level 20, he received a message from Dragon Soaring the World, Boss. The Rakshasa Hall is gathering in Lingang City. It seems there's a big move. Lingang City is one of the 12 main cities, a city built by the sea. If the Rakshasa Hall is gathering there, it's definitely not a small matter. Soon, Dragon Soaring the World sent a new message. It is said that someone has found a dark gold level boss in Lingang City. It turned out to be a dark gold level boss, which was indeed worth the Rakshasa Hall's attention. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shen replied, "Got it. I'll go take a look." Since he knew there was a dark gold level boss, Qin Shen would definitely not ignore it. Moreover, this was the boss that the Rakshasa Hall wanted to challenge. He couldn't miss it. On the other hand, upon seeing Qin Shen's reply, Dragon Soaring the World immediately said in the team chat, "Stop leveling for now. Let's go to Lingang City to see what's happening." The assassin said, "Is Night Wanderer preparing to go to Lingang City?" Priest Xiao Shui analyzed. Night Wanderer has enough reasons to go. That's a dark gold level boss. Even though Night Wanderer has killed one before, he definitely won't think he has too many dark gold level equipment. He will definitely strive for it. In addition, when he was in the newbie village before, Luo Sha offended Night Wanderer, and now that he wants to brush the boss, Night Wanderer will not let him have his way easily. This time, it seems like there will be some excitement to watch. The speed of spreading news is always faster than one can imagine. Qin Shen halted his leveling plan, returned to Bailey City, and prepared to take the teleportation array to Lingang City. Along the way, he saw many teams rushing back as well. These are all first-tier players who left the newbie village at over level 10. All of them are heavy internet addicts, and the only thing that can make them stop leveling is a boss. Dark gold level bosses are difficult to defeat. Even if players have completed their first professional advancement, breaking through their defenses is still very difficult. But with levels increasing, equipment and skills being supplemented, using a tactic of overwhelming numbers, it is possible to wear it down. It seems that Luosha's idea is to play this way. Similarly, other guilds think the same way. It can be foreseen that this dark gold level boss will definitely trigger a battle. Under normal circumstances, it would be like this, but today is different from the past. Xin Shen's actions naturally have nothing to do with other players. With his current damage, throwing 2 skills can deal 50% of decisive damage, firmly holding the ownership of the loot. On the way back to the city, Xin Shen also kept in touch with Longteng Tianxia, synchronizing the latest information. It can be seen that Luo Sha has made sufficient preparations for this boss, not only buying a large number of potions, but also offering Snow Sword an exorbitant price of 80 million, wanting to buy the guild token in his hands at a fixed price, and quickly deal decisive damage through the method of forming a team. Xin Shen couldn't help but be amazed by the news. Luo Sha really went all out. That dark gold level boss is not like the Bone Crusher, who advanced to dark gold level through a death ritual. It has advanced on its own, and its level is not low. Even if Luo Sha kills it, the equipment that drops may not be useful for a while. To spend 80 million for a few temporarily unusable equipment pieces, it takes courage, but Xin Shen has to say, Luo Sha's decision is very wise. If he can really take that guild token at the price of 80 million, it's a huge profit. Not only can he earn the title of the first guild of Tianqi, but he can also be far ahead in damage in the boss battle compared to other small teams. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, Luo Sha will not succeed. He can think of these. How can the leaders of other guilds not think of them? They will definitely offer the same or even higher prices. Snow Sword is not stupid. He must understand the principle of sitting back and reaping the benefits. While pondering, Snow Sword sent a message. Boss, Luo Sha offered me 80 million. What do you think? As an ordinary person, facing the absolute high price of 80 million, Snow Sword hesitated. He wanted to agree, although this would break his agreement with Night Wanderer. But that's 80 million. How many people can earn that much money? Even if he is resented, he can just delete the account, quit the game, and enjoy life. However, in his heart, Snow Sword has another idea. Apart from the dark gold level boss that Night Wanderer first killed, the one appearing in Lingang City this time is, in a certain sense, the first dark gold level boss, which will definitely cause a scramble among the major guilds. In order to better grab the ownership of the loot, forming a team is indispensable. The guild token in his hand will continue to appreciate. Moreover, after Luo Sha offered a high price, several guild leaders who had contacted him before also followed suit with considerable offers. And this is clearly not the limit. This time sending a message to inquire about the night tour god was actually seeking a response. Xin Shen could guess the thoughts of the swordman in the snow, so his answer was simple. This guild token will not be less than 2 billion. The swordman in the snow had a bottom line in his heart. At the same time, he felt incredulous. Can a game item really be sold at such an exaggerated price? But since the big shot said so, he could accept it. The swordman in the snow replied, "Thank you. I have a rough idea in my mind." Chatting all the way, Xin Shen returned to Bailey City and immediately stepped into the teleportation array. Due to the distance, this teleportation cost a full 2 gold coins. Even though Xin Shen had more than 200 gold coins in hand, he still felt a bit distressed. As for other players, they couldn't help but exclaim at the cost. Although the current price of gold has fallen, it still maintains an exchange rate of 1 to 3, with 1 copper coin equal to 3 yen kingdom coins. 2 gold coins amounted to about 50 to 60,000 yuan. This was not teleportation, it was simply robbery. Many players immediately changed direction. Instead of fighting the dark gold level boss, they continued to level up. However, there were also wealthy players who didn't care at all, happily paying the teleportation fee to go to Lingang City. Lingang City was very lively at this time. This city full of maritime atmosphere was filled with players everywhere. When meeting acquaintances, the first greeting was, "Where is the boss?" Here, Xin Shen saw many players with ID formats similar to his. Major guilds were gathering. Among them was the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Although the Dragon Soaring Dynasty knew that this boss was basically locked by the Night Tour God, they still had some members come to Lingang City. This was what they thought. There was definitely no chance of snatching the boss. The Night Tour God's damage was already exaggerated before, and now at level 17. It would definitely be even more incomprehensible. So his purpose was not to fight the boss, but to support the Night Tour God's presence. Once the Night Tour God made a move, the Rakshasa Palace would definitely not let it go. When the fight broke out, he would firmly stand by the Night Tour God's side with his members. It was absolutely not to gain favor in the eyes of the big shot. to get more equipment in the future. He was doing this for justice. The Rakshas's attempt to monopolize must be condemned. The dragon soaring dynasty looked around and spotted a familiar figure, and quickly ran over with the team members. Big shot, you're here. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Shen nodded in acknowledgement and casually said, come and take a look. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the dragon soaring dynasty seemed to have received a message and asked, Big shot, have you found the boss location? Shall we go now? Qin Shen nodded. Lead the way. The few of them left the city and headed straight for the coast. Seeing this route, Qin Shen roughly knew what type of boss this time was. Marine creatures. Of course, this was a general term. All creatures living in the ocean were collectively referred to as marine creatures, self-proclaimed descendants of the sea god. When further divided, there were also numerous races such as the Fishman tribe, lobster people, tide giants, Niga, siren sea witch, and other branches. Except for a few friendly races, the rest considered land creatures as enemies. Vaguely, Qin Shen smelled the scent of the hand of the dead. Goblins appeared in Bailey City. Would the dark gold level boss appearing in Lingang City also be the hand of the dead acting in the dark, trying to let the marine creatures break through Lingang City? Although there was no more information, Qin Shen felt that the possibility was high. And this also meant that if they killed this dark gold level boss, brought its head back to Lingang City, they would most likely receive a reward from the Lord of Lingang City. In the treasure trove of the Lord of Bailey City, Qin Shen found the Shadow Prism. He didn't know what surprises awaited him in Lingang City. He was looking forward to it.